Shu Lin woke up in a world on the brink of destruction. 1,000 years had passed since humanity's downfall, leaving Earth in ruins. With no allies and no direction, his only hope was an extraction plugin that appeared mysteriously by his side. Starting with nothing, Shu Lin set out to harness the power of millions of genes, building a path to dominance. The trenches on the front line, covered in muddy oil stains, looked like a gross, rotten dessert. This was no ordinary afternoon at the Flevel gathering place called Weiyang. Victory reports were rolling in from the front lines, leading the arrogant bigwigs back in central King City to make some pretty dumb combat decisions. As one of the smaller gathering places newly thrown into the fight, Weiyang boldly launched an attack on the blood-sucking ants, which the command had labeled as Flevel. But things didn't go as planned. Tragic facts proved that the staff officers in the command were utterly clueless. The Bichio Valley, home to the lowest-level Flevel blood-sucking ants, actually housed over 10-level queen ants. Just one charge wreaked havoc on the gathering place. What a joke! Even though I've just crossed over and found myself in a life-or-death situation, I, Shu Lin, am not going down without a fight. Shu Lin hunkered down in the broken trench, peering at the chaotic battlefield while trying to pump himself up. Honestly, Shu Lin couldn't wrap his head around it. In theory, 1,000 years in the future should have been a time of rapid tech growth and cosmic exploration. Humans should be able to roam the universe, travel to the stars, and enjoy hot pot while singing karaoke, right? But the reality was that Earth 1,000 years later was full of holes. Centuries ago, humanity had pushed technology to its limits, exhausting Earth's resources beyond repair. In a last-ditch effort, scientists discovered a magical energy from deep within the Earth, later known as aura. To everyone's surprise, this energy could boost human health and unlock hidden gene sequences. Lifespans increased, strength doubled, sounds great, right? But it seemed that animals and birds got the better end of the deal. While humans reveled in their new power, they didn't realize that the creatures around them were evolving even faster and in more unique ways. By the time people figured it out, those mutated species became unstoppable. Humans were forced to abandon their cities, retreating underground. What a shame, Shu Lin muttered, shaking his head. The original owner of this body was just a logistician for the guard team. Logically, even if the general staff had their act together, someone like him wouldn't end up on the front lines for such a big operation. It was a total setup. But the original guy was young and impulsive, getting swept up in enthusiasm and signing up. Yeah, he must have had a brain freeze or something. Shu Lin rolled his eyes at the crumbling battlefield, brainstorming ways to stay alive. Suddenly, a strong man zipped past him like an eagle and dove into the trench, gasping for breath against the mud walls. "Captain, what's the situation?" asked Hu Biao, the bearded deputy captain, wiping his face and shifting closer. That guy was Yuzhen, their team's captain. "The situation's grim," Yuzhen replied, frustration etched on his dark bronze face. "The intelligence from Central King City is way off. If this was just a regular Flevel mutant beast nest, we might have had a chance with our awakened fighters. But 10-level queen ants? That's a whole different ballgame." He continued, "I just got news that one of our awakened masters has been killed, and the front line is in full panic mode. We'll probably get a retreat order in an hour or two. Get ready, this doesn't look good." Yuzhen trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. "Captain, if even the awakened master has fallen, what are we supposed to do? I don't want to die." Tian Luo, a young soldier about the same age as Shu Lin, stammered, visibly shaken. Awakened ones are people who've unlocked their gene chains and possess incredible martial skills. They hold a high status in the gathering place and are seen as the strongest around. Wei Yang was in Flevel gathering spot, and they only had 5 awakened fighters. But now, even such a big man has died, and they are definitely in danger. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, I will fight with these beasts. 20 years later, I will still be a hero. Anyway, I can't become an awakened one, fuck him. Hu Biao had a fierce face, and his beard was raised, as if he was aroused. Hearing this, Yuzhen sighed and surprisingly didn't say anything. As the captain, how could he know that the news he brought would be absolutely devastating to the morale of the soldiers? But the huge disparity forced Yuzhen to remind the team members to recognize the sad fact before them. "Okay, Hu Biao, please inform me and prepare to arrange a retreat. The others will follow the steps step by step. Once the retreat order is given, they will run as far as they can and survive as many as they can. Now, the people whose names I called are here. I'm here to get the beast core." Yuzhen waved his hand and said, then he took out a bag and shook out a few thumb-sized beads, which were shining brightly. "This is the beast core, which is formed by the calcification of the mutant beast's core, and is also the source of the mutant beast's power. Ordinary people can practice, absorb, and enhance strength through beast cores, thereby achieving the purpose of strengthening themselves. Because of its currency, beast cores are also a common currency recognized by the Human Federation. A small piece can be exchanged for a year's survival rations. The team members lined up one by one and silently received the beast core from the hands of Captain Yuzhin. If it were normal days, they would be overjoyed. But now, even the stupidest people know that the consequences of releasing the beast core at this juncture of imminent defeat are self-evident. One person has 4 beast cores, which means he has to pay for them with his life. The atmosphere was suffocatingly dull. Chu Lin. Yuzhin's voice fell on Chu Lin's ears. You were originally an orderly. You didn't have to participate in this battle. You are young and energetic, and I agreed to become a member of my team. But I didn't expect that the battle situation this time would be so bad. Among the team members, you have the best health, the weakest and the least powerful. When the retreat begins, you can run as fast as you want and as far as you can. Your father and I are brothers. I have watched you grow up since you were a child. You must live. After saying that, Yuzhin patted Chu Lin's shoulder heavily and handed him 5 beast cores. One more than others. In normal times, Chu Lin would have found a place to study it, but the battle situation in front of him was fierce and dangerous, and even his life was at risk. Chu Lin could not laugh. Is this my funeral expenses? Chu Lin sighed. He was just about to put away the beast core, but then, Chu Lin's eyes suddenly solidified. Because he found that the 5 beast cores originally held in his palm disappeared in an instant. What is going on? Immediately afterwards. Ahoo! A miniature frame suddenly appeared in his mind. Chu Lin. Energy, 500 points. Physical strength, 7 points. Strength, 10 points. Mental strength, 6 points. Gene chain talent, none yet. Ding, the energy has been replenished and the first level of extraction is ready. Available remaining times, 5 times. Chu Lin was obviously stunned for a moment. Because this frame is very familiar to him, it was created by Chu Lin. Hell, what's going on? Isn't this a little plugin I made for playing games? Damn, did you wear it with me? Chu Lin was stunned, and he didn't even have time to digest it. Just at this time. Boom! There was a huge roar, followed by a harsh high-decibel high-pitched sound. Chu Lin felt that his head was about to explode and he was temporarily blinded. Then, he looked towards the source of the explosion. But I saw the winding cracks. A dozen ants that were as big as calves crawled out of the cracks in the ground. Their green eyes moved irregularly, and the inverted teeth on their jaws that seemed sharper than steel knives shone with a cold light. Just one glance made Chu Lin shiver and the hairs on his hair stood on end. Bloodthirsty ant? A cry of surprise. Ahoo! Everyone's expressions changed. Among the entire exploration team and the Weiyan gathering place, the team led by Yuzhin is not very powerful. Although they are also the main force on the front line, they are only used to support them and do not have to face the attack of bloodthirsty ants hidden. Therefore, this small team is located at the left rear of the entire front line, and the risk factor is very small. Even if there are a few fish that slip through the net occasionally, there are no actual casualties due to the presence of an intermediate soldier like Yuzhin. But now, more than a dozen bloodthirsty ants are crawling out from the cracks in the ground. For them, the blow is devastating. Retreat, immediately. Now. Yuzhin's face was frighteningly green. He turned around without hesitation and shouted loudly. Hu Biao, please pass on my order to retreat immediately. There is no need to wait for Master Han's order. I will be in charge of the rear. You run quickly, and everyone who can escape will be counted. Damn it, what are you still doing? Get out of here! Yuzhin shouted angrily. Seeing that everyone had not come back to their senses, they immediately cursed. His face was livid, and even the veins on his forehead were about to burst. Yuzhin held a steel knife in his hand, stepped on it, and jumped into the trench. Looking at that look, it was obvious that he would be left alone to give the whole team a chance to escape. Captain, let's go together. Hu Biao stretched out his hand to pull Yuzhin, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Damn it, Hu Biao, I'm not dead yet. It's not your vice-captain's turn to take the lead, so hurry up and leave. Yuzhin was stunned. He raised his foot and kicked Hu Biao on the butt. The latter was kicked to the ground. Hu Biao was disgraced. He jumped up and wanted to jump into the trench, wanting to advance and retreat together with Yuzhin. Bloodthirsty ants appear in swarms, leaving no grass growing in their path, but the destructive power of any single ant cannot be underestimated. In the entire gathering place, the only person who can wipe out more than a dozen bloodthirsty ants at once is the awakened one who has awakened the gene chain. Yujin is the team leader and has the power of an intermediate warrior. But even if an intermediate warrior can deal with 2 or 3 bloodthirsty crazy ants, it is already a big blow. If more than a dozen of them attack at the same time, there is no way to deal with them. There is no doubt that there is only a dead end. Damn it, I'll fight them. Hu Biao gritted his teeth and said, Hu Biao, you kid, you want me to die in peace? Get out of here, get out of here. Yujin roared up to the sky, and then he jumped directly into the ant colony with an undeniable determination on his face. Team leader. The veins on Hu Biao's forehead throbbed, and then he turned around without hesitation. Damn it, let me run away. Like the captain said, take advantage of the opportunity and use all your breastfeeding strength. Run for your life, at least 1 or 2 must escape. Captain, he can't death in vain. Hu Biao shouted loudly. He stood in front of the team members without taking a step back. If Yujin is dead, then Hu Biao will be the captain and the supreme leader of this team. He is a junior warrior, and his cultivation level is not 1/10 of Yujin's, but even if he can only withstand 1 breath, he will never let the team members die in vain. A group of team members looked sad, but they could only grit their teeth and turn around and run away. In front of mutant beasts, life is as fragile as a thin piece of paper. Escape, panic and choose a way out. Shu Lin didn't even have time to feel the sudden sad atmosphere. He glanced in the direction of Yujin, who had not been in contact with him much, and then ran away. It's a pity that this team's combat effectiveness is not strong, and Shu Lin is a miscellaneous soldier and is even weaker. The team dispersed in a hurry, with Shu Lin and the young soldier named Tian Luo at the end. But, how can Shu Lin and Tian Luo defeat Flevel mutant beasts? A bloodthirsty ant the size of a calf clamped its legs around the snail, and the latter screamed and fell to the ground. Shu Lin heard the scream and turned around subconsciously. But he saw that the bloodthirsty ants were already pressing on the snail. Shu Lin felt that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Shu Lin, save me, I don't want to die yet. The snail had snot and tears streaming down the floor. He stretched out his hand desperately towards Shu Lin, as if trying to seize the chance of life. But the bloodthirsty ant mercilessly stretched out its mandibles as sharp as steel knives and pierced the snail's chest. The snail's eyes dimmed, and blood spurted on Shu Lin's face. Die! It seems so close. Shu Lin, who was born in a peaceful era, never thought that one day, death would be so close to him, so close that he seemed to be able to smell the smell of death around him at any time. Shu Lin really hoped that he was in a nightmare dream at this moment, but there was only the smell lingering between his nostrils, and the mandibles waving like steel knives a few meters in front of him, and the compound eyes of ants bigger than the wash basin, all the time. Reminding Shu Lin that this was by no means a nightmare that he could wake up from. Death? No, I don't want to die, I want to live. Life and death in an instant. Shu Lin had a strong desire to survive in his heart. He clenched his fists desperately and thought about all the possibilities to survive. Ding, the energy has been replenished and the first level of extraction is ready. Available remaining times, 5 times. Just at this time. A clear beep sounded in Shu Lin's mind. Extract. Shu Lin did not hesitate to choose the extraction option against the bloodthirsty ants that were just around the corner. Immediately afterwards, Shu Lin only felt a prompt of success in his mind. The interface in his mind suddenly opened up, and a green light suddenly appeared in the blank space on the interface, like a group of green fireflies. The next moment, a ray of green light sank into his body. Shu Lin felt an extremely severe pain suddenly descending into his body. This severe pain came suddenly, with an extremely sharp breath. His body, flesh, and cells were trembling in an instant, and he groaned unbearably. The pain was no less than being cut into pieces. At the same time, wherever the green light passed, power was also generated, and it became stronger and stronger. The surging power was overwhelming. The intense pain was like a tsunami. Shu Lin only felt a sense of hostility in his heart, and the strength of his body seemed unable to bear it. At this moment, the sharp jaws of the bloodthirsty ant, like a steel knife, were about to fall in an instant. Shu Lin's patience had reached its limit and was about to explode. Shu Lin looked up to the sky and roared, and suddenly punched out. Bang! There was a loud bang. The heavy punch was like a mountain. Then, Shu Lin felt that the surging power in his body that had nowhere to vent seemed to be like a flood that burst out of the gate, pouring out suddenly along his fist. The tough head of the bloodthirsty ant that had previously bared its fangs and claws and easily harvested the life of the snail burst like a rotten watermelon. Shu Lin kept punching, with a look of shock on his face. This is my power? For the first time, Shu Lin felt the surging power transmitted from his body, which could almost penetrate the mountain rocks. It was a brand new experience that Shu Lin had never felt before. Swish! The interface in his mind appeared at the right time. Shu Lin. Energy, 400 points. Physical strength, 17 points. Strength, 200 points. Mental strength, 6 points. Gene chain talent and power, incomplete ant gene chain, completeness 61%. Shu Lin was stunned. He looked stupidly at the extraction interface that was turned upside down, and the whole person felt a little bad. Of course, he knew what this extraction interface could be used for. That was when he was playing an online game. Because of the rampant cheats, Shu Lin's character was killed miserably. Shu Lin was so angry that he made an extraction cheat to vent his dissatisfaction. Extraction, as the name suggests, can be extracted. The working method is to extract what you want through extraction. Ants can move things that are dozens of times their own weight. Thinking of the infinite power that he suddenly generated just now, and looking at the simple annotations on the gene chain talent on the interface, Shu Lin was not clear that he had just extracted the gene chain of ant power. Damn, brother is rich. Shu Lin waved his fist vigorously, venting his gratitude for surviving the disaster. Then he was silent for a while, kicked the corpse of the bloodthirsty ant away and walked to the dead snail. Shu Lin squatted down and closed the snail's eyes that had completely lost their luster. Shu Lin's time of crossing was still short, and he had only a few words of dialogue with the snail, and there was no intersection. But he knew that this boy was timid and afraid of death, and he was forced to join the army. His ideal was simpler, just to ensure food and clothing, and to make some money to go home and marry a wife. But now, it's not necessary. He is dead. Shu Lin took a breath, and heard screams of panic and escape. He looked around, his eyes turned cold. Thousands of years later, the spiritual energy revived, and the world turned upside down. Shu Lin did not ask to change anything. But life, in his eyes, is not cheap. Bang! Hu Biao's veins popped out in his arms. He slashed Hua Shan with all his strength. The strength of the junior warrior exploded in an instant and he managed to push back a bloodthirsty ant approaching the front trench. The strong impact made Hu Biao's face turn pale, he collapsed on the trench and spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, you beasts, come back if you can, I'm not afraid of you. Hu Biao, who was stained red with blood, had a big beard, but his eyebrows were wild and he was laughing. In the trench behind Hu Biao, Yuzhen was covered in blood. There were more than 30 wounds all over his body, especially Yuzhen's right legs, which were completely severed at the knees, and blood spurted out wildly. If not for the support of his tenacious willpower, Yuzhen might have passed out long ago. Hu Biao, step back and stop rushing. This time, I'm afraid we two brothers will be left here. I just didn't know that we stopped half of the dozen bloodthirsty ants and chased the remaining half out. Those bastards, how many can survive? Yuzhen Xiang braced himself and gasped violently. Captain, don't think about it. You've already done enough. Damn it, how many of those bastards can escape? Even if one of them can't escape, it's still a life. I, Hu Biao, have not lost my conscience. I only hate these beasts, and I can't kill them all, but Hu Biao is good enough. Hu Biao stepped on a bloodthirsty ant under his feet, already disregarding life and death. This bloodthirsty ant was one that Hu Biao had killed with all his life. He was able to kill one of them under the siege of more than a dozen bloodthirsty ants with the skills of a junior warrior. If this were normal, this would definitely be Hu Biao's boasting capital. But Hu Biao also knew that that was all. Even if half of the dozen or so bloodthirsty ants were gone, there were still 89 of them. The resistance of a junior warrior plus Yuzhen, an intermediate warrior, was already a miracle until the bloodthirsty ants attacked again. No matter how arrogant Hu Biao is, he understands that it will be the end of the two of them at that time. Damn it, you kid just didn't listen to me. I told you to get out, but you just came up to me. If I'm going to die, I'll have to fight with you on the road together. Ahem, cough, but forget it, I won't be lonely on the road to hell. Hu Biao, help me up. Even if I die, I will never let these beasts have an easy time. Yuzhen cursed angrily and kept coughing up blood foam. As he said this, he struggled to stand up, but unfortunately the shock was too severe and the heavy bleeding could not be endured even by an intermediate warrior's physique. But Yuzhen gritted his teeth, stared, and tried his best to die, but he just didn't want to lie down and die. Come on, Captain, let's just fuck each other. Hu Biao laughed. He helped Yuzhen up, and the two of them stood supporting each other, with blood dripping from the steel knife in their hands. It's just that one of the two was out of strength and the other was bleeding profusely. How could they withstand the crazy attack of the mutant beast? Several bloodthirsty ants crawled over. Just as Yujin and Hu Biao were about to lose their heads, at this critical juncture, there was a sudden explosion from behind the trench, and then a bloodthirsty ant with its head exploded flew down to the trench. Inside. Awakened Lord has come to the rescue? Hu Biao and Yujin looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. But they were even more suspicious. At this moment, the front line was retreating steadily. The only 4 awakened people in the gathering area were facing the crazy counterattack of the bloodthirsty Ant Queen. Even they had no time to take care of themselves. How could they have time to pay attention to the insignificant team on the front line? Only to be able to kill the bloodthirsty ants so easily, there is no other possibility except for the awakened ones. Captain, it's that boy Chulin. That boy is back again. You son of a bitch. Didn't I tell him to run away? What kind of hero will he be when he comes back? Damn it, where is Lord Awakener? Hu Biao's sharp eyes caught sight of Chulin behind the bloodthirsty ants, but he couldn't see the familiar Lord Awakener when he looked left and right, so he couldn't help but murmured. Chulin? Yujin was confused, but he was too seriously injured. Hearing that the awakened ones were coming to rescue, Yujin's tense nerves relaxed and he fainted immediately. At this time, Chulin came to the trench. Damn it, you kid, are you tired of living? I asked you to run away, but you came back. Do you think you have a long life? Before Chulin could say anything, Hu Biao blew his beard, glared, and slapped him in the face. On his head, he cursed angrily. Where is Lord Awakener? Where is he? Awakened one? Chulin was stunned for a moment and wondered. Nonsense, of course it's the awakened one. Otherwise, how dare you come back to seek death? Which awakened one is it? Why is there no trace? Hu Biao put the unconscious Yujin on the ground and put it away, wondering. There are no awakened ones, Vice Captain, I came here alone. Chulin replied. Are you alone? When Hu Biao heard this, his eyes widened. Immediately, he thought of an incredible possibility. Wait a minute, are you saying that your kid killed the bloodthirsty ant just now? How is this possible? Could it be that your kid has awakened? Hu Biao said, feeling his hands shaking a little. There is only one person who awakens, and the difficulty of awakening is extremely demanding. Generally, they can only be born among mid-level and high-level warriors. There are tens of thousands of people in the entire Weiyang gathering place, but the total number of mid-level and high-level warriors is only a dozen, and there are none who have awakened this year. How could he believe that a soldier in his team who was transferred from the logistics team had awakened? This is undoubtedly a big joke. I don't know for sure, but I guess it is. It's just that get out of the way, be careful. Just as Chulin was about to explain, he saw that the bloodthirsty ants behind Hu Biao were already attacking. They were in front of him immediately. He pushed Hu Biao away from him and rushed over with his feet raised. Make a fist, swing it out, and do it in one go. Bang! The punches are like thunder. Hu Biao fell into the pit and didn't have time to curse. Then, he watched helplessly as those bloodthirsty ants that could easily kill junior warriors were unable to fight back in Chulin's hands. With a punch, his head exploded, and he could no longer die. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. Are you awakened? Hu Biao was stunned. No matter what Hu Biao thought, Chulin threw the extraction at the bloodthirsty ant that died at his feet. Ding, the extraction failed, the energy is insufficient, and the remaining available times are 0. Really? Chulin listened to the mechanical sound in his mind and could only helplessly shake his head. Chulin didn't think much and broke out with Hu Biao and the unconscious Yujin. With Chulin's fighting power, the journey was uneventful. The bloodthirsty ant could hardly last a round under Chulin's absolute power. Even so, Chulin was still panting from exhaustion. Not long after, the three returned to their temporary camp. Shortly after the attack team of bloodthirsty ants appeared, the big shot at the gathering place gave the order to retreat. But unfortunately, the bloodthirsty ants were extremely lethal and appeared in groups. Even though they were the first to issue a retreat order, except for the 3 Chulins, all other members of the team were wiped out. As for the other teams, they suffered heavy losses. There was almost no one left in the team of 20 people. There was a sad atmosphere everywhere in the camp, and the pungent smell of blood made the entire camp feel lifeless. Chulin roughly estimated that this time alone, the exploration team at the gathering place had lost at least 30%. This is still the best estimate. Yujin was rescued in a coma. Hu Biao, the vice captain, could only temporarily take over the captain's responsibilities to report, while Chu Lin threw himself in the corner alone and carefully studied the extraction interface. Chu Lin. Energy, 0 points. Physical strength, 17 points. Strength, 200 points. Mental strength, 6 points. Gene chain talent and power, incomplete and gene chain, completeness 61%. Well, the physical strength has increased by 10 points, but the mental state has not changed. The only thing that has increased dramatically is the strength, which has increased by 20 times. I guess this is the characteristic of ant genes. What worries Chu Lin even more is extraction also has a success rate. Although Chu Lin once said 100% extraction when making plugins, it is obvious that the extraction interface at this time is completely different from before, and some changes have occurred. Except for the successful first time, Chu Lin then performed the extraction 3 times in a row, but the other times showed that the extraction failed. It's a pity that Chu Lin's beast core is currently limited and has insufficient energy, so it is impossible to determine the true success rate. Sure enough, the gene chain is not that easy to obtain. A success rate of less than 20% is really troublesome. Think about it, if such a heaven-defying gene chain can be easily obtained, it would be a bit excessive. Chu Lin thought clearly. Extracting genes is sensational in itself. The ant gene was not strong, but after being successfully extracted, it suddenly transformed him from an orderly who could only wait for death at the claws of class mutant beasts, bloodthirsty ants, to having the power to kill them. No matter how you look at it, the power of the gene chain needs no elaboration. If the extraction was really 100% successful, Chu Lin would have to carefully consider whether there were any other drawbacks. There is no pie in the sky, let alone hitting the same person continuously. But Chu Lin's eyes flashed. With the extraction interface in this world, he has the capital to gain a foothold. Chu Lin was thinking. The whole camp suddenly became quiet. The group of silent veterans around Chu Lin stood up in unison and stared in the direction of the camp entrance one by one. Chu Lin was stunned for a moment. When he looked up, he saw a dark-faced middle-aged man walking away at the entrance of the camp. Come in. This man was in his 40s. He was not strong in stature and not tall, but he moved with great momentum every step he took. At this moment, he seemed to have just returned from the battlefield, with the blood and flesh and fragments of bloodthirsty ants still hanging on his shoulders and chest, which added a sinister aura to this man. Just looking from a distance, Chu Lin's eyes hurt, as if it was the man's own aura that hurt him. Even the pressure this man brought to Chu Lin was several times that of the bloodthirsty ant. Meet the holder. The veterans stood up straight and spoke in unison. Obviously, this man is Han Dong, the person in charge of the class gathering place Wei Yang. He waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and a deep voice sounded. The intelligence error in the central royal city caused our Wei Yan gathering place to suffer extremely heavy losses. With 10 queen ants, the level of the Biku Valley, which is far beyond the Flevel mutant beast's nest, has been designated as illevel. Wrong intelligence estimates cost us a huge price. This time, our Weiyang exploration team went out in full force. There were 540 people in the 27th team, and the mortality rate exceeded 37%. Even one of the 5 awakened people in the morning, Long, also died heroically in this counterattack on the ground. Han Dong strode to the center of the camp with a cold expression, and then let go of his voice, which was heavy and cold. But this is war, it's so cruel. Human beings have never given up for thousands of years, and they have never given up that one day they will be able to return to the ground and restore the glory of thousands of years ago. The deceased have passed away. They are all our heroes and should be remembered by us. However, we have not backed down. In this battle, the 5 awakened ones killed 3 bloodthirsty ant queens at the cost of 1 person, which is an outstanding achievement. And this time, a new awakened person was born. Han Dong said, his eyes flashed, he raised his hand and pointed. Chu Lin. Ahoo! All the veterans looked at Chu Lin in the direction of Han Dong's finger, with awe and eagerness. Chu Lin, who was born as an orderly, awakened his genes during the battle and became the 5th awakened person in Weiyang, filling the vacancy of awakened people in the Flevel gathering place. Now, applause, for the awakened person Chu Lin. God bless me Weiyang. Han Dong's voice was not loud, but it contained a power that could calm people's hearts. In just a few words, Chu Lin felt that the originally decadent atmosphere in the camp was gradually changing. This was due to others' trust in Han Dong, the leader. Afterwards, Han Dong announced a temporary retreat order before walking towards Chu Lin. Chu Lin, you are good. Come with me. Han Dong motioned for Chu Lin to follow, and the latter hesitated briefly and then followed. Not long after, the two stopped at a barracks. At this moment, there were already 3 people waiting in the barracks. They were wearing gray combat uniforms. They were a strong man with muscles as fierce as a horned dragon, a young man with glasses who looked elegant, and a beautiful woman with all kinds of charms. Seeing the return of the leader Han Dong, the 3 of them quickly stood up and moved out of their positions. No need to be formal, you can just sit down. Chu Lin, come on, let me introduce you. These 3 people are all awakened ones in my gathering place. The one next to you is called Ning Feng. He has awakened elemental genes and his attribute is wind. 2.5 gene chains have been opened. After Han Dong finished speaking, the young man wearing glasses snorted arrogantly without making any movement. Just when Chu Lin was about to speak, he saw Han Dong wave his hand and continued. Her name is Red Jasmine. She awakened the superhuman gene, which is a variant of the poison system, and opened 2 gene chains. Let me remind you that although Red Jasmine is a woman, she has a unique type of gene chain. Red Jasmine's combat power can be ranked among the top 3 gathering places. Master, don't say that. I'm not as mysterious as you said. Your name is Chu Lin, right? You must be more close to your sister in the future. Red Jasmine's red lips parted slightly, looking enchanting. Shaking his head, Han Dong just wanted to introduce the strong man from the Iron Tower. My name is Tinio, and what I awakened is an atavistic gene, the Great Yellow Ape. There are already 2 gene chains. I just read the report. Your name is Chu Lin, right? You and I should have awakened the same type of gene chain. Tinio roared with laughter, his voice so loud that even the tiles on the camp were shaken down. He reached out and grasped Chu Lin's hand with great strength. The palms of the 2 people met, and Chu Lin felt an extremely huge force coming from Tinio's palm, which seemed to be able to break rocks. He subconsciously used 50% of his strength to be able to resist it. It seems that the awakened gene chain of little brother Chu Lin is a bit extraordinary. I don't know what gene it is. This is the first time that my sister has seen a newly awakened person who can withstand the strength of Tinio. You are better than Ning Feng is now more capable, but Ning Feng was so disgraced at first that his hands were bruised. Hong Jasmine covered her mouth and smiled. Snort! Ning Feng snorted, obviously he and Hong Jasmine were having trouble dealing with each other. It's really good. Han Dong nodded. Tai Tu has an upright character and will never cheat. Chu Lin's ability to withstand Taitu's hand just after he awakened the gene chain shows Chu Lin's extraordinary strength. But what kind of gene chain it is, we can't say, it has to be tested. Chu Lin, come here and put your finger on this. This is a 6-sided heart crystal. It comes from the center of the earth. It can easily test the type of gene chain of the awakened person. You can try it. Han Dong took out a purple hexagonal crystal from his arms and said. Chu Lin followed Han Dong's instructions and just put his finger on one side of the crystal. Then, a dim red light gradually appeared on the surface of the crystal that he was holding. Chu Lin didn't know why. But Han Dong frowned, seeming a little disbelieving. It's just the most basic superhuman gene chain? Han Dong's brows furrowed tightly. The spiritual energy is revived, and all things have an opportunity to evolve. There are thousands of gene chains in the human body, and one who awakens one can be called an awakened person. However, according to the different types of awakened person gene chains, they can be divided into 5 major categories. There are 5 types: superhuman genes, natural genes, atavistic genes, special genes, and unknown genes. There are also differences in gene chains. The superhuman type is the weakest, followed by the atavistic type, followed by the natural type and the special type. As for the unknown gene, it is a type of gene chain that cannot be measured by humans at present. Because of its special ability, it is unique and cannot be determined at all. Chu Lin had just awakened and was able to survive Tinio, who had activated 2 atavistic genes. Although everyone knew Chu Lin's battle report based on the report, they knew that Chu Lin probably had superhuman genes. But everyone thought that Chu Lin was at least a superhuman gene chain above the mid to high level, but now, he was only at the lowest level, which made everyone frown. Seeing this, Chu Lin was also stunned for a moment. But when he thought about it again, he didn't feel much disappointed. Bloodthirsty ants are, after all, just one of the weakest creatures among insects before their spiritual energy is revived. Even though he can lift dozens of times his own weight due to his racial characteristics, his level is still too low. What's more, I have extracted it, so what am I afraid of? But Chu Lin's performance fell into the eyes of everyone, and it was undoubtedly a sign of disappointment. Don't be discouraged. Although the low-level superhuman gene chain can bring very little improvement to the awakened person. But the future is long, and you may not be able to open other gene chains. What's more, even the lowest superhuman gene chain is gathering 10 genes. After opening the gene lock, you can also open the bloodline. Han Dong's expression returned to normal. He patted Chu Lin's shoulder and explained. Thank you, master, I will work hard. Chu Lin replied. Hearing the sound, Han Dong didn't say much. The superhuman system is already the weakest, and the primary superhuman system is even weaker. Although the awakened ones can also open 2 or even more gene chains, what they can do are geniuses in large gathering places. As for gathering 10 gene chains and opening the gene lock, it is even more difficult. It's good to work hard. Now you are not the orderly in the previous gathering place, but one of the 5 awakened ones in our Wei Yang. But you have just awakened, and you don't know how much of the gene chain has been opened. As for your abilities and how to transform them into, you have to figure out the combat effectiveness by yourself, Han Dong encouraged Chu Lin and continued. But as usual, the awakened person can get inflexible genetic potion. With the genetic potion, you can at least repair the shortcomings caused by opening the gene chain, and even improve the gene chain by more than 20%. Genetic medicine? What is that? Chu Lin was stunned for a moment and didn't speak yet. Master, I don't agree. Ning Feng, who had not spoken for a long time, objected. Hearing this, Han Dong frowned, a little unhappy. In the Wei Yang gathering place, the position of the controller is very high, and he can almost decide a person's life or death. Because the controller means the strongest person in the gathering place. Moreover, every awakener can get the gene medicine issued by the gathering place when he first awakens. This is a customary rule. For example, Ning Feng got it when he first awakened a few years ago. Although Chu Lin currently seems to have only a primary superhuman gene chain, according to the rules, issuing a bottle of gene medicine, this is fair to Han Dong, without any bias. Do you object? Han Dong said. Yes, I object, controller. I think that according to the current situation, issuing flebble gene medicine to this Chu Lin now can't change the current crisis situation at all. After all, there are still 7 bloodthirsty queen ants in the 11 bloodthirsty ant nest. I think the gene medicine is more suitable for me. Ning Feng glanced at Chu Lin and then snorted coldly. My current progress in opening the 3rd gene chain has reached 71%. If you give me this bottle of flebble gene potion, I may be able to break through the 3rd gene chain and open the 4th one. I think giving it to me is the best use of it. By then, my combat power will double, and I may be able to help the gathering place survive this crisis. It's better to let him wait for another month. The 3 bloodthirsty ant queens we killed can be exchanged for a bottle of gene potion from the central king city. It won't be too late to give it to him then. The 3rd gene chain is 71% open? Hong Moli and Tainyo looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. 10 gene chains can trigger gene locks, and opening gene locks can condense blood. And the combat power of the 10 gene chains is different according to the number of openings. The 3rd gene chain is opened, which proves that Ningfeng's gene chain has reached 30% of its opening degree, with stronger combat power and more handy application of the element system. And the gene potion can indeed enhance and consolidate the strength of the awakened gene chain, and has the function of improving the gene chain. It can even stimulate the gene sequencing of ordinary people. Although the success rate is only 1%, it is also extremely rare. In the gathering place, gene drugs are strategic resources. But everyone knows that the gene chain in Chu Lin's body, who has just opened the gene chain, is not stable, and it is in urgent need of gene drugs to stabilize it. This is also the reason for setting this rule. Now Ningfeng is asking for it. Where does Chu Lin stand? I don't agree. Hearing this, Han Dong's brows tightened. Rules are rules. You can't change the rules just because you want to break through. Wei Yang can continue to this day, relying on the minimum fairness. Chu Lin has become an awakener. Even if the grade is the worst, he should have everything. Han Dong ignored Ningfeng's unreasonable request, took out a bottle of light red test tube from his arms, and threw it to Chu Lin. Ningfeng's face turned green. He looked at Chu Lin hatefully and turned away. Ningfeng is very vindictive, so you have to be careful. I'll leave first, remember to come and play with me? Hong Moli's breath was as fragrant as orchid, and her breath sprayed on Chu Lin's ears. Chu Lin could smell Hong Moli's body fragrance with a light sniff. But Hong Moli left immediately after she said it, which made Chu Lin, a novice, feel distracted. Fairy! Chu Lin cursed inwardly. Then, Tainyo also said goodbye, and only Chu Lin and Han Dong were left in the barracks. Obviously, the controller Han Dong rejected Ningfeng's request, which made the atmosphere drop to freezing point. But Chu Lin wanted to cry with the gene potion in his hand. Damn, what gene potion? I don't need it at all. In comparison, Chu Lin urgently needs a large number of beast cores. Master, this gene potion. Chu Lin hesitated and wondered if he could exchange the gene potion for some beast cores. For him, no matter how valuable the gene potion was, it was not as real as the beast core. But before he finished speaking, Han Dong waved his hand. No need to say more, it's yours if I give it to you. This is the rule, and it won't change because of anything. As for Ningfeng, you don't have to worry. With me here, no one can embarrass you. Han Dong said very little, but his words were full of unquestionable courage and determination. Master, I want to ask if I can exchange the gene potion for the beast core? Or sell it to someone else? Chu Lin smiled. Sell? That's your freedom. But Han Dong was stunned for a moment. Obviously he didn't expect Chu Lin to ask this. There is also genetic energy in the beast core. Ordinary soldiers absorb the energy in the beast core and use it for cultivation to grow into warriors. But for the awakened, the genetic energy that the beast core can provide is too little, so little that it is not worth it. He pondered for a while and continued. I advise you not to do this. Not to mention that the value of the gene potion far exceeds that of the class beast core, which is equivalent to 100 of them. But for you, the effect of the gene potion is not comparable to the quantity. You are an ordinary person awakening the gene chain, so you need to be more careful. If you are not careful, the gene chain will collapse, and then there will be only one way to go. And this is one of the reasons why I rejected Ningfeng's request. But if you really want to sell it, of course, I can also ask Ningfeng for you, and I think he will not refuse. Han Dong glanced at Chu Lin, who nodded, and Han Dong turned around and walked out of the barracks. As the person in charge of the gathering place, Han Dong has said enough today. Whether Chu Lin listens or not is entirely up to him. Since he insists on buying, Han Dong has no intention of stopping him. Chu Lin curled his lips. Problems that can be solved by extraction are not a problem at all. Chu Lin knew what his trump card was. Chu Lin stepped out of the barracks. Grown-ups, a voice sounded nearby, obviously having been waiting outside the barracks for a long time. Chu Lin looked up and was immediately happy. This person was none other than Hu Biao, the former deputy captain of Chu Lin's team. At this moment, he had obviously just finished bandaging, and his whole body was almost wrapped into a rice dumpling. What's even more funny is that at this moment, Hu Biao has a low eyebrow and looks like a bandit when he first met him. Vice Captain, what are you doing? Chu Lin said casually. Sir, please don't call me that. How can I be your vice captain? You are the awakener of the gathering place and one of the 5 adults. If this spreads, my old face, Hu Biao, will not be needed. Hu Biao's expression changed and he said quickly. The awakened represent the strongest combat power of the gathering place and are also the military support for the gathering place to survive. He, Hu Biao, is just the deputy captain of the 27 teams under the exploration team at Weiyang Gathering Area, and is just a junior warrior. Although Chu Lin has just awakened, he can kill bloodthirsty ants at will. Regardless of status or combat power, the gap between people is too big. Hu Biao would never dare to trust him. Chu Lin was speechless for a moment, but seeing Hu Biao's performance, he also knew that the general environment was like this, so he can only acquiesce. By the way, how about Captain Yu? Speak to me, Captain. He's not very good. Hu Biao's flattering expression suddenly fell down. He sighed and shook his head. The captain is too seriously injured. He is only a mid-level warrior. He had already fought off 8 or 9 bloodthirsty ants before I arrived. Coupled with the massive arterial bleeding, even a mid-level warrior's physique cannot withstand it. I'm afraid he won't survive. Hu Biao looked gloomy. The two had worked together for many years and made an appointment to go to Huangquan Road together. Unexpectedly, Chu Lin took action and allowed the two to escape. But he didn't expect that he would be saved. Captain Yuzhen finally survived, but he was still about to die. Not working anymore? Chu Lin was stunned and quickly rushed to the first aid camp with Hu Biao. Hu Biao was not exaggerating. Yuzhen was indeed in danger. He first fought off 8 or 9 bloodthirsty ants with one sword and launched a fearless attack, just to buy time for his team members to escape. Therefore, he completely used injury for injury play. Later, a leg was broken and the arteries were bleeding severely. Even if he was lucky enough to survive until Chu Lin came over, his life would still be hanging by a thread. If it hadn't been for the strong vitality of the intermediate warrior today after the spiritual energy was revived, Yujin would have died within 10 minutes after the short leg. But even so, now, after all, I can't stand it anymore. Is it hopeless? Chu Lin asked, grabbing the ambulance soldier. Let me tell you, sir, we have really tried our best. The amount of bleeding is too great. Even blood transfusions cannot replace the lost body functions. Moreover, Captain Yu's genes have gradually collapsed due to the long-term blood loss. Even if we use up all our, there is no way to reverse the decline. A deputy captain of the emergency team came over and explained quickly. Is it really hopeless? Chu Lin didn't know anything about saving people, but he didn't want Yuzhen to die from the bottom of his heart. Whether it was his previous instructions or his elder-like concern, Chu Lin didn't want to see Yuzhen's death. The deputy captain sighed and then said, My condolences, sir. There is indeed no way. Unless what? Chu Lin was stunned and quickly grabbed the deputy captain's arm. Little did he know that Chu Lin was so carried away that he forgot that his strength was 200 times what it was before. Even though the deputy captain was also an intermediate warrior, Chu Lin pinched his arm suddenly and almost hurt his arm. Break! The deputy captain's face turned pale, sweat rolled down his face, and he almost screamed. Sorry. You just said, unless something. Chu and Lin quickly let go of their hands. No, it's okay. How dare the vice captain accept an apology from an awakened person? He gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain as he continued. Sir, there is actually another possibility, but it's almost the same as nothing. Lao, you and I are old friends. We are already intermediate warriors. Our skills are not bad, and our physique is not inferior to that of senior warriors. If he can awaken at this moment and become an awakened person, he should be able to turn the crisis around. The vice captain said, feeling helpless. It is said that it is easiest to awaken bloodline between life and death, but how can it be so easy to awaken? This time the battle was overwhelming, with more than 37% of the dead and countless injured. And Chu Lin was the only one who became awakened. Awakening? Hearing the sound, Chu Lin was also stunned. Chu Lin suddenly remembered the genetic potion in his pocket. According to Han Dong, the genetic energy in this genetic potion was hundreds of times that of the animal core. So Chu Lin immediately asked, if I inject the genetic medicine into him, can it make him awaken? Gene potion? Hu Biao was shocked when he heard what Chu Lin said and looked at Chu Lin in disbelief. Sir, do you have genetic medicine? The person in charge just sent me one. Chu Lin took out the tube of genetic medicine from his pocket. The genetic potion is light red in color, and despite its inconspicuous appearance, it contains more genetic energy than hundreds of beast cores combined. I don't know. It stands to reason that Flevel genetic medicine has a chance of awakening the captain. After all, he is an intermediate warrior himself. Hu Biao carefully took the genetic potion, and a hint of greed gradually arose in his heart. If he could get this genetic potion, he would have a chance of becoming an awakened person. But thinking of Captain Yuzhen, his greedy thoughts were quickly suppressed by him, and he said with a slightly solemn expression. But now the captain's physical condition is so bad that he may not be able to withstand this intense genetic energy. Inject him. Chu Lin said without hesitation. Sir, are you sure you want to do this? Hu Biao looked serious and asked again. The genetic potion is equally important to you. If you fail to save the captain, you will suffer heavy losses. Inject it. Chu Lin still didn't hesitate at all, waved his hand and said decisively. Captain Yuzhen was his father's friend. Even on a dangerous battlefield, Captain Yuzhen still protected him, which moved Chu Lin a little. Anyway, with the ability to extract genes, this kind of genetic medicine is simply dispensable to Chu Lin. As long as there is a steady stream of beast cores, Chu Lin's strength will continue to grow faster than any genetic medicine. Hu Biao was shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Chu Lin would be willing to use such a precious genetic medicine to save Captain Yuzhen's life. Even if he was not 100% sure, he was still determined. The two came to the door of the intensive care unit of the medical center and saw Yuzhen, whose whole body was covered with bandages and filled with tubes. He now even relied on the help of instruments to breathe smoothly. Vice Captain Hu, we have tried our best, but Captain Yu's injury is too serious. He is a hero. The medical staff said with a look of pain on their faces when they saw Hu Biao's arrival, and they said with great regret. It can be seen that Yuzhen's popularity is also very good in the entire camp. Now several young nurses have their eyes red from crying. These people had all been protected by Captain Yuzhen. Open the door, we have a way to treat Captain Yuzhen. Chu Lin looked at it for a while and said firmly. Chu Lin had no choice. Genetic medicine could not 100% guarantee Yuzhen's awakening, but Yuzhen was in danger now. This was the only way to save his life, and the only way to save his life was to treat a dead horse as a living horse. How is that possible? The medical staff were slightly shocked when they heard this. Captain Yu's injury is too serious. Even rare drugs can only delay the loss of his vitality. What can you do? Presumptuous, this is the newly promoted awakened master, stop talking nonsense and open the door quickly. Vice Captain Hu shouted with a cold face. The medical staff were even more surprised when they heard that Chu Lin was actually an awakened person. This was the first time he saw such a young awakened person. After hearing this, other people present also looked at Chu Lin in surprise. Awakened One, this is such an unattainable title. In their eyes, the Awakened One is like a person chosen by God. How come I haven't seen him? The medical staff muttered in a low voice and reluctantly opened the door to the intensive care unit. At this moment, as a strong wind hit, a figure fell from the sky and appeared in front of everyone. It's Ningfeng. Chu Lin, the genetic potion is not given to you to waste on these useless wastes, but to enhance the strength of the entire camp. Ningfeng came to Chu Lin with a cold face, stretched out his hand and said, if you don't want to use it, give me the genetic potion. Ah, it's Lord Ningfeng, the Awakened One. Why is he here? What did he just say, gene potion? Is it possible that Lord Awakener is going to use genetic medicine to save Captain Yuzhen? Captain Yuzhen can be saved. The nurses around heard Ningfeng's words and got information from them, and they suddenly became excited. Although they have never seen genetic medicine, they have heard about how precious it is. Gene potion is a precious item that even the awakened lords regard as treasures. If it can be used to treat Captain Yuzhen, there will definitely be great hope. What did you say? Chu Lin's eyes narrowed and he stared at Ningfeng. Didn't you hear me clearly? I asked you to hand over the genetic medicine. Don't waste it on these wastes. Do you still need me to get it myself? Ningfeng said indifferently, with a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Captain Yu is not a waste. Hu Biao couldn't help but stood up and contradicted him when he heard Ningfeng insulting his captain over and over again. Do you have a role to interrupt here? Trash, get out. Ningfeng shouted coldly, clapped his hands, and a strong wind surge hit Hu Biao directly. Hu Biaoru was hit hard and flew out. Ah! Vice Captain Hu. When the medical staff saw this scene, they all exclaimed. How dare you take action? Chu Lin felt a surge of anger in his heart, and his eyes were full of evil. What? You still want to fight me? A newly awakened chick who hasn't even taken the genetic medicine is no different from trash. It's just a fool to want to use genetic medicine to save a worthless person, and he's not afraid of his own genes being unstable and causing collapse. Ningfeng said disdainfully. The awakened one who just awakened? The awakened one doesn't even use genetic medicine, so his strength doesn't look very good. Although Lord Ningfeng's words are unpleasant, they are also true. The precious genetic medicine must be used on the edge to ensure the strength of the camp. It is really a waste to give it to Captain Yuzhen. If we really get into a fight, I'm afraid this guy won't even be able to take one of Ningfeng's moves. When everyone onlookers heard that Chu Lin was actually a newly awakened person, they looked at him with strange expressions. After all, Ningfeng is a powerful awakener who has opened 3 gene chains, and has a great record. His reputation in the camp is much greater than that of Chu Lin. Deputy Captain Hu, how are you? Chu Lin asked about Hu Biao's situation. I'm fine, Lord Chu Lin, don't do it, you are not his opponent. Hu Biao said with a somewhat frivolous breath. He came back from the battlefield with serious injuries on his body, and now he was slapped away by Ningfeng, and his injuries were even more serious. There was a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Ningfeng! Chu Lin shouted in a low voice. In order to buy time for their team to escape, Yuzhen and Hu Biao rushed towards the bloodthirsty ants fearlessly, buying time for them to escape. Now that they are no longer useful, they are actually abandoned. This is something Chu Lin absolutely cannot tolerate. Lord Chu Lin, don't be impulsive. Hu Biao exclaimed. Since you are unwilling to hand over the gene potion, then I can only get it myself. Ningfeng saw that Chu Lin still had no intention of calling out the gene potion, and he could no longer bear it. As long as he got this tube of gene potion, he could successfully open the 4th gene chain and greatly increase his strength. By then, even the ruler Han Dong will not be able to do anything to him, and he can even leave this small broken camp and go to a more magnificent human city to survive. After saying that, Ningfeng moved, his feet were full of wind, and the whole person rushed towards Chulin at an extremely fast speed. Ah! The awakened ones are fighting. That guy is in trouble. He just awakened, how can he be a match for Lord Ningfeng? TSK, a guy without strength, even if he is beaten to death, there is nothing to regret, he just overestimated his own ability. When the people in the surrounding camps saw Ningfeng taking action, they immediately exclaimed and retreated far away, fearing that innocent people would be affected. The battle between awakened people is not something that ordinary humans like them can intervene in. If they are accidentally affected, they can't bear it. Ningfeng awakened the genetic wind element, and he has opened 3 gene chains. He has already mastered the control of the wind element. Each complete gene chain will bring Ningfeng an additional skill. He now has 2 skills. Chulin hadn't even completed the first gene chain. He was much weaker than Ningfeng, and he didn't even have a single skill. He couldn't fight Ningfeng at all. This was a one-sided battle. Facing Ningfeng's attack, Chulin stood still without moving at all. Has he given up? That's right. Facing Lord Ningfeng, he has no room to resist. He is a little self-aware, but he is asking for trouble. If he had handed over the gene potion earlier, wouldn't there have been no such problems? It's time to fight. The crowd whispered, and it seemed that they had seen Chulin being blown away by Ningfeng. Captain, Hu Biao's eyes were also filled with despair when he saw the scene. Chulin was going to inject the precious gene potion into Yuzhen. Maybe there was still a chance for Yuzhen to awaken and have a glimmer of hope. However, now this glimmer of hope was also taken away, and Hu Biao was filled with resentment. Let you know what strength is. Ningfeng came in front of Chulin and punched him in the chest. Ningfeng was too lazy to use the skills of the gene chain to deal with this kind of self-righteous rookie who had just awakened. He wanted to abuse him and teach him a profound lesson. At this moment, Chulin moved. He opened his eyes, and a trace of bloodthirstiness flashed in his eyes. Go to hell! Chulin shouted, without any fancy moves, and also punched out. Fist to fist, hard against hard. Bang! Crack! A muffled sound was mixed with a slight bone fracture. Under the focus of everyone's attention, Ningfeng flew out like a kite with a broken string. Ah! My hand! Ningfeng fell to the ground, and he screamed, curled up on the ground, and immediately lost his fighting power. Everyone present was stunned, with a deep look of horror in their eyes, and they couldn't help but suck in cold air repeatedly, looking at Chulin, who was motionless, in disbelief. Ningfeng is a well-known awakener in their camp. He once killed dozens of bloodthirsty ants and left with a brilliant record. Now he was defeated by a young awakener who had just awakened. And it only took 1 punch. Hu Biao was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He stared at Chulin with his eyes as big as copper bells. It was Chulin who saved him when he was on the battlefield. When he saw him punching a bloodthirsty ant like a god of war, Hu Biao knew that Chulin's strength was extraordinary. But it was a bloodthirsty ant after all, and Ningfeng was a real awakener. Chulin actually defeated him with 1 punch. Hearing the noise, Han Dong finally arrived late and came to the door of the medical center. Han Dong. Chulin crippled my hand. It's all your fault. Why didn't you give me the gene potion? Ningfeng saw Han Dong, his cheek twisted by pain, and he screamed hysterically in a low voice. Chulin, what's going on? Han Dong glanced at Ningfeng, his eyes fell on Chulin, and asked. Han Dong was also quite surprised. Although he also hated Ningfeng's strength was unquestionable. Chulin actually defeated Ningfeng? He couldn't see through Chulin. Report to the master, he was the first to snatch my genetic medicine, I was just defending myself. Chulin said calmly. You must be kidding me. I have extracted the genes of the bloodthirsty ants. With 200 points of strength, you dare to get close to me? Chulin thought to himself. Although a gene chain is not complete yet, this does not prevent Chulin from exerting the power of the bloodthirsty ants to the fullest. Elemental awakeners like Ningfeng are a bunch of fragile skins before they open their blood to elementalize their bodies. They can be smashed into slag with 1 punch. Is that true? Han Dong's eyes shifted to Ningfeng. He's talking nonsense. Chulin wants to give the gene medicine to a waste. This waste of resources is a taboo. I just stopped him, but he broke my hand by sneak attack. Ningfeng got up from the ground, covering his broken hand, and said angrily. When the people around heard this, they looked at Ningfeng with contempt. The evil one complains first. Despicable. Hu Biao couldn't help but curse loudly and defended Chulin. Master, it was Ningfeng who attacked first. Chu Lin was just defending himself. Since the genetic medicine was given to me, it belongs to me. How I use it has nothing to do with you. If you dare to come again, I will break your legs. Chu Lin narrowed his eyes and did not hesitate because of Han Dong's presence. Instead, he spoke domineeringly. Master Chu Lin is so manly, too strong. How dare you be so arrogant in front of the master? Master Chu Lin is a true character. He will do anything to save Captain Yuzhen. Hearing Chu Lin's words, the onlookers were in an uproar and were deeply attracted by Chu Lin's domineering side. Okay, the gene potion belongs to you. It's no one else's business how you use it. But you disrupted the order of the camp and injured your companions. Come to me to receive your punishment after finishing the matter at hand. Han Dong said with a stern expression. However, everyone can hear it. It sounds like Han Dong is punishing Chu Lin, but in fact he is biased towards Chu Lin. Only Han Dong knows whether or how he will be punished at that time. After hearing what Han Dong said, Ning Feng left with a gloomy face and hatred in his eyes without saying a word. Chu Lin and Hu Biao then entered the intensive care unit and came to Yuzhen's bedside. Uncle Yu, you must come through. Chu Lin prayed for Yuzhen in his heart and injected the genetic medicine into Yuzhen. The light red medicine entered Yuzhen's body, making Yuzhen's body immediately become hot. Well, Yuzhen, who was in a coma, groaned, with a look of pain on his face, and the medical equipment also started to alarm. No, the energy of the genetic potion is too violent. Captain Yuzhen's body cannot bear it. Hu Biao exclaimed. Vice Captain Hu, do you have a beast core? Give it to me quickly. Chu Lin frowned and said to Hu Biao. Although he didn't know what Chu Lin was going to do, Hu Biao still handed him all the beast cores in his body. There are 7 in total. Chu Lin took the beast core and swallowed it instantly, gaining 700 energy. Gene extraction. Chu Lin used gene extraction on Yuzhen, hoping it would have an effect. Gene extraction is not only used on monsters, it can also be used on humans. Extraction failed. Chu Lin looked calmly and extracted again. Extraction failed. Extraction failed. The extraction failed 5 times in a row. The pain on Yuzhen's face was even worse. His vitality was declining sharply, and the alarm on the instrument had even calmed down. Captain! Hu Biao shouted desperately. Gene extraction. Extraction successful. A burst of genetic energy was extracted from Yuzhen's body by Chu Lin. Chu Lin. Energy, 100 points. Physical strength, 20 points. Strength, 202 points. Mental strength, 8 points. Chu Lin looked at his own values after extraction. His physical strength increased by 3 points, his strength increased by 2 points, and his mental power increased by 2 points. Yuzhen is just an intermediate warrior. Even if he successfully extracts it, his growth in strength will be very limited. But as long as Yuzhen can be saved, that's all. Sure enough, after Chu Lin successfully extracted it, the pain on Yuzhen's face suddenly lightened a lot, and his body temperature also dropped rapidly. Captain? Captain, how are you? Hu Biao asked quickly when he saw Captain Yuzhen miraculously calm down. Water, water. Yuzhen slowly opened his eyes, his chapped lips wriggled slightly, making a hoarse and weak voice. The medical staff quickly brought special nutritional water. Half an hour later, Yuzhen's condition was completely stable and his physical strength was rapidly recovering. Captain, how do you feel? Hu Biao looked at Yuzhen excitedly. It has never been better. Of course, it would be even better if the legs are still there, huh? Yuzhen has almost recovered, and said with a cheerful smile, I am satisfied, my life is saved, and I am still awake. Yes, Yuzhen woke up. Although it also has a weak superhuman gene, Yuzhen is very satisfied with being able to save his life. Thanks to Lord Chu Lin this time, he injected you with the genetic medicine and you successfully awakened. Hu Biao said with red eyes. What? Genetic potion. When Yuzhen heard this, he was stunned on the spot. As an intermediate warrior, he naturally knew how precious the genetic medicine was. It was a precious medicine that even the awakened people urgently needed. Chu Lin, you are confused. Yuzhen sighed. Uncle Yu, your survival is more important than anything else. I don't need that thing. Chu Lin said with a slight smile. What if I don't survive? You're taking too many risks. Yuzhen said with lingering fear. Originally, his injuries were already fatal, but Chu Lin actually used precious genetic medicine to save him, even if the chance was slim. It would be a lie to say that you are not impressed. Uncle Yu, what genes have you awakened? Chu Lin asked when he saw that Yuzhen's body was fine. Come on, come closer. Yuzhen stepped in and waved to Chu Lin. Shu Lin came to Yuzhin's side and saw a gray light emitting from Yuzhin's eyes. Then Shu Lin felt as if a huge boulder appeared out of thin air on his body, and his body suddenly sank. Gravity field. Plop. Hu Biao was caught off guard and was directly pressed to the ground. But Shu Lin just got used to it and was able to move around freely. After all, Shu Lin's most powerful thing now is his strength, and a little gravity does not hinder his actions at all. Superman Gene, gravity field. Yuzhin recovered his power and said with a smile, "Unfortunately, the field is too small and its use is very limited. There are no waste genes, only waste users." "Uncle Yu, I believe you," Shu Lin said. "Shu Lin, what is your awakening gene? How can you be immune to the influence of my gravity field?" Yuzhin smiled bitterly and said in astonishment, "I also have superhuman genes, I'm just a little stronger, nothing more." Shu Lin dealt with it casually. Everyone mistakenly believed that Shu Lin's genes were just ordinary superhuman genes. Since that's the case, Shu Lin might as well just go with the flow and be a waste of the Superman system. Han Dong, who heard the news, came again. Seeing Yuzhin's energetic appearance, Han Dong's usually solemn face finally changed, revealing a look of astonishment. He didn't expect it. Yuzhin actually survived, and with the help of the gene potion, he successfully awakened. God bless my Wei Yang. Han Dong closed his eyes and prayed. In just one day, Wei Yang camp added 2 awakeners. Even with Han Dong's concentration as the leader, he was a little excited. Captain Yuzhin. Han Dong stretched out his hand to Yuzhin, and a hint of joy rose on his cold face. "Welcome back to the team. Master, I have to thank Shu Lin for this. He saved me and used a tube of precious gene potion." Yuzhin said hurriedly, wanting to win credit for Shu Lin. "I know that Shu Lin broke Ningfeng's hand to save you," Han Dong said. "Ah?" Yuzhin was stunned. After hearing the whole story, he looked at Shu Lin with a look of shock and a touch of emotion. "I didn't expect that Shu Lin would fight an awakener who had opened 3 gene chains to save him. What was even more unexpected was that he actually won. Master, I added an awakener to our camp. Should I give him a reward? How about a few hundred beast cores?" Shu Lin got the advantage and still acted cute. "Humph, I haven't asked you about beating your companions yet, and you still have the nerve to ask me for a reward?" Han Dong snorted. "I didn't beat him, I was just defending myself." Shu Lin rolled his eyes. In the end, Shu Lin dug out 10 beast cores from Han Dong. The angry Shu Lin secretly scolded Han Dong for being such a tough guy. These 10 beast cores immediately turned into 1,000 points of energy and entered Shu Lin's body. In this operation, Wei Yang camp lost a lot of manpower, and many people were injured. There is now an urgent shortage of medicines in the camp. The next day, Han Dong summoned all the awakened people and issued a mission. This mission is to collect medicines. Each person is in a team. Han Dong said straight to the point: the day, whatever the outcome, must be returned. Then Han Dong took out a map around the camp, with 4 areas A, B, C, and D marked on the map. These 4 areas are areas where drugs are most likely to exist. Each of you will lead a team to collect them. Han Dong pointed to the 4 areas on the map and said, "The replenishment of resources in the central royal city is too slow. We cannot sit still and wait for death. There are still many wounded waiting for treatment. Area A is mine." Ning Feng spoke first with a gloomy face. At this time, his hand was still wrapped in a bandage. It was obvious that he was seriously injured by Shu Lin's punch yesterday. "I'm a tough guy, so you choose first and leave the rest to me," Tai Niao Wang said angrily. His rough voice and burly figure gave people a sense of security. "Hey, little Lin Lin, you choose first," Red Jasmine said charmingly. Since Shu Lin has just awakened and has not used genetic medicine, it is better to go to Area D. It is safer there and is suitable for a coward like you." At this time, a strange voice came out. It was Ning Feng who was speaking. His eyes were fixed on Shu Lin. He didn't have any good intentions at first glance, and his tone was full of ridicule. "Yeah, I don't know who was beaten by the coward until he was rolling on the ground like a dog." Shu Lin smiled faintly. "Area D is Area D. What the hell?" Ning Feng was just about to have an attack, but he felt a glare from Han Dong. A sinister look flashed in his eyes, and he endured it. "If you choose Area D, you won't even know how to die." Ning Feng had been to Area D before. It was the place where he killed more than a dozen bloodthirsty ants and escaped unscathed. He knew that there was a queen ant there, which was very dangerous. If his wind element gene hadn't given him a great advantage in escaping, he might not have been able to escape so easily. Now Ning Feng still has lingering fears when he thinks about it. This time Chu Lin chose Area D, which was almost like choosing a dead end. He is still too young to be able to hit such an obvious provocation. Seeing that Chu Lin chose Area D out of anger, others couldn't help but shook their heads, and their evaluation of Chu Lin also dropped. In the end, Tenia chose Area B and Hong Jasmine chose Area C. Okay, once the tasks are assigned, hurry up and get ready. We'll set off in half an hour. Han Dong slapped the table. Master in charge, Yuzhen applies to fight. At this time, a figure in the barracks suddenly said. Yuzhen sat in a wheelchair and looked at Han Dong firmly. Although he has lost his legs, he is at least an awakened person and has certain combat capabilities. You stay in the camp and recuperate. The gene chain can easily collapse before it is stable. You should not go out to fight for the time being. Han Dong rejected Yuzhen's request, but he added. I have applied to the Central King City for a weapon suitable for you. When the weapon arrives, you can go to the battlefield. Thank you, Lord Commander. Yuzhen looked grateful. The awakened ones quickly left the barracks and began to prepare for this mission. When Chu Lin was about to leave, he was stopped by Yuzhen. What's wrong, Uncle Yu? Chu Lin asked. Ningfeng is very vindictive. He asked you to go to Area D. There might be some danger. Yuzhen frowned slightly and said worriedly. It's okay, Uncle Yu, I just went to collect medicines. Chu Lin said with a smile. The reason why I chose Area D was not because I was angry with Ningfeng, but because Area D was the farthest area from the camp. It's easier to encounter bloodthirsty ants there. That's right, Chu Lin now urgently needs to extract the genes of the bloodthirsty ants to improve his own gene chain. If he can perfect the gene chain, he can get his first skill and his strength will increase a lot. Only by constantly improving one's own strength can one survive in this collapsing world. Chu Lin knew this well. This is my beast core. It's useless to me in the camp anyway, so you can take it first. Yuzhen took out a small cloth bag, which contained all the beast cores he had saved. Be careful and make sure you come back alive. As a hard currency among humans, beast cores are equivalent to coins from thousands of years ago. Chu Lin took the beast core away and smiled at Jin. Don't worry, Uncle Yu. Yuzhen gave Chu Lin 13 beast cores, all of which were converted into energy by Chu Lin. It's impossible to extract 2,500 energy at once. That face is too dark. Chu Lin looked at his existing energy. 2,500 energy is enough for him to extract 25 times. Even if there is only a 20% extraction probability, it is enough for Chu Lin to perfect his gene chain. The team following Chu Lin was led by Hu Biao. He was Yuzhen's deputy and was familiar with Chu Lin. Soon the four teams headed in different directions from Woyan camp. After a while, Hu Biao came to Chu Lin with a strange look on his face. Master Chu Lin, is our direction a little off? The direction Chu Lin led did not seem to be the direction to Area D. Although it was not far off at present, it would definitely be farther and farther away from Area D if it continued to walk. Is it possible? Why did I have to deal with this little kids team? A middle-aged man in the team complained with disdain in his tone. You can even get the direction wrong. Don't lead us to the bloodthirsty ant nest. What did you say? Hu Biao glared and shouted angrily. If you don't obey me, you can go by yourself. No one will stop you. Chu Lin glanced at the middle-aged man and said nonchalantly. The middle-aged man fell silent immediately. He was not even a junior warrior. If he was left here alone, he would be dead if he encountered a monster at random. Chu Lin certainly didn't know the way. He was going to take a detour. Because after the meeting, Hong Moli secretly slipped him a note when she left, which showed a completely different route. Since Ningfeng asked him to choose Area D, it means there must be some potential danger in Area D. Of course, Chu Lin did not intend to completely trust Hong Moli, who knows what that enchanting woman is up to. After walking for about 2 hours, there was still a short distance to Area D, so Chu Lin asked the team to stop. Rest here for half an hour. Chu Lin ordered. Ah? Lord Chu Lin, Area D is not far ahead, rest here? Hu Biao was a little confused. We are almost there, why stop? Do you want to slack off? The middle-aged man shouted again. Although only the middle-aged man was shouting, the other members of the team didn't say anything, but they agreed in their hearts. The two orders Chu Lin gave were confusing. In their opinion, he was not a good leader at all. Chu Lin ignored these people. After asking Hu Biao to look after the team, he went to Area D alone. Area D was about the size of 2 playgrounds and was an abandoned temporary medical point. Seeing the dilapidated buildings, the pits and holes on the surface, and the dried blood, It can be inferred that this place had been attacked by bloodthirsty ants. As for the corpses, they were probably eaten up by bloodthirsty ants. Chu Lin walked lightly and slowly came to Area D. There were not many useful medicines left here, but after a fierce battle in the Weiyang camp, there were still many wounded soldiers who had no medicine. Now medicines are in urgent need, and mosquito legs are also meat. When he came to Area D, Chu Lin got into a dilapidated barracks and found some medicines. He took a box and put all the medicines that seemed to be usable into the box. After searching several camps in succession, Chu Lin had a lot of harvest and filled the boxes. It seems that there are still many resources here, but, Chu Lin said to himself. His eyes turned to the dark and deep holes on the ground. These holes were dug by bloodthirsty ants and there were traces of activity. In other words, there are definitely bloodthirsty ants in Area D, which is not a safe place. It's not the active time for bloodthirsty ants yet. As long as we don't alarm them, there should be no problem. Chu Lin thought about it and started to return. No matter how strong he was, he only had 2 hands and couldn't move all the medical resources here. He still needed help. After returning to the team, Chu Lin put the box on the ground and opened it. There are a lot of medical resources ahead, but some are dangerous. Be careful and try not to make any noise. Chu Lin warned. Understood, everyone get ready and set off. At Hu Biao's order, the team of more than 10 people began to move towards Area D. This team was not the first time to carry out a mission. After entering Area D, they acted quickly and immediately began to search for useful supplies. In just over 10 minutes, almost everyone had gained something. Although it was not much, it was considered to have completed the mission. As the collection mission was coming to an end, a quarrel suddenly came from a dilapidated and abandoned barracks. Give it back to me, I found it first. Don't talk nonsense, it's mine in my hands. Along with the quarrel, the sound of equipment being knocked over and clanged came from the barracks. Chu Lin frowned slightly. There might be bloodthirsty ants here. At this critical moment, someone dared to claim credit? What's going on? Hu Biao hurried over to ask. It was the man who had questioned Chu Lin repeatedly before. He walked out of the barracks with a metal ball in his hand. Captain Hu, I found this medical protection ball first. Someone actually wanted to snatch it. He should be convicted. The middle-aged man showed a hint of sinisterness on his face and grinned. In the barracks, another thin man with scars from fighting stumbled out and pointed at the middle-aged man and yelled. You're talking nonsense. I found it first, but you snatched it away. Okay, let's go back and deal with this. Now take the supplies and we should evacuate. Hu Biao frowned tightly. He also disliked the middle-aged man, but at this time, the mission should be the primary goal in the mission. Ha, justice is in the hearts of the people, and you still want to steal my credit, hum. The middle-aged man sneered. At this moment, Chu Lin seemed to feel something, turned his eyes to the middle-aged man, and shouted. Get out of the way. Bang. A giant ant broke out of the ground under the middle-aged man's feet, and the huge front jaw directly cut the middle-aged man in half before he could react, and blood flew. Ah! Bloodthirsty ants. There are monsters. Run. I don't want to die. Seeing the bloodthirsty ants, these logistics personnel who had never been on the battlefield suddenly lost their footing and the scene was in chaos. Calm down. Take the supplies and evacuate quickly. Hu Biao shouted. Captain Hu, you organize the evacuation, leave the bloodthirsty ants to me. Chu Lin was also quite excited, but not panicked, but happy. Finally seeing the bloodthirsty ants again, this is a good opportunity for Chu Lin to perfect the gene chain. Chu Lin rushed to the front of the bloodthirsty ants and extracted genes from the bloodthirsty ants. The extraction failed. Fuck! The bloodthirsty ants let out a sharp roar and bit Chu Lin. Although Chu Lin was powerful, his body was not yet able to withstand the attack of the bloodthirsty ants. Perhaps only a strong body like Tainyo could withstand the attack of the bloodthirsty ants. So Chu Lin threw an uppercut. Bang! The bloodthirsty ant's head was blown up by his punch. It's Lord Chu Lin! Long live Lord Awakener! We are saved! Take the supplies, this is our spoils of war. When everyone saw Chu Lin kill the bloodthirsty ant with one punch, their morale was high and the panic scene calmed down a lot. However, before they could finish their joy, several more roars were heard, and dozens of bloodthirsty ants emerged from the holes on the ground in Area D. It's over, it's over. Hu Biao's big knife almost fell to the ground. More than a dozen bloodthirsty ants, even if there are awakened people present, they may not be able to escape unscathed. Take the supplies and retreat quickly, I'll cover the rear. Chu Lin said. More than a dozen bloodthirsty ants immediately rushed towards Chulin. Gene extraction. Extraction failed. Bang. Gene extraction. Extraction failed. Bang. Although more than a dozen bloodthirsty ants were fierce, they still couldn't cause any harm to them in front of Chulin's powerful strength. Chulin punched one by one, like a god of war, and he was like a god of war among more than a dozen bloodthirsty ants. 1, 2, 3. Chulin's fists were covered with blood, and as his physical strength was drastically consumed, Chulin's movements gradually began to slow down. TSK. A bloodthirsty ant attacked Chulin from behind, and its sharp jaws caused a deep wound on his back. Chulin's face was filled with pain. Beast. Chulin cursed inwardly, turned around, and punched the bloodthirsty ant's head. Then he used gene extraction on a bloodthirsty ant next to him. If he didn't succeed, Chulin's physical strength would be exhausted. Success for me. Extraction succeeded. A green light penetrated Chulin's body from the bloodthirsty ant. Then there was a familiar pain, which made Chulin's whole body tremble slightly. Then there was a crazy increase in power. After the storm. The latest values appeared in Chulin's mind. Chulin. Energy, 1,100 points. Physical strength, 140 points. Strength, 305 points. Mental strength, 38 points. Gene chain talent, ant strength, complete ant gene chain, completeness 100%. Granted skills, tenacious life. Ants, as a species that has survived from ancient times to the present. Tenacious vitality allows them to survive in any cruel situation. The fatigue caused by the previous physical exhaustion has disappeared, and Chulin feels that his whole body is full of strength. Touching his back again, the wound caused by the bloodthirsty ant's sneak attack has healed almost completely. Such a strong recovery ability surprised Chulin himself. The complete gene chain can actually grant such a powerful skill. I don't know what Ningfeng's skill is. It seems that I still underestimated him. Chulin realized the powerful skills brought by the complete gene chain. While he was happy, he also became worried. Ningfeng has two skills. Ningfeng has the wind element gene, so his skills must not be weak. If he hadn't dragged on and had to fight Chulin in close combat, it would not have been so easy for Chulin to defeat him. After the bloodthirsty ant's gene chain was complete, Chulin's physical strength was greatly enhanced. Relying on the strong recovery ability of tenacious life, more than a dozen bloodthirsty ants were no longer a threat to him. On the other side, the team finally withdrew from Area D under the cover of Chulin alone. It's over, more than a dozen bloodthirsty ants. Lord Chulin has just awakened not long ago. I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Let's retreat quickly. If the bloodthirsty ants catch up, we will all be finished, while Lord Chulin can still hold on for a while. Yes, Captain Hu, let's retreat. Lord Chulin is afraid. The people who finally escaped were terrified and proposed one after another. What are you talking about? Lord Chulin held back more than a dozen bloodthirsty ants by himself. He bought us time to evacuate. Are we going to abandon our savior now? Have you let your consciences be eaten by dogs? Hu Biao roared angrily when he heard these words. Stay where you are. No one can leave until Lord Chulin comes back. Although he said so, Hu Biao was also very nervous. These are more than a dozen bloodthirsty ants. Even for awakeners, it is quite dangerous to deal with them. Chulin has just awakened and is not as proficient in the use of power as those awakened predecessors. It is not realistic to deal with more than a dozen bloodthirsty ants. God bless you, Lord Chulin must return safely. Hu Biao prayed secretly in his heart. Time passed slowly, and there was no movement in Area D. The longer the time, the less chance Chulin had of survival in their hearts. With the existence of bloodthirsty ants, ordinary people like them did not dare to approach easily, and no one knew what Chulin was like now. Finally, in the anxious waiting, someone saw a figure in the distance. Look, there are people there. After a cry of surprise, the whole team woke up and looked up into the distance. It's not just one person, it's a team. It must be other teams coming to support. Let's fire a flare and let them come. Someone in the team pulled the red flare and shouted loudly. Lord Chulin is saved. There should be an awakener in the team. Hu Biao was slightly excited. The team in the distance saw the flare and quickly rushed over here. When the team approached, Hu Biao frowned. The uniforms of this team did not look like those of their camp. The two teams soon met, and a burly man with a hideous scar on his face came to Hu Biao. Hello, we are the exploration team of the Sand Wolf Gathering Place. My name is Shaman, and I am the captain of the team. The man named Shaman introduced himself. Weiyang Gathering Place, Hu Biao. Hu Biao responded expressionlessly. I saw the flares you fired. Did you encounter any difficulties? Shaman asked, scanning everyone in the team. Seeing that Hu Biao's team had collected so many supplies, his pupils shrank slightly, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes, and then he hid it well. It's okay. We mistakenly thought it was a team from the same gathering place, so we fired flares to respond. Hu Biao smiled faintly. Before Hu Biao finished speaking, one of the team shouted. Our awakeners are trapped in Area D. There are more than a dozen bloodthirsty ants. Please go to rescue them. Hearing this, Hu Biao and Shaman were both startled. Hu Biao looked ugly, and a trace of vigilance appeared in his eyes. Your awakeners are not in the team. Shaman's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, and he slowly grinned. Besieged by a dozen bloodthirsty ants, if you have the strength, you would have broken out long ago. If you don't have the strength, you wouldn't have survived until now. A thin man walked out from behind Sha Meng, with a sinister expression and a fierce smile. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the awakener of the team. My name is Sha Lai. At this time, the people in Hu Biao's team woke up from their dreams. Seeing the other party's posture, it was obvious that they wanted to rob their medical supplies. Humph, they are all class gathering places. If you dare to attack us, aren't you afraid that the Central King City will blame you? Hu Biao shouted bravely, clenching the big knife in his hand. Although he knew that facing the awakened ones, as a junior warrior, he had no room to fight back. Central Royal City? They won't care about a team that was wiped out by bloodthirsty ants, are you right? Captain Hu Biao. Sao licked his lips, a trace of bloodthirsty flashing in his eyes. Hu Biao's pupils shrank suddenly. The other party not only wanted to rob them of their medical supplies, but even wanted to kill and silence. Get the supplies and leave quickly, I'll stop them. Hu Biao roared wildly, picked up the sword and pointed it at Sha Meng, Sali, and others. Just a waste like you? You don't even need the awakener to take action. Shaman laughed loudly, picked up a meteor hammer, and hit Hu Biao directly. Hu Biao slashed away with his sword. The broadsword and the meteor hammer collided with each other, making the sound of gold and iron clashing. Hu Biao's palms were numb as he took a few steps back and looked at Sha Meng solemnly. Intermediate warrior. As soon as they met, Hu Biao had already judged Sha Meng's strength. Although it is not as powerful as Captain Yushin's pressure, it is not an opponent that Hu Biao can compete with. But behind him were important medical supplies for the camp, and Hu Biao could not retreat even a step. Absolutely not. Court death. Sha Meng shouted and swung the meteor hammer towards Hu Biao. One hammer after another. Hu Biao had no choice but to resist. His mouth was cracked by the shock and his arm was in severe pain. He still refused to put down his weapon. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Hu Biao was hit hard, and flew out. What a waste, is this the level of the Weiyang gathering place? Sha Meng sneered. Don't waste time, take the medical supplies and go back quickly, you can enjoy it again tonight. Sha Lai smiled sinisterly. He was naturally very happy to encounter such a good thing of picking up instant success. The awakened master will not let you go, Hu Biao breathed weakly, and covered his chest and said hatefully. Captain Hu Biao, I'll give you the supplies, please let us live. Don't kill us. We will never tell anyone. The team saw that Hu Biao was seriously injured, and they couldn't run away with the heavy supplies, so they begged for mercy one by one. Originally, their biggest support, Chu Lin, had been devoured by the bloodthirsty ants, and now there was no one to save them. Look at this bunch of cowards. It's a pity that keeping you here will only cause more trouble. Only the dead can keep secrets. A hint of bloodthirstiness flashed in Sha Lai's eyes. He came to a logistics team member and grabbed him by the neck with one hand. Save me, the logistics team member struggled frantically, kicking his legs constantly, but he couldn't resist at all. The power of the awakened is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Crack! The logistics staff was directly crushed to death by Sha Lai. Weak ants, panic and fear, cry, I will be your worst nightmare. Sha Lai laughed wildly and said hysterically. Hu Biao panted, lying on the ground unable to move, his eyes full of despair. For a while, negative emotions such as unwillingness, loss, despair, etc. spread in the team, and even the idea of escaping was gone. None of them could escape from the pursuit of the awakened. What they didn't realize was that the negative emotions generated by each of them turned into a gray breath and flowed into Sha Lai's body. This is the effect of his genes. Just when Hu Biao and his team had given up, a figure rushed out from Area D and rushed towards the team. That That is, a team member saw the scene and exclaimed. Is it Lord Chulin? He is not dead. Really, it is Lord Chulin. He came to save us. Did Lord Chulin kill those dozen bloodthirsty ants? After the team members saw the figure clearly, the despair was swept away, and they suddenly had hope and their momentum rose for a while. Just enjoying the gene growth brought by negative energy, the source was suddenly cut off, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in Sha Lai's eyes. Anyone who dares to disturb me hunting prey must die. Ha? Who are you? Chulin frowned and asked coldly when he saw that there was another group of people in front of the team. Lord Chulin, be careful! Hu Biao shouted with all his strength. Before the voice fell, a figure rushed towards Chulin at a very fast speed. Puff! Sha Lai tore Chulin's chest with one claw and blasted him out. Oof, awakened people are also divided into strong and weak. It seems that your awakened people are useless. After Sha Lai killed Chulin with one claw, he licked the blood on his fingers, and a trace of morbid distortion appeared on his sinister face. Lord Chulin, he was defeated in one move? We still expect him to save us. It's a fantasy, huh? I hate it. Why didn't I get assigned to another team, and follow this trash? Woo woo. The team members saw that Chulin was defeated by the opponent in one move and his life and death were uncertain. From despair to hope and then to despair, these people's spirits were undoubtedly on the verge of collapse. Despicable, Lord Chulin was exhausted after fighting with more than a dozen bloodthirsty ants, otherwise he would definitely beat your dog head. Hu Biao was also about to collapse and cursed. Ha, it's really interesting, whale, this is the most beautiful music in the world. Sha Lai laughed wildly. Humph, the Weiyang gathering place is really a bunch of trash. Even the awakened ones are so vulnerable. Shaman also mocked. However, after they finished speaking, they heard a strange voice behind them. Really? I'm trash, so what are you? What? Shaman's pupils shrank suddenly, and a fist pierced through his chest directly. You, how? Before he finished speaking, Shaman's vitality was lost, and he slowly fell down with unwillingness and resentment in his eyes. Sha Lai turned his head and saw Chulin standing in front of him alive, with an incredible look in his eyes, and said in astonishment, how is it possible? You are not dead? Your attack, are you tickling me? Chulin sneered, hooked his finger at Sha Lai, and said provocatively. Come on, let me see your skills. Sha Lai's expression was distorted by anger, and he roared wildly, bending his 5 fingers into claws and tearing towards Chulin. Gene extraction. Extraction failed. Chulin used gene extraction on Sha Lai, and as expected, the extraction failed. But he still had a chance. In Area D, Chulin perfected the gene chain and killed more than a dozen bloodthirsty ant queens. Still not satisfied, he continued to lure the bloodthirsty ants out to kill. This was a rare opportunity to obtain beast cores. Although the bloodthirsty ants were of low level, they could still produce beast cores. The beast core is the key to Chulin's improvement in strength. That's why Chulin came back a little late. Bang! Chulin was knocked out by Saili again. Saili's speed and attacks were very fast, and it was difficult for Chulin to catch his movements. However, with the existence of tough life, Saili's attack could not cause fatal damage to Chulin, and he could recover quickly. You, what kind of monster are you? After several fights, Saili's eyes towards Chulin changed from hatred to shock. He obviously didn't feel the threat of Chulin, but he was like a weakling who couldn't be killed. While Saili was stunned, Chulin used gene extraction on him again. Extraction successful. Acquire a new genetic talent, disaster gene, incomplete disaster gene chain, completeness 24%. With the successful extraction of new genes, the negative emotions emanating from others turned into a stream of air and entered Chulin's body. Chulin felt that this airflow made his body stronger, but some of the negative emotions contained in this airflow made Chulin's spirit vibrate slightly. It turns out that it is a superhuman gene that absorbs negative emotions. The negative emotions absorbed have a certain impact on one's own spirit. Chulin immediately understood the other party's genetic talent. To put it simply, Salah has mental problems and is a madman. You don't understand even if I tell you, you imbecile. Chulin smiled lightly, with a strong sense of ridicule. You're looking for death. Probably because he had poked a sore spot in Saili's body, Saili yelled and attacked Chulin crazily. Chulin has always been at a disadvantage. Why were we assigned such a weak awakened person? The opponent is too strong. Chulin has just awakened. He is no match for the awakened opponent. The people in the team were very disappointed with Chulin when they saw that Chulin was being beaten passively. Saili was so powerful that he overpowered Chulin in the battle. However, at this moment, Salah seemed to be unable to bear it anymore and used his trump card. I'll let you know what the gap is. Claws of disaster. Salah yelled, with a black energy on his fingers, and ripped towards Chu Lin with one claw. Chu Lin had been passively beaten from the beginning. As time went by, Salah began to relax his vigilance. Salah even forgot that it was not that Chu Lin was not aggressive, but that he never fought back. Chu Lin has a tenacious life and planned to extract genes from Salah from the beginning, so he endured it and did not fight back. Now he has successfully extracted Salah's gene. Although it is only an incomplete gene, Salah does not have much use value. Therefore, Chu Lin did not intend to hold back anymore. Not good. The opponent's awakened person has used a skill. It's over. The skills of the complete gene chain are very powerful. No matter how thick Chu Lin's skin is, he can't withstand the test. If Lord Ningfeng were here, he would definitely defeat his opponent, but it's a pity that Chu Lin is such a loser. The team members were wailing again. The awakened ones who were able to use skills meant that they had at least opened a complete gene chain. Their strength was completely different from those of awakened ones who did not have a complete gene chain. In the previous fierce battle, it was only the awakened ones who used their skills to kill 3 ant queens. Otherwise, the losses to the Wei Yang gathering place would have been even greater. Now that Salah has used his skills, it's probably Chu Lin's death. Once Chu Lin dies, what's the difference between ordinary people like them who are defenseless and lambs waiting to be slaughtered? What are you dancing about? I'll blow your dog's head off. Chu Lin snorted coldly, and showed no intention of dodging when faced with the powerful skill, and punched him Heaton. Bang! Salah's head burst like a water-filled balloon, and blood flew out. His skills didn't even hit Chu Lin, and he was already silent. Just as Chu Lin said. Blow up Salah's dog's head. Salah died on the spot. There was silence. Whether it was the people from Hu Biao's team or the shaman team, they saw the scene. They all opened their mouths and froze on the spot. No one could have imagined that Chu Lin, who was passively being beaten before, would turn his attack when Salah used his skills and kill Salah instantly with one punch. This is impossible. Lord Salah. How dare you kill the awakened ones? Central King City will not spare you. The people in Shaman's team were shocked and shouted. Hey, haven't you heard of that sentence? Chu Lin sneered, his eyes stern. Dead people can't speak. That night, the teams sent out on missions from the Wei Yang gathering place returned one after another. The team led by Ningfeng was the first to return. Although the medicines recovered by the team were limited, they also solved urgent medical needs. Next was the team led by Tinia and Red Jasmine. Each of the 3 teams gained something, but it was not huge. It was obviously not enough for the medical needs of the Wei Yang camp. However, these materials were barely enough to support the central royal city until the material support arrived. This time, the mission was completed. Why hasn't Chu Lin come back yet? Han Dong watched at the camp gate for a while, but still didn't see the team led by Chu Lin, so he frowned and asked. Who knows? Maybe he didn't collect the medicine and came back without the shame. Ningfeng said sarcastically. Oh, sir, Area D is the farthest target from the camp. Maybe Chu Lin is still on the way, so there is no need to worry. Red Jasmine is charming and comforts her with a smile. Master in charge, do you need me, Tinia, to go out and help brother Chu Lin? Tinia was very upright and said naively. Chu Lin, you must come back safely. Yujin on the side was also anxious and worried about Chu Lin. While everyone was discussing, a flash of fire appeared in everyone's field of vision. It's Master Chu Lin. Master Chu Lin is back. At this time, the investigators in the camp saw clearly what was happening at the fire and shouted loudly. Yujin's tightly held palms slowly relaxed, a big stone fell to the ground in his heart, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. So what if I come back? I'm afraid I haven't collected any supplies, so I've been working all day in vain. Upon hearing the news of Chu Lin's return, Ningfeng's eyes flashed with gloom and he said disdainfully. You didn't die in Area D. You are lucky. Although it doesn't sound good, it's Chu Lin's first mission and the possibility of collecting medicines is indeed low. Tinia said matter-of-factly. This is my first mission. It will be good to come back safely. Anyway, our 3 teams have enough supplies to last for a while. Red Jasmine is here to smooth things over. She didn't think Chu Lin could bring back the supplies. After all, with the abilities of the 3 of them, they could only search so much in one day. With the same team configuration, if no supplies are found, they are just waste. What's the use of staying in the camp? Ningfeng sneered. However, as soon as Ningfeng finished speaking, after seeing Chu Lin's team, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. My dear mother, there are so many supplies. The Iron Bull monster screamed, his eyes as white as copper bells, looking at the team that appeared in front of him in disbelief. I saw the entire team, each carrying a large box filled with various medical supplies. How is it possible? Ningfeng was surprised and grinned from ear to ear. The quantity of this material is too exaggerated, it is more than the materials collected by their 3 teams combined. Master, I'm sorry, I returned a little late because there were too many supplies. Chu Lin, covered in blood, came to Han Dong and reported. It's okay, just return to the team safely. Han Dong's serious face couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy when he saw so many supplies. With such a huge amount of supplies, not to mention the material support to the central royal city, even if they can't wait, they will be enough to last for a long time. Ha! Chu Lin, after looking carefully, Han Dong seemed to notice something, so he asked. Master, it's not very convenient here. Let's talk somewhere else. Chu Lin smiled faintly. Good. Han Dong responded. The two of them walked towards the barracks together. Of course, not all of these materials were searched from Area D. Fully half of them were taken over by Chu Lin. The exploration team led by Sha Mang also came out with the purpose of collecting supplies, so his team had a lot of supplies. Chu Lin is not a hard-hearted executioner. But the other party has already begun to murder them, and Chu Lin will not be holy enough to let them go. Anyway, Sally's disaster-predicting gene has been obtained, so Sally has no value in using it. There is a difference between extracting the genes of awakened people and extracting the genes of monsters. To extract monster genes, if you want to perfect the gene chain, you can only get it from monsters. But if the genes of the awakened ones are extracted, then only by using the characteristics of the genes to practice, the gene chain can be gradually improved. Although this process is relatively long. Following Han Dong to the barracks, he saw a bundle in his hand, which was stuffed as full as if it contained something. Chu Lin, have you perfected the gene chain? As soon as he entered the barracks, Han Dong asked directly. He could feel that the aura on Chu Lin's body was much stronger than before. It was just a fluke. Chu Lin was vague. Han Dong looked at Chu Lin with a strange look in his eyes. If Han Dong usually doesn't think anything of it, with the help of genetic medicine, ordinary awakened people can quickly complete the first gene chain. But what surprised Han Dong was that Chu Lin didn't use genetic medicine at all. It's a bit scary to be able to complete the first gene chain so quickly without the assistance of genetic medicine. Chu Lin placed the bundle in his hand on the table and opened it, revealing the contents inside. When Han Dong saw what was in the baggage, his originally calm face suddenly showed a trace of emotion, and he looked at Chu Lin in shock. Is this the awakened one? Han Dong asked in a solemn tone. Sally, the awakened person of the silly sand wolf and the Flevel gathering place. Chu Lin nodded in response. Then Chu Lin explained the whole story to Han Dong in detail. I don't know if you did the right thing. After listening, Han Dong was silent for a long time and stared at Chu Lin. But if it were me, I would do the same thing. Chu Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Han Dong's implication was that Han Dong supported his decision. No one should talk about this matter, just treat it as if it never happened. Han Dong reminded Chu Lin. Chu Lin nodded, he naturally understood what to do. Anyway, you completed this mission very successfully. The supplies you brought back are enough for the camp to last for a long time. Han Dong patted Chu Lin's chest encouragingly and smiled. The mission was completed beautifully, and it's the first time you've completed the mission, so I decided to reward you with a gadget. With that said, Han Dong came to a cabinet in the camp, opened the cabinet, and took out something strange. This is a robotic arm, and its crude appearance does not look like a complete product. However, Chu Lin was very interested in the strange patterns and kinetic energy devices on it. This is a gadget made by an old friend of mine in the Central King's City. It's still a semi-finished product, but it's pretty powerful. I can't use it, so I might as well give it a try to you. Han Dong handed the robotic arm to Chu Lin and said to him. I've only tried this thing once or twice. Apart from increasing a little strength, I haven't fully explored its other functions yet. You can use it to study it. Thank you, Lord Commander. Chu Lin looked happy and took over the robotic arm, very happy. If there's nothing else, I'll go out first. Chu Lin couldn't wait to study the function of this semi-finished mechanical arm. This was the first weapon he got after coming to this world. Han Dong nodded in agreement. After Chu Lin left, Han Dong stared at Sally's head for a while before taking a long breath. I don't know if this kid is a blessing or a curse. The next few days were very peaceful. Apart from chatting with Yuzhen every day, he just stayed in his room studying this semi-finished robotic arm. After several days of research, Chu Lin finally discovered several functions of this robotic arm. This robotic arm is driven by genetic energy. Even an awakened person who does not have a complete genetic chain can drive this robotic arm as long as he has enough genetic energy. Wearing this robotic arm can probably increase Chu Lin's strength by a few percentage points. His own strength is already as high as 300 plus, which is also very useful. The most important point is that Chu Lin discovered that this robotic arm actually has the means of long-range attack. Of course, it is also driven by genetic energy. The robotic arm can compress and convert genetic energy into a beam of light waves and then emit it from the palm of the hand. The power is based on the user's genetic energy. After Chu Lin figured out the function of the mechanical arm, he found Tinyu excitedly. Tinyu's gene is the atavistic gene of the great yellow ape, and he is extremely powerful, somewhat similar to Chu Lin's ant power. So Chu Lin wanted to test whether he and Tinyu were stronger or weaker. Now that Chu Lin is equipped with the mechanical arm, his strength value has soared to 348, which is almost twice what it was when he first awakened. After finding Tinyu and explaining his purpose, Tinyu burst out laughing on the spot. "That's right, little brother Chu Lin, you want to challenge me for a strength test?" Tinyu asked again in a dumbfounded voice, fearing that he had heard wrongly. "Yes, brother Iron Bull." Chu Lin calmed down and didn't care about Tinyu's laughter. "Okay, no problem. But wouldn't it be boring to compete like this? Let's increase the stakes," Tinyu said with a smile. "I want to use a robotic arm, how about 100 beast cores?" Chu Lin said without hesitation. He doesn't have 100 beast cores in his pocket now, but Chu Lin believes that he will never lose. "Robotic arm? That plastic toy on your arm?" Tinyu laughed loudly. Soon the news spread throughout the Weiyan camp, and everyone felt a little incredible when they heard the news. "Did I hear you correctly? Lord Chu Lin wants to compete with Lord Tinyu in terms of strength? It's absolutely true. Why is Lord Chu Lin so hard to think about it? Not only that, they also have a bet of 100 beast cores. 100 beast cores? Oh my god, I can't earn so many beast cores in a year." In the central square of the Weiyan camp, onlookers surrounded the venue with 3 floors inside and 3 outside, making it airtight. Almost everyone in the Weiyan camp was present. In the middle is a circular arena with 2 figures standing on it. It was Chu Lin and Tinyu. Compared to Tinyu's huge, round, and burly figure, Chu Lin looked like a dwarf in front of him. The difference in strength is too obvious. Can Master Chu Lin survive for 1 minute? This is not a real fight, it's just a wrestling contest of strength. I guess Chu Lin won't be able to survive even 10 seconds before being thrown out by Master Tinyu. Maybe Lord Chu Lin has other tricks. Do you believe this? The competition between 2 awakened beings is quite a grand event. Not only the ordinary people in the Weiyan camp came to watch the excitement, but even the awakened ones came outside the arena early to prepare to see this event. A beautiful figure appeared in the field, with enchanting posture and unparalleled elegance, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Red Jasmine was wearing a red dress today, and her face was so beautiful that it made countless men dream about her. Next to Hong Jasmine was a thoughtful man wearing glasses with a sinister expression. It was Ningfeng. The bandage on his hand has been removed, and it seems that the injury has recovered. The physique of the awakened person makes his recovery ability much stronger than that of ordinary people. It's true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Little brother Chu Lin actually dared to test his strength with that big boss Tinyu. Hong Jasmine covered her lips and smiled softly. She looked at Chu Lin in the arena. There was a strange color in her beautiful eyes. She didn't know what she was thinking. The mantis arm is just like a chariot. The strength of the iron ox is even inferior to that of the person in charge, let alone a young child. Ningfeng's expression was a little ugly and he said coldly, "My strength is indeed no better than Tinyu, but Chu Lin is not necessarily the same." At this time, a deep voice came from behind the 2 people. Hong Jasmine and Ningfeng were slightly startled, and turned their heads to see Han Dong walking towards them. The leader is too high-minded about Chu Lin. It's true that he has brute strength, but he pales in comparison to Tinyu. Ningfeng's tone was cold. Ningfeng didn't agree with Han Dong's words at all. The master is so optimistic about Chu Lin? Tinyu's great ape gene makes him extremely powerful, and almost no one can compare with him. Red Jasmine chuckled. 100 beast cores, Chu Lin wins. Han Dong said expressionlessly. Since the leader is so interested, I'll bet on Tinyu to win. Ningfeng sneered. I don't have that many beast cores, so I won't participate. Red Jasmine narrowed her seductive eyes and said with a smile. The competition will begin soon. Tinio couldn't help but feel a little funny when he looked at Chulin, who was wearing a mechanical arm. He even suspected that he could crush the gadget that looked no different from a plastic toy with just a little force. Chulin, we are only testing strength this time. Let me give you a move first. Tinio Wang said angrily, braced his horse, patted his chest and signaled Chulin to take action. Chulin doesn't care about fair competition. Since Tinio told him to give him 3 moves, he won't be polite. Okay. Chulin had no intention of holding back. Facing an opponent like Tinio, holding back would be the greatest stupidity. The robotic arm frantically extracted Chulin's genetic energy, and the entire braking frame trembled slightly. At the same time, Chulin directly used 100% of his strength, roared wildly, and punched Tinio. This punch is a bit interesting. Red Jasmine's eyelashes fluttered, slightly surprised. It's just a bluff, Tinio won't even move, Ningfeng sneered. Bang! However, before he could finish his words, the punch hit Tinio's chest, making a huge muffled sound like a bell being struck. Tinio howled and flew out of the ring like a shot put. Tinio fell onto an instrument, knocking the hard instrument into pieces and falling heavily to the ground, kicking up dust all over the sky. Silence when everyone present saw this scene, their mouths opened wide and their faces were blank. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Tinio, who was famous for his strength, was actually punched away by Chulin. How is this possible? Ningfeng was also extremely shocked. He clenched his hands and stared at Chulin. Tinio is an awakened person who has perfected 3 gene chains. His strength is only higher than him, but he can't stop Chulin's punch. Hong Jasmine also covered her mouth lightly, with a look of surprise on her face. The whole place was in an uproar. No one expected that as an underdog, Chulin would resolve the contest with 1 punch. Even with Tinio's strength, he still couldn't withstand Chulin's punch. This is so fantastic. Master Chulin is so strong, he knocked Master Tinio away with 1 punch. Is it possible that Lord Chulin is more powerful than Lord Tinio? People present were talking a lot, and the result of this competition was really unexpected. Everyone originally thought this was a wonderful competition, but they didn't expect that the competition ended just as it started. 100 beast cores, remember to bring them to me later. Han Dong said lightly, turned around and left. As the leader, there are still many matters that need to be handled by him in the camp. It is not easy to find time to watch Chulin and Tinio compete. In fact, Han Dong wanted to know what skills Chulin's perfect gene chain gave him. But this is already personal privacy. If Chulin doesn't say anything, Han Dong can't ask more questions. Chulin. Ningfeng looked extremely ugly, snorted angrily, turned around and left. Brother Tinio, are you okay? Chulin came to Tinio and pulled him up from the ground. Oh, your strength is so strong, I didn't even realize it. Tinio said with a naive smile. The yellow ape has strong genetic power and strong defense. Tinio was not injured, but the powerful impact of the punch did catch him off guard. It was just luck. It was the credit of the mechanical arm given to me by the master. Chulin smiled slightly and attributed the reason to Han Dong. In fact, the increase in strength brought by the mechanical arm was not too much. It was the powerful effect produced after Chulin perfected the first gene chain. I will admit defeat. I will give you 100 beast cores later. Tinio was very straightforward. Thank you, brother Tinio. Chulin said happily. At this time, Yuzhen also came here in a wheelchair. Chulin, your strength has improved again. Yuzhen looked at Chulin with joy, his eyes full of relief. Fortunately, Uncle Yu, how long will it take for the equipment given to you by the master to arrive? Chulin smiled and asked. The material support from the Central King City will arrive this afternoon, and my equipment should be in this batch of materials. Yuzhen nodded and said. After lunch, the material support from the Central King City arrived. Chulin and Yuzhen went to the barracks of the ruler together. Han Dong gave Chulin 100 beast cores when they met, which were exactly what he won from Ningfeng. Chulin was not polite and accepted them carelessly. Then Han Dong took the 2 to the warehouse of the camp. Here, the support materials from the Central King City were stored. Yuzhen, your equipment has been applied for, but because you were awakened by injecting genetic medicine, there is no extra genetic medicine for you. Han Dong opened the door of the warehouse and took the 2 into the warehouse, saying, This warehouse is the general warehouse for the entire Weiyang camp, and all materials are stored here. It can be said to be the foundation of the existence of Weiyang camp. Everyone in the Weiyang camp can receive a month's worth of supplies from the warehouse every month, as well as beast cores that can be used as currency. The warehouse is very spacious, and materials are placed in classified areas. Soon Han Dong took Chulin and Yujin to the war preparation area. Here, there is a rectangular parallelepiped carrier that is 2 meters high. Yujin, your genetic chain is not perfect, and I don't have any extra genetic medicine here, but I apply to the Central Royal City for a weapon that matches your genetic ability. After Han Dong entered a series of passwords on the rectangular parallelepiped carrier, the carrier opened, revealing the weapons loaded inside. As for whether you can control it, it all depends on you. When he saw this weapon, not only Yujin was startled, but even Chu Lin's eyes widened. It's okay to call it a weapon, but it's more appropriate to describe it as armor. That's right, what's inside the carrier is a very burly armor. Awakener armor. You exhaled in shock. Chu Lin looked at the handsome dark armor and couldn't help but ask. Han Dong briefly explained to Chu Lin. The awakened person armor was developed for those awakened persons with special genetic abilities but unable to exert their power due to their weak abilities. The truly powerful awakened one simply disdained this auxiliary armor. But in a situation like Yujin's, having this awakener armor is even more powerful. From a useless person who can only stay in the camp, he can return to the battlefield in one fell swoop. After listening to Han Dong's explanation, Chu Lin understood a little better. This armor looks very handsome and burly, but it is still slightly inferior to genetic potions that can directly enhance one's own strength. After all, armor has many limitations. Yujin entered the armor from his wheelchair and quickly started it after authenticating his identity. This armor can greatly enhance your genetic ability, and the genetic energy consumed will also increase exponentially. Give it a try now. Han Dong said to Jin. Yujin nodded, and then his eyes emitted a hazy gray light. Chu Linji, who was on the side, felt his body suddenly sink, and he almost fell to the ground without warning. This gravity effect is much stronger than when Yujin used it before. Han Dong remained motionless under gravity, and his expression didn't even change. I wonder what the strength of the person in charge is. After Chu Lin adjusted his condition and adapted to the gravity field, he looked at Han Dong and thought to himself. It only lasted a few minutes, and the gravity field pressing on Chu Lin suddenly disappeared. Yujin sat in the armor, breathing heavily, as if he had exhausted all his strength. As the effect of genetic abilities increases, his genetic energy consumption will also increase. There happens to be a group of new recruits who can use your gravity field for training, and also allow you to practice mastering your genetic abilities. Han Dong thought for a while and said to Jin. Thank you, Lord Commander. Yujin was panting, but still couldn't hide the joy on his face. Early the next morning, a burly black armor appeared on the morning training ground of Weiyang camp. The cool appearance attracted many recruits who participated in training. Chu Lin also came to the venue early. He also wanted to take this opportunity to master his power. After all, up until now, he had relied on his powerful brute force in battles without any skills. If he can use his power skillfully, Chu Lin believes that his strength can be improved. Today I will add a special training for you. No more weight-bearing training. Yujin said to the new recruits participating in the training. The recruits cheered immediately when they heard that there was no need to train with weights. With their physical abilities, what's the difference between training without weight-bearing and playing around normally? However, when Yujin opened the gravity field, these recruits truly realized what hell is. After Yujin's gravity field was increased by the armor, even Chu Lin was caught off guard and almost fell down, let alone these ordinary people. Plop, plop. As soon as the gravity field was opened, each of these recruits were like fish on the tippet, stuck to the ground and unable to move, looking like they were at the mercy of others. Chu Lin was already prepared. When the gravity field opened, he took the time to draw up his posture and perform a set of boxing techniques. This is just the most basic boxing technique, and even new recruits can perform it skillfully. But Chu Lin could still perform his boxing skills freely under such a strong gravity. All the recruits saw Chu Lin as if they were seeing a monster. What kind of devilish training is this? I can't even lift my fingers. It feels like there's a mountain on my body. It's even scarier than weight training. What kind of monster is he? He can still practice boxing like this. The recruits clung to the ground, squeezing out words through their teeth. During this period, some people tried to resist this terrifying gravity, but no one succeeded. But without exception they all failed. Even if Chu Lin, who has strong physical strength, punches in the gravity field, his movements seem to be much slower. While practicing boxing, Shu Lin could even absorb some negative emotions from some recruits to strengthen the disaster gene. In this way, Shu Lin would practice boxing in Yuzhin's gravity field every day. In a few days, Shu Lin had practiced this set of basic boxing very well and had completely adapted to the gravity field. However, one morning, when Shu Lin was still practicing boxing, he suddenly heard a series of piercing alarms coming from the sky above the camp. Everyone in the camp was startled. This was the enemy attack alarm issued by the detection tower. Shu Lin ran to the gate of the camp. The entire camp immediately entered the first level of combat readiness. Except for Tainyo, who went out to perform the mission, all the awakened people were rushing to the gate, including Yuzhin. After arriving at the gate, everyone found that a huge army appeared in the distance of the camp. This army had hundreds of people, which was close to half of the number of people in a small camp. This army hung a flag with a yellow ferocious wolf head on it, which looked quite fierce. San Wolf. When Shu Lin saw the flag, he immediately remembered the team from San Wolf that he had killed before. His brows slightly furrowed. After thinking back, Shu Lin was sure that he had not missed anything. How could the people from San Wolf camp come here? The two camps are separated by more than a day's journey. Yuan Liang, the head of San Wolf camp, is here to visit. Why don't you open the door? A high-pitched voice came from afar. Han Dong also rushed to the entrance of the camp. When he saw a burly man wearing strange clothes at the head of the large army, Han Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. This person is none other than the person in charge of San Wolf camp, Yuan Liang. Yuan Liang, what are you doing here? Han Dong said straight to the point. Yuan Liang is taller than Han Dong. There is a ferocious wolf head tattooed on half of his arm exposed to the air, exuding a very fierce aura. I'm here to get my things back, Han Dong. I don't believe you don't know. Yuan Liang said lightly. What a joke, why do I have your things in Weiyang camp? Do you want to start a war with me? Han Dong narrowed his eyes, stared at Yuan Liang and shouted. The two level gathering places of Weiyang and Shalang are quite close to each other, so conflicts often break out when collecting surrounding resources. The relationship between the two camps is not harmonious. Don't act stupid, that kid behind you killed the awakened Sand Wolf in our camp. Yuan Liang said in an astonishing way. Everyone in the Weiyang camp was shocked when they heard this and looked behind Han Dong. Who else was standing there if not Shu Lin? What? Lord Shu Lin killed the awakened ones in the Sand Wolf camp? No way, killing the awakened members of the Alliance is a serious crime. The awakened ones in the Sand Wolf camp are all experienced, how can they kill a new awakened person on their back? The soldiers in the Weiyang camp started talking quietly. Awakened people are the most precious resource in this era, and every awakened person is hard-earned. Therefore, the Central Royal City stipulates that if an awakened person is guilty, he can only be tried by the Central Royal Court, and private suicide is absolutely not allowed. There are only a few awakened people in an level gathering place. Without one awakened person, the overall strength of the camp will be greatly reduced. This is also the reason why an awakened person was killed in the previous battle at Weiyang camp, and the morale of the entire camp was very low. Now Yuan Liang actually said that Shu Lin killed an awakened person in their camp. How can people not be surprised? Nonsense! What evidence do you have? Han Dong shouted coldly with a determined look. He chose to protect Shu Lin without hesitation. Han Dong, have you forgotten my genes because you haven't fought with me for so long? A very ferocious smile appeared on Yuan Liang's face. Like a bad wolf. Atavistic genes, Sand Wolf. Yuan Liang's genes are exactly the symbol of their camp, the Sand Wolf. Sand Wolf has a very keen sense of smell. Even though Shu Lin had buried Sally and others with sand, he was still discovered. Humph, you want to find my man in front of me? Come and try. Han Dong stepped hard on the ground with the sole of his foot, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. At the same time, a layer of dark green broad scales appeared on Han Dong's arm, protecting him like armor. Atavistic genes, Megalodon. This Yuan Liang seems to be a powerful awakener of 5 gene chains, even more powerful than us in charge. Someone whispered. When Shu Lin heard this, he took a step forward and came to the front of Han Dong. Shu Lin? Han Dong was slightly surprised. Yuan Liang, one person is responsible for the work. Sally had murderous intentions for me first, so I killed him. What do you want? Shu Lin shouted coldly, his voice loud and powerful. It was really Lord Shu Lin who killed him. Why would Master Shu Lin admit it? He pretends not to know and he has no evidence. Isn't this tantamount to admitting guilt? Master Shu Lin is confused. When the soldiers at Weiyang camp saw that Chu Lin actually admitted it, their expressions changed drastically. When Ningfeng saw Chu Lin throwing himself into a trap, he was ecstatic and looked at him viciously. He actually killed an awakened person, he is dead. Master Yuan Liang, we have no knowledge at this time. It was entirely Chu Lin's fault. Ningfeng sneered, stood up and said. Every wrongdoer has his own owner, and every debtor has an owner. If I want to find you, just go to Chu Lin. It has nothing to do with us. Han Dong turned around and stared at Ningfeng, his eyes full of anger. No matter what, you were the one who killed the awakened ones in our camp. Now I give you two choices. Yuan Liang's eyes flashed with bloodlust. The first one, self-destruction gene, knelt down and begged for mercy. Second, take 3 moves from me and we'll be done with it. After hearing the two conditions mentioned by Yuan Liang, everyone in the Weiyang camp looked extremely ugly. It seems that he was given 2 choices, but in fact Yuan Liang just wanted to kill Chu Lin. Chu Lin, go back and stay. As long as I'm here, no one dares to touch you. Han Dong snorted angrily. Master in charge, this is a serious crime committed by Chu Lin. You blocked Yuan Liang this time, can you still block the secret guards of the Central Royal Court next time? Ningfeng said coldly. Does the leader want to drag down the entire Weiyang camp just for Chu Lin? Ningfeng's words were unpleasant, but they were true. Han Dong's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything after all. Then I'll choose the second one. Chu Lin walked up to Yuan Liang and said lightly. Master Chu Lin, don't choose, you can't hold on. Yuan Liang is a strong man with 5 gene chains. If you take 3 moves, you'll be dead. The soldiers in Weiyang camp advised each other. At this time, a burly armored man came out and came to Chu Lin's side. I am willing to bear the first blow for Chu Lin. Yuzhen gritted his teeth and said. Uncle Yu, no. Chu Lin was startled and said quickly. Before he could finish his words, a fist made of nothing but sand instantly hit Yuzhen's armor, knocking it away. A loser who relies on a turtle shell, is he worthy of making demands on me? Yuan Liang spat. Chu Lin's expression darkened. Yuan Liang, don't go too far. Han Dong shouted loudly. Yuan Liang, Chu Lin, swear here that one day I will kill you. Chu Lin roared wildly, staring firmly into Yuan Liang's eyes, and a murderous intention radiated out without reservation. Ha ha ha, it's a pity that you don't have this chance. Yuan Liang laughed in anger. While the words were still in the air, Yuan Liang had already flashed in front of Chu Lin. So fast. Bang! Yuan Liang punched Chu Lin in the chest. Chu Lin flew upside down like a kite with its strings broken, and fell hard to the ground. The huge impact force crashed into Chu Lin's body, making Chu Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of energy and blood, and the smell of blood filled his chest. Yuan Liang frowned slightly. He used 40% of his strength in this punch. He originally thought he could kill Chu Lin with one punch. Unexpectedly, Chu Lin stood up immediately. Apart from his abnormal expression, there were no obvious signs of injury. That's all you can do? Why don't you tickle me? Chu Lin sneered. Master Chu Lin actually resisted? This Yuan Liang is nothing more than that. Master Chu Lin is not even injured. Come on, Master Chu Lin. When the soldiers in Weiyang camp saw this scene, they started shouting. The soldiers in Weiyang camp were very excited to see Chu Lin was so tenacious and Yuan Liang's attack didn't seem to cause any harm to Chu Lin. But Han Dong frowned slightly. He knew Yuan Liang's strength was even stronger than his. Yuan Liang didn't use much strength in this attack. Chu Lin was able to withstand Yuan Liang's attack, which surprised him a little. But this will undoubtedly stimulate Yuan Liang more and make the next attack more terrifying. Very good, a little stronger than trash. Yuan Liang listened to the cheers of the soldiers in Weiyang camp, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I hope you can still act so relaxed next time. Yuan Liang really wanted to see what kind of reaction these people would have when the awakened people who were proud of their Weiyang camp were killed by him in one move. That scene must be very interesting. Come on. Chu Lin's eyes were slightly solemn. He could also guess that Yuan Liang didn't use his full strength just now, but the attack just now did make him feel a long-lost pain. Even though Chu Lin had the tenacity of an ant, he still felt a surge of blood in his chest. Yuan Liang narrowed his eyes, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes, and he stepped on the ground step by step, and every step made his whole person's momentum rise. Like a real ferocious giant wolf, Chu Lin walked step by step. What a terrifying momentum, is this the strong man of the 5 gene companies? He was not serious just now, and the next one is a terrifying blow. Lord Chulin may not be able to take it. 3 moves, this is only the second move. Is it so terrifying? I really don't know what the third move will be like. The soldiers in Weiyang camp felt the terrifying momentum coming from Yuan Liang, and their excitement stopped abruptly, and their eyes were filled with horror. The momentum that burst out from Yuan Liang gave everyone a stronger sense of oppression than Han Dong. It is conceivable how terrifying the next move is. Boy, take my punch. Yuan Liang shouted and punched Chulin. The action was extremely fast, and the fist whizzed through the air, even causing bursts of air-breaking sounds. Chulin gritted his teeth and punched out. Bang! The fists of the two men collided fiercely. Chulin felt as if he was hit by a hammer. With a slight cracking sound, Chulin's fist was in great pain. The sharp pain almost made Chulin scream, and then a strong impact force hit Chulin's body fiercely. Chulin was hit hard and flew out again. And Yuan Liang was also knocked back by Chulin's punch. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Yuan Liang only took 3 steps back and stabilized his body. Puff! Chulin's internal organs seemed to be shaken, and he could no longer hold back and spit out a mouthful of blood. Lord Chulin! There were bursts of exclamations from behind, and the power of this punch was terrifying. Even Chulin couldn't resist, and his movements to stand up were much slower than before. Interesting. Yuan Liang saw that Chulin was only seriously injured, but he still had the strength to stand up. Now I give you a chance, join our Sand Wolf camp, work for us, and you can avoid the third move. Yuan Liang finally felt a love for talent. He could feel that Chulin's strength was not strong, and even the second gene chain was not perfect, but he could withstand his 2 attacks. Yuan Liang himself was a strong man with 5 gene chains. An awakener with 1 gene chain was proud enough to withstand one of his attacks. Chulin actually withstood 2 moves, and was not injured at all, and could still stand up. Chulin, your life is important. Although Han Dong was very unhappy to see this scene, he still persuaded him. Yuan Liang's third move must be with the determination to kill. Chulin was already seriously injured, and he would definitely not be able to survive the third move. It would be better to go to the Sand Wolf camp first to save his life, and then Han Dong would think of a way later. Ha! Are you not full? Try harder? Chulin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and with a mocking look on his face, he raised a middle finger to Yuan Liang. You don't know how to respect me. Master Yuan Liang, kill him. You dare to provoke me, damn it. The people in the Sand Wolf camp saw Chulin's actions and immediately became angry and shouted. Since you want to die, you can't blame me. Yuan Liang saw that Chulin was so ungrateful and was seeking death, and said angrily. Yuan Liang roared, and his whole arm began to swell, and soon it was filled with sharp hair like steel needles, and his claws were sharp and fierce, which was frightening. Black air continued to rise above the wolf claws. You are proud enough to die under my gene chain skills. Soul-eating wolf claws. Yuan Liang tore at Chulin with 1 claw. The sharp wolf claws cut through the air easily, and with a fierce killing intent, they slammed into Chulin's chest. Gene chain skills. It's over. Gene chain skills are very terrifying moves, and they are the ultimate skills of every awakener. Master Chulin is in danger. Swish! The claws tore into Chulin's body, leaving several deep wounds that could be seen to the bone. The black air on the wolf claws drilled into Chulin's body like a strange insect. Ah! Chulin screamed, was slapped away by a claw, and fell to the ground with a bang. This time Chulin did not stand up again, as if he had no sound. The damn guy was finally solved. Ningfeng was ecstatic when he saw Chulin, who had no signs of life. Yuan Liang. Han Dong roared, rushed up, and collided fiercely with Yuan Liang. A burst of frenzied energy erupted between the two, raising a huge dust storm that engulfed everyone present. After a long time, the dust settled. Han Dong stared at Yuan Liang, his eyes red, like a beast that chooses people to eat. It seems that he was extremely angry. Han Dong, I lost an awakener, you lost an awakener, if you are dissatisfied, you are always here to accompany me. Yuan Liang snorted coldly, and led the team to leave Weiyang camp. Han Dong did not intercept, and it was an indisputable fact that Chulin was killed by Yuan Liang. Han Dong could not fight the entire Weiyang camp for Chulin alone. Yuan Liang, old dog. At this moment, a faint but very harsh voice reached the ears of Yuan Liang, who was about to leave. Yuan Liang's eyes suddenly widened, his eyes were filled with an incredible expression, he turned his head in astonishment and looked at Chulin lying in a pool of blood. Remember my words, one day, take your dog's life. Chulin said with difficulty, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Come on if you have the guts. Yuan Liang said disdainfully. However, in his heart, a trace of fear and panic rose. This kid is not dead. Chu Lin is not dead yet. When Ning Feng heard Chu Lin's voice, his heart tightened and a look of disgust appeared on his face. Although Chu Lin was severely injured, the black energy from the soul-eating wolf's claws invaded Chu Lin's body, devouring his life force crazily. Even the tough life almost didn't recover. But Chu Lin was still very surprised. Even ecstasy. Because there are still some extra things in his panel values. Chu Lin. Energy, 16,800 points. Physical strength, 154 points. Strength, 358 points. Mental strength, 54 points. Gene chain talent and power, complete and gene chain, completeness 100%. Grant skills, tough life. Gene chain talent, disaster gene, broken disaster gene, completeness 27%. Gene chain talent, sand wolf gene, broken sand wolf gene, completeness 18%. That's right. While accepting Sand Wolf's 3 moves, Chu Lin was also extracting his genes. I don't know if it was because of the invasion of black energy from the soul-eating wolf claws in his body, or because Chu Lin's character exploded at that moment. At the last moment, he successfully extracted the Sand Wolf gene from Yuan Liang's body. However, due to the serious injuries, Chu Lin finally passed out. When I woke up again, I felt that there were no symptoms of discomfort in my body. Except for being a little weak due to excessive blood loss, Chu Lin can basically be considered recovered. Master Chu Lin, are you awake? A young nurse heard the movement on the hospital bed and immediately came over and asked with concern. Well, I'm fine. Chu Lin got out of bed directly and stretched his body. This powerful recovery ability made the little nurse dumbfounded. When Chu Lin was sent to the medical center 2 days ago, he almost had no vital signs. Everyone concluded that this injury would probably cause serious trauma to Chu Lin, and even directly affect his foundation as an awakened person. But no one expected that just 2 days later, Chu Lin would be jumping to life. But when Chu Lin checked his panel values again, made an unexpected discovery. Next to the option of gene extraction, there was an option that Chu Lin had never seen before. Gene fusion. Huh? What is this? Chu Lin was wondering, so he directly clicked this option. Please select the gene to be fused. 1. Ant genes, 100% completeness, 2. Disaster gene, completeness 27%. 3. Sand wolf gene, 18% completeness. Note, the fusion of any 2 genes will immediately generate a gene. After the fusion, the integrity of the gene will decrease slightly. Small decrease in genetic integrity? Chu Lin frowned when he saw this option. Doesn't this mean that the genes that were finally cultivated after the fusion will return to their original form? When Chu Lin first extracted the disaster gene, the gene integrity was 24%. It took so many days to reach 27%. It is enough to show how difficult it is to perfect a gene. Ant genes are the foundation of my foundation and cannot be used as experiments easily. Let's try it with the remaining 2 genes. Chu Lin thought to himself, and then chose to merge the disaster gene and the sand wolf gene. There was a cramping pain in his body, as if his internal organs were being stirred together, and Chu Lin almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Chu Lin had already done some gene extraction 2 or 3 times before and was already prepared. Even so, Chu Lin's face turned pale in pain, and cold sweat continued on his forehead. This process lasted for about 10 minutes, but Chu Lin felt that it was so long. Gene fusion is completed. Generate new genetic talents. Ghost wolf gene, 25% completion. Chu Lin was still thinking about the use of this nether wolf gene, when he suddenly found that his mental power had increased by more than 100. Now Chu Lin's mental power has reached 153 points. It's actually a gene related to mental power? There was unmistakable joy in Chu Lin's voice. Since perfecting the ant gene, Chu Lin's physical strength and strength have been greatly improved. But it just happened that his mental strength had not improved much. Now Chu Lin finally found the gene that can enhance mental power. From his previous memories, he learned that mental power is an attribute directly linked to genetic energy. An awakened person with strong physical strength and strength can at best be regarded as a powerful warrior. Just like Tinyu's great yellow ape atavistic gene, Tinyu's physical strength and strength are enhanced to a level beyond the reach of ordinary people. But if he encounters an awakened person with strong spiritual power, Tinyu will still be defeated instantly. The stronger the mental power, the richer the quality of genetic energy. What Yuzhen is constantly training through the Awakener armor is his own mental power. However, the effect of such training is very limited, and some growth may only occur over many years. Now that Chu Lin suddenly found a way to improve his mental power through gene fusion, he was naturally very happy. When Chu Lin walked out of the medical center, it was night, and the faint moonlight shone on Chu Lin's body, and Chu Lin suddenly felt comfortable. A strange low sound came out involuntarily from Chu Lin's throat, and Chu Lin himself was startled. After a while, Chu Lin finally discovered that moonlight could stimulate his own nether wolf gene. Could this be the legendary absorption of the essence of the moon? Chu Lin thought a little. In a few days, with the tenacious life of the ant power, Chu Lin gradually recovered to his prime. Chu Lin also found that with the existence of the nether wolf gene, Chu Lin was abnormally energetic at night, and even if he stayed up all night, it would not affect his daytime life at all. This is the effect of mental power and the blessing of the nether wolf gene. That night, Chu Lin put the mechanical arm on himself. He dodged the investigation of the camp guards and left Wei Yang camp alone. Chu Lin's target was Area D, where he had performed the mission before. Chu Lin always felt that Area D was very abnormal. There were too many bloodthirsty ants there, so many that Chu Lin felt a little strange. Even in the previous battle to counterattack the ground, the bloodthirsty ants that Chu Lin and his team encountered were no more than this. Chu Lin is now much stronger than before. He ran like crazy all the way. It took Chu Lin 3 hours to finish the journey that an ordinary person would take a day. Area D looked even more lonely at night. The cold temperature in the desert made a thin layer of frost on the sand. Chu Lin slowly came to Area D. This is still the abandoned camp. What surprised Chu Lin was that the bodies of the dozen bloodthirsty ants he killed here last time had disappeared. Bloodthirsty ants have the habit of dragging their dead companions back to their nests as food. But Chu Lin was sure that he had killed all the bloodthirsty ants that appeared at that time. Now the bodies of the bloodthirsty ants are missing, which can only mean one thing. That is, there are other bloodthirsty ants in this cave. So Chu Lin thought for a while, and jumped down from a cave without hesitation. The genes of the nether wolf allowed Chu Lin to see clearly even in the dim cave. It was like wearing a night vision goggles. This cave was very long, and Chu Lin walked along it for more than 10 seconds before stepping on the ground. The cave of bloodthirsty ants, Chu Lin's eyes condensed slightly, and he walked down the corridor. Soon a bloodthirsty ant seemed to smell Chu Lin's breath and rushed over from one end of the corridor. Chu Lin had no expression on his face, and killed it with one punch. After taking out the beast core, he continued to walk forward. Bloodthirsty ants appeared from the corridor one by one, and Chu Lin's eyes flashed. He used his fists to blast out a bloody path and continued to go deep into the ant hole. After more than 10 minutes, he walked out of the corridor, and the space in front of him suddenly became clear. This is a space that is a bit like an underground cave, which was dug out by bloodthirsty ants. The tunnel where Chu Lin was located was just one of the hundreds of tunnels in this vast space. In the cave, there was a huge white queen worm, and around the queen worm, there were at least dozens of bloodthirsty ants. In addition to the bloodthirsty ants in the tunnel, Chu Lin roughly estimated that there were at least hundreds of bloodthirsty ants in this nest, and maybe even more. The queen worm squirmed slightly under the feeding of the bloodthirsty ants, and a bloodthirsty ant emerged from the mother worm's body. However, the newly born bloodthirsty ants were not that big, and they looked much less threatening. It seems that this is the queen ant. Chu Lin hid at the edge of the tunnel, looking at the entire underground ant kingdom, and couldn't help sighing. These are dozens of moving beast cores. I don't know what kind of beast core will be produced by killing the queen ant. I guess the queen ant's beast core must be much more precious. After that, Chu Lin jumped down. His feet landed on the ground, making a muffled sound and stepping out a deep depression. The sound startled all the bloodthirsty ants in the cave. Roar! All the bloodthirsty ants roared and rushed towards Chu Lin. Let the storm come even harder. Chu Lin laughed loudly and used his fists. Not only did he not retreat at all, he rushed towards the bloodthirsty ants. The tiger descended from the mountain. The white crane spread its wings. The dragon went out to sea. Go straight to Huanglong. Chu Lin rushed into the bloodthirsty ant swarm like a god of war and killed them. He almost killed a bloodthirsty ant with one punch. While killing the bloodthirsty ants, Chu Lin also found that after each bloodthirsty ant died, a trace of airflow would enter his body. The degree of completion of the nether wolf gene was faintly beating. Unexpectedly, while fusing the genes, the effect of the disaster gene absorbing breath was also retained. The nether wolf gene can absorb the dead air from these bloodthirsty ants for its own use, and constantly improve the gene chain. After realizing this function, Chu Lin became even crazier. Yuan Lian was very strong, he was a strong man with 5 gene chains. Moreover, Yuan Liang was the leader of a camp, and his resources were more abundant than Chu Lin. The only way for Chu Lin to catch up with him was to improve his strength as soon as possible. There is no way to make a person's strength soar faster than honing between life and death. TSK. Chu Lin's skin was torn apart by a bloodthirsty ant on his back. The severe pain not only did not slow down Chu Lin's movements, but instead increased his bloodiness. Kill, kill, kill. Chu Lin roared wildly and killed crazily. After killing countless bloodthirsty ant queens, Chu Lin was already covered in blood. The queen ant in front of him finally moved. The huge queen ant squirmed, like a derailed train, opening its ferocious mouth and rushing towards Chu Lin. Chu Lin stepped hard on the ground with his feet, leaving a concave footpit, avoiding the queen ant's attack, and punched the queen ant. There was a thin layer of mucus on the queen's body, and Chu Lin's full-strength attack did not produce any effect at all. No wonder they say that only awakened people can deal with this thing. Ordinary attacks have no effect on it at all. Chu Lin frowned when he saw that his attack did not work. At present, Chu Lin has no effective means of attack. The complete gene chain only gives him a strong self-healing ability. Means that can effectively attack the queen. Chu Lin's eyes fell on the semi-finished mechanical arm loaded on his arm. Charge, accumulate power, and launch. A bright light wave was emitted from the mechanical arm in Chu Lin's hand, briefly illuminating the entire cave and hitting the queen. The mucus on the queen can resist ordinary attacks, but it cannot resist the attack of genetic energy. A hole was instantly blasted in the queen's body, and green blood flowed continuously. The queen was hurt, roared in pain, and opened her mouth to spray a stream of venom at Chu Lin. Chu Lin dodged quickly. The venom fell to the ground, making a hissing sound as it melted away. That was close. Chu Lin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the power of the venom. Even if he had a strong life, he would find it difficult to resist the venom that could corrode the ground. Fortunately, the queen insect was huge in size. Although it was not slow, it was not flexible in the limited space of the cave. Chu Lin adopted a guerrilla warfare method of firing a shot and moving to another place. With the mental power provided by the nether wolf gene, Chu Lin's genetic energy was very strong. He could still bear the energy consumed by the beam cannon on the mechanical arm. After half an hour, even though his genetic energy was so strong, Chu Lin was exhausted after firing dozens of beam cannons. His genetic energy was exhausted. The queen worm was already riddled with holes and was on the verge of death. Chu Lin came to the queen worm, aimed at its head, and used up all his genetic energy to reward it with a beam cannon to end its life. After cutting open the queen worm's head, Chu Lin pulled out the beast core from it. The beast core of the queen worm was completely different from that of the bloodthirsty ant. Not only was it as big as a palm, but it was also very round, emitting a faint light like a night pearl. I heard from the master that the queen ant's beast core can be used to make genetic medicine. I wonder what effect it will have if I absorb it. Chu Lin said to himself, clenched his palm, and directly absorbed the queen ant's beast core. Then Chu Lin checked his panel values. There was no change in energy, but a new value appeared behind the energy. Intermediate energy, 100 points. Nether wolf gene, 100% completion, granted skill, nether roar. Unconsciously, he absorbed the death energy of dozens of bloodthirsty ants, and killed the queen ant. The nether wolf gene was actually perfected by Chu Lin overnight. The second gene chain was perfected. Chu Lin was ecstatic and couldn't wait to perform nether roar. Roar! The entire underground ant nest was filled with soul-shaking magic sounds. Today is the day for the distribution of supplies in the camp. As the backbone of protecting the entire camp, the awakened ones naturally have to distribute more supplies. Yuzhen and Chu Lin got up early and came to the camp warehouse to receive their share of supplies. When I came here, I saw 2 figures waiting here. One figure was tall and burly, and the other figure was graceful. It was Tinia and Red Jasmine. After saying hello, Red Jasmine came to Chu Lin and gently placed her delicate palms on Chu Lin's chest. Young people have great firepower and recover so quickly. Red Jasmine smiled softly and teased. It's simply better than Tinia's stupid young man. Han Jasmine's meaningful words made Chu Lin's face look a little embarrassed. He took a step back without leaving a trace and smiled. Sister Jasmine is joking, I can't compare to brother Tinia's physique. While a few people were chatting and joking, Han Dong and Ning Feng slowly walked over. Han Dong opened the doors of the camp and warehouse and began to allocate everyone's resources. The resources received at the camp every month include daily resources such as food, water, electricity, and animal cores for a whole month. Of course, as awakened people, they can not only receive several times more resources than other ordinary people in the camp. There are also some special equipment for the awakened ones that can be assigned to them. Tainyo, here are your 2 bottles of strength enhancer. Red Jasmine, here is 100 milliliters of the venom of your 7-step leaf snake. Ningfeng, your wind element senses the breath. Yujin, here is a bottle of mental power potion specially approved by the Central Royal City, which can help improve your mental power. Han Dong took out a bottle of blue potion and handed it to Yujin, saying with a solemn expression. In the hand that took out the bottle of potion, Tinio, Hong Jasmine, and Ningfeng were slightly startled. There was a look of shock on their faces, and they turned to look at the mental potion in Yujin's hand. It seems that the Central Royal City values eldest brother's genetic talent quite a bit. He is actually willing to send such a thing over. The Red Jasmine lips parted slightly and she said with a smile. It's actually a mental potion. This is a rare thing. Lao Yu, I'll give you 2 bottles of strength-enhancing potions in exchange. Tinia said naively. Brother Iron Ox, look at my current appearance, will these strength-enhancing potions still have any effect? Yujin replied dumbfounded. Yujin can now only rely on his genetic talent. He is already an awakened one, not the ultimate warrior who was charging into battle before. What Yujin needs most urgently is to improve his mental power as much as possible, strengthen his gravity field, control his power, and play a role at critical moments. Master, I remember that awakened people can have a chance to challenge once a month. Ningfeng stared closely at the mental potion in Yujin's hand and squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. That's right. The Central Royal City stipulates that awakened people have a chance to choose once a month. The winner can get the loser's resource reward for this month. Han Dong nodded and said. The previous conflict between Ningfeng and Chu Lin was strictly speaking a personal dispute. This challenge to power is like challenging Chu Lin to a cow. Going to the tier field in the central square of the camp to have a formal fight is more formal. And there needs to be a person in charge as a reviewer to ensure the fairness of the challenge. However, there is nothing absolutely fair in this world. The reason why the Central Royal City retains the right for awakened people to challenge once a month. It is to arouse the consciousness of struggle among many awakened people. Strong awakened ones can monopolize more resources and improve themselves. And the weak awakened ones, even if they get precious resources, can't keep them at all and can't play their role. Ningfeng, what do you mean? Tinia said somewhat unhappily. Not long after Brother Yujin awakened, you want to challenge him? This is because he obviously took a fancy to the mental power potion in Yujin's hand and wanted to obtain it through this method. Humph, the mental potion is a waste in his hands. Just hide in the turtle shell and amuse yourself. Don't waste such a precious resource. Ningfeng snorted coldly, already indicating his attitude. Yeah, I think so too. Chu Lin agreed with a smile. So sir, I decided to challenge Ningfeng. I think it is too wasteful for him to hold resources. It is tantamount to occupying a manhole and not taking a shit. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Chu Lin, your injury is just right, Han Dong frowned and said. Master in charge, I accept Chu Lin's challenge. Before Han Dong could finish speaking, Ningfeng changed the subject and accepted the challenge neatly. Last time I let you win by chance, this time it's a real challenge. I won't hold back and let you know what the gap is. Ningfeng said fiercely. If Chu Lin was in his prime, Ningfeng might still be hesitant. After all, he was able to take 3 moves from Yuan Lian without dying. Chu Lin's strength frightened Ningfeng. However, Chu Lin is now seriously injured. Under such circumstances, he actually dared to risk his own life and challenge him. Ningfeng couldn't help but regain the face he had last time. He now knows that Chu Lin is just a reckless man, who is as muscular and simple-minded as Tiniu. As long as he is careful, Chu Lin is not his opponent at all. No matter how strong Chu Lin is, he is destined to be only an awakener of 1 gene chain. And Ningfeng is an awakener who will soon complete the 3rd gene chain. The gap between the two is completely different. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you 3 days to prepare. Ningfeng sneered. You're bullying too much. If you have the guts, wait until Brother Chu Lin's injury is healed before competing. Despicable villain. Tainyo couldn't stand it and said in a low voice. He challenged me. If you're afraid of losing, just shrink your head obediently. Ningfeng smiled contemptuously. No need to prepare, just do it now. I'm in a hurry. Chu Lin smiled faintly and said to Ningfeng. Ningfeng is like a fly that keeps circling around him. He doesn't pose much threat, but he is quite annoying. So Chu Lin simply beat him up this time and solved this problem once and for all. A group of people soon came to the central venue of the camp. When the people in the camp heard the news, they also rushed over. Fights between awakened ones are very rare, and they are not at all exposed to them at their level. Who would have thought that after Chu Lin became an awakened one, he had fought several times in less than a month? Now, as soon as everyone in the camp heard the name Chu Lin, they felt that something big was going to happen. Don't say I'm bullying you. Don't you have a mechanical arm? Install it. Ningfeng nodded and looked at Chu Lin, saying with a strong contempt in his tone. Master Chu Lin's injury hasn't healed yet, right? Why did Master Chu Lin accept Ningfeng's challenge? Fighting with an injury is too disadvantageous. You don't know this. It was Master Chu Lin who challenged Ningfeng. What? The people who came to watch were talking about it. When they knew that it was Chu Lin who took the initiative to challenge Ningfeng, some of them didn't even believe it. Chu Lin had resisted Yuan Liang's 3 moves before, and almost died on the spot. Many people thought Chu Lin was dead. Unexpectedly, Chu Lin survived with his strong recovery ability. Even though he was saved, Chu Lin's injuries still made many people think that he should have been crippled. After being hit by 5 Gene Chain Masters for 3 moves, and the last move was even a Gene Chain skill, it was a miracle that he didn't die. It was simply a foolish dream to be able to maintain combat effectiveness. You know, Han Dong, the leader of their camp, was a little powerless and fell behind when he faced Yuan Liang. This is enough to show Yuan Liang's terrifying strength. Chu Lin's injury has not healed yet, but he actually wants to challenge Ningfeng. The challenge to Tainyo before was just a joke, but now it's a formal challenge. It has been a long time since the Awakeners formally challenged each other in Weiyang camp. If there is a mechanical arm, maybe I can fight Ningfeng for a few moves. Tainyo looked at Chu Lin and Ningfeng on the field and said slowly. Tainyo had personally experienced Chu Lin's mechanical arm, and the power caught him off guard despite his strong physique. However, Chu Lin was seriously injured after all, and he didn't even have a perfect gene chain. Even if Ningfeng was worse, he had 2 perfect gene chains, which gave him 2 more skills than Chu Lin. If he got serious, Chu Lin's chance of winning was really small. What a joke, hitting you is like hitting a dog, why would you use a mechanical arm? Chu Lin smiled slightly and said calmly. Obviously, he didn't take Ningfeng seriously. Ha! Why doesn't Chu Lin use the mechanical arm? Tainyo's eyes widened when he heard Chu Lin's words. The mechanical arm can knock him away. It is a very powerful equipment. The equipment can also increase the chances of winning against Ningfeng. Just watch. Han Dong said lightly on the side. This mechanical arm was given to him by Han Dong. It was just a semi-finished product. Han Dong knew very well that this mechanical arm did not have much power at all. Being able to knock Tainyo away with one punch still depends more on Chu Lin's own strength. Han Dong felt that Chu Lin's strength might be more than that. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. Ningfeng heard Chu Lin's words, and a burst of anger surged in his heart. After all, he was also a powerful awakener with a complete gene chain for 2 days. His reputation in Weiyang camp was second only to Han Dong, the ruler. Since Chu Lin came, he first defeated him, which greatly reduced Ningfeng's prestige in people's hearts. After that, he repeatedly opposed himself. Ningfeng would let Chu Lin know today that as awakeners, there was a gap between them. I let you win by a fluke last time, but you won't have such a chance this time. Ningfeng shouted loudly, and did not rush towards Chu Lin rashly like last time, but raised his palm and threw out an invisible wind blade directly. You are a waste without even a genetic skill. Let me show you what a real awakener is. Ningfeng has the wind element gene, and the first gene chain skill is the wind blade. The wind blade consumes very little genetic energy, can be released frequently, has good power, and is a long-range attack. This is exactly where Ningfeng is strong. Ningfeng actually used the genetic skill right at the beginning. It seems that Ningfeng intends to make a quick decision. Lord Chu Lin is injured. Can he resist it? This wind blade is Ningfeng's famous skill. He once killed dozens of bloodthirsty ants without injury and became famous in one battle. When everyone saw Ningfeng coming up and using the wind blade strategy, they all exclaimed, Chu Lin, hide. Yuzhen saw this scene and reminded loudly. After he became an awakener, he naturally understood the power of awakeners. This wind blade alone was more terrifying than the power of a high-level warrior's full-strength attack. Chu Lin did not intend to dodge, and let the wind blade fly towards him at a high speed. Suddenly, Chu Lin moved. He punched directly and smashed the wind blade in front of him. Humph, bluffing, I want to see how many wind blades you can block from me. Ningfeng was not surprised at all that Chu Lin smashed the wind blade. The power of the wind blade did not lie in its single power, but in its continuity. Wind blade dancing. Ningfeng used his second gene skill without hesitation. Ningfeng's arms were spread out, and wind blades were suspended around him, like the sickle of the god of death harvesting souls. Does he want to kill Chu Lin? Master, let Ningfeng stop. Tainyo saw this scene and said anxiously. The crowd also held their breath. This scene was too shocking. Under the overwhelming wind blades, no one could imagine that Chu Lin could still resist. Kill! Ningfeng waved his hand, and countless wind blades turned into sharp killing weapons, slashing towards Chu Lin. Chu Lin was not panicked at all. Compared with Yuan Liang's soul-devouring wolf-claw, this windblade dance was not on the same level. He could withstand the soul-devouring wolf-claw, so this windblade dance was not a problem at all. Chu Lin started to move, and a familiar set of boxing techniques made everyone present stare with wide eyes, revealing a very strange expression. Isn't this basic boxing? Looking at the posture, it is, but how can an awakener use basic boxing techniques? Impossible. Isn't basic boxing techniques used for training? Even ordinary soldiers don't use it in fighting. Everyone started to discuss. Basic boxing techniques are the lowest level boxing techniques that everyone in Weiyang camp has learned. Not only soldiers can use it, but even some non-fighters can casually perform a few moves. Basic boxing techniques? Chu Lin, you don't have any skills, so you use basic boxing techniques to make up for it? Ningfeng laughed out loud when he saw Chu Lin's movements. But the next scene made Ningfeng's laughter stop. Chu Lin used a move of a tiger descending from the mountain to smash the wind blade. Then the moves in the basic boxing techniques continued to emerge. Dragon walks in tiger steps. Tiger descends from the mountain. Snake comes out of the cave. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, wind blades were shattered in midair by Chu Lin's basic boxing. Chu Lin's basic boxing was natural, and his punching speed was very fast. The flying wind blades did not affect him at all. This is impossible. Ningfeng was horrified. His proud killing move, the strongest second gene skill, was actually blocked by Chu Lin's basic boxing? Genetic skills, nothing more than that. Chu Lin smashed the last lonely wind blade with a punch and said with a sneer. Basic boxing actually blocked Ningfeng's wind blade dance. Is basic boxing so strong? No, I need to go back and practice it a few more times. It's not that basic boxing is strong, but that Lord Chu Lin is so powerful that he can resist Ningfeng's genetic skills even with basic boxing. Seeing Chu Lin smash all the wind blade dance with basic boxing, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone's heart was shaken. This scene was really too shocking. They never thought that the basic boxing used for training and strengthening the body could actually exert such great power. The reason why basic boxing is called basic is because it is the root of all kinds of boxing. Chu Lin looked solemn and said loudly. All the advanced boxing you know are evolved from basic boxing. As long as your own strength is strong, no matter what advanced skills the opponent has, you can still beat him to pieces. Chu Lin's remarks seemed more like they were directed at Ningfeng. Ningfeng used his two major genetic skills right away, and threw his ultimate move, Wind Blade Dance, at Chu Lin's face. But Chu Lin didn't expect that he could actually use the basic boxing method that almost everyone knows to break Ningfeng's Wind Blade Dance. Doesn't this mean that Ningfeng's Wind Blade Dance is just good-looking but useless? He can't even deal with an injured awakener, so how can his own strength convince other people in Weiyang camp? Chu Lin! Ningfeng roared, his face flushed with anger, staring at Chu Lin. As an awakener with a high reputation in Weiyang camp, how could Ningfeng endure such public humiliation? You have used up all your tricks, now it's my turn, right? A fierce look flashed in Chu Lin's eyes. Chu Lin stepped on the ground with his foot, and the hard rock ground was directly cracked by his foot. Chu Tian's whole body flew towards Ningfeng like a cannonball. Ningfeng controlled the wind element gene energy, allowing wind elements to float around his body, and his speed increased. Ningfeng was still deeply impressed by Chu Lin's strength, and he didn't dare to confront him head-on. Ningfeng thought that he was much faster than Chu Lin with the blessing of wind elements, which was conducive to his invincibility, and he could slowly torture him to death. However, what Ningfeng didn't expect was a dark light suddenly flashed in Chu Lin's eyes, and his momentum suddenly rose. Chu Lin's speed suddenly became much faster than before, and he caught up with Ningfeng in an instant. What? How did you? Ningfeng widened his eyes, turned his head, and looked at Chu Lin, who appeared behind him in disbelief. You are so useless. Chu Lin showed Ningfeng a rather ferocious smile. The tiger is coming down the mountain. Bang! Ningfeng was hammered to the ground, and his body was embedded in the ground fiercely. This muffled sound made everyone present feel pain all over their bodies, and a kind of toothache. Chu Lin, when did he become so powerful? Tainyo looked at Chu Lin and pounded Ningfeng to the ground, scratched his hair and said naively. Although Ningfeng can't do anything to me, he is also a very tough opponent. How come he was beaten down by Chu Lin in one go? Han Dong was listening to Tainyo's words, with a strange color flashing in his silent eyes. I don't know what he was thinking. Chu Lin stepped on Ningfeng's body with a little force, and Ningfeng's fragile body could no longer bear it. Ningfeng's face turned pale and he showed a very painful expression on his face. When he looked at Chu Lin again, there was no hatred in his eyes, only a trace of infinite fear. He didn't understand why Chu Lin's strength grew so fast. The first fight, perhaps it can be said that Ningfeng underestimated the enemy, so Chu Lin took advantage. Ningfeng knew very well that Chu Lin's strength was definitely not as strong as it is now. However, after staying in Weiyang camp for less than a month, his strength has increased too fast. Are you convinced? Chu Ling asked condescendingly, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes from time to time. Ningfeng has targeted him again and again, and now he even wants to attack Jin. Chu Lin can no longer bear it. If he doesn't kill this fly this time, Ningfeng might do something else. I'm convinced, Ningfeng spoke with difficulty. He was completely scared by Chu Lin. Chu Lin exuded a very dangerous aura, and there was a heavy murderous intent surrounding him. Ningfeng didn't even doubt that if he dared to say no at this time, Chu Lin would even dare to kill him on the spot. After all, Chu Lin had already killed an awakener in the Sand Wolf camp, and it seemed that there was not one more. Hand over the wind element's sensing aura to me. Chu Lin stretched out his hand and said coldly. Ningfeng did not hesitate at all. As long as he could save his life, he would not feel sorry for Chu Lin even if he asked him to spend all his belongings, let alone the wind element potion. Ningfeng took out a bottle of light green mist-like object that hit the test tube from his pocket and handed it to Chu Lin. Chu Lin put the test tube away and then loosened his foot. Okay, I declare that Chu Lin won this challenge. Now hurry back to your posts. Han Dong saw that the challenge was over, and he shouted in a low voice, full of the unique majesty of the master. When everyone saw that the show was over, they naturally dispersed. However, Chu Lin became famous in this battle, and even had the intention of overshadowing the two awakened predecessors Tainyo and Hong Moli. Especially, the scene where Chu Lin used basic boxing to directly shatter Ningfeng's wind blade dance, that mighty and extraordinary figure, like a god of war, was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Since this time, a strange martial arts trend has spread in Weiyang camp. Now, in addition to the soldiers in Weiyang camp who have to practice boxing under the gravity field every day, even some non-combat personnel in the camp have also followed suit. After Chu Lin's challenge to Ningfeng ended, Ningfeng left in disgrace and has not shown up in the past few days. He had lost all his face in this challenge, and he no longer had the courage to appear in front of people. Not to mention challenging Yujin, Ningfeng had been beaten into autism by Chu Lin. Now, Ningfeng would subconsciously stay away from anything related to Chu Lin. After the challenge, Han Dong unexpectedly summoned Chu Lin. When he arrived at Han Dong's barracks, there was no one inside except Han Dong himself. Master, what do you want to talk to me about? Chu Lin asked straight to the point. Congratulations, Chu Lin. You defeated Ningfeng and won everyone's recognition. Han Dong praised Chu Lin for a rare moment. Now your reputation is higher than Chu Lin's. Even the number of people who sign up for warrior training has increased by 50% compared to the past. All this is your credit. Han Dong tapped his finger on the table unconsciously, making a snatching sound. Ha, master, you are joking. I have always been a person who does not offend me. If someone offends me, I will give him 3 points of courtesy. Chu Lin smiled very modestly. But if someone offends me again and again, I can only do it once and for all. This made Han Dong roll his eyes for a while. Ningfeng has been beaten like this, and he still gives him 3 points of courtesy. But this time Han Dong called Chu Lin over not to ask about the matter between him and Ningfeng. This is a personal grudge. Even if he is the master of the camp, it is not easy to intervene. It's like this, Chu Lin. Our Flevel gathering place is the most basic camp unit, you should know this. There are 5 camps of E, D, C, B, and A above. The central king city to which we belong is a Dlevel gathering place, which is very powerful. Han Dong explained a few words to Chu Lin, and then went straight to the point. In the center of the three Flebel gathering places of Weiyang, Sandwolf, and Zhuri, there is an 11 tribe called the Roaring Tribe. A grand trading fair will be held in a few days. At that time, there will be many rich special items there. Maybe you can find something good. You can go and take a look, but be careful of Yuan Liang. His purpose of coming to Weiyang this time may also be to plot for this grand trading opportunity. If you are unlucky, you may run into him. Han Dong said a few simple words to Chu Lin. Chu Lin's heart moved slightly after listening. Although he has only completed a certain number of gene chains now, Chu Lin's strength has made a qualitative leap. Even if he really met Yuan Liang, whether he dared to take action at the grand gathering was one thing, and whether he could pose a threat to Chu Lin was another. Even though Chu Lin didn't know Han Dong's other three skills after removing the nether wolf claw, Chu Lin had a certain degree of confidence that he could successfully escape from Yuan Liang's pursuit. So Chu Lin didn't worry when he heard the news that Yuan Liang might go, but instead had a hint of joy. "Master, I must go to this trade fair," Chu Lin said to Han Dong with a little excitement. "The trade fair mainly uses beast cores for trading. I will subsidize you with some beast cores so that you can buy some items that will help you increase your strength at the trade fair." Han Dong said expressionlessly, took out a leather bag and put it on the table. "Here are 80 beast cores. I can only help you up to this point. If it's not enough, you can only find a way yourself." "Thank you, master." Chu Lin's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude, and he thanked Han Dong seriously. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, when Chu Lin went to sweep the ant nest that night, he did not directly absorb the nearly 100 beast cores he obtained from it. He only absorbed the beast core of the queen ant. "Well, can you tell me now about your second gene chain?" Han Dong saw Chu Lin's happy face, so he coughed dryly and asked, "Hey, it was discovered by you, the master." Chu Lin didn't feel embarrassed at all, laughed heartily, and said to Han Dong, "I don't know how I awakened the second gene chain. After I woke up from my serious injury and coma, I found that I had a second gene chain." "Is your awakening of the second gene chain related to Yuan Liang?" Han Dong frowned slightly, feeling a little magical, and comforted. "Yes, you can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. How many awakeners dream of awakening the second gene chain but don't have this opportunity?" Han Dong patted Chu Lin on the shoulder to show encouragement. When testing at the beginning, Han Dong clearly remembered that Chu Lin's gene chain was the lowest level of superhuman gene, and there was no room for development. But he didn't expect that in just 1 month. The fastest growing strength was the waste gene that they didn't think highly of at the beginning. The superhuman gene brought Chu Lin too much strength. Even Han Dong felt that it was a little unreal, and wanted to retest Chu Lin's genes to see if there were any errors. A few days later, Chu Lin made enough preparations, greeted the ruler, and then set off for the Roaring Tribe. Originally, Chu Lin thought he was going alone, but before leaving, he unexpectedly gained a companion. "Come on, Chu Lin, hold the gift for your sister, and I will give you a tip of 10 beast cores." Hong Moli threw a large bag of gifts to Chu Lin very unceremoniously, wearing a dark red dress like an evening dress, and walked slowly in front of Chu Lin. Although the weight of the package was nothing to Chu Lin, who was full of strength, Hong Moli's conscious behavior made Chu Lin a little unhappy. However, since there was a beast core tip, Chu Lin was not so resistant. Chu Lin walked behind and looked at Hong Moli's graceful figure, her seductive curves and slender waist, which made Chu Lin even a little angry. This which, Chu Lin cursed in his heart and quickly turned his eyes away, no longer looking at Hong Moli. "Brother Chu Lin, why did you think of going to the trade fair?" On the way, Hong Moli asked casually. "I've never been there, I want to see the world." Chu Lin made up a reason to get away with it. "Ha, there are many good things in this trade fair, and even more fakes. You must look carefully at the time and don't let others cheat you." Hong Moli reminded her and chuckled. "Sister Moli, why did you come this time?" Chu Lin ignored Hong Moli's ridicule and asked back. "Don't you know? I'm the collector of Weiyang Camp. I'm the one who purchases resources at every trading market." Hong Moli curled her red lips, speechless at Chu Lin's ignorance. "Purchase resources? Aren't there enough resources in our camp? And there are supplies from the central royal city, why do we need to purchase more?" Chu Lin couldn't figure it out. The purpose of his previous mission was to collect supplies, and this time Hong Moli came to the trading market to purchase supplies. Chu Lin felt that the camp didn't seem to need so many resources. Because, Hong Moli turned her head slightly, and her red hair brushed Chu Lin's cheek, feeling itchy. "The war is about to begin. Beast Core, as the name implies, is an energy crystal core in the mutant monster, which is filled with extremely unstable genetic energy. For this kind of restless genetic energy, even an awakener would not dare to swallow it by force at the risk of genetic collapse. However, although the beast core cannot be directly absorbed by the awakener, it is the main material for refining various genetic medicines, genetic weapons, and auxiliary equipment for the awakener. After the beast core is developed by a special method called gene converter, the genes will undergo some magical changes. Some have turned into genetic testing medicines that are coveted by countless people and can give ordinary people a chance to awaken, and their value has skyrocketed. In addition, the beast core can also be added to weapons. The weapons added with the beast core will not only have greater destructive power, but also have the attractive special effect of amplifying genetic energy, which is deeply sought after by the awakener class. Just like the semi-finished mechanical arm that Han Dong gave to Chu Lin, it was the masterpiece of a gene converter. Even though it was only a semi-finished product, it further enhanced Chu Lin's strength. Very practical. It is a genetic weapon. That is why beast cores have become the main currency in circulation now. In addition to some priceless treasures, only beast cores are enough to buy almost everything you want. The preciousness of beast cores naturally created a large number of mercenary groups specializing in hunting monsters. However, it is not easy to obtain beast cores. First of all, mutant monsters are not only powerful, but also extremely cunning. Due to their fierce nature, special genes and unpredictable attack methods, monsters are often stronger than human warriors of the same level. Therefore, ordinary warriors want to hunt monsters of the same level alone. Without extraordinary strength, it is easy to lose more than they gain. Secondly, not all beast cores are very precious. Even in the most common bloodthirsty ants, beast cores are also divided into size and gene energy. When a mercenary group kills a powerful monster with serious casualties, they may only get a beast core of not very high value in the end. This kind of thing is common and not rare. Therefore, the more precious the beast core is, the higher the value and the stronger the purchasing power. Some high-level beast cores are even a kind of treasure in themselves and are extremely popular. After following Hong Moli to the Roaring Tribe, Chu Lin suddenly found that this place did not look like a tribe at all, but more like a small village. After a preliminary inspection by two Roaring Tribe warriors at the door, Chu Lin and Hong Moli walked together and came to the level gathering place in the envious eyes of everyone. Hong Moli was quite familiar with this place. She took Chu Lin to turn a few times on the spacious street and finally came to a stall market located in the north of the tribe. There are 3 such small stall markets in the Roaring Tribe, and the stall market they came to was the largest one among them. The level gathering place is really big. It must be 3 times the size of Weiyang Camp, right? Chu Lin looked around like an old lady entering the Grand View Garden, without any image. Walking in from the entrance of the stall market, there are 2 special soldiers guarding here. They are obviously quite familiar with Hong Moli. Seeing Hong Moli's arrival, they were all stunned, and then a hint of meaningful expression appeared on their faces. Mr. Hong Moli, are you here to purchase again? How much supplies are you going to purchase this time? Do you need to rent a transport vehicle from the market? The 2 soldiers stared at the beautiful Hong Moli, and the special meaning in their eyes was not concealed. Ha, I won't tell you. Hong Moli said coquettishly, past the 2 people, and walked into the stall market. Entering the stall market, looking at the endless stream of people inside, Chu Lin couldn't help smacking his lips. No wonder the master said this was a grand event. With the profits brought by such popularity, I'm afraid that the Roaring Tribe will make a lot of money. The gap between the level gathering place and the Flevel gathering place is a bit too big. Hey, isn't this Hong Moli? Just when the 2 were dazzled by the crowd, a slightly teasing voice came from behind. Hearing the voice, the 2 turned their heads. They saw 7 or 8 warriors wearing the uniform of the Roaring Tribe standing behind them. The speaker was the leader, a middle-aged man with a relatively strong figure. There was a golden badge on his chest with a roaring lion. Obviously, this person's identity should not be underestimated. Hong Moli glanced at this person lazily, smiled faintly, and said, "The Awakener of the Roaring Tribe, Master Chiwen." "Ha, I haven't seen you for a long time, and you are still so amazing." The man called Chiwen chuckled, looked at Hong Moli's body, and praised her without concealment. "Master Chiwen, thank you for your compliment. Well, I have something else to do, so I won't disturb you from shopping." Hong Moli smiled slightly, nodded slightly to Chiwen, and suddenly grabbed Chu Lin's palm with one hand, and was about to leave. Chu Lin felt the sudden warmth in his palm, his eyes moved slightly, and he seemed a little at a loss for a moment. "Wait, did I let you go?" Chiwen looked a little teasing, and stretched out his arm to stop Hong Moli and Chu Lin. Pausing, Hong Moli looked at Chiwen with her slightly narrow and feminine eyes, and her palm moved slightly. Master Chiwen, is there anything else I want to talk to you about? Red Jasmine asked with a smile without losing her posture. Ha, Red Jasmine, come take a walk with me. Chiwen spoke calmly. It sounded like an invitation, but there was an air of command in his words, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Taking a deep breath, a troubled smile appeared on Hong Jasmine's beautiful face. No matter who sees it, they will feel sorry for me. I'm really sorry, Lord Chiwen, I still have a purchasing task. Red Jasmine's tone was soft and gentle, giving people an inexplicable desire to conquer. Why don't you wait until I have purchased all the supplies, and then I'll go find you, Master Chiwen. Chiwen narrowed his eyes and stared at Red Jasmine for a while. Just when the atmosphere became a little solid for a moment, Chiwen moved his eyes away from Hong Jasmine and glanced at Chulin. His tone was irresistible. Let the slave next to you do it. Just stay with me. Chulin stiffened. Turning his head, he ignored the crazy hints from the Red Jasmine in his palm and asked with a smile. Who are you calling a slave? If Hong Jasmine hadn't held his hand and hinted at his patience, Chulin would have been unable to bear it. What? Are you stronger than a slave? A dog? Chiwen asked after hearing Chulin's words. I don't know if it's a dog, but what I know is, Chulin smiled and looked at Chiwen's feminine face that lacked masculinity, and said slowly. You will be beaten like a dog soon. When Hong Moli heard this from Chulin's mouth, her whole body froze, and her palms trembled slightly as if they had cramps. Chi-Wen and the Roaring Tribe warriors behind him were stunned for a moment. Then the Roaring Tribe warriors burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, where did this kid come from? Too funny, he actually wants to provoke Lord Chi-Wen. Do you know what Lord Chi-Wen's identity is? This is the biggest joke I have ever heard in my life. The Roaring Tribe warriors pointed at Chulin and laughed. They had never seen anyone dare to be so presumptuous, which was no different from seeking death. Ah, just you? Chi-Wen sneered, his words were full of disdain. Facing the provocation and insults of an ant, people of Chi-Wen's status didn't care at all. He didn't even have to do it himself, the person who dared to insult him would be punished. Sure enough, after the Roaring Tribe warriors behind him laughed at him, one of them came to Chulin and looked down at him. Humble dog slave, now I give you a chance to save your life. Kneel down and lick the shoes of Master Chi-Wen, and we will let you go. The Roaring Tribe warrior looked at him with contempt. Chulin raised his head slightly, and was too lazy to talk nonsense with this person, and punched him directly. You dare to attack? You are looking for death. The Roaring Tribe warrior saw that Chulin dared to attack him, and laughed in anger, and punched him. His punch might directly smash the arm of this humble slave, giving him a taste of his power. The pedestrians in the stall market also gloated when they saw this scene, daring to fight with the Roaring Tribe warriors and the Roaring Tribe. I'm afraid he thinks his life is too long. Bang! A muffled sound came. The scene that Chulin was directly crippled by the Roaring Tribe warriors as expected did not happen. Instead, the Roaring Tribe warriors were hit hard by a heavy hammer and flew out all of a sudden. Behind him were some other Roaring Tribe warriors. This violent impact was like bowling, knocking more than a dozen Roaring Tribe warriors away. What? Who is this person? How can he have such great power? Could it be that an awakened person knocked more than a dozen Roaring Tribe warriors away with one punch? This is too terrifying. The crowd who were watching and preparing to watch the show were stunned when they saw this scene, and their faces showed astonishment. Most of the people in this stall market are residents of the Roaring Tribe and some mercenary groups that hunt monsters for a living. There are very few awakened people. So the Roaring Tribe warriors basically exist here like law enforcers, and no one dares to mess with them. What's more, Chi-Wen, the awakened person of the Roaring Tribe, is also here. No one expected Chulin to be an awakener, and judging from the way he punched away more than a dozen Roaring Tribe warriors, he should be a powerful awakener. I just don't know if he is a superhuman type of waste or a strong atavistic type. Chulin's actions finally attracted Chi-Wen's attention. He was quite surprised and looked at Chulin. Of course, he was just surprised. His attitude towards Chulin did not change because he was an awakener. Because this is the Roaring Tribe. I was wrong. He is actually an awakener? Chi-Wen chuckled, with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Unfortunately, in my eyes, you are still a waste. This is the Roaring Tribe. The dragon is coiled for me and the tiger is in my den. This does not change the fact that I will beat you into a dog. Chulin said lightly with a blank expression, and walked towards Chi-Wen step by step. Chulin. Hong Moli tried to reach out to stop Chulin's action, but it didn't work. Fearless, decisive, and ruthless. The genes of the nether wolf did change Chu Lin's personality a little, but it was his own strength that made Chu Lin so confident. So what if he was in the roaring tribe? Whoever he wanted to fight, even if he retreated into a turtle shell, he would smash the turtle shell together. Interesting, remember the last awakener who provoked me in the roaring tribe, now his corpse has been used as feed for monsters. Chiwen said coldly, watching Chu Lin slowly walk towards him. No way, this person dares to attack Lord Chiwen? Attacking the warriors of the roaring tribe is already a taboo. Humph, how is it possible? Lord Chiwen is an awakener of the crazy lion family of the roaring tribe, and has completed 3 gene chains. Ordinary awakeners are no different from ants in front of Lord Chiwen. This person is unlucky. He offended the awakener of the crazy lion family in the roaring tribe. I'm afraid his end is more miserable than death. The crowd of onlookers retreated slightly, and an empty space suddenly spread out in the entire market with Chu Lin and Chiwen as the center. The battle power of the awakeners is powerful, and one small one will affect innocent people. No one wants to be affected by the battle between 2 awakeners. Looking for death. Chiwen saw that Chu Lin had no intention of stopping, and the expression on his face finally couldn't hold. As an awakener of the roaring tribe's wild lion family, he not only possessed the powerful strength of 3 gene chains, but also had a very prominent status in the roaring tribe. At this time, his dignity was challenged by an outsider awakener. Chiwen's palm became a knife, and he chopped Chu Lin with a hand knife. In the process of slashing, bursts of purple flames suddenly burned on the hand knife. The purple flame slashed towards Chu Lin, and there was no burning feeling, but a kind of piercing cold, as if it could corrode a person's soul. Chu Lin, be careful, Chiwen's gene is the soul-devouring flame, the flesh can't stop it, and it can directly corrode the spirit. Seeing Chiwen's move, Hong Moli hurriedly exclaimed to remind Chu Lin. Hong Moli is much more familiar with Chiwen and knows what the other party's genes are. Although Chu Lin was very powerful and had a strong recovery ability, he was still alive after taking 3 attacks from Yuan Liang, and recovered in just a few days. But these were physical strengths and could not resist spiritual attacks. The 3 gene chains of Chiwen had a certain reputation in the roaring tribe, and a level gathering place, because of his special genetic attack method that was hard to defend against. Directly attack the spirit. Chu Lin didn't panic at all when he heard this. The fact that the other party's genes could directly attack the spirit was somewhat beyond his expectation. But after Chu Lin merged with the nether wolf gene, his mental power increased greatly. Not only was he physically strong now, he was also mentally tough. Facing Chiwen's special attack method, Chu Lin didn't panic at all. Laugh. Chiwen's hand knife slashed Chu Lin's body hard, and the purple flames flew towards Chu Lin's body like a hungry wolf smelling the smell of blood, and penetrated into his body. It's over. Seeing this scene, Hong Jasmine felt as if she had lost all strength. This soul-eating spirit flame can directly attack the spirit. In severe cases, it can directly chop people into fools. No matter how powerful the opponent's body is, they can't resist it at all in front of the soul-eating spirit flame. Chiwen slashed with the knife. At least it caused Chu Lin to lose his mind and stimulated his mental strength. At worst, it directly caused irreparable damage to his spirit. Red Jasmine Thorn couldn't stop the scene from happening, her eyes were empty, and she lost her mind for a moment. This kid is dead. The power of the soul-eating spiritual flame cannot be overshadowed. Genes that directly attack the spirit are so terrifying. Even the awakened ones with 4 gene chains would not want to meet this opponent. Not to mention the 4 gene chains, even some strong men with 5 gene chains who are slightly weaker in mental power are a little afraid of Chiwen, which is enough to show how terrifying he is. Seeing the blazing purple flame on Chiwen's palm penetrate into Chu Lin's body, the onlookers' scalps were all numb. They had all seen Chiwen execute a prisoner before using soul-eating flames to burn the prisoner's spirit. The prisoner screamed in pain for a day and a night before he was freed. During this period, the feeling was really worse than death. It was the greatest torture in the world. Is that all? However, a voice suddenly reached Hong Jasmine's ears, causing Hong Jasmine to wake up suddenly from her daze. It also surprised all the onlookers. What, you're okay? Chiwen couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw Chu Lin, who looked calm and didn't even have the slightest expression change on his face. This was also the first time Chiwen had seen this situation. He was so proud that the soul-eating flames that shocked the entire roaring tribe had no effect on an awakened person. For others, your soul-eating flame may be a great killing weapon. Chu Lin smiled coldly, easily pushed away Chiwen's palm, and said slowly. But for me, your soul-eating spirit flame is still a bit unsatisfactory. Chu Lin's current mental power has reached 200 points. After perfecting the Nether Wolf gene, Chu Lin's mental power suddenly surged to a very powerful level. Chuan's soul-eating flames entered Chu Lin's body, mainly attacking his spirit. But under Chu Lin's vast spiritual power, he was instantly submerged. Not only did it not cause any harm to Chu Lin's spirit, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, without even causing any waves. At first, Chu Lin thought that this sword would have some influence on him. How is this possible? Shi Wen was dumbfounded. Even if he faced someone with strong mental power, his soul-eating flames should still cause some trouble to the opponent. How could it be that in this situation, Chu Lin seemed not to be affected at all? Shi Wen's soul-eating flame has actually failed? It's impossible. Who is he? The soul-eating flame has no effect on him? Is his mental power stronger than Shi Wen's? Impossible. Even if his mental power is stronger than Shi Wen's, he will still be affected by the soul-eating flames? The onlookers were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This was also the first time they encountered someone who was not afraid of Shi Wen's soul-eating flames. After all, this is a special gene that can directly attack the spirit, even rarer than the atavistic gene. It's my turn now, right? Chu Lin grabbed Shi Wen's wrist with one hand, with a fierce look on his face, looking a little ferocious. Shi Wen was still in a state of shock when his soul-eating spirit flame was ineffective. Suddenly, he felt a huge force pulling his body, and his whole body was pulled out instantly. Bang! Chu Lin grabbed Shi Wen's arm and threw him to the ground, as if he was holding a tattered rag doll in his hand. 3 gene chains? Why don't you show me your skills? Chu Lin sneered, grabbed Shi Wen's arm and threw him to the ground. Until the ground was smashed into pits and gravel. Shi Wen is an awakened person somewhat similar to Ningfeng. He is not strong in physical strength and can even be regarded as a high-level warrior at most. Facing Chu Lin's extremely powerful force, Shi Wen had no room for resistance. Boom! Shi Wen was thrown directly to the ground, and his whole body was embedded in the ground like a lead ball, creating a large human-shaped pit. Shi Wen fainted on the spot. If Chu Lin didn't take action, it would be enough. Once he did, he would definitely inflict fatal damage with one hit. Even Shi Wen now has 3 complete gene chains and 3 powerful skills. But under Chu Lin's fierce offensive, there was no chance of release at all. Even if Chu Wen releases all 3 skills, Chu Lin will not be afraid at all. The genes of the Nether Wolf not only gave Chu Lin a very strong mental power, but also gave Chu Lin a very strong resistance to mental attacks. Otherwise, even if Chu Lin's mental power was as high as more than 200 points, it would definitely not be as easy as it is now to face the genes that can burn mental power. The market fell into a strange silence. Everyone looked at Shi Wen, who had fainted and lost his fighting power, and their hearts were like waves of sky-shattering tsunamis. Looking at Chu Lin was like looking at a demon. This is a powerful awakener of 3 gene chains. He can release a gene skill that can even kill ordinary people on the spot. He is a powerful existence that everyone is in awe of. Now he is beaten like a dead dog by an unknown person. Before, Chu Lin said that he would beat Shi Wen like a dog, but no one would take it seriously. Most people even thought that Chu Lin would ruin his life because of his own words. However, in just a short moment, the person lying on the ground like a dead dog was Shi Wen. As for the person who beat Shi Wen like a dog, he really did it. Hong Moli, who came to her senses, resisted the urge to scream, grabbed Chu Lin's hand, and hurriedly walked out of the stall market. He attacked the awakener of the crazy lion family in the Roaring Tribe, and beat him so badly that he fainted. If he didn't leave now, it would be too late. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound came from the entrance of the stall market. Red Jasmine looked up. Numerous figures appeared at the door of the direct market, blocking the entrance. It is roughly estimated that there are more than a dozen warriors, and these warriors are tall and powerful, wearing standard armor. It was completely different from the dozen or so people following Shi Wen. On the armor of these people, there is a very obvious mark of a golden lion engraved on it. These people are the elite warriors of the Mad Lion family. It's too late now, Chu Lin, you are too impulsive. When Hong Jasmine saw the group of well-equipped elite warriors at the entrance of the market, she smiled bitterly and said to Chu Lin. Although the tone was resentful, there was no resentment. In any case, things have happened now, and there is no use complaining about Chu Lin now. If the soldiers come, they will stop it, and if the water comes, the earth will cover it. Chu Lin stared at the group of elite soldiers surrounding the 2 people and said nonchalantly. Hong Jasmine sighed slightly. She couldn't hold Chu Lin back, so she can only take one step at a time. Among the dozen or so elite warriors of the Mad Lion family, there was a particularly conspicuous figure. This is a slim girl, wearing a golden plush cloak and a strange headdress, with a delicate face, walking towards them step by step. That's not, It's Princess Evian of the Mad Lion family. Why did she come here? It is said that Princess Evian is the most beautiful woman in the entire Roaring Tribe. Now that I have seen her, she truly deserves her reputation. Everyone in the market sighed after seeing the visitor. They are not warriors of the Roaring Tribe, nor are they gifted awakeners. It is rare for them to see such a big shot as Princess Evian. Now that I see him in person, he is naturally very excited, and he will have bragging rights in the future. He's actually the young princess of the Crazy Lion family. Now we're in trouble. When Hong Jasmine heard what those people said, she was shocked inside and frowned. Chiwen is the awakened guest of the Crazy Lion family. He has served under the Crazy Lion family for a long time. If you defeat Chiwen, you will lose the Crazy Lion family's face. So what? If it doesn't work, just tie up the princess and rush out. Chu Lin said without hesitation. As soon as these words came out, Red Jasmine was immediately startled. She could tell that Chu Lin was serious when he said this. But at the same time, there was also a hint of warmth in Hong Jasmine's heart. After all, these things all happened because of her. Chu Lin did this initially to prevent Red Jasmine from being put in an embarrassing situation. It's not exactly a pleasant trip. Hong Jasmine sighed helplessly and said to Chu Lin in a slightly teasing tone. At this time, Chu Lin's palms slowly clenched. He has never used the Ghost Wolf gene until now. Strictly speaking, the Nether Wolf gene should be considered a type of anti-ancestral gene. The Nether Wolf gene can provide Chu Lin with explosive speed and greatly enhance Chu Lin's aggressiveness. Moreover, the skill Ghost Roar carried by the Ghost Wolf gene can instantly absorb everyone's spirit throughout their lives. Even if it was just for a moment, it was enough for Chu Lin to catch Princess Evian. However, surrounded by more than a dozen elite warriors of the Mad Lion family, Princess Evian slowly came to Chu Lin and Hong Jasmine. Just when everyone thought that Princess Evian was going after Chu Lin and Hong Jasmine, Princess Evian's figure moved slightly and bowed to Chu Lin. Warriors of Weian Camp, please forgive my Crazy Lion family for being disrespectful and offending me. A trace of apology appeared on Princess Evian's delicate cheeks. I wonder if I can invite warriors to come to my Crazy Lion family. The Crazy Lion family will never be stingy with the strong. The leader of the Evian group looked as usual, but when he looked at Chu Lin, he actually had a different expression. Did I read that correctly? Princess Evian was actually saluting that person? Even Princess Evian has to salute. Is he a big shot? The awakened person who can defeat Chiwen must be of extraordinary strength. Princess Evian is extending an olive branch to that person on behalf of the Mad Lion family. I'm so envious that I can be favored by Evian County. Everyone in the market cast envious looks at Chu Lin. If ice could cause harm, Chu Lin would probably be penetrated by this jealous gaze at this moment. Ha! Invite me to the Wild Lion family? Chu Lin was slightly startled when he heard Princess Ian's words. He didn't expect that this was not an attack, but an invitation. Red Jasmine's eyes widened at the side. Although Chu Lin is powerful, he is only an awakener of one genetic chain. This level is not enough for someone like Princess Evian of the Crazy Lion family to come and invite her in person, right? However, Red Jasmine soon seemed to have thought of something. Princess Evian, could it be? Red Jasmine glanced at Princess Evian, looking a little unnatural, and asked cautiously. That's right, Ms. Red Jasmine, the gladiator competition of the Roaring Tribe is about to begin. Princess Evian seemed to understand the question asked by Red Jasmine at once, nodded slightly, and said, Gladiator contest? What is that? Chu Lin asked very curiously. The gladiator competition is a tradition of the Roaring Tribe, which is held every 3 years. I didn't expect it to coincide with the trade fair this time. Hong Moli smiled bitterly and shook her head, her expression becoming more and more strange. Weian's warrior, the gladiator competition is a tradition of the Roaring Tribe, and it is a competition between the 3 major families of the Roaring Tribe. The leader of the Iyun group slowly explained. There are 3 major families in the Roaring Tribe, namely the Red Dragon, Fierce Tiger, and Crazy Lion families. The strength rankings of the 3 families are not much different, so a gladiator competition will be held every 3 years, and the results of the competition will be used to allocate the resources of each family for the next 3 years. In this generation, the Red Dragon and Fierce Tiger families have powerful descendants, but I only have 1 gene chain, so I am not a match for the other 2 families. For the future development of our Crazy Lion family, we can only find some powerful young awakeners to invite into the family and represent our Crazy Lion family in the battle. Chu Lin only understood half of what he heard, and looked back at Chi Wen, who was fainted on the ground like a dead dog. Is this the foreign aid you are looking for? Chu Lin pointed at Chi Wen on the ground with disdain, feeling a little ridiculous. With Chi Wen's strength, let alone Chu Lin has the nether wolf gene that can completely immunize him from his mental attacks. Even if Chu Lin does not have the nether wolf, it is easy to beat this idiot. Chi Wen has a special gene called soul-eating spirit flame. As an elder of the Mad Lion family, he can also compete in the gladiator competition as a member of the Mad Lion family. Princess Evian seemed not to feel the disdain expressed in Chu Lin's words. He explained to Chu Lin with a calm expression. But Lord Chi Wen, the only one who can represent the Mad Lion family, was easily defeated by you, the warrior, so I, the Mad Lion family, invite you to represent me in the gladiator competition. Princess Ian's tone was firm, and it felt as if Chu Lin didn't agree, she would crash to death here. If a family wants to maintain its longevity, the most important thing is to constantly replenish it with fresh blood. The source of fresh blood is the younger generation of the family, who are the family's greatest hope. Only with the constant influx of new blood can this huge machine of the family keep running at all times. Therefore, the gladiator competition of the Roaring Tribe is a big day that every family attaches great importance to. Because the importance of this game is closely related to the allocation of resources they will receive in the next 3 years. With enough resources, their family can maintain the top level in the Roaring Tribe for a long time. Only by using these resources can we cultivate enough elite warriors and enhance the strength of the family awakeners. As one of the 3 major families of the Roaring Tribe, the Wild Lion family was naturally unwilling to lag behind in the gladiator competition. However, the descendant of this generation of the Mad Lion family is a woman, and her talent and strength are not ideal. No matter how hard Princess Evian trains, she still has no hope of catching up with the elite juniors of the other 2 major families. Therefore, in order for the family to persevere, the Quancher family had no choice but to use foreign aid to help them obtain results in the gladiator competition. Chu Lin and Hong Jasmine followed Princess Evian to the territory of the Crazy Lion family. Chu Lin squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the huge golden lion statue in the distance. The statue was made of metal and was the emblem and symbol of the Mad Lion family. And of course, there are genes. Chu Lin's eyes swept across the territory of the Mad Lion family, and then moved to the conspicuous crowd in front of the golden Mad Lion statue. Chu Lin sighed helplessly. What kind of muddy water are we going through again? Looking at Chu Lin's depressed expression, I remembered Chu Lin's surprised and dull face just now. Hong Jasmine covered her lips with her hands and chuckled with some schadenfreude. Little brother Chu Lin, I have gained a lot from this trip to the Roaring Tribe. I got a cheap wife for nothing when I first came here. As soon as the laughter came out, Hong Jasmine suddenly felt Chu Lin's hateful eyes falling on her, and she quickly covered her mouth. However, a smile couldn't help but appear in those charming eyes. It turns out that Princess Evian invited Chu Lin to join the Quancher family and fight on her behalf. But Chu Lin's identity is not the same as Chi Wen's. Chi Wen has been an awakened guest of the Crazy Lion clan for a long time, and he has already been labeled as a member of the Crazy Lion clan. But Chu Lin, a newcomer, cannot be recruited as a guest and immediately let him represent the Mad Lion family in the gladiator competition. Inviting foreign aid in this way is too obvious and is somewhat against the rules. Therefore, Princess Evian arranged a new identity for handling. That is the quasi-golden consort of their Mad Lion family, the fiancée of Princess Evian. He looked around Chu Lin, and a strange look passed through his slightly narrow and beautiful eyes. Little brother Chu Lin, what are your genetic skills? Whether before or now, Chu Lin has already proven his strong strength. But what makes Red Jasmine strange is that in addition to basic boxing skills, Red Jasmine seemed to have never seen Chu Lin use genetic skills. Upon hearing Hong Jasmine's question, Xia Yan glanced at her sideways. It's not that Chu Lin doesn't want to use his genetic skills, it's just that the skill of ant power is tough life. How can Chu Lin use his passive skills? As for the skill Nether Roar given by the Nether Wolf gene, as a trump card, Chu Lin didn't want it to be exposed to others so soon. My genetic energy is, Chu Lin said as if he didn't care. Princess Evian on the side also froze slightly when she heard Chu Lin's words. She also wanted to know Chu Lin's genetic skills very much. This young man who could easily defeat Chi Wen with the 3-day gene chain even caused Chi Wen to lose severely without even using his skills. What genetic skills does he possess? A skill that defeats all opponents. Chu Lin raised a sly arc at the corner of his mouth, blinked, and said, "TCH, cheapskate." After hearing this, Hong Jasmine gave Chu Lin a fierce look. Princess Evian, who was leading the way, also coughed lightly and almost choked on her own saliva. Soon, surrounded by the elite warriors of the Crazy Lion family, several people came to the statue of the Golden Crazy Lion. Here, there is a group of people. The leader was a burly man with a face covered with golden hair. Ha, it's true that heroes come from young. My name is Etienne. I am the patriarch of the Quincher family and also the father of Iyun. When Etienne saw Chulin and Han Jasmine, he laughed heartily and greeted them very enthusiastically. Etienne clan chief. Red Jasmine bowed respectfully to Etienne. Ms. Hong Moli is more beautiful than the rumors say. Etienne laughed. Patriarch E, you are too kind. I came here with a purchasing mission this time, hoping to exchange enough supplies with the Crazy Lion family. Hong Moli took this opportunity to explain her purpose. Of course, there is no problem. If our Crazy Lion family can get a good ranking in this gladiator competition, I can give you some supplies. Etienne waved his hand very generously. Of course, this generosity also has a prerequisite. The Crazy Lion family must get a good ranking. Father, this is the warrior from Weiyang camp that I brought back. Princess Iyun bowed slightly to Etienne and said respectfully. It's him. Lord Shiwen was defeated without even resisting. Oh. Little brother is very strong. I wonder how many gene chains have you completed? Etienne's eyes immediately fell on Chulin, and he looked at Chulin with a scrutinizing look. 1. Chulin responded very straightforwardly. Hearing Chulin's words, the elite warriors of the surrounding Crazy Lion family couldn't help but show a strange look on their faces. They didn't expect that the foreign aid found by Princess Iyun this time. He had only awakened a mere gene chain. Even Princess Iyun herself was about to complete the 2-day gene chain. An awakener who completed the Oneidai gene chain was really nothing in the Roaring Tribe. Not to mention that he had to represent the Crazy Lion family to participate in the gladiator competition. Ahem, well, it's a gene chain, but for the actual combat ability that the gladiator competition is looking for, a gene chain is not a bad idea, it's not a bad idea. Etienne coughed twice, showed a hint of embarrassing affection, and said with some reluctance. But what he said was more like comforting himself. A gene chain awakener may have a higher status in the Flebel gathering place, but in the 11 Roaring Tribe, they are really not a scarce talent. Do you really only have one gene chain? When Princess Evian heard the news, a trace of surprise appeared on her originally indifferent and delicate face. She didn't ask this question at first, but Shiwen could defeat 3 gene chains so easily. No matter how much she thought, Chulin's strength couldn't be limited to just one gene chain. But if you only have one gene chain, you will have 1 or 2 skills less than others in actual combat, which will be a big disadvantage. Etienne frowned slightly, his eyes swept across Princess Iyun, and finally fell on Chulin's face. To Etienne's surprise, Chulin did not change his mood because of his words. Instead, his eyes were firm, and there was still a very strong fighting spirit brewing in him. This fact makes Etienne quite satisfied. The Roaring Tribe advocates force, and the Wild Lion family is famous among the Roaring Tribe for their bravery. The Mad Lion family has always been very welcoming to brave men. Although there is only one gene chain. Lord Patriarch, with all due respect, an awakened person with a genetic chain, even if he has strong actual combat ability, is completely inadequate in the gladiator competition. At this time, a strong man behind Etienne stepped forward. This man was wearing the elite armor of the Crazy Lion family, and he looked very heroic. Uncle Icheng? Princess Evian was slightly shocked when she saw the man standing up. Icheng is the awakened person of the Crazy Lion family. He is also a strong man in the 3 gene chains and is the backbone of the Crazy Lion family. What he said carries great weight among the Quincher clan, and his status is almost second only to that of the Etienne clan leader. Well, the 2 boys from the Red Dragon and Tiger families both have 3 gene chains and are extremely talented. Coupled with the support given by the families behind them, even the awakened ones with 4 gene chains may not be incapable of defeating them. Etienne said somewhat profoundly. It's just 3 gene chains. As long as it's not 5 gene chains, I can handle it. Chulin estimated his own strength and said very calmly. Shameless talk. Icheng shouted coldly and stretched out his hand to grab Chulin. Do you think this is playing house? The gladiator competition is related to the prosperity and decline of our Mad Lion family. Princess Evian is not good at fighting, so our Mad Lion family must capture the resources for the next 3 years. Otherwise, if there is no one who can support the family in the future, the Mad Lion family's status will plummet, or even be squeezed out. Roaring Tribe. Just when Icheng's thick palm was about to catch Chulin, Chulin raised his hand and grabbed Icheng's wrist. Uncle, what you say is what you say. It would be a bit unreasonable for you to directly take action. Chu Lin smiled lightly, the expression on his face was very relaxed, as if there was no pressure at all. I Cheng frowned slightly and used more force on his hands. He is the awakener of 3 gene chains, and he is also the dignified elder of the Mad Lion family. How could he be blocked by a brat with only 1 gene chain? However, no matter how hard I Cheng tried, his wrist seemed to be half-clamped by iron pliers, unable to move at all. Ha! I still have some strength. Seeing this, I Cheng snorted softly, activated his genetic energy, and rushed towards Chu Lin's palm. Speaking of which, he was forced to use genetic energy by a boy with a genetic chain, and I Cheng even felt that his face was a little dull. I Cheng's genes were naturally the atavistic Mad Lion genes of the Mad Lion family, which aroused extraordinary ferocity, so he decided to give this kid a showdown. Boom! A huge force burst out from I Cheng's body, faintly making I Cheng's already strong muscles swell even more. His entire figure had swelled, and the veins on his forehead were bulging, giving him an extraordinary look of power. Crazy Lion gene. Isn't it right? Elder I Cheng actually used the Mad Lion gene. This kid is miserable. The Mad Lion gene can not only enhance all attributes of the awakened person in all aspects, but also possess the same ferocious aura as the Mad Lion. A junior awakened person with a gene chain like this cannot withstand the pressure of the Mad Lion gene. Just when many Mad Lion family warriors were preparing to see how their family elders would treat Chu Lin, I Cheng's face turned red, and the veins on his forehead and arms were like knots like green snakes. But Chu Lin's face was calm, as if he was very relaxed, and there was no feeling of effort at all. Even the Mad Lion gene could not bring any pressure to him. Etienne looked at I Cheng's expression, and the look in his eyes changed slightly. After Elder I Cheng used genetic energy, even he could not resist I Cheng's power so lightly. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and under the feet of Elder I Cheng and Chu Lin, the large stone bricks could not withstand the pressure of the two people's strength and cracked. What's going on? Elder I Cheng can't do anything to this kid? Isn't it possible? An awakened person with a genetic chain can be so powerful? This power is too terrifying. Many elite warriors of the Mad Lion clan gasped and retreated after seeing this scene. It seemed incredible to others that 1 gene chain could withstand the pressure and power of Elder I Cheng, who had 3 gene chains. Boy! What kind of genes do you have? I Cheng gritted his teeth, stared at Chu Lin's face, which had not changed much, and asked solemnly. It's just a low-level superhuman gene, not worth mentioning, Elder I Cheng. Chu Lin said with a smile. He was actually very interested in this gladiator competition, and he could fight against the descendants of the major families of the Roaring Tribe. In addition to honing his skills and combat experience in high-intensity duels, what Chu Lin was looking forward to more was what kind of powerful genes he could see in this gladiator competition. The two of them were in a stalemate for a long time, and the cracks spreading from the soles of their feet grew bigger and bigger. I Cheng. Etienne couldn't stand it anymore. He used his genetic energy and the stalemate lasted for so long. It was simply embarrassing for the Crazy Lion family, so he shouted softly. The two men then let go of each other's hands. I Cheng's swollen muscles slowly shrank, while Chu Lin gently moved his wrists, as if he had just broken his wrists. Hong Moli looked at this scene with a bit of laughter and tears, and was also a little shocked in her heart. When I was in Weiyang camp, I knew that Chu Lin was good at strength, and he could even knock Iron Bull away with 1 punch, but I didn't expect his strength to be so exaggerated. The reason why the Wild Lion family can become one of the 3 major families in the Roaring Tribe. A large part of the reason is because of their Crazy Lion genes. Even among the atavistic genes, the Crazy Lion gene is considered to be the best and high-quality gene, and its power will increase exponentially once it is activated. It is not inferior to the Great Yellow Ape gene of Iron Neo. However, after I Cheng, the elder of the Mad Lion family, actually triggered the Mad Lion gene, he was still unable to suppress Chu Lin in terms of power. This powerful force not only shocked everyone in the Mad Lion family, but even Red Jasmine was a little dumbfounded. Princess Yun saw the result of Chu Lin and I Cheng testing each other, and a strange color flashed in her bright eyes. Chu Lin's performance was beyond her expectation. She originally thought that Chu Lin was just a gene chain awakener, and maybe she had found the wrong target. Ha, a hero really comes from a boy. Don't you know the name of your little brother? Etienne said with a smile. After I Cheng's testing, Etienne didn't quite believe that Chu Lin was just a gene chain awakener. This strength alone can actually suppress the Mad Lion gene of their family, and there is no change under the pressure of the Mad Lion gene. This alone is enough to make Etienne stand in admiration. This is Chu Lin. Chu Lin said, neither humble nor arrogant. At the invitation of the Etienne clan leader, Chu Lin and Hong Jasmine quickly entered the barracks of the Quancher family's territory. It is said to be a barracks, but the central barracks in the Mad Lion family is basically similar to a huge palace. After entering the palace, under the arrangement of a Mad Lion family warrior, a room was arranged for Hong Jasmine and Chu Lin. The gladiator competition of the Roaring Tribe is approaching, which shows that Chu Lin does not have a few days left to prepare for this competition. After Chu Lin arranged everything in the room, he settled in temporarily and soon welcomed his first guest. Princess Evian knocked on the door and slowly walked in after Chu Lin's permission. She was wearing a military uniform with the image of a golden lion embroidered on it, making her look very majestic. Mr. Chu Lin, how is the environment here? If you have any needs, please feel free to tell me. Evian looked at the processing, his eyes flashed, and said softly. In the gladiator competition, you will meet elite children from the Red Dragon and Tiger families. They all have equipment equipped by the family. Our Mad Lion family can also provide you with some of the equipment you need. What do you need? Chu Lin gave Evian a very mysterious feeling. When Chu Lin defeated Chi-Wan, he did not reveal any genetic skills. He only showed Chu Lin's strong physical fitness and lack of fear of mental attacks. Chu Lin had a trial with Elder Cheng before, and Evian realized that Chu Lin's power was not just strong. This was simply an exaggeration. Elder Cheng, who has 3 gene chains, has the best power in the entire Mad Lion family after stimulating the Mad Lion gene, and he is actually unable to do anything to Chu Lin. However, the gladiator competition is not an arm wrestling competition, and victory cannot be achieved by relying solely on strong strength. Whether it is the Red Dragon family or the Tiger family, their ancestral genes are very powerful, and their genetic skills are also extremely powerful. To put it bluntly, the power of the awakened one is directly linked to the number of gene chains and the number of genetic skills. Since Chu Lin only has 1 gene chain, compared with the elite awakeners of other families, he is extremely disadvantaged in terms of genetic energy and genetic skills. Evian can only provide Chu Lin with external equipment to strengthen his strength, thereby increasing Chu Lin's winning rate. Just prepare me a more flexible armor. Chu Lin thought for a while and said simply. Chu Lin didn't have many fancy attack methods. All he could rely on was his strong physique and absolutely crushing power. So a set of armor is enough, plus the mechanical arm given to him by the controller Han Dong, it is enough. Armor, Princess Evian Ayun murmured. A glimmer of light suddenly flashed in her eyes, and she spoke to Chu Lin with a slightly excited tone. By the way, our Mad Lion family has a set of inherited armor, but no one has been able to activate it for a long time. Do you want to try it? Inherited armor? Chu Lin was stunned for a moment, looked at Princess Ayun, and nodded slowly. The Roaring Tribe is not like the Wei Yang camp where the leader controls the camp warehouse. There is no leader position in the E-class gathering place, only counselors and elders. They are the heads of the 3 major families, the Crazy Lion, the Red Dragon, and the Fierce Tiger. The 3 of them jointly control most of the resources of the entire Roaring Tribe. The family warehouses of these 3 major families are naturally the 3 places with the richest resources and treasures in the Roaring Tribe. Soon Evian found Etienne and brought Chu Lin to the family warehouse. The inheritance armor has been forgotten for a long time, and I have forgotten its effectiveness. After opening the door of the family warehouse, Etienne led the way and said to the 2 people behind him. I remember that only inheritors with the Mad Lion gene can activate this heritage armor, but unfortunately no one from the Mad Lion family can activate it so far. After passing the rich resource accumulation area, Etienne led the 2 of them to the deepest part of the warehouse. On the wall hung a dull armor of ancient style, which looked unremarkable, like a fake product made in a low-quality small workshop. Even the standard armor worn by ordinary warriors of the Crazy Lion family looked much better than this one. Are you sure this is your family's inherited armor? Not some antique found in the basement? Chu Lin couldn't help but complain about the style and workmanship of this inherited armor. It's just a rumor. I haven't seen anyone who can inspire the inherited armor. In my opinion, it is more like a symbol of the spirit of our Crazy Lion family. Etienne shrugged, and it can be seen that he didn't take this so-called inherited armor very seriously. Maybe he also knew that this was just an antique decoration, just passed down as a family heirloom, and had no practical use. Why don't I change you a piece of golden lion armor newly developed by our Crazy Lion family, which has some amplification effect on strength, speed, and resistance to blows, but it does not belong to the category of genetic equipment? Etienne suggested. Try this one first. Chu Lin looked at the heritage armor on the wall and took it down directly. Yuxianya and Iyun saw this scene but did not stop it. It was not a rare thing, so they did not care too much. Chu Lin put on the heritage armor and tried it on. It fit well. But it was useless. The inheritance armor that can only be inspired by the Mad Lion gene sounds very powerful. But according to what Chief Tianya said, none of the awakened members of the Crazy Lion Clan can inspire this ancient armor, let alone other ordinary people from the Crazy Lion Clan. Chu Lin wore it and it fit perfectly. One thing that concerned Chu Lin was that there was nothing strange about the armor when it was taken off the wall, but when Chu Lin put it on himself, Chu Lin could feel the weight of the armor soaring. It was as if a huge boulder had suddenly been loaded into the empty backpack behind him. If Chu Lin hadn't trained in Yuzhin's gravity field for a period of time before, he might have made a fool of himself this time. But Chu Lin also concluded one thing. This inheritance armor is definitely not an ordinary thing. Recalling what the leader of Tianya said before, Chu Lin took turns using gene extraction on Tianya and Evian. The two of them looked at Chu Lin wearing ancient-style armor and making random gestures in the air. They looked at each other and were a little confused for a moment. They didn't know what kind of medicine Chu Lin was selling in the gourd. After more than a dozen extractions, Chu Lin finally successfully extracted the Mad Lion gene. Then Chu Lin's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth showed an upward curve. This armor is good. It fits well. It's still retro style, so this is it. Chu Lin moved around and performed a set of basic boxing skills, and said to the father and daughter. But, this armor has no effect. Evian said hesitantly. I really like the style of this armor. Don't you want to make the Crazy Lion family's heritage armor shine in occasions like the gladiator competition? Chu Lin smiled slightly. Ha, if little brother Chu Lin likes it, then wear it. If you want to change the golden lion armor, just ask. You must do your best in the gladiator competition. Tianya said with a smile. So after selecting again in the Crazy Lion family warehouse, Chu Lin chose another Vajra eyebrow staff, which was also just an ordinary weapon, not genetic equipment. But as the old saying goes, it takes a long time to practice a sword and a spear with a moonstick. As a type of weapon, the stick is also the easiest to use. The gladiator competition is about to begin, and it's too late to learn other weapons. Only the stick can help you learn some skills in a short period of time. It is said that there is also a master of weapons in the Quanxer family, who is quite involved in stick techniques. It is Yicheng who had fought against Chu Lin before. When Chu Lin appeared in front of Han Jasmine, holding a Vajra eyebrow staff and wearing retro-style armor. Red Jasmine's charming and beautiful cheeks showed a look of astonishment, her beautiful eyes widened, and her red lips parted, as if she had seen a ghost. What followed immediately was a burst of giggling laughter. What are you dressing up like? It's too funny. Han Jasmine laughed so hard that she was out of breath, and asked while holding her belly. Chu Lin seemed to have expected such a reaction from Red Jasmine. He shrugged indifferently and replied casually. This is the attire of a king. In the next few days, Chu Lin had in-depth contact with Yicheng. The elder of the Mad Lion family was quite dissatisfied with Chu Lin's previous suppression of his strength. He didn't like Chu Lin no matter how he looked at him, so he naturally trained Chu Lin hard. But what he didn't expect was that Chu Lin's progress was so fast. I thought that in the past few days of the gladiator competition, it would be pretty good if Chu Lin could initially master the method of using a stick. However, on the third day of learning the stick technique, Elder Yicheng suddenly discovered that he could no longer suppress Chu Lin in the stick technique. As the saying goes, fists are afraid of young people, and sticks are afraid of old wolves. Although stick technique is easy to get started quickly, there are some very essential skills that cannot be mastered in a short time. The old wolf in Yicheng's stick could not suppress the wolf cub Chu Lin. Apart from the fact that Chu Lin's power is exaggerated, Chu Lin is also very precise in handling weapons. As quiet as a virgin, as active as a stray rabbit. If you don't take action, it's fine. Once you take action, it will be a fatal move. It's like having a pair of wolf eyes. On this day, Yicheng held a Vajra stick and fought with Chu Lin using the stick method. The sound of gold and iron clashing could be heard endlessly, and there were many warriors of the Wild Lion family watching around. Yicheng is the elder of the Mad Lion family and the chief instructor who trains the warriors of the Mad Lion family. The elite warriors of the Mad Lion family were all trained by Elder Yicheng, and they are the most elite force in the Roaring Tribe. Comparatively speaking, the warriors of the Roaring Tribe and the elite warriors of the Mad Lion family are like the difference between the logistics force and the special forces. The difference can be described as the difference between clouds and mud. It is very easy to learn a basic set of stick skills, but it takes hard work and some talent to get the essence. Elder I Ching has never seen anyone with such strong comprehension ability. The iron rope crosses the river. Sweep across thousands of armies. Wind in residual clouds. Elder I Ching was struggling to cope with the attack with one move and another stick. Originally, the stick is a relatively less lethal weapon, and the stick technique's moves are more eclectic and will not have such sharp murderous intent. As a result, when Chu Lin used it, his moves were fatal and his sticks were deadly. Strengthen the mountain. Bang! With a muffled sound, Elder I Ching couldn't hold the diamond stick in his hand under Chu Lin's huge force, and was knocked out. Chu Lin's diamond stick was so powerful that it almost touched Elder I Ching's nose. You guy, Elder I Ching's forehead was sweating, and his arms were numb from the shock. He didn't understand what kind of freak Chu Lin was. He had never seen him use genetic energy, and he didn't know what kind of genes he had. It was like a super soldier, not an awakener. But Chu Lin's strength could easily suppress him with 3 gene chains. Even when Elder I Ching activated the Mad Lion gene, he couldn't put any pressure on Chu Lin. Of course, using genetic skills is another matter, but this alone has made Elder I Ching recognize Chu Lin's strength. If this kid's genes are better, it would be okay to talk to the clan leader and really recruit him as the golden son-in-law of my Mad Lion family. I Ching felt that Chu Lin's strength, talent, and character were absolutely superior. If it weren't for his genetic talent, he would definitely be the best choice for the crazy lion family to recruit a son-in-law. Lord Chu Lin is too powerful, even Elder I Ching is not his opponent. Lord Chu Lin might be able to bring back a good result for our crazy lion family in the gladiator competition. This is without using genetic energy. The Red Dragon and Tiger families participating in the gladiator competition are all geniuses, and there are strong people from 3 gene chains. In the past few days, the elite warriors of the Mad Lion family will come here every day to watch Chu Lin's practice. After all, it was a very rare thing for them that an awakened person who could rely entirely on genetic abilities could learn the stick techniques used by ordinary warriors. After 2 days of observation, the elite warriors of the Mad Lion family were completely conquered by Chu Lin. On the first day, Chu Lin was still no match for Elder I Ching in terms of stick skills, and was even trained hard by Elder I Ching. The next day, Chu Lin went from being a beginner to fighting with Elder I Ching in stick skills, which surprised everyone. This third day is even worse. Chu Lin's fighting style is fierce and life-threatening, even in practice it is like actual combat. The moves are fierce and the sticks are murderous. He actually pressed down on Elder I Ching and knocked the Vajra stick out of Elder I Ching's hand. Such bravery and talent can only make the elite warriors of the Mad Lion family sigh. Thank you, Elder I Ching, for your advice. Chu Lin took back the Vajra stick and saluted slightly. Although this old guy has a bad temper, he does have real talent in learning. Chu Lin benefited a lot from I Ching. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared at the edge of the field. The appearance of this beautiful figure immediately made the soldiers present excited, and Elder I Ching's eyes also moved slightly. Who else could it be if she wasn't Princess Evian? Princess Evian walked straight to Chu Lin. The gladiator competition will be held in 2 days. The trading market will begin today and will last until the end of the gladiator competition. Go to the trading market to see if there is any equipment that suits you. Princess Evian said calmly. But it can be seen that as the gladiator competition gets closer, Evian's eyes become less calm. The trading fair is a grand event held by the Roaring Tribe every year. At that time, people from the 3 nearby Flebel gathering places and other camps will come to the Roaring Tribe for trading. Due to the large number of people, many amazing rare items often appear at trading gatherings. Even the awakened ones are salivating. Of course, most of them are still items that ordinary people need. Seeing this scene, the warriors of the Mad Lion family next to them were all envious. What a wonderful thing it is to go to the trading market with Princess Evian. It is simply the pinnacle dream of the warriors of the Mad Lion family. Anything is fine. Chu Lin nodded. The main purpose of his visit this time was for the trading fair of the Roaring Tribe, and he wanted to see what the grand event Han Dong mentioned was like. After some preparations in the Mad Lion family, Evian refused to follow the warriors of the Mad Lion family and walked out with Chu Lin. I'll take you to a good place. After Evian came out of the family, without the family soldiers following him, the whole person seemed more lively and lively. It made Chu Lin feel extremely real. After all, Evian is just a young girl. The trading bazaar of the Roaring Tribe is indeed well-deserved. When Chu Lin saw this crowded crowd, he suddenly felt a familiar feeling. It's like entering a vegetable market in a previous life, but the items sold here are much higher end than those in the vegetable market. The driving force sword cuts monsters like tofu. It is powerful and allows you to experience the power of the awakened one. It only sells for 320 beast cores. Prajna grass is a rare herb that contains a trace of genetic energy. It can be boiled into a medicinal soup and drank to strengthen the body. It costs 100 beast cores per plant. Buy 2 and get 1 free. The bloodthirsty ant potion contains formic acid genes. Drinking it can keep you cold and warm, increase your physical strength and energy. It has no side effects after treatment. It's on sale at a cheap price. Chu Lin was a little overwhelmed by all kinds of strange and weird items. Although Chu Lin had experienced such scenes, some items really opened his eyes. For example, there are gloves made by the forepart of a bloodthirsty ant, and there are underwear worn by a certain famous and transcendent beauty awakener. These items that Chu Lin had never seen before made him sigh inwardly that there is such an operation. When Evian saw these strange items for sale, her beautiful cheeks were slightly blushing, and she lowered her head and didn't say much. Probably because Evian did not wear the iconic military uniform representing the Mad Lion family during this trip, nor did he bring the family's bodyguard. She and Chu Lin traveled casually, but few people paid attention to her. After walking around the market for a long time, no one recognized her identity. If it were in the past, people in the trading market would have exploded if they saw the little princess of the Mad Lion family, Princess Evian, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the Roaring Tribe. Come on, there's nothing worth caring about here. I'm going to take you to a really good place. Evian said lightly to Chu Lin and walked forward. However, Chu Lin noticed a special item on a stall at this time. This stall sells some miscellaneous items, including everything. The owner of the stall is a tall, older man. This man had a serious face, and there were some hideous scars on his arms, legs, and shoulders that looked like long centipedes. He also carried a very fierce-looking fine iron machete on his back. It can be seen that this man's identity should be a mercenary who has experienced many battles. Only mercenaries who have killed many times will have this unique murderous aura. There was a dazzling array of items on the stall, and many people walked to his stall to look at it for a while before shaking their heads and leaving. Basically, few people take the initiative to ask. The things on this stall are really messy. Occasionally someone would ask, but they were frightened by the price the man said, and immediately shook their heads and left. So there weren't many people in front of this man's stall. Chu Lin walked slowly over, came to the stall, and started choosing everything carefully. With the ghost wolf gene, Chu Lin's perception ability has also been greatly enhanced as his mental power has skyrocketed. He could feel the genetic energy fluctuations of the items in this stall being very strong. Although the perception is not very accurate, Chu Lin can be sure of one thing. There must be something extraordinary among the things in this stall. Brother, what are you selling? I've never seen it before. Chu Lin came to the stall, searched for it, and asked casually. Just some sundries. The man said sternly, with no intention of introducing the items on his stall. Compared with other enthusiastic businessmen, this person seems out of place. Seeing this, Chu Lin didn't say much. After searching the items on the stall for a while, he locked on a strange item. The object looked dull, like a rusty broken copper ring. But the waves of genetic energy fluctuations emanating from it seemed to be telling Chu Lin. I am who I am, fireworks with different colors. This ring is very interesting. What's the price? Chu Lin picked up the ring and started playing with it. 50 beast cores. The middle-aged man said coldly. Okay, I bought it. Chu Lin curled his lips, threw a bag of beast cores and said. The man picked up the bag of beast cores and patted it lightly, and he suddenly knew something. Wow, you're a fat sheep. You can kill it as you like. At first glance, he comes from an class gathering place. He has never seen the world. A small trinket can deceive him into so many beast cores. Not only is he a redneck, but he's also a scapegoat. Seeing that Chu Lin actually spent 50 beast cores to buy such a useless trinket, the merchants setting up stalls nearby couldn't help but start talking. He looked at Chu Lin's back with emotions such as ridicule, disdain, and ridicule. Chu Lin naturally doesn't know all this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Because Chu Lin is now immersed in this bracelet-like ring. He could feel the fluctuations of genetic energy in the ring. Although it was not easy to detect, the fluctuations were very obvious. In a place with such a dense flow of people, Chu Lin would not rashly use his skills and energy to test the function of this ring. He played with it for a while and put the ring away. But when he came back to his senses, he was shocked to find that Evian, who was leading him, was nowhere to be seen. Princess Evian was walking forward alone, when suddenly a figure stopped in front of him. This figure is quite tall and has a fierce face. At first glance, he is not someone to be trifled with. Hey, she's quite handsome. Are you coming to the trading market alone? How about I take you around? The man grinned, showing his big yellow teeth, and said with a playful smile. He had been paying attention to Evian for some time, and he took action after confirming that Evian came alone. While the man was talking, two more men came behind Evian, forming a triangle attack with the man in front. Go away. Evian looked grim and shouted in a low voice. Her identity is relatively sensitive, and she doesn't want to expose her identity just because of a few street gangsters. Still a little pepper, I like it. The man in front of Evian suddenly became happy and stretched out his hand to grab Evian. I originally wanted some beast cores, but now it's not a problem that can be solved with just a few beast cores. Evian's eyes were deep, just about to activate her crazy lion gene and make these three hooligans pay the price for daring to have any thoughts on her. Suddenly an arm crossed directly over Evian. Snap! With a crisp sound, the man flew directly into the air, his body kept spinning in the air, and finally fell hard to the ground, causing everyone in the market to watch. The strength of this slap is really amazing. The man was quite burly, and he could actually slap such a person into spinning circles in the air. How much force does this require? Evian looked back and saw Chu Lin standing behind her with a smile. You were walking too fast. You didn't even notice me, so I followed you. Chu Lin said with a complaint in his tone. Damn it, who are you? Dare to stand in my way? The man got up from the ground, one of his cheeks was red and swollen, and he roared with a murderous look on his face. He's someone you can't beat. Chu Lin rolled his eyes. He had no interest in identifying himself with such a person. When Evian heard Chu Lin speak so playfully, he couldn't help but chuckle for a moment, and then quickly returned to his original state. I don't even want to ask whose territory this is. If you dare to offend me, you are seeking death. The man said fiercely. After the man reported his name, the surrounding businessmen were slightly shocked. Is he Guan Fei, the underground market overlord of the Roaring Tribe? It's over. These two people have provoked some serious people. Guan Fei has manpower all over the three markets of the Roaring Tribe and is very powerful. I heard that there are three major families behind him to support him. Now it is a trading market, which belongs to him completely. When the businessmen heard the name Guan Fei, their expressions changed greatly. In the merchant circle of the Roaring Tribe, the three major families were too far away from ordinary people like them, so they didn't feel anything. However, Guan Fei's name is more widely spread among market merchants. After all, Guan Fei's manpower is spread across almost all markets in the Roaring Tribe, and is closely related to the lives of these merchants. In some aspects, Guan Fei's fame even surpassed that of the three major families. That's why these businessmen became so cynical and offended Guan Fei. If they didn't have a deep background in the Roaring Tribe, they would be in trouble. No one who dares to offend me in the Roaring Tribe will end up with a good end. Let me go up and kill him. Guan Fei covered his burning cheeks and roared. The two people behind Chu Lin immediately pulled out alloy daggers from their hands, with murderous intent on their faces, and stabbed Chu Lin in the back without hesitation. Chu Lin snorted softly and launched a basic double dragon playing with a beatboxing technique. The two people who made the sneak attack were beaten until they vomited blood and flew away. This is so strong. Guan Fei's men are all quite fierce. Who is this man? Is he a warrior from the Roaring Tribe? The warriors of the Roaring Tribe are not that strong. Could it be that they are the guards of the three major families? Seeing that Guan Fei's two fierce men didn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes, they were directly blown away and lost their fighting power. The merchants were shocked. Even the warriors of the Roaring Tribe didn't have such a clean and powerful domineering force. These were two strong adult men who were proficient in fighting under Guan Fei's training, but they couldn't even withstand a punch from the opponent. Guan Fei was also dumbfounded on the spot. He also made the other party pay the price. It turned out that it was not the other party who hit his iron plate, but he beat Guan Fei, who hit someone else's iron plate. Who are you? Guan Fei saw Chu Lin slowly walking towards him, and the hatred and anger in his eyes had long disappeared, replaced by full of fear. I told you. Chu Lin looked at Guan Fei with indifferent eyes, but there was no fluctuation in his eyes. It's someone you can't beat. Walking in front of Guan Fei, Chu Lin showed a harmless smile and repeated what he had said before. Chu Lin's smile was like a devil's smile in Guan Fei's eyes. Sir, I didn't recognize the great man. Please let me go. Guan Fei knelt down with a plop and begged for mercy from Chu Lin. Chu Lin was not a saint, and he would not be merciful. If he didn't have such strength, Guan Fei would not let him go. Just when Chu Lin was about to take action, a voice suddenly came from behind Chu Lin. Save him! The tone was an unquestionable command, which was exactly what Chu Lin disliked the most. Pa! Chu Lin slapped out with his palm, hitting Guan Fei's chest directly. The terrifying force squeezed Guan Fei's chest directly. Even if the awakened received such a serious injury, they might not be able to survive, not to mention that Guan Fei was just a gangster leader with a stronger physique than ordinary people. Guan Fei bled from all 7 orifices on the spot and died. There was still reluctance in his eyes. He couldn't believe that when his power was at its strongest, his life came to an end first. You dare! The man behind him saw that Chu Lin didn't hear his words, and still killed Guan Fei with a palm. He roared and attacked Chu Lin from behind. Chu Lin only felt a strong gust of wind coming from behind, rushing straight to his back. This move was a killing move. Chu Lin smiled coldly, turned around without looking back, and punched. Bang! The 2 figures flew back one after another. Chu Lin was slightly surprised. The opponent's strength surprised him. The other figure was a young man in white. He was handsome, with a faint mark of king on his forehead. At this time, the young man was staring at Chu Lin angrily, his arm muscles bulging, and he was obviously also an awakener of the atavistic gene. Then think of the 3 major families of the Roaring Tribe, the Red Dragon, the Wild Lion, and the Tiger. The identity of this young man is about to be revealed. It is likely that he is from the Tiger family. This is the young master of the Tiger family, Zhou Jinyu. Ah! The awakener of 3 gene chains, the genius of the Tiger family, turned out to be him. This man actually dared to disobey the young master of the Tiger family, Zhou Jinyu, and offended the 3 major families. Now even if he has strength, it's useless. The merchants saw the faint mark of king on Zhou Jinyu's forehead, and they were shocked and whispered. No one expected that such a heavyweight figure would appear in the trading market. I told you to stop. Why did you still want to kill him? Zhou Jinyu pointed at Guan Fei, who was already dead, and shouted with a gloomy face. Chu Lin raised his eyebrows and replied indifferently to Zhou Jinyu's question. Who do you think you are? If I stop just because you asked me to, wouldn't I be very embarrassed? Hearing Chu Lin's answer, not only Zhou Jinyu was stunned, but everyone watching was also stunned. Then the sound of sucking in cold air continued to be heard. How dare you say that the young master of the Tiger family is nothing? This person must be tired of living. Zhou Jinyu is the most talented awakener of the Tiger family in recent years. At the age of 21, he has completed 3 gene chains, and his strength is even comparable to many elders in the family. To offend Zhou Jinyu is tantamount to offending the entire Tiger family, and at such a critical moment as the gladiator competition, this kid will not live long. The onlookers sighed. Zhou Jinyu's reputation is many times stronger than that of a small figure like Guan Fei. Awakeners are even rarer for ordinary businessmen to see. Chu Lin actually despised Zhou Jinyu so much that the businessmen present felt very incredible. The 3 major families that cannot be offended in the Roaring Tribe are the ones that cannot be offended the most. This person offended Zhou Jinyu, the young master of the Tiger family, right from the start. It is basically impossible for him to survive in the Roaring Tribe. Good. Very good. Zhou Jinyu laughed in anger, gritted his teeth and cheered, staring at Chu Lin fiercely, as if he might pounce at any time. Today I will let you know that the dignity of the Tiger family cannot be violated. However, just when Zhou Jinyu was about to attack Chu Lin, Princess Yun on the side finally couldn't stand it anymore. She walked out slowly, stood in front of Chu Lin, and shouted coldly. Zhou Jinyu. This is from our crazy lion family. Do you want to commit a big taboo? Princess Yun's voice was not loud, but she was very confident. Zhou Jinyu was stunned when he saw Princess Yun's figure, and his eyes were stagnant. Sister Yun? You, how come you are here? The gloomy expression on Zhou Jinyu's face immediately retracted, and the murderous intent on his body suddenly dissipated into nothingness, and he said softly. I don't know whose dog slave this person is, but he actually set his sights on me. What's wrong with Chu Lin cleaning up the garbage for me? Princess Yun said indifferently, looking at Zhou Jinyu quietly. Also, Chu Lin is the candidate of my crazy lion family to participate in the gladiator competition. All contestants must not have any conflicts before the competition, otherwise both will be disqualified. Zhou Jinyu, do you want the Red Dragon family to win the first place? Princess Yun kept talking, and every sentence was irrefutable. He disrespected my tiger family. Xiao Jinyu's face flushed and he snorted. That's what you asked for. If you have any grievances, let your father come to my crazy lion family to argue, don't block my way here. Iyun snorted lightly and left with Chulin. Xiao Jinyu, who was standing there in embarrassment, was a little at a loss. He didn't dare to argue with the crazy lion family. Now everything must be based on the gladiator competition as the primary goal. His father specifically told him not to cause trouble outside. Chulin, Xiao Jinyu turned and left. In the gladiator competition, I will let you know what cruelty is. On the other side. You are too impulsive. Iyun walked Chulin for a distance, frowned slightly and said to him. Xiao Jinyu is the one you need to pay most attention to in the tiger family. He has 3 tiger genes and is a very powerful opponent. Don't worry, he can't beat me. Chulin smiled slightly. Iyun didn't know what to say, and glared at Chulin fiercely, and said nothing. I don't know where this guy with 1 gene chain got his confidence from. However, Chulin gave Iyun a very reassuring feeling. Perhaps subconsciously, Iyun also believed in Chulin's strength. Under Iyun's leadership, they soon came to a tall building that looked like a church. This is a place dedicated to trading and auctioning for awakeners. No one except awakeners can enter, and the items inside are also specifically for awakeners. Iyun gave Chulin a brief introduction. There is such a place? Chulin's eyes widened slightly, and he looked carefully at this rather magnificent building, full of curiosity. Go in and see if there are any items that can enhance your fighting power. Princess Iyun was the first to step into the door of the building. When passing through the door, Iyun received 2 large cloaks, and 2 guards held a hexagonal crystal stone to scan each person entering. This is to detect whether the person entering is an awakened person. The auction and trading venue here only allows awakened people to enter. The interior of the building is very dim, and everyone's face is covered under the large cloak, and their true identity cannot be distinguished. After all, they are all awakened, and no one wants to reveal their true identity. Because here, there may be some very rare items. After the buyer buys, if the identity is exposed, it is likely to attract the covetousness of many people with ulterior motives. The 2 walked into the hall. The lights in the hall were very weak. The whole hall was immersed in a very dim environment, which made people unable to see clearly. A faint light flashed in the depths of Chulin's eyes, and everything in the hall was in full view. The nether wolf gene gave Chulin a unique advantage in this dim environment. Next to the wall of the hall, there were transparent display cabinets, and the items in the display cabinets were exactly what this trade fair was. Each display cabinet had a detailed description of the efficacy and price of the items. The awakened who liked it could buy it directly without too much conversation. Chulin and Iyun looked at them one by one. Many awakened people wearing cloaks passed by and checked the items in the display cabinets one by one. Gene Explosion Pill. After taking it, the gene energy will expand in a short period of time, and the user will temporarily obtain a complete gene chain, but the side effect will destroy the entire gene chain, which is suitable for fighting with others or major duels. Bloodthirsty Rage Potion. After taking it, the strength and speed will be greatly enhanced, the pain sensation will be reduced, and the side effect will weaken for a period of time. Gene Coagulation Potion, which can make the gene energy more condensed, thereby enhancing strength. A wide range of gene items passed through Chulin's eyes, but none of them could attract Chulin's attention. In addition to assisting in strengthening gene energy, these gene drugs are some burst gene drugs full of side effects. Chulin doesn't need these things now. So as he scanned along the way, Chulin's eyes basically didn't stay on an item for more than 3 seconds. After the gene drugs, there are some items in the gene weapons series. This part of the items is relatively rare. After all, gene weapons can only be made by rare gene transformers, and the success rate of production is not very ideal. After all, the details designed in the production of gene weapons are much more difficult than making a gene drug. The genetic weapons auctioned here are not very exquisite. Many of them are ordinary alloy weapons inlaid with beast cores to bless genetic energy, which can be called genetic weapons. However, even so, the genetic weapons area still gathers the largest number of awakened people. The awakened people are very interested in genetic weapons. Do you need to configure a genetic weapon? The diamond stick is a bit fragile. Princess Iyun saw this row of genetic weapons and whispered to Chulin. Chulin shook his head and slowly passed through the genetic weapons area. These crudely made so-called genetic weapons are not as exquisite as Chulin's semi-finished mechanical arm. Chulin has no interest in these rags. Below are some material areas. Although the materials produced by some monsters are indeed more precious, due to the scarcity of genetic transformers, there are not many awakened people walking around in this area. The insect powder on the body of the fierce wind butterfly has the effect of weakening genetic energy and can be used to make defensive genetic weapons. The shell of the thunder giant turtle has extremely strong defense and carries the gene energy of the thunder element, which can assist the thunder element awakener to improve the gene chain. The dragon horns of the dragon bone sheep are extremely sharp and have extremely strong lethality. The various items collected from monsters make people feel very novel. The items here come from awakeners from all over the world, so naturally they can encounter many materials from monsters that they have never seen before. Of course, most materials still need to be professionally processed before they can exert their power. Some materials can be used directly after purchase, but the effect will be greatly discounted. Therefore, the prices in the material area are generally lower than those of genetic medicines and genetic weapons, and it is not an exaggeration to describe them as very affordable. But even so, there are very few buyers in the material area. The reason why genetic medicines and genetic weapons are so much more expensive than materials is not because of the huge difference between the two. But there are too few gene transformers. Even in the Roaring Tribe, there is no gene transformer. Because even level cities are in urgent need of gene transformers. In a Miri level tribe, how could there be a gene transformer station for a long time? Shu Lin's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at these materials. Don't look at them. Our family doesn't have a gene transformer. It's a waste to buy the materials. Iyun saw Chu Lin staring at the material area without moving, and couldn't help but remind him. At this time, a bold idea appeared in Chu Lin's mind. In addition to gene extraction, he can now fuse two genes to form a new gene. So can this fusion fuse materials? Buy some as a souvenir. Chu Lin made up a speechless reason, and then selected from the auction items in the material area. Most awakeners were bidding in the two areas of gene medicine and gene weapons, but there were not many people in the material area. Chu Lin selected a few materials that looked very useful, and no one bid with him at all, so he took them directly at the reserve price. Demon spider blood, black glass snakeskin, gale butterfly insect powder. These three materials did not cost Chu Lin much beast core, and they were easily collected. Iyun was confused by Chu Lin's strange behavior and had no idea what Chu Lin was doing. Bringing him to the Awakened Special Trade Fair was to let him choose some items to enhance his strength and be prepared for the gladiator competition. As a result, this guy chose a bunch of completely useless monster materials. With a gene converter, it might be possible to turn waste into treasure and make powerful gene weapons or strong gene drugs. However, without a gene converter, no matter how expensive and rare the materials are, they are just a bunch of beautiful decorations. Back to the territory of the crazy lion family, Chu Lin didn't even pay attention to the frowning Iyun, and ran straight back to his room and closed the door. Is this guy really reliable? Ian shook his head slightly inside. There was no time to dwell on it now, and Ian didn't know if her choice was right. I hope her luck won't be too bad. In the room, Chu Lin took out the purchased materials one by one and arranged them neatly. Then he took out the semi-finished mechanical arm. Choose fusion. Chu Lin tentatively clicked the fusion button. After choosing fusion, two new options popped up in front of Chu Lin. Primary fusion costs 100 points of ordinary energy. Intermediate fusion costs 100 points of intermediate energy. Chu Lin frowned slightly, thinking of the terrible success rate of primary gene extraction after his first successful gene extraction. Does this gene fusion also have a success rate? Chu Lin thought about it secretly and decided to choose intermediate fusion. After all, the materials are good, but there is only one semi-finished robotic arm. After choosing, the materials and robotic arms that Chu Lin put out all disappeared. The fusion option also entered the gray cooling. The fusion countdown is 600 seconds. Intermediate fusion takes 10 minutes, which is more time-consuming than primary fusion. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and Chu Lin played with the ring he got from the trading market. Stimulating the gene energy, the ring made a hum sound and flashed a dazzling light. A layer of light golden shield was generated from the ring, surrounding Chu Lin. Interesting, it's actually a protective gene weapon? Chu Lin had guessed it almost right when he saw this scene. Protective gene weapons like this are generally large shields and armor made of monster materials. Protective gene weapons like the ring are relatively rare. More importantly, this protection is 360 degrees without dead angles. Ding! Fusion successful. Devil's hand. A crisp sound rang in Chu Lin's ears, and the mechanical arm appeared again. But when it appeared this time, Chu Lin couldn't even tell that it was a mechanical arm. This is a dark red glove with scales, just like a monster's claw, full of fierceness. Chu Lin couldn't wait to put on the glove and tried it casually. It was much better than the semi-finished mechanical arm before. After putting it on, it was as easy to operate as his own arm. The gladiator competition is a triennial event of the Roaring Tribe. Its scale and importance are much larger than the annual trade fair. The gladiator competition is divided into two parts. One part is the competition of ordinary gladiators, which is used to select the most elite warriors in the Roaring Tribe. The other part is the competition of awakeners, where the talented young awakeners from the three major families will show their strong strength. The resource allocation ratio between the three major families in the next 3 years will be determined based on the final ranking of the awakeners of the three major families. Therefore, the three major families attach great importance to the gladiator competition, and all the resources are poured into the outstanding descendants of the family to improve their strength. The gladiator competition is on the last day of the trade fair. The people in the Roaring Tribe have reached the peak. Even if they are businessmen who have completed their target tasks in the past few days, they will not be in a hurry to leave after finally encountering such a grand event. In the center of the Roaring Tribe is a special giant arena, which is also the most magnificent building built by the three major families in the Roaring Tribe. There are usually some gladiatorial games here, which are very popular among the people of the Roaring Tribe who advocate martial arts. Now it is used as a venue for the gladiator competition. When Chu Lin followed the Crazy Lion family to their exclusive seats, he felt as if he had returned to the university gymnasium. There are circular seats on all sides, and you can see the situation of the game and the field very clearly from a high position. Although the gladiator competition is a competition among the three major families, there are also many outside awakeners who sign up to participate. Awakeners who perform well can be favored by the three major families. The gladiator competition is actually a good opportunity for ordinary awakeners to turn over. The three VIP areas corresponding to the circular seats are the areas of the three major families. At this time, the people of the three major families have all arrived. The people of the Crazy Lion family are all dressed in golden uniforms, and the area they are in is like a golden ocean, which is very dazzling. Even Hong Moli and Chu Lin are no exception, sitting in the middle in military uniforms. Gold is the representative color of the Crazy Lion family. The people of the Red Dragon family wore wide red robes, and most of their figures and faces were covered by the red robes, making it difficult to tell them apart. The people of the Tiger family wore white clothes, and the faint king character on their foreheads was very conspicuous. After Qiu Zhenyu arrived at the venue, his eyes immediately fell on Princess Yun. He was about to go over and say hello, but when he saw Chu Lin sitting next to Yun, his face looked as ugly as if he had eaten fly shit, and he stared at Chu Lin. Chu Lin seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes turned over, and he smiled at Qiu Zhenyu with a slight smile on his lips. In Qiu Zhenyu's eyes, this was undoubtedly a naked provocation, and he was so angry that his face turned red. I must make you pay a heavy price in the gladiator competition. Qiu Zhenyu thought viciously in his heart. After almost all the people arrived, the gladiator competition started soon. Jiaqing, Xiafeng, come up and compete. In the center of the field, there was a burly man. He roared and selected 2 ordinary Roaring Tribe warriors. The ordinary warrior competition at the beginning was not very interesting, but the audience was still very enthusiastic. After all, those fighting below are the warriors of the Roaring Tribe, the beings that civilians usually look up to. The fighting of the soldiers was more bloody. They were armed with swords, spears, shields and other weapons. They came and went, and the sound of gold and iron clashing was endless during the battle. In the end, the 10 strongest warriors won considerable resource rewards, and some Roaring Tribe warriors were selected by the 3 major families and entered the family to become elite warriors of the family. What follows is the battle between the awakened ones, which is also the most exciting moment. Awakened people came from all directions to join the battle, but the quality was also uneven. Most of them are awakened people of 1 gene chain. Awakened people of 2 gene chains are very rare and are rare talents. After all, an awakened person with 3 gene chains is fully qualified to stand on his own, and there is no need to rely on a family. The quality of the foreign awakened ones in this competition is not high. There is not even one with 3 gene chains. Etienne looked at the awakens fighting in the field and yawned involuntarily. Chiwen was recruited into our family from the gladiator competition before. Although he has 3 gene chains, he is too weak in actual combat. He can only use 1 spiritual attack. Elder Icheng sat aside and said calmly. Just when everyone was bored, a burst of cheers suddenly broke out from a game below. Everyone heard this and went away. I saw a strong man standing in the center of the arena with a fierce momentum. Chu Lin's eyes suddenly shrank and he stared at the figure. San Wolf Camp. Yuan Liang. As if they had sensed the aura of the people in the field, Yi Tianya and Yi Chang also had flashing eyes, looking at Yuan Liang with surprise. The other two families were the same, their eyes were all focused on Yuan Liang. After all, Yuan Liang was a strong man with 5 gene chains. Who is this person? His aura is so strong, definitely more than 3 gene chains. Elder Yi Chang narrowed his eyes and looked at Yuan Liang. The aura on Yuan Liang's body could actually bring him an invisible pressure, indicating that this person's strength was actually above him. You should know that Elder Yi Chang is already at the peak of 3 gene chains, and is about to condense 4 gene chains. This person's strength is stronger than him, at least a strong man with 4 gene chains. Hello, everyone from the Roaring Tribe. Yuan Liang stood in the center of the arena, opened his arms, and a hoarse voice reached everyone's ears. I am the head of the San Wolf Camp Yuan Liang. Yuan Liang explained his identity without any concealment. After all, there are at least 3 Flevel camps near the Roaring Tribe. The leaders basically have to stay in the camps and rarely come to the Roaring Tribe in person, so it is normal that most people do not know Yuan Liang, the leader. No matter what your identity is, you are just a contestant in the gladiator competition. A judge in the gladiator field said lightly. The gladiator competition is closely related to the interests of the 3 major families, and the masters of the 3 major families will never allow anyone to mess up the gladiator competition. Of course, I am also a contestant, but I heard that if an outside contestant can win the first place in the gladiator competition, he can make a request to the 3 major families present. Is it true? Yuan Liang raised a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth and asked loudly. Even the judges present did not dare to answer this question easily. Because the patriarchs of the 3 major families were present at this time, they would make their own decisions. Yi Tianya squinted his eyes and looked at Yuan Liang carefully, then looked in the direction of the Red Dragon family and the Tiger family, and exchanged glances with the patriarchs of the 2 families. The Roaring Tribe has such a condition, but this condition is that you need to defeat all the contestants. Yi Tianya said lightly. Although Yuan Liang's strength is very strong, at least more than 3 gene chains. But the talented children of the Red Dragon and Tiger families are also quite strong. Not only do they have 3 gene chains, but under the supply of family resources, even the strong ones with 4 gene chains are fully capable of fighting. As the leader of a camp, the general strength is between the peak of 3 gene chains and the peak of 4 gene chains. This condition is for me. The arrogant smile on Yuan Liang's face slowly rose, revealing a hint of fierceness and ferocity, and then said, It's too simple. Then, a very powerful gene energy fluctuation suddenly broke out from Yuan Liang's body, allowing everyone present to clearly perceive his power. Just like a wolf king exuding a natural kingly aura in the center of the arena. After feeling this aura, everyone in the audience exclaimed. At the same time, the patriarchs of the 3 major families, Red Dragon, Wild Lion, and Tiger, stood up at the same time, looking at Yuan Liang in the field with serious eyes. Chu Lin, who had known about this situation for a long time, seemed a little indifferent. Judging from the unparalleled powerful momentum that burst out from Yuan Liang. 5 gene chains. This leader from the Flevel camp is actually a powerful awakener with 5 gene chains. You must know that after awakening, the process of awakening the awakener to perfect the gene chain is long and difficult. So if a gene chain is not perfected, the ability of the awakener can get a qualitative change. However, because genes also have differences in strength, under special circumstances, some awakeners with powerful genes, even if they are 1 gene chain lower than their opponents, can still rely on their own strong strength to kill their opponents. Such situations often occur among the talented children of the 3 major families of the Roaring Tribe. The more direct one is Chu Lin himself. The complete genes obtained from the bloodthirsty ants gave Chu Lin super strength and physique. Although this kind of enhancement did not enhance the gene energy, it made Chu Lin almost invincible among low-level awakeners. However, this advantage played a much smaller role when facing powerful awakeners with multiple gene chains. When the awakeners had few gene chains at the beginning, they mainly relied on their strong physique after awakening. But after the number of gene chains increased, with the gradual strengthening of gene energy and the enrichment of gene skills, high-level awakeners would rely more on strong gene energy and powerful gene skills to fight. In this way, except for genes that specialize in strengthening physical strength, basically all awakeners competed with whose gene energy was stronger and whose gene skills were more powerful. Yuan Liang showed the powerful strength of his 5 gene chains at this time, and even the patriarchs of the three major families couldn't sit still. The minimum strength of the leader of an class camp must be at least at the peak of 3 gene chains, while the minimum strength requirement for the family patriarchs of an E-class tribe is exactly 5 gene chains. That is to say, the strength Yuan Liang has shown now has reached the point where he can establish his own family in the Roaring Tribe. Coupled with the questions Yuan Liang raised before, Yuan Liang's purpose is already clear. It seems that Han Dong guessed wrong. Yuan Liang's purpose of this trip is not to trade in the market, but to get rid of the Flevel camp and enter the Alevel tribe through the gladiator competition to open up a new world. Hong Moli saw Yuan Liang, frowned, and said with a trace of worry on her face. Yuan Liang's ambition is bigger than we thought, Chu Lin. I don't want you to go on stage, otherwise if you meet him, Yuan Liang will definitely seize every opportunity to kill you. Chu Lin looked at the situation in the field quietly without any response. Such momentum. It's a strong man with 5 gene chains. My God, this strength is comparable to the patriarchs of the 3 major families. It seems that the leader of this Flevel camp has bad intentions. He is going to use the gladiator competition to step on the younger generations of the 3 major families to gain power. The pattern of the Roaring Tribe, which has remained unchanged for a long time, is about to change again. The people who came to watch the gladiator competition were shocked by Yuan Liang's powerful strength. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yuan Liang alone. If Yuan Liang was an awakener of 4 gene chains, some talented children of the 3 major families had strong resource support, and maybe there was still a chance. But 5 gene chains. The ending of this gladiator competition can basically be predicted. A strong man with 5 gene chains is comparable to the patriarchs of the 3 major families. No matter how talented the descendants of the 3 major families are, they cannot defeat the strong ones with 5 gene chains. This is not a level of existence at all. If you want to win the first place, you have to ask me if the Tiger family will agree. At this time, a white figure rushed into the arena instantly. This man was dressed in white and held a white tiger opening sword. There was a hint of ferocity hidden in his handsome appearance. It was Qiu Jinyu. The most talented descendant of the Tiger family, he is famous in the Roaring Tribe. He is also the favorite to win this gladiator competition. I have perfected 3 gene chains at a young age. Even an awakened person with 4 gene chains can still fight with the strength of the Tiger family. The young master of the Tiger family is indeed brave and has the appearance of a king. He is not afraid at all even when facing a strong man with 5 gene chains. I Ching saw Qiu Jinyu rushing into the arena, his eyes flickered, and he praised slightly. Clan leader, if we fail in this gladiator competition, marrying the Tiger family seems to be a good choice. After all, Qiu Jinyu is also very interesting to the princess. I Cheng whispered in Yi Tianya's ear. Evian didn't hear it, but Chu Lin heard it. What, you want to marry Princess Evian to Qiu Jinyu? Chu Lin immediately shouted out. Princess Yun's expression suddenly dropped, and she turned her head to stare at Elder I Cheng. No, what are you talking about? Elder I Cheng panicked, quickly pretended to be calm, and glared at Chu Lin fiercely. Chu Lin chuckled, and it was quite satisfying to offend this old guy. In the field, Qiu Jinyu has already rushed forward with the white tiger opening sword in hand. The sword is the best among soldiers. Brave, fierce, mighty, bloodthirsty. Qiu Jinyu's tiger genes, combined with his sword, which is known for its dominance and ferocity, make every move very fierce and fierce. Attacking Yuan Liang, he actually forced Yuan Liang to retreat step by step. Young master is invincible. The Tiger family is invincible. Young master is really powerful, using the strength of 3 gene chains to force back the strong man with 5 gene chains. When the members of the Tiger family saw that their young master was so ferocious, they all cheered and cheered. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that Yuan Liang did not fight back at all at this time, but could easily avoid Qiu Jinyu's domineering attack by relying on his own body skills. Which one is superior and which one is inferior is clear at a glance. Humph, you coward, you are always hiding from something, come and pick up my genetic skills. Qiu Jinyu was unable to attack repeatedly and felt a little irritable. He roared angrily, drew his sword and jumped up, slashing directly at Yuan Liang. White Tiger draws his sword and strikes. The strong genetic energy fluctuated layer by layer, and a broad blade slashed out from Qiu Jinyu's sword, turning into a white-striped tiger and pounced on Yuan Liang with a fierce momentum. With the blessing of genetic weapons, the power of Qiu Jinyu's sword made all the spectators in the arena feel a sharp murderous aura coming towards them. He was so close that he even felt his skin tingling. The power of this sword light is very terrifying. However, just when the sword light was about to hit Yuan Liang, who had not made a counterattack, finally made other moves. Yuan Liang's arm muscles bulged, his arms became thicker, and they were suddenly covered with dark blue hair. It was he who inspired the atavistic gene, the effect produced by the sand wolf gene. The thick wolf claws grabbed in the air. Xiao Zhenyu's genetic skill White Tiger Drawn Slash, which he unleashed with all his strength, was crushed and exploded in the air by the wolf claws made of fine steel. The huge sword light suddenly dissipated and turned into dots of starlight, dissipating in the air. Xiao Zhenyu was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This is the genetic skill that he exerts with all his strength. The other party actually only stimulated genes and didn't even use skills, so he easily exploded his own genetic skills. Not only were the audience present deeply shocked by this scene, but even the members of the tiger family who had been cheering for Xiao Zhenyu just now became silent. Yuan Liang stood motionless. With a touch of ridicule on his face, he looked at Xiao Zhenyu, who was a little dull, and slowly spoke. Have you had enough fun? If you have enough fun, then it's my turn. After saying that, Yuan Liang's figure turned into an afterimage on the spot, leaving a faint trace in the air, and rushed towards Xiao Zhenyu at such a speed that it was difficult for his eyes to catch it clearly. How dare you! At the seat where the tiger family was sitting, an old man with gray hair and beard suddenly stood up, flew down, and shouted angrily. The roar of anger was like a white tiger roaring into the sky, deafening, and knocked some of the spectators in the front row unconscious. Even the audience in the back row felt very uncomfortable. They were ordinary people, and this roar carried genetic energy, which was difficult for them to bear. Some people covered their ears in pain and had pained expressions on their faces. Evian also frowned slightly, and his expression changed slightly. She awakened a gene chain, and although she was not very powerful, she was still an official awakener. Even she felt slightly uncomfortable at this roar, which showed how powerful this old man was. There is no need to guess, he must be the patriarch of the tiger family. At least the strength of 5 gene chains or more. But Yuan Liang's strength was no worse, and his gene was a sandwolf, which was even faster than the tiger gene of one of the 3 major families. Even though the old man turned into a white figure and chased quickly, he still couldn't catch up with the time Yuan Liang took to reach Xiao Zhenyu's position. Xiao Zhenyu also felt the danger coming, and the whole person was like a cat with its fur blown up, his whole body tensed up, the white tiger heaven-opening sword was across his chest, and his eyes were fixed on the dark blue shadow rushing towards him. White Tiger King Kong! Xiao Zhenyu roared wildly, and the genetic energy surged wildly in his body, and a layer of faint golden light floated on his body. Another genetic skill, and it looked like a protective skill. After being blessed by the white tiger heaven-opening sword, Xiao Zhenyu's whole person seemed to have turned into a golden statue, and his defensive ability reached the extreme. Tiger gene, offense and defense in one, indestructible. In an instant, the white tiger heaven-opening sword and Yuan Liang's thick wolf claws collided fiercely. Bang! A muffled sound. Puff! Xiao Zhenyu spat out a mouthful of blood and shot out like a cannonball. It crossed half of the arena in a straight line and crashed into the wall of the arena with a loud bang, smashing a big hole in the wall and shaking the audience seats on the top of the wall. It can be seen how powerful the power was during this fight. The old man saw Xiao Zhenyu was seriously injured by a blow, and his injury was uncertain. He roared, bared his teeth, and punched Yuan Liang. Give me your life. A huge tiger head phantom was punched out of the old man's fist, and Yuan Liang opened his bloody mouth and bit him. Yuan Liang did not retreat at all, and turned back to punch. The 2 fists collided, and the genetic energy madly bombarded each other, bursting out violent genetic fluctuations, forming a ripple-like storm that surged around. Such a strong genetic energy, this person's strength is actually comparable to the old monster of the tiger family. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes, waved his hand to disperse the surging storm, and said with some surprise. Xiao Zhenyu is a very talented kid, and his strength is also very good. He can't even withstand a single move from this person, and this is without using genetic skills. Listening to Yi Cheng's words, Chu Lin's eyes were slightly solemn. Yuan Liang's strength has actually reached the same level as the patriarchs of the 3 major families. This is a bit beyond his expectations. However, if it is just this factor, it still cannot stop Chu Lin's pace. Yuan Liang, he must kill. After a punch, the patriarch of the tiger family and Yuan Liang both took a few steps back. It was obvious that neither of them could do anything to the other. After a fight, it was a draw. What? Can even the patriarch participate in the gladiator competition? Yuan Liang patted the dust on his body, with a strong sense of sarcasm on his face, and said slowly. The old man of the tiger family was furious and took another step forward, ready to make Yuan Liang pay the price for provoking their tiger family. But don't forget that the roaring tribe is not only dominated by his tiger family. Xiao Tianxiao, this is a gladiator competition, are you going to interfere with the process of the competition? A deep shout came from the audience, the voice was thick and powerful, as if it could directly penetrate a person's soul. Xiao Tianxiao, the patriarch of the tiger family, looked back. In the area wearing red robes, there was a figure looking at him from afar. It was the patriarch of the Red Dragon family. The three major families of the roaring tribe restrained each other and maintained a delicate balance. If anything happens to my Yuer, you will pay the price. Xiao Tianxiao gradually calmed down, stared at Yuan Liang, and said to him in a deep tone. Yuan Liang sneered and did not respond. Xiao Tianxiao took the seriously injured Xiao Zhenyu away. Yuan Liang stood alone in the arena, very lonely. It was quite like one man guarding the pass, 10,000 men cannot open it. Is there anyone else coming up? Yuan Liang smiled coldly, standing in the arena, and said lightly in a mocking tone. Looking around, no one dared to say a word, whether it was the many foreign gladiators or the children of the three major families in the roaring tribe. Xiao Zhenyu was originally the strongest genius of this generation in the roaring tribe, and the younger generations of other families were slightly inferior to Xiao Zhenyu. At this time, even Xiao Zhenyu could not withstand Yuan Liang's move, so who would dare to go up and die? This is a powerful awakener with 5 gene chains, and his strength is comparable to the level of the patriarchs who control the three major families of the roaring tribe. Even Xiao Tianxiao, the patriarch of the tiger family, can't do anything to this person. Among the younger generations, who else dares to go up? The roaring tribe is nothing more than that, just a bunch of losers, ha ha. Yuan Liang's mouth had a hint of arrogance, and then he laughed wildly. Who else? Although many awakeners in the audience had already shown very obvious anger on their faces. But Yuan Liang's powerful strength made them dare not speak out. Even the patriarchs of the three major families were hindered by the rules of the gladiator competition and could not do anything about it. Not to mention the little people like them, going up would just be a meal, just like an ant trying to shake a tree. Just when everyone thought that this gladiator competition was dominated by an outsider awakener, a golden light suddenly rushed into the arena. Do you really think that there is no one in my crazy lion family? With a cry, a golden wave burst out from the palm of the golden figure and hit Yuan Liang directly. When everyone saw the golden figure clearly, everyone, including Yuan Liang, had a look of surprise on their faces. The figure was slender and exquisite, wearing a golden military uniform, and there was a look of determination on his handsome face. Loon! Tianya roared, and in anxiety, he wanted to rush into the arena. It turned out that Yun couldn't stand Yuan Liang's ridicule and humiliation, and rushed down from the audience alone in excitement. Princess Yun! It's Princess Yun! If a woman can do this, how can the men of my roaring tribe be cowards? Go! Go help Princess Yun and let this person know our strength. After being stunned for a moment, everyone suddenly became angry and rushed down from the audience like raindrops. Whether it was an awakener with 1 gene chain, 2 gene chains or the rare 3 gene chains, everyone's face was full of anger and excitement. Breaking out a series of earth-shaking roars, they rushed towards Yuan Liang from all directions. No one expected the situation to develop to this point. Yuan Liang also came back to his senses, without a trace of panic, and looked at Yun, who was almost non-threatening not far in front of him, with interest. I didn't realize that you, a little girl, are quite prestigious? A hint of coldness flashed in Yuan Liang's eyes. Then I'll destroy you. After saying that, Yuan Liang moved, and instantly turned into a residual image, shooting towards Yun. But now Yuan Liang is the target of all awakened people, and there are dozens of awakened people surrounding Yuan Liang. If Yuan Liang wants to take action against Yun, he must deal with these people first. But the strength of these awakened people is really not enough, even if there are many awakened people with 1 gene chain and 2 gene chains. For Yuan Liang, who has 5 gene chains, it is also completely unconcerned. There are only a few awakened people with 3 gene chains, and before they form a number, Yuan Liang also has nothing to worry about. A bunch of trash, get out of here! Yuan Liang roared, and the genetic energy on his body burst out, forming a phantom of a giant sand wolf. Bang! 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 Yuan Liang simply didn't even use his genetic skills, and rushed all the way. These awakened ones who rushed in could not cause any obstacles to him at all. They were knocked away one after another before they even touched the corner of Yuan Liang's clothes. For a while, the arena was filled with flying figures and screams. In the face of absolute strength, Even if there were dozens of awakened ones, they could not stop Yuan Liang's full-strength attack. Yun was just an awakened one with only one gene chain. She felt the genetic pressure from Yuan Liang at close range in the arena. She was stunned, trembling slightly, and stupidly watched Yuan Liang transform into a huge wolf claw and grab her, motionless. Loon! Etienne roared wildly, her eyes were about to burst. This huge aura pressed down on Evian as if he was being stared at by death. Evian felt a sense of despair and regret in her heart, and closed her eyes tightly, waiting for the horror to come. Just when Yuan Liang's wolf claws were about to fall on Evian, a golden Vajra rod whizzed over and collided with Yuan Liang's wolf claws. Boom! The huge genetic energy suddenly exploded, and a strong wind broke out in front of Evian. Evian felt that his entire body had lost his center of gravity, and his body floated into the air. However, Evian did not feel any harm, as if it hit a solid chest. You slept quite comfortably. Get up quickly. Then a rather familiar voice came to Evian's ears. Iyun opened her eyes and saw Chu Lin rolling his eyes at her. At this time, she was lying in Chu Lin's arms. Evian reacted, exclaimed in surprise, and quickly slipped out of Chu Lin's arms, with a blush on her beautiful face. Who dares to stop me? Yuan Liang's face was gloomy. He rushed all the way, and no one could stop his pace. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, he failed, allowing Evian to escape. Ha, silly dog, do you still remember me, your little master? Chu Lin narrowed his eyes, raised a sharp and cruel arc at the corner of his mouth, and turned around. This smile actually has a slight resemblance to Yuan Liang. When Yuan Liang saw clearly the face of the figure wearing ancient tattered armor in front of him, his eyes widened involuntarily. It's you! You're not dead yet! Yuan Liang pointed at Chu Lin in disbelief. Yuan Liang had used 3 moves against Chu Lin before, and the last move used the soul-eating wolf claw gene skill. Even though Chu Lin was seriously injured and not dead at the time, there was still a special soul-eating aura on the soul-eating wolf claws that could directly attack the spiritual power. Even if he was miraculously rescued, his brain would definitely have been severely damaged. Yuan Liang never expected to meet Chu Lin in the gladiator competition of the Roaring Tribe. What he didn't know was that it was his soul-eating wolf claw that gave Chu Lin a blessing in disguise, and he accidentally fused the nether wolf gene. His mental power has skyrocketed, and he can almost ignore mental attacks. In some ways, Chu Lin actually wanted to thank him. At this time, Chu Lin was wearing the armor inherited from the Mad Lion family and holding a diamond stick. He looked as funny as a golden terracotta warrior. Who is this person? He can actually block the attack of a strong man with 5 gene chains? It seems to be an awakened person from the Mad Lion family. The stick seems to be some kind of incredible genetic weapon, so it helped him block the blow. Is he here to be funny? Why is he dressed like this? When people in the audience saw Chu Lin's appearance, they all showed expressions of disgust. They hoped that the one who could resist Yuan Liang was a talented child from the 3 major families of the Roaring Tribe, rather than a stranger who was as funny as a clown. You stupid dog is not dead yet, how can I walk in front of you? Chu Lin raised his head slightly and sneered. Since you want to die so much, then I will make it happen for you. Yuan Liang roared, genetic energy exploded, and the wolf claws instantly tore the air and grabbed Chu Lin. The powerful claw of the 5 gene chain masters was so powerful that even Xiao Zhenyu, the genius young master of the tiger family, could not withstand it. He was seriously injured by a claw. Everyone saw Yuan Liang's claw striking towards Chu Lin again. The scene of Chu Lin being blown away directly by a claw seemed to have appeared in his mind. This strange awakened person that he has never seen before cannot be stronger than the recognized genius awakened person in their Roaring Tribe, right? Only the patriarchs of the 3 major families can check and balance this person. However, the scene that everyone imagined did not appear. Chu Lin was seen holding sticks in both hands, holding the Vajra stick horizontally in front of his chest, and directly withstood Yuan Liang's wolf claw attack. Iron Lock across the river. This move is a defensive move in the basic stick technique, and most people can see it at a glance. The huge force bombarded the Vajra stick, bending such a hard stick slightly. Chu Lin's legs also plunged deeply into the ground of the arena due to the violent force. How is it possible? This man actually endured it. Isn't this move an iron rope across the river? Isn't it possible that you can block a strike from a strong man with 5 gene chains using basic stick skills? He was able to withstand a move that even the young master of the Tiger clan couldn't withstand. When people in the audience saw this scene, they instantly burst into shouts of surprise. This kid has great potential. He hasn't used genetic energy yet, but is fighting with pure physical strength. Elder Icheng said in disbelief when he saw that Chu Lin's muscles were all tense. I have never seen a freak like this before. Even if he has atavistic genes, he doesn't have such terrifying power. The atavistic genes will basically bring a certain strength bonus to the awakened person, but like Chu Lin, even without using the genetic power, he can explode with more terrifying power than when the atavistic genes are activated. Even judging from Elder Icheng's experience, this is the first one. Thanks to Chu Lin, Evian was not harmed. If Chu Lin is harmed today, I will make this person pay the price. Yishianya heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Iyun coming back intact. Iyun was the apple of Yishianya's eye and the only heir of the entire Crazy Lion family. If Iyun had any mishap, even if the chiefs of the Red Dragon and Tiger tribes tried to stop her, Yishianya would probably fight Yuan Liang to the death. Icheng's eyebrows jumped when he heard the words of the chief of Yishianya. This statement showed that Yishianya had already regarded Chu Lin as a member of the Crazy Lion family. Chu Lin had just made a timely move and saved Iyun, which had won Yishianya's recognition. 5 gene chains, is this the level? Chu Lin slowly raised his head and looked at Yuan Liang, who was close at hand. A trace of bloodthirsty light flashed in the eyes of both of them at the same time, but Yuan Liang's was brighter, while Chu Lin's was relatively darker. I didn't expect you to grow so fast. If you continue to increase your strength, you may be able to kill me in the future. Yuan Liang grinned. It's a pity that you shouldn't have come to me. Today is your death anniversary. What are you talking about, you stupid dog? Do you believe that I will beat your head off? Chu Lin mocked without any hesitation. Chu Lin called Yuan Liang a stupid dog. Even if Yuan Liang had a good mental quality, he was still furious at this time. Go to hell! Yuan Liang roared wildly, and his other hand suddenly transformed into a huge wolf claw, sweeping towards Chu Lin's body. Chu Lin was holding the stick with both hands at this time, and he couldn't resist at all. Not good. Elder Icheng lost his voice when he saw this scene. Chu Lin could only withstand one of Yuan Liang's wolf claws with his hands at this time. He had no means of defense against the attack of the other wolf claw. If he withdraws his hands, the claws pressing on Chu Lin's weapon can explode instantly, causing serious damage to him. This is a very dangerous situation. Unless Chu Lin can resist Yuan Liang's wolf claw attack with one hand. This is obviously impossible. Chu Lin also realized the crisis at this moment and no longer kept his trump card. With a loud shout, he freed up his hand and collided with Yuan Liang's sweeping wolf claws. Facing Yuan Liang's wolf claws, Zhou Zhenyu, who was protected by the White Tiger Kaitian sword, was seriously injured and vomited blood. Not to mention using his body to resist the wolf's claws, half of Chu Lin's body would be torn apart immediately. Everyone seemed to have seen half of Chu Lin's body being torn apart by Yuan Liang's wolf claw. Some viewers even closed their eyes in frustration. However, after a muffled sound, the miserable scene that everyone imagined did not happen. Only one of Chu Lin's arms and Yuan Liang's wolf claws collided tightly. The two sides were actually at a stalemate. Yuan Liang didn't get any advantage from this wolf claw. How is this possible? Yuan Liang looked in disbelief at Chu Lin, who was still very strong despite his fierce wolf claw attack. He was not even injured at all. Yuan Liang looked at the arm where Chu Lin's wolf claw collided with his own. I saw something like a metal claw on Chu Lin's arm. It was this strange item that allowed the seemingly vulnerable loser in front of him to use his strength to block his wolf claws. He actually blocked the wolf's claws? Who is this person? He is actually stronger than the young master of the tiger family. What is that in his hand? It seems to be a genetic weapon. I heard that this person is the candidate of the Mad Lion family to compete in the gladiator competition. Seeing that Chu Lin miraculously blocked Yuan Liguan's violent attack, everyone in the audience immediately burst into cheers and began to discuss Chu Lin's identity enthusiastically. The armor Chu Lin was wearing was simple and funny. But after all, he is a member of the Crazy Lion family, and he also represents the Crazy Lion family. The people of the Roaring Tribe all favored Chu Lin. At this time, they saw that only Chu Lin could withstand Yuan Liang's attack. Suddenly he was full of hope for Chu Lin. As the most talented awakener of the younger generation of the Roaring Tribe, Zhou Zhenyu has been seriously injured and retired from the game at the hands of Yuan Liang. Even if the other awakened ones with varying strengths swarmed forward, they would not be able to hinder Yuan Liang at all. Nowadays, the entire Roaring Tribe seems to be unable to find an awakened person who can stop Yuan Liang's pace. But now Chu Lin has stood up. Chu Lin himself is not only the hope of the Mad Lion family, but also the hope of the entire Roaring Tribe. Is this all you have? Chu Lin firmly grabbed Yuan Liang's wolf claws, slowly raised his head, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and said slowly, "This beast claw is none other than a complete genetic weapon created by Chu Lin using the fusion option to fuse a semi-finished robotic arm with some genetic materials. After wearing this beast claw, Chu Lin's strength directly increased a lot. Moreover, after the fusion of this complete genetic weapon claw, Chu Lin also discovered some other effects that were not available before. Boy, since you are seeking death yourself, you can't blame others." Yuan Liang stared at Chu Lin and roared fiercely. Yuan Liang slapped his wolf claws hard, and the two entangled figures immediately separated. Yuan Liang took 3 steps back before he could barely stop his retreating figure. But Chu Lin remained motionless. In a competition in terms of strength, even those with 5 gene chains are no problem for Chu Lin. Even though Yuan Liang has the Sand Wolf gene and his speed and strength have increased significantly, he still doesn't have the terrifying power of Chu Lin. "Last time I failed to kill you with genetic skills, I won't hold back this time." Yuan Liang's muscles were bulging, his whole body was trembling slightly, and the genetic fluctuations in his body became stronger and stronger. "It's a great honor for you to be able to force me to use my genetic skills to kill you. If I really let you grow up, you might even become a threat to me," Yuan Liang said deeply, and his whole face changed slightly. "Ah. This is the incarnation of the anti-ancestral gene. It is rumored that the atavistic gene awakeners can initially use transformation skills after reaching the strength of more than 5 gene chains. This is terrible. After the transformation, some of the power of the anti-ancestral genes will be revealed, and the situation may not be optimistic." People in the audience who had done some research on anti-ancestral genes expressed surprise. The reason why atavistic genes can be ranked relatively high among many types of genes. It is precisely because of the anti-ancestral gene that after the awakened person reaches a certain level of strength, he can transform through genetic power. After transforming, the awakened person not only possesses strength comparable to that of a monster, but also possesses the flexibility and cunning wisdom of a human being. This is the scariest part. On the contrary, Chu Lin was not anxious at all. He wore a metal beast claw in one hand and a diamond stick in the other, and quietly watched Yuan Liang slowly transform. The transformation process only took a dozen seconds. This period was enough for Chu Lin to launch several attacks. After the transformation, Yuan Liang's face could no longer be seen as a human. He turned into a half-human, half-wolf monster. After Yuan Liang's transformation, his muscles surged with energy, and he roared wildly, turning into a gust of wind and rushing towards Chu Lin. Soul-eating wolf claws. A black gas suddenly rose above Yuan Liang's wolf claws. This was the genetic skill he used to severely injure Chu Lin before. The black gas had a corrosive effect, and Chu Lin's tenacious life almost didn't recover at that time. Now, this familiar move reappeared in front of Chu Lin, and it was more powerful than the last time. A stupid dog is a stupid dog, so what if he becomes a beast? Chu Lin held the diamond stick and smashed it directly on Yuan Liang's head with a move of splitting Huashan. Yuan Liang's strength has indeed increased a lot after the transformation. But after Chu Lin's metal claws were added, his strength also increased greatly. The wolf claws collided fiercely with the diamond stick, and the huge force was transmitted to both sides at the same time. Neither side was injured, but it seemed that the black air on the wolf's paws rushed into Chu Lin's body along the diamond stick. Chu Lin smiled coldly, and the metal claws waved lightly, and the thick black air was actually dispersed directly in the air. What? Others didn't see it, but Yuan Liang, who was fighting against Chu Lin, saw it clearly. His genetic skills were actually broken up by the strange metal hand on Chu Lin's hand. You must know that the black energy contains genetic energy with strong humic properties. If ordinary people come into contact with some black air with their physical bodies, they will basically be corroded and rotten quickly, and they will die. Even if there are genetic weapons, there should be nothing that can be done against this black energy. What Yuan Liang didn't know was that the material Chu Lin used to fuse the metal claws contained materials that could eliminate genetic energy. This black energy carrying genetic energy was not threatening at all in Chu Lin's eyes. What did I think was going on? It turns out that you have genetic weapons. Is this the capital and trump card that you are proud of? Yuan Liang looked at Chu Lin's body and said with a sneer. I really don't know where your courage comes from. How dare you come up and die with just a small genetic weapon? You talk a lot of nonsense. Chu Lin snorted coldly, and instead of waiting for Yuan Liang, he directly attacked with a stick in one hand. Chu Lin's muscles all over his body tensed up, and his power was concentrated in the Vajra stick in his hand, and he attacked Yuan Liang again. Soul-eating wolf howl. Yuan Liang's wolf's face opened wide, and a stream of genetic energy swirled and condensed in his mouth. This should be a mental attack similar to sound waves. Princess, be careful. When Yi Cheng saw Yuan Liang's movements, he quickly reminded him that the genetic energy in his body was fluctuating and he was ready to take precautions. Genetic skills that can directly attack the spirit, even the 3 gene chain experts who are watching from a distance must be prepared in advance. It can be seen that the power of this move cannot be underestimated. Roar! A deafening wolf howl erupted from Yuan Liang's mouth, and layers of sound waves even caused ripples in the air. What is the dog barking? Shut up! When Chu Lin saw this, he had no intention of avoiding it and instead rushed forward to face the sound wave. Violent sound waves swept through Chu Lin's body. But Chu Lin only frowned slightly and was not greatly impressed. I saw Chu Lin holding a metal claw in his hand and punched Yuan Liang directly on the chest. The genetic skill that caused him to roar in the middle was suppressed with a punch. Yuan Liang banged and fell heavily to the ground, blood surging in his chest. He didn't understand why Chu Lin was completely ineffective against his mental attack gene skills, and could even counterattack amidst his wolf roar. It was as if Chu Lin knew all his skills well. Taking advantage of the moment when Yuan Liang fell to the ground and failed to react, a dark look flashed in Chu Lin's eyes. Let me show you what a real spiritual attack is. Chu Lin also roared, and a surge of genetic energy erupted from the depths of his throat, like a volcano erupting. The netherworld roars. Roar! A roar that sounded like a demonic sound erupted from Chu Lin's mouth. Yuan Liang, who had not yet come to his senses, was attacked by a sudden sound wave, as if struck by lightning. It was as if someone was drilling into his head with an awl, and sharp pain shot from top to bottom, sweeping through his body. The vibrational sound waves caused by the genetic energy directly passed through Yuan Liang's body, as if even the internal organs were vibrating. Puff! Yuan Liang spat out a mouthful of blood, with a look of horror in his eyes as he looked at Chu Lin in disbelief. Although the power is different. But Yuan Liang can still clearly feel that the genetic skills Chu Lin is currently displaying are very similar to his soul-eating wolf roar. It can be said to be an enhanced version of his soul-eating wolf howl. More importantly, Yuan Liang finally noticed at this moment that Chu Lin's eyes had the same bloodlust as his. At this time, there was also an uproar in the audience. The strong man with 5 gene chains was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Chu Lin. However, they did not know each other. Although Yuan Liang was hit by Chu Lin's ghostly roar, he was mentally attacked. But after all, he is a strong man with 5 gene chains. This kind of injury is not an injury at all to him, Yuan Liang. With the strong recovery ability of the atavistic sand wolf gene, Yuan Liang can recover quickly with just a short rest. Even now, the impact on his combat effectiveness is still minimal. It's just that the strength Chu Lin is showing now makes Yuan Liang a little surprised. This kid can't stay. Yuan Liang thought secretly in his heart. On the other side, the Mad Lion family was in the area where the audience was. Elder Yi Cheng and Princess Yun both widened their eyes. Didn't this guy say that he only has 1 gene chain? Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that he has at least 2 perfect gene chains. Chu Lin, is she so strong? After the two sighed, they turned to look at Hong Jasmine who was sitting beside her. His eyes were full of scrutiny. Red Jasmine and Chu Lin are both from Weiyang camp. They must be very familiar with each other, and Red Jasmine must know something. I don't know either. Chu Lin told me that he is a genetic chain. Red Jasmine smiled bitterly, shook her head, and said truthfully. Even Red Jasmine herself was shocked by Chu Lin's explosive strength. When he was in Weiyang camp before, although he knew that Chu Lin was very powerful, he did not reveal anything about the second gene chain. Now the second gene chain that Chu Lin showed could actually injure Yuan Liang, which shows that the second gene chain is extraordinary. Chu Lin took this opportunity to hit him with a stick again. The offensive power of the diamond stick is not very great, and its role is more in defense. However, under the blessing of Chu Lin's powerful strength, let alone the extremely hard diamond stick, even if he was given a bamboo pole, Chu Lin could use it as a spear to kill the enemy. At this time, Yuan Liang also recovered, and a pair of wolf claws were placed on his head to resist the attack of Chu Lin's diamond stick. Bang! With a muffled sound, a sound of metal clashing broke out between the two. Yuan Liang was smashed directly into the ground by the huge force, and a large concave pit was smashed into the ground. Just when everyone thought that Chu Lin had gained the advantage and completely suppressed Yuan Liang, a faint low humming sound came from the deep pit where Yuan Liang was. A violent genetic energy was faintly emitted from the pit. This genetic fluctuation, Etienne felt this faint fluctuation in the audience. He immediately frowned and looked at the field with a little worry in his eyes. Chu Lin also felt this very fierce breath. He did not continue to attack rashly, but retreated a few steps, with a solemn look in his eyes. Yuan Liang stood up from the pit, with a terrifying aura rising from his half-human, half-wolf body. This faint genetic fluctuation makes people fearful. Enough fun, now you die. Yuan Liang roared all his life, and the shadow of a giant wolf loomed behind him. Powerful genetic energy surged through his body like a tidal wave. The wrath of the Wolf King. Yuan Liang's whole body turned into a galloping giant wolf figure, carrying unparalleled power and crushing towards Chu Lin. This time's genetic skills are no better than before. Both the power and the pressure are enough to prove that this skill is Yuan Liang's true strength. No, this is murderous intention towards Chu Lin. At this time, Elder Cheng felt a terrifying aura on Yuan Liang's body and exclaimed, "Ah, what should I do?" When Princess Evian heard this, a trace of nervousness suddenly appeared on her pretty and handsome face. Although Chu Lin was just the awakened person she found to replace the Mad Lion family in the battle, but after these few days of getting along, and the fact that Chu Lin had just rescued her impulsively in the arena, Princess Evian has had a slightly different mentality towards Chu Lin, and she is also very concerned about Chu Lin in her heart. If something happened to Chu Lin, Princess Evian didn't know what would happen to her. However, due to the rules of the gladiator competition, even if they knew that Yuan Liang had murderous intentions towards Chu Lin, they still had nothing to do. Evian, if Chu Lin survives this gladiator competition. Etienne kept his eyes fixed on the field, his eyes unmoving, and asked in a rather serious tone. I have officially recruited this boy as the son-in-law of the crazy lion family. What do you think? Tianya's words made everyone in the Quancher family stunned and looked at him in shock. Clan leader, this is not good. Elder Cheng was dumbfounded. Tianya clan chief, this matter is not a child's play. You should consider it carefully. Hong Jasmine also seemed to be shocked, and quickly followed up. He brought Chu Lin here this time to purchase supplies. If Chu Lin was recruited as a son-in-law by the Quancher family, Han Dong, the leader, would not be able to strangle her to death if he heard about it. Although becoming the son-in-law of the Quancher family is very promising for Chu Lin. But the Roaring Tribe is not just the crazy lion family. Moreover, this generation of the Mad Lion family is somewhat in decline. The younger generation only has one Princess Evian, and she only has the strength of one genetic chain. If Chu Lin really becomes the son-in-law of the Quancher family, he will face a very serious situation, which will be somewhat disadvantageous for him. However, Princess Evian, who is so proud and arrogant, may not be able to like Chu Lin. Red Jasmine comforted herself and felt a little more settled. No matter how talented Chu Lin is now, he is just a small character coming out of the Flevel camp. And with only 2 gene chains, his future path is not clear. It is basically impossible to become the son-in-law of a big family in the Roaring Tribe, and it is absolutely impossible for Princess Evian to accept it. It's all up to my father to make the decision. Evian has no objection. Evian's delicate and handsome face showed a rare hint of red clouds, her head lowered, and she spoke in a voice as loud as a mosquito. After Princess Evian said these words, the entire Mad Lion family was in an uproar. Not to mention Red Jasmine, even the warriors next to the family and Elder Cheng looked at Princess Evian with incredulous eyes. Is this still the proud little princess of their Mad Lion family? In the past, the Yishianya clan leader once wanted to arrange a marriage for Evian, but he encountered strong resistance from Evian, and almost ended up crying, making trouble, and hanging himself. Why did you agree to this arrangement so easily? Everyone couldn't figure it out at all. On the field, Chu Lin looked solemnly at the phantom of the giant wolf rushing towards him, holding a Vajra stick and an iron chain across the river to block him. Boom! The giant wolf's shadow directly swallowed Chu Lin's entire body. The blast hit the area where Chu Lin was. Huge genetic energy exploded directly, like a sky thunder bombarding that area. The entire gladiator arena was shaking, and the audience screamed one after another. What a terrifying power! This is the full power explosion of the 5 gene chains. It's over now. This power is comparable to the power of the patriarchs of the 3 major families. The awakened ones of the Mad Lion family will definitely not be able to withstand it. It seems like things are going to change in the Roaring Tribe. A super powerful awakened person has appeared that can rival the strength of the 3 major family patriarchs. When everyone in the audience saw this violent blow, their hearts were filled with despair. Even the patriarchs of the 3 major families couldn't sit still. Feeling the strong genetic energy fluctuations in the field, they even felt a trace of fear in their hearts. As the smoke and dust slowly fell silent, everyone finally saw clearly the consequences of Yuan Liang's genetic skill. In the center of the gladiator competition venue, a large and deep pit was dug out, enough to accommodate a dozen people standing in it. With such power, not to mention the human body, even extremely hard armor will still be crushed to pieces. A figure slowly walked out of the pit, with a strong black aura rising from the body, and the genetic energy fluctuations on the body were very obvious. This person was Yuan Liang, but at this time his transformation state had been lifted, and he was no longer half human, half wolf. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his body was a little messy, but his overall condition was still very good. But there was no sign of Chu Lin. In the huge deep pit filled with black air, there was only a dark atmosphere. Who else? Come up together. Yuan Liang roared, and his whole person was magnificent, like a lone wolf king, standing on the top of the mountain overlooking the wolves. No one spoke, whether it was the awakened people in the audience or the three major families. Their eyes were all focused on Yuan Liang, full of fear of him. It seemed that a new king would appear in the roaring tribe. However, just when the whole audience was silent and Yuan Liang's mouth corners slowly curled up, a golden flame shot up from the bottom of the pit. Silly dog, I'm not dead. With an exciting cold shout, a figure with golden flames all over his body slowly walked out of the pit filled with black air. Who else could this person be but Chu Lin? At this time, Chu Lin's whole body seemed to be soaked in blood, with wounds all over his body, bleeding non-stop, very miserable. But the armor on his body, which looked very simple and old, was emitting bursts of golden light at this time. A golden lion's head was vaguely visible on the chest of the armor, making it difficult to see clearly. He's not dead? What a tenacious vitality! What kind of monster did the Mad Lion family find? Looking at the funny armor on his body, could it be some kind of powerful genetic equipment? Everyone noticed Chu Lin's dazzling figure in the field, which was as dazzling as a little sun. Seeing that after suffering such a terrifying blow, Chu Lin didn't fall on the spot, they all marveled. Even from such a long distance, most people could feel the genetic energy contained in that violent strike. If he had gone there by himself, even if he had 100 lives, he would probably have disappeared in this violent blow. Chu Lin is not dead yet. Elder Icheng exclaimed when he saw Chu Lin's figure reappearing from the huge pit. But when he really saw Chu Lin's appearance at this time, an incredible look suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he pointed at Chu Lin's figure and said, "This, our crazy lion family's inherited armor has been activated?" When Chu Lin first came on the field, he was wearing the armor inherited from their Mad Lion family. But no one in the Crazy Lion family paid too much attention, because they knew that this set of heritage armor was just a set of decorations. No one can trigger this so-called inheritance armor, not even the leader of the Yishianya clan. Everyone in the Mad Lion family regards this armor as a symbol of spiritual inheritance. But at this time, they saw that the armor was emitting a dazzling light on Chu Lin's body, and there was also the shadow of a golden lion, faintly covering it. How could this not surprise them? As members of the royal family, none of them could activate this set of heritage armor, but had it activated by an outsider. The legend is actually true. At this time, the Yishianya clan leader also looked at the golden Chu Lin in the field with great surprise, and murmured to himself. Of course, the people in the audience were not the most shocked. The one who was most shocked was Yuan Liang, Chu Lin's opponent. When he heard Chu Lin's voice, the corners of his mouth that had not yet been raised suddenly stiffened. In disbelief, he turned around mechanically and saw the figure behind him whose body was burning with golden flames. "You're not dead yet." Yuan Liang was also in disbelief. The blow just now used almost all of his genetic energy. Not to mention just an awakened person with 2 gene chains, even a person like the patriarchs of the 3 major families must try their best to resist this attack. I can't figure out how a person with 2 gene chain awakenings can withstand his violent genetic skills. However, Chu Lin looked extremely miserable at this time, with almost no intact part of his body. If it weren't for the blazing flames, which showed that Chu Lin's condition was not bad, everyone might have thought that he was on the verge of death. Even so, everyone was still very worried about Chu Lin's condition. He really doesn't look like he can continue fighting now. Father, tell Chu Lin to stop fighting. He has already done enough. When Princess Yun saw Chu Lin's appearance, her heart tightened for no reason, and she said with a slightly anxious tone, "As an awakened person with 2 genetic chains, he is at a disadvantage in the gladiator competition." However, not only did Chu Lin not retreat, he still stood up even when faced with powerful men from 5 gene chains. After fighting to this point, Evian County felt that the outcome was no longer important. Chu Lin has fully demonstrated his talent. He is even many times more talented than Xiao Zhenyu, the young leader of the tiger family. This is Chu Lin's own battle, don't disturb him. Yi Tianya didn't look back, but stared solemnly at the field. The burning flames on the crazy lion family's inherited armor were reflected in his eyes, and no one knew what Yi Tianya was thinking. Humph, so what if you're not dead? Are you still at the end of your tether? Yuan Liang calmed down a little, and sneered when he saw Chu Lin's appearance. Then Yuan Liang gathered the remaining genetic energy on his body and instantly grabbed Chu Lin. His target was Chu Lin's neck. He killed him several times with no results, and Yuan Liang's patience was almost exhausted. At this time, Yuan Liang no longer had any alertness towards Chu Lin, who was at the end of his powerful crossbow, and rushed over in an instant. However, just when Yuan Liang was about to rush to Chu Lin again, the corners of Chu Lin's mouth suddenly curved. A sense of danger suddenly arose in Yuan Liang's heart, and he had no choice but to shoot at this moment. Yuan Liang gritted his teeth and tore it apart with his claws. Just when Yuan Liang's palm was about to grab Chu Lin's neck, Chu Lin's body turned slightly, and the palm carrying violent genetic energy was directly inserted into Chu Lin's shoulder. The severe pain caused by the finger piercing the flesh made Chu Lin couldn't help but groan. Ha, you little beast, why don't you die? Yuan Liang laughed wildly, thinking that Chu Lin no longer had any power to refute. There were bursts of exclamations from the audience, and everyone involuntarily bit their lips and clenched their hands. A look of regret flashed across everyone's face. Unexpectedly, they still failed in the end. A trace of determination flashed in Chu Lin's eyes, and he tightened his arms to clamp Yuan Liang's palm tightly. What? Yuan Liang's face changed, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. You still have the strength to resist. I said, I will kill you. Chu Lin roared wildly, raised his other arm, and the broken metal claw on his palm slowly condensed a halo. No! Yuan Liang screamed when he saw this. Now his body was also very empty. The intensity of the attack that he could resist at will before was now unacceptable to him. Go to hell! Chu Lin roared, and the metal claw condensed the little genetic energy left in his body. A genetic beam cannon blasted out at Yuan Liang's chest. Swish! A ball of scorching light burst out from Chu Lin's palm, directly penetrated Yuan Liang's body, and hit the ground behind him, splashing gravel and flying. Blood kept pouring out of Yuan Liang's mouth, staring at Chu Lin, with resentment and unwillingness in his eyes, and gradually lost his spirit as his life was lost. Plop! Yuan Liang fell down. Chu Lin knelt on one knee on the ground, enduring the severe pain, barely supporting his body, breathing heavily. Yuan Liang's strongest attack, the Wrath of the Wolf King, almost killed him directly. Fortunately, the armor inherited from the crazy lion family that he was wearing was activated at the critical moment, saving Chu Lin's life. Otherwise, Chu Lin really couldn't imagine what his ending would be. Now his body is already in tatters, even worse than the last time he took 3 moves from Yuan Liang at the gate of Weiyang camp. It is truly the last gasp of a spent force. Fortunately, Chu Lin held on, and it was him, not Yuan Liang, who stood on the court in the end. Even at this time, his body functions were extremely damaged and he could hardly withstand any damage. But Chu Lin still had the last laugh. Chu Lin reluctantly supported his body and slowly stood up in the arena. He looked around, except for the dilapidated venue and the gladiatorial arena due to the riots of powerful genetic skills and violent genetic energy. In the auditorium, there were groups of spectators whose eyes were focused on him. Most of these people are Roaring Tribe people and outsiders. But at this time, their thoughts were almost the same. All kinds of resentment, disdain, jealousy, envy and other looks fell on Chu Lin, making Chu Lin officially feel what it was like to be the center of attention. Finally, Chu Lin turned his head and looked at the area where the crazy lion family was. He saw the members of the crazy lion family and Red Jasmine, who were sitting there and looking at Chu Lin as well. In order to show his condition, Chu Lin raised his palms to them to show that his condition was not bad. Can't die. It's unbelievable. It's so hard to believe that an awakened person with 2 gene chains actually killed an awakened person with 5 gene chains. Elder Yicheng sat in the audience, staring at Chu Lin, muttering to himself like a nightmare. It's so scary. The potential is so limitless. This kid, seeing Chu Lin's victory, Hong Jasmine's frown slowly relaxed, and a charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Very good. Chu Lin's potential is even greater than that of Xiao Zhenyu, the young master of the tiger family. It is immeasurable. The leader of Yi Tianya also spoke with great appreciation and praised Chu Lin non-stop. But at this moment, everyone thought that they had survived the disaster safely. A figure suddenly rushed down from the audience. This figure was wearing a red robe, and his entire face was wrapped in the large robe, making it hard to see clearly. This person rushed out from the Qilong family area. He came to the arena and slowly walked towards Chulin. I remember the gladiator competition is not over yet, right? Unexpectedly, the figure slowly took off his dark red clothes, revealing a body with strange lines all over his body. Since it's not over, I'm going to challenge you now. Of course, you can also choose to admit defeat. Otherwise, in your current state, accidents can easily happen during the battle. There was a hint of threat in the figure's tone, and he looked at Chu Lin coldly. This person is the candidate of the Red Dragon clan for the gladiator competition. When Yuan Liang appeared before, there was no movement from the Red Dragon clan. Now, by the time Chu Lin kills Yuan Liang, he has almost exhausted his energy and is at the end of his strength. At this time, people from the Qilong family jumped out. This person is the young master of the Red Dragon family, named Lu Shang. His strength is comparable to that of Qiu Zhenyu, the young master of the Tiger family, and he also has the strength of more than 3 gene chains. This is too despicable. You actually take advantage of others' danger. It's not like the style of a big family at all. Why didn't the Red Dragon family send representatives to stop Yuan Liang when he came to the scene? Now that the Awakeners of the Mad Lion family have killed this man, what is he doing again? This is simply shameless and rogue behavior. When people in the audience saw this scene, they didn't care at all that the Qilong family's savings were still majestic, and they started to attack the Qilong family with words. The Red Dragon family is so shameless. Princess Evian's face turned red with anger, and she scolded. Father, let Chu Lin come back. He has tried his best. Even if he loses the lead in the gladiator competition, don't let him get hurt. It was handled very smartly and we gave him the benefit of the doubt for once. Etienne took a deep breath, his eyes were calm, and he stared at the field closely. I don't know why, but there is always an inexplicable feeling in his heart, as if Chu Lin still contains an unknown power within his body. Although there were shouts and curses in the audience, no one dared to raise any objections or dissatisfaction with the Qilong family. After all, even if they are a bit despicable, the Red Dragon family is still one of the 3 major families of the Roaring Tribe, possessing very huge power and strength. The patriarch of the Qilong family is still a super-awakened member of the Wutiao Jin Company. In the Roaring Tribe, except for the 2 major families of Mad Master and Tiger, no one dares to offend the Qilong family. Even though everyone despised Lu Shang, the young master of the Qilong family, no one dared to stand up and speak for Chu Lin. I only dare to express my complaints and dissatisfaction in a low voice. You have good potential and a bright future. There is no need to bury your life here just because of a small profit. Lu Shang said calmly with an expressionless face and an inexplicable arrogance in his tone, as if he was born to be superior to others. What do you think? Chu Lin was silent for a while, as if he was seriously considering what Lu Shang said. After almost a dozen breaths, the handler slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Shang with a rather dangerous and strange look. I'm actually very curious about something. I wonder if you can answer it for me. When Lu Shang heard Chu Lin's words, he held his head slightly and looked indifferently. It was Chu Ling who told him his problem. Actually, my question is very simple, that is, Chu Lin's mouth slowly raised an arc, wiped the blood that was about to dry on his body, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. How do you know that I will lose to you? Before the sound of this sentence fell, Chu Lin's figure suddenly rushed out. Chu Lin is not the kind of person who sits and waits for death. Even if his physical strength is basically exhausted at this time, he will not give up. Even Yuan Liang, who has 5 gene chains, has been killed by him. What kind of person is this young master of the Red Dragon family in front of him? What? He was so seriously injured, and at this time, he actually took the initiative to attack? He is looking for death, and he is in his best period. Maybe he still has a chance. Just now, he was lucky enough to kill a strong man with 5 gene chains. It is obviously the end of his strength. He dared to take the initiative to attack. It's too high of himself. The people who were still denouncing the Red Dragon family just now exclaimed when they saw Chu Ling take the initiative to attack. Although Chu Lin had just killed Yuan Liang, the other party was the young master of the Red Dragon family, and at this time, he had full strength. Chu Lin took the initiative to attack with his exhausted physical condition, which was simply an act of overestimating his own ability and seeking death. Since you are seeking death yourself, you can't blame me. Lu Shang saw Chu Lin dared to take the initiative to attack him, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. With a roar, dark red scales appeared on Lu Shang's body, wrapping his body like armor. And the dark red scales flashed with a bright light, and the genetic energy fluctuations were obvious, obviously possessing extraordinary power. Chu Lin used all his strength to punch. Lu Shang had no intention of dodging at all, and also punched Chu Lin. When the two were about to fight, a layer of golden aura appeared on Chu Lin's skin, and a golden lion head was faintly formed on his body. What? You still have spare energy? Lu Shang felt the huge genetic energy fluctuations emanating from Chu Lin, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Not to mention Lu Shang, no one else expected it. Chu Lin, who seemed to be at the end of his strength, could actually stimulate such a great energy. With Chu Lin's previous killing of Yuan Liang, a 5-gene chain strongman, as a foreshadowing, the fierce aura carried by Chu Lin at this time made Lu Shang very afraid for a while, and even wanted to avoid the edge temporarily. Humph, just bluffing, let me see how much power you have. However, Lu Shang changed his mind, and the fear in his heart slowly calmed down, and sneered at Chu Lin. As an awakener with 3 gene chains, Lu Shang naturally knew the genetic energy of the awakener. After such a high-intensity battle, Chu Lin's genetic energy must have been exhausted. At this time, it seems that the attack is so powerful, but it can be basically confirmed that it has no power. Get out! Chu Lin shouted, and the golden energy surged. So, the fists of the two people collided fiercely. Bang! The violent power erupted in the center of the two people, and Lu Shang felt that he was not hitting a person, but an angry lion. The unrivaled power was transmitted to the whole body through the arm. The huge impact force made Lu Shang, who had 3 gene chains, unable to keep his body steady. Lu Shang's figure flew backwards involuntarily, and blood spurted out of his mouth. His internal organs seemed to be shaken. One punch. Lu Shang fell heavily to the ground and looked at Chu Lin in horror. Half of his scales were almost broken. Such violent energy made Lu Shang unable to believe that this was a blow from a spent force. Lu Shang even felt that he was facing a powerful awakener with 5 gene chains. The pressure Chu Lin showed in an instant. Even more powerful than his father, the patriarch of the Red Dragon family. Trash, you are worthy of taking advantage of the fire? Chu Lin's eyes were burning, and the whole person was like an immortal god of war. Although he was covered in blood, the momentum he exuded was daunting. So strong. With only a spent body, he can actually injure the young master of the Red Dragon family with one punch. Does he really only have 2 gene chains? Why is he so strong? How is this possible? Isn't he already seriously injured and his gene energy exhausted? All the onlookers were shocked. It was unbelievable that Chu Lin could barely kill Yuan Liang, who had 5 gene chains, despite being seriously injured. Even at this time, Chu Lin still maintained his combat effectiveness and could even injure Lu Shang with one punch. In the area where the Red Dragon family was located, seeing their young master injured, some guards in red robes stood up. Seeing this, the warriors of the Crazy Lion family were not to be outdone. They stood up one after another, and their golden armors were directly connected into one piece, like a golden ocean. Whoever stands in my way will die. Chu Lin roared wildly, his voice full of domineering and his fighting spirit blazing. Standing alone in the center of the arena, he looked down upon the crowd. Whoever stands in my way will die. The guards of the Crazy Lion family were also infected by Chu Lin's invincible momentum, and they roared in anger. Their roars shook the sky and resounded throughout the arena. Even Elder Yi Chang's calm state of mind was rippled, and his face was flushed with excitement. But in order to maintain his elder's posture, he couldn't shout with Chu Lin and the boys of the Crazy Lion family, which would lose the dignity of the elder's status. Chu Lin was like a very bright spark in the dark night, a fuse, directly igniting this group of dry wood. Starting from Chu Lin, and then spreading to the entire Crazy Lion family. Infected by the Crazy Lion family, the people in the entire arena began to shout slowly. Whoever stands in my way will die. Whoever stands in my way will die. The Red Dragon family was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, and these shouts were like loud slaps in their faces, beating them beyond recognition. After taking over Lu Shang, the Red Dragon family left the scene of the gladiator competition in disgrace. The triennial gladiator competition came to an end. This competition was the most spectacular one in history. The Crazy Lion family deservedly became the first in the gladiator competition, and they can get a very generous resource allocation ratio in the next 3 years. With these resources, the Crazy Lion family can start to train their own awakeners and warriors. Even if the Crazy Lion family does not have talented children like the other 2 families, with the comprehensive strength of the family, the influence of the Crazy Lion family will not be weakened much, at least it will not be bullied by the red dragon and tiger families in the next 3 years. Chu Lin dragged his body slowly towards the place where the crazy lion family was. All the people of the crazy lion family jumped down from the audience and greeted Chu Lin. "Chu Lin, are you okay?" Hong Moli came to Chu Lin first and asked with a little concern. Behind her followed a group of guards of the crazy lion family, including the clan leader, elders, and princesses. They were welcoming the triumphant return of the hero. "It's okay, I just feel," at this time, Chu Lin's tense spirit finally relaxed, and the heart injury finally couldn't bear it. His eyes went black and he fell down directly. A little tired, before falling, Chu Lin still murmured in his mouth. Although Chu Lin's attribute values became very strong after perfecting the nether wolf gene. Needless to say, strength and physical strength, even mental strength has reached an incredible level. This is also the reason why Chu Lin's impact when Yuan Liang performed the soul-devouring wolf howl was almost negligible. But even with such a strong mental force, after a series of high-intensity battles, it could not resist at all. The process of the battle was very dangerous. When fighting with Yuan Liang for life and death, Chu Lin still relied on a lot of external forces to barely win. While experiencing life and death, Chu Lin also gained great benefits. These valuable combat experiences are simply not found in normal practice. When he opened his eyes again, Chu Lin felt a headache, the white ceiling and the air filled with the smell of medicine. This is the medical center of the crazy lion family. Chu Lin was wrapped in bandages, as if he was a mummy. This familiar scene made Chu Lin laugh and cry, as if he had experienced a similar scene in the Weiyang camp. However, this time the injury was obviously much more serious than the last time. Chu Lin tried to check his physical condition and found that the quality of the whole body was recovering slowly. It seems that the injury this time is indeed very serious, and even the tough life cannot recover these injuries quickly. However, according to the previous injuries, if it were someone else, it would be a blessing to survive. At this rate, it will take a few days to fully recover. It's really hard. Chu Lin sighed leisurely. If others knew that Chu Lin was still lamenting that his injuries were recovering too slowly, I don't know what they would think. After experiencing such a high-intensity battle, it is already a very good thing to be able to save his life. Chu Lin actually complained that his injury was recovering too slowly. Chu Lin checked his attribute panel. Chu Lin. Energy, 8,400 points. Physical strength, 348 points. Strength, 514 points. Mental strength, 197 points. Gene chain talent, Ant power, complete Ant gene chain, completeness 100%. Granted skill, tough life. Gene chain talent, Nether wolf gene, complete Nether wolf fusion gene, completeness 100%. Granted skill, Nether roar. Gene chain talent, Mad lion gene, incomplete Mad lion gene, completeness 31%. Gene chain talent, Red dragon gene, incomplete Red dragon gene, completeness 14%. Although Chu Lin consumed a lot when fighting with Yuan Liang, the valuable experience he gained from the life and death battle was undoubtedly more valuable. Of course, there were some unexpected gains that Chu Lin did not expect at all. In order to be able to activate the inherited armor of the Mad Lion family, Chu Lin specially extracted their Mad Lion gene. When Lu Shang, the young master of the Red Dragon family, took advantage of Chu Lin's misfortune, Chu Lin unceremoniously extracted the genes of the Red Dragon family. After all, as one of the 3 major families of the Roaring Tribe, the genes of the Red Dragon family must be no less than those of the Crazy Lion family, which is also one of the 3 major families. With 2 atavistic genes in hand at the same time, Chu Lin is very much looking forward to the fusion of the Red Dragon gene and the Crazy Lion gene. What kind of product will be generated? After resting for a while, Chu Lin felt that his physical strength had almost recovered, and he reluctantly got up and sat up. Chu Lin's actions immediately attracted the attention of the caregiver of the Crazy Lion Family Medical Center, who immediately ran over to ask about it. After confirming that Chu Lin was not seriously injured, he looked at him with awe, and then went to report. Knowing that Chu Lin had woken up, the people of the Crazy Lion family and Hong Moli immediately rushed to the medical center. Not only the chief of the Yishianya clan and the princess of Iyun, but even the fierce elderly Cheng was among them. Chu Lin, how do you feel? Hong Moli came to the bedside as soon as they met, and asked with concern in her words. Your injuries are very serious. You have been in a coma for 3 days. Is there anything wrong with your body? Chu Lin couldn't help but feel a little distracted and a little confused because of such a charming beauty who just woke up. At the same time, because of Hong Moli's concern, Chu Lin felt a little warm. I'm fine. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Chu Lin smiled faintly, and didn't show any discomfort. Such a strong recovery ability made everyone present feel a little incredible. Because there had been similar scenes in Wei Yang camp before, Hong Moli was mentally prepared. But others were very uneasy after hearing it. Chu Lin killed a super awakener with 5 gene chains by himself in the gladiator competition. After that, with his exhausted body, he defeated Lu Shang, the young master of the Red Dragon family, who came to take advantage of the situation, with one punch. After such a high-intensity and brutal battle, even if he won by chance, it would definitely be a tragic victory. With such a serious injury, not becoming a disabled person is already a very good result. Even if he needs to recuperate for a year or two, it is completely acceptable. Who knew that in just 3 days, Chu Lin not only woke up, but also said that he was almost recovered. Such a perverted recovery ability, even the knowledgeable Yi Tianya clan leader had never heard of it. Such a powerful ability is very rare even in the atavistic high-level genes, not to mention that Chu Lin is just a superhuman gene awakener. Nephew Chu Lin is really a hero in his youth, and won the first place in the gladiator competition. Seeing that Chu Lin was not seriously injured, the Yi Tianya clan leader smiled heartily. Everyone also noticed that the Yi Tianya clan leader's address for Chu Lin had changed, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in their eyes at the same time. Yi Tianya is the patriarch of the Crazy Lion family and the father of Princess Iyun. His change of address to Chu Lin has a profound meaning. Princess Evian on the side heard her father's address to Chu Lin, a faint blush suddenly appeared on her beautiful face, and she lowered her head slightly shyly. Chu Lin didn't hear anything wrong, so he smiled at the Yishianya clan leader and said a few polite words. I would like to ask my nephew about some things. Isn't it convenient? After some pleasantries, everyone was relieved to see that Chu Lin was now in full swing, so the leader of Yi Tianya said. Chu Lin turned his head and looked at Yi Tianya, nodded and said. It's very convenient. I wonder what question the patriarch wants to ask. The gaze of the leader of the Tianya clan swept over the people present. Seeing this, everyone withdrew very wisely, without delaying the conversation between the two. After everyone left, the corner of Yi Tianya clan leader's mouth curved up, smiling like an old fox. Nephew Chu Lin, I wonder if you still remember the armor inherited from my Quancher family that you wore before? Chief Yi Tianya hesitated for a while before asking slowly. During the gladiator competition, you inspired the inheritance armor. Remember, I have to thank you, Patriarch, for this. If you hadn't lent me the armor, I might have confessed on the spot. Chu Lin nodded and said. The situation at that time was indeed very dangerous. Without the protection of the Quancher family's inherited armor, even if Chu Lin survived Yuan Liang's most violent move, he would never have had the strength to kill him. The inherited armor of the Mad Lion family is definitely more than just a simple genetic armor. Even after enduring Yuan Liang's most violent blow, Chu Lin was able to withstand a lot of damage when he returned home. Moreover, the inheritance armor did not suffer any damage from that blow. Yuan Liang, who has 5 gene chains, can't cause any harm. The origin of this inherited armor is definitely not what everyone in the Mad Lion family thought. Only after truly stimulating it and experiencing the powerful blessing of genetic energy can we understand it personally. I'm ashamed to say that even after doing some research in the past few days, I still can't understand how it is triggered. Chief Yi Tianya said, slightly embarrassed, and asked very curiously. I wonder how you inspired the armor, nephew Chu Lin. Although Yi Tianya's words were questions, the determination in his tone showed that he must understand. After all, this heritage armor is an inheritance from his Mad Lion family. If it didn't play any role, the Yishianya clan leader would at most treat it as a family symbol passed down. But Chu Lin inspired it in the gladiator competition. Even in the audience, Yi Tianya could feel the violent genetic energy that erupted from Chu Lin's armor after the armor was activated at that time. The huge genetic energy contained in the inheritance armor frightened even Yi Tianya. This violent genetic energy is even stronger than the genetic energy erupted by the 5 powerful gene chains. In this way, how can Yi Tianya, the leader of the Crazy Lion family, sit still? He has been studying this heritage armor for a long time, but still hasn't found any way to activate it. Instead, it was inspired by a strange boy from outside the family. So Yi Tianya must understand the mystery of this armor. In fact, Chu Lin didn't know how the armor was activated. However, when activated, the incomplete Mad Lion gene in his body trembled. So it is true that this armor must be inspired by someone from the Mad Lion family. But there were other mysteries about the armor, but Chu Lin kept it deep in his heart and was not prepared to reveal any information. I don't know for sure, But I guess this armor may only be activated when it feels a fatal threat. Chu Lin looked at Yi Tianya very seriously and said truthfully. After Chu Lin finished speaking, Yi Tianya fell silent. He obviously didn't believe what Chu Lin said. After all, when choosing from the Quanxer family's treasure house, Chu Lin directly insisted on their inherited armor. Originally, Yi Tianya didn't think too much about it, assuming that this kid probably liked this weird style. In addition, Yi Tian actually basically had no hope for this gladiator competition. So I agreed casually at that time. Who knew that Chu Lin would really appear on the stage wearing the inherited armor of the Mad Lion family, and single-handedly turn the tide and win the first place in the gladiator competition. When Yuan Liang was killed, the huge energy erupted from the heritage armor made Yi Tianya, a powerful awakener with 5 gene chains, tremble with fear. If he didn't know the function of this heritage armor in advance, or if there was a special way to detect the energy contained in the armor, how could this kid choose such a useless armor so firmly? It was obvious that Chu Lin didn't want to tell him how to activate the armor. But Chu Lin is the benefactor of the Quanxer family after all, and Yi Tianya can't do anything to him. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became a little awkward. After looking at each other for a long time, Yi Tianya smiled again. Nephew Chu Lin, what do you think of this kid Evian? Chu Lin suddenly made Yi Tianya confused. He thought that Yi Tianya would break the casserole and ask about the inheritance armor. Such leaping thinking made Chu Lin unable to keep up for a while, but he just nodded and replied subconsciously. It's very good, very beautiful. This is simply Chu Lin's first impression of Evian. Since coming to this world, Chu Lin has been living in a life full of crisis, constantly improving his strength, and how can he find a girl to talk about love when he has time? But after answering, Chu Lin suddenly realized something. He remembered that the Yixianya clan leader had called him a wise nephew before, and he suddenly became alert. Wait a minute, Chief Yi Tianya, do you have anything else to do? If it weren't for the inconvenience of having a large area of bandage wrapped around his body, Chu Lin might have jumped out of bed at this moment. How about marrying into my Mad Lion family? Anyway, everyone in the Roaring Tribe knows that you are now the Golden Prince consort of my Mad Lion family. When Yi Tianya saw Chu Lin, he probably understood his hint, so he simply didn't hide it and said directly through the window paper. You can enjoy all the resources of my Crazy Lion family, and you can inherit the status of the patriarch of my Crazy Lion family in the future. Your future will be brighter than yours in Infleval Gathering Place. Yi Tianya directly laid out the benefits, but what he said was true. If Chu Lin really married into the Quanxer family, it would be much faster than if he had to increase his strength by himself. In the future, you and Evian's children only need to have the same surname of Yi, and we must ensure that my Crazy Lion family will prosper for 100 years. At the same time, Yi Tianya also put forward his own conditions. You should know that the reason why Awakeners are different from ordinary people is not only because of their improved abilities, but also because their longer lives than ordinary people also determine that Awakeners are the rulers of this era. With the potential like Chu Lin, he can at least be a powerful Awakener with 5 gene chains in the future, and his lifespan must be at least more than 150 years. It is not difficult to ensure the prosperity of a family for 100 years. This time it was Chu Lin's turn to open his mouth wide, and he looked at Yi Tianya with a dull look. After a long pause, he swallowed hard, and sweat appeared on his forehead. I remember that you didn't just represent the Crazy Lion family to fight in the gladiator competition before? What? Are you not happy? Hearing Chu Lin's question, Yi Tianya's face suddenly darkened, staring at Chu Lin, and an inexplicable pressure gradually emanated from him. When Chu Lin participated in the gladiator competition, almost everyone in the Roaring Tribe knew that Chu Lin was the designated candidate for Princess Iyun. After all, if Chu Lin wants to participate in the gladiator competition, he must first be a member of the Crazy Lion family. If an awakened person who has no blood relationship wants to become a member of the Crazy Lion family, he can only do so through marriage. You can't ask Chu Lin to recognize Yi Tianya as his godfather, right? Let's not talk about whether Yi Tianya is willing or not. Chu Lin will definitely not agree. Although the coercion exuded by the Mad Lion gene in Yi Tianya could not have any impact on Chu Lin. But as the patriarch of the Quanxer family, Chu Lin could not let Yi Tianya be so shameless. I wish, Chu Lin said reluctantly, but he had no intention of staying at all. In fact, Chu Lin's talent is not very good. His achievements today mainly rely on his ability to extract genes. If he wants to continuously improve his abilities, Chu Lin must fight with more awakened people with different genes to obtain better and stronger genes. Even if the Mad Lion family can provide him with a stable place and abundant resources. But these things are not the necessities Chu Lin needs. Chu Lin has not fully recovered from his injuries. Even if he does not want to stay in the Quanxer family, now is definitely not the time to fight with Etienne. If a man is able to bend and stretch, isn't he just a door-to-door son-in-law? Chu Lin thought about Princess Evian's graceful figure and delicate face, as well as her dignified temperament that is unique to all ladies. I have to say that this condition is indeed very exciting. Seeing that Chu Lin agreed, Etienne was very confident in his daughter's conditions. Regardless of whether Chu Lin was sincere in his heart or not, Etienne believed that after Chu Lin entered the Quanxer family, it would be difficult to escape. With Chu Lin in charge of the Quanxer family and Etienne's later training, it is enough to ensure that the Quanxer family will prosper for 100 years. In that case, nephew Chu Linxian, you will be engaged to Evian in a while, but before that, there is one very important thing. Etienne thought for a while and said, the significance of the triennial gladiator competition is very important to the three major families of the Roaring Tribe, but distributing supplies is only part of it. Sure enough, I feel that with the background and strength of the three major families, they shouldn't care too much about these materials. Chu Lin nodded and said thoughtfully. After his previous visit to the Mad Lion family's treasure house, Chu Lin had a preliminary understanding of the rich heritage of the Roaring Tribe, one of the three major families. With such a rich material reserve, there is no need for the three major families to spend huge amounts of money to compete for the ranking of resource allocation. As expected, the gladiator competition is definitely not as simple as it seems. Listening to the words of the Tianya clan leader, the meaning behind the gladiator competition seems to be even more profound. After waiting for a moment, Etienne slowly opened his mouth to tell Chu Lin. The reason why the Roaring Tribe is illevel is because of the coexistence of three major families. Each family has an awakened person with 5 gene chains sitting in charge. Etienne's tone was a little melancholy. The reason why the three major families have been able to control the Roaring Tribe is because the patriarchs of the three major families in each term have the strength of the 5 gene chains. The awakened person with the highest combat power can achieve the upper limit of this family. Every session? Hearing this, Chu Lin was slightly startled. Let's not talk about why the three major families have always maintained a tripartite status. It is really weird that the patriarchs of each of the three major families have the strength of the Unchained gene chain. Is it possible that over the past few generations, there has not been a clan leader who has perfected the 6th gene chain or failed to reach the 5th gene chain due to his own lack of talent? Yes, in fact, the heads of the three major families do not have such talents in every generation. They are artificially created. Etienne said in a solemn tone. As soon as these words came out, Chu Lin's eyes were suddenly startled, and he looked at Etienne incredulously, as if to confirm whether he was joking. After all, it is too appalling to artificially create a strong person with 5 gene chains. After all, the awakened ones themselves are rare and precious resources, and Han Dong, the leader of their Weiyang camp, only has the strength of 4 gene chains. If we could think of powerful awakened beings who created 5 gene chains, the current situation of mankind would not be so embarrassing. In the center of the Roaring Tribe, there is a statue of 3 monsters symbolizing the 3 major families of the Roaring Tribe. Have you noticed it? Etienne didn't care about Chu Lin's surprised reaction, as if he had expected that he would show such an expression. I saw it when I came here. I thought it was just an ordinary statue. Is there any other mystery behind it? When Chu Lin recalled it for a moment, he suddenly thought of the huge statue in the center of the Roaring Tribe. The stone statue is a huge image of a magical beast with 3 animal heads, namely a lion's head, a tiger's head and a dragon's head. This represents the 3 major families of the crazy lion, the fierce tiger, and the red dragon. However, there will be such a symbolic statue in most human gathering places, even in Weiyang camp, so Chu Lin didn't pay much attention to it. At this time, when Etienne mentioned the statue, Chu Lin immediately remembered it. That statue is actually an entrance to an underground secret realm. There is a spring of life in the underground secret realm, which can strengthen the genes of the awakened ones. When Etienne said this, he suddenly paused for a moment, and then continued. However, there are many restrictions in the underground secret realm. Only awakened persons with 3 gene chains or less can enter it. Moreover, monsters are rampant in it and there are many dangers. If you are not careful, you may die in it. Oh, that is to say, the fountain of life in this secret realm can enhance the strength of the awakened? Chu Lin slightly widened his eyes and looked at Etienne, thinking that since Etienne was the patriarch of the crazy lion family, he must have been there many times before. Don't guess blindly, I did go through the tempering of the fountain of life to reach the level of 5 gene chains. As if he had guessed Chu Lin's thoughts, Yi Tianya took the initiative to speak out, without any intention of hiding anything. But you don't have to imagine this fountain of life to be too strong, because it can only produce a certain amount of water every 3 years, and the effect of tempering in the fountain of life is different according to each person's talent. In other words, if an ordinary person is tempered before entering life, he will also be improved, but the degree of improvement is very small. In theory, it can make him an awakener, but ordinary people can't bear the pure genetic energy in it. Will this fountain of life have any side effects? Chu Lin asked subconsciously after listening. Even the genetic potion that the awakeners are flocking to contains violent genetic energy that ordinary people cannot withstand. Chu Lin does not believe that such a thing that has not been artificially refined and processed in the secret realm will be completely free of side effects. It does have side effects. When you are tempered by the fountain of life, you not only have to withstand the violent genetic energy, but you also have to deal with the constant illusions of inner demons. Yi Tianya glanced at Chu Lin and said in a slightly deep tone, "But there is no such thing as absolute insurance. Wealth and wealth come from risks. If you want to improve your own strength, you must go deep into the risks." There was deep helplessness and melancholy in Yi Tianya's tone. Imagine if there were 3 major families of the Roaring Tribe, each of which was competing for this fountain of life to cultivate awakened ones. The other 2 families both send their children into it. Although some talented children may eventually be lost along the way, as long as someone can successfully stand out, they can become a rising star in the family. Forced by desperation, Yi Tianya could only choose this method to train the family's children. After all, once the Mad Lion family becomes too weak compared to the other 2 families, the other 2 families will not be as peaceful as they are now. At that time, there will be no supply of family resources, and there will be no need to talk about personal development. What do you want me to do when you tell me this? Chu Ling asked curiously. Yi Tianya told him these secrets about the Roaring Tribe and the 3 major families for no reason. Chu Lin didn't think that this old fox was seeking benefits for himself. He must have wanted to use him to achieve some purpose. The reason why awakened people are transcendent from ordinary people is because there are infinite possibilities in their bodies. Yi Tianya's entire expression became solemn, and he seemed to be very sensitive to this issue. The big crazy lion family needs someone who can withstand the situation, so I hope you take Evian to the fountain of life. There are many risks in the underground secret realm. In addition to paying attention to the monsters running rampant everywhere, you also need to be wary of people from other tribes. You must know that the people who enter the secret realm are not just the 3 major families of our Roaring Tribe, but also others. Some E-level tribes also have entrances to underground secret realms. The duel held every 3 years is a big competition, which is to compete for the entry quota to enter the underground secret realm. The top family can enter 3 people, the second place family can enter 2, and the last family can only enter 1 people. Before, the Mad Lion family was always the third. I didn't let Evian enter because she is a girl and I really didn't trust her to enter the secret realm alone. But this time with you accompanying me, I feel much more relieved. After listening to Yi Tianya slowly narrate, Chu Lin felt a little silent. In fact, he has already made a decision in his mind. Let's not talk about whether he wants to join the Mad Lion family or not. This trip to the secret realm is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it is true what Yi Tianya said, there must be countless opportunities in the secret realm, and even people from other E-level tribes will participate. There must be a fight between dragons and tigers, and the fighting must be very brutal. But it is this dangerous environment that allows Chu Lin to quickly improve his strength and encounter a variety of different genes. After all, if Chu Lin's gene extraction extracts higher-level genes, his strength will grow faster. Okay, no problem. Chu Lin thought for a while, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said to Yi Tianya, "The task of escorting Evian is left to me, but didn't you say there are 3 people? Who is the remaining candidate? You knew it when we set out. There is still 1 month left before the underground secret realm opens. During this month, you should recuperate and prepare." Yi Tianya gave it up, waved his hand to Chu Lin, then stood up and prepared to leave. "When you come back from the underground secret realm, you can get engaged to Evian and officially join my crazy lion family." After saying that, Yi Tianya slowly left the ward, leaving Chu Lin in a daze. In the next few days, Chu Lin started making plans early. His injuries have fully recovered. Although his body is still a little aching after using genetic energy, with the existence of tough life, it only takes less than half a month for Chu Lin to return to his peak state. During the gladiator competition, the genetic weapon Metal Claws fused by Chu Lin had been completely destroyed by Yuan Liang's violent attack. Moreover, the inherited armor of the Mad Lion family has been strictly kept by Yi Tianya after being inspired by Chu Lin. Now Chu Lin's two pieces of luxurious equipment no longer exist. Fortunately, Chu Lin did not gain nothing in the gladiator competition. In addition to his rich combat experience in life and death fights, he also conveniently extracted the genes of the Red Dragon family. In fact, these are relatively minor. What makes Chu Lin a little bit unable to let go is, in the past few days, Princess Evian seemed to be eager for Chu Lin. Basically, Chu Lin wakes up together every day, and within a short time, Princess Evian comes to Chu Lin's room with an exquisite breakfast. Chu Lin had never even thought of having the distinguished princess of the Quincher family deliver breakfast in person. Such a luxurious life was something Chu Lin had never thought of before. Chu Lin was a little resistant at first, and politely refused Princess Evian to deliver meals many times. But Princess Evian had no intention of obeying, and still came to Chu Lin's room on time every morning to deliver meals. This led to the fact that every time Chu Lin went out, he could feel a strange look from everyone in the Quincher family. Chu Lin suddenly felt like a national treasure giant panda in a zoo, being baptized by all kinds of eyes every day. Who can stand this? That day, Chu Lin took advantage of the fact that Princess Evian had not come in the morning and slipped out of the territory of the crazy lion family alone. Chu Lin felt that his physical condition had almost recovered and he could start to do what he had always wanted to do. That is fusion gene. A disaster gene and a sand wolf gene can be fused to form another wolf gene that greatly increases Chu Lin's strength. If the two major atavistic genes, Crazy Lion and Red Dragon, are fused with each other, what will be the result? Chu Lin is looking forward to it. In order to prevent the fusion gene from emitting some gene energy fluctuations that attract the attention of the people of the Crazy Lion family, Chu Lin simply slipped out to find a secluded place, and by the way, he also went to the stall market to purchase some necessary items. After walking on the streets of the Roaring Tribe for a while, Chu Lin found a medium-sized hotel, threw a few beast cores and rented an hourly room. Although the Roaring Tribe is not small in size, the number of awakened people is still very small, so Chu Lin's fusion in the hotel should not attract the attention of the awakened people. After making all preparations, Chu Lin sat on the bed and closed his eyes. After concentrating his mind, the gene fusion began. The Red Dragon gene and the Mad Lion gene are both top-level atavistic genes of the two families of the Roaring Tribe, and the genetic strengths of the two are comparable. Although Chu Lin only extracted two incomplete genes, he did not know what the skills of the two genes of the Red Dragon and the Mad Lion would be after the gene chain was perfected. However, Chu Lin was not worried at all. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible for these two high-quality genes to be fused into any garbage. The two genetic talents slowly blended together under Chu Lin's control, and the genetic structure continued to impact each other under the impetus of Chu Lin's genetic energy. However, it is not the case that two different genes can be successfully fused. The genetic energy between two different genes is also completely different. The difficulty and risk of fusing two genetic talents are not low. Chu Lin succeeded in fusing the disaster gene and the sandwolf gene without difficulty for the first time, probably because of the first-time success reward given by the system. Just like when Chu Lin first extracted the bloodthirsty Mad Ant gene and the first time he fused the genetic weapon, he succeeded at one time with a very touching probability of success. It is probably a newcomer reward of the system. Two completely different genetic energies were pushed together in Chu Lin's body, and a sharp pain made Chu Lin grit his teeth. The fusion of two different genes is no less than melting water and fire together. The pain that penetrates into the bone marrow genes is not something that ordinary people can bear. Fortunately, Chu Lin's mental strength is relatively strong, otherwise ordinary people would have given up long ago. These two genes are difficult to fuse, worthy of being two high-level atavistic genes. Chu Lin's forehead was sweating, and his expression was slightly ferocious. The higher the quality of the genes, the more difficult it is to fuse each other, but Chu Lin is not someone who gives up so easily. If the two-day gene chain cannot be successfully fused at one time, then all the previous efforts will be wasted. Melt for me. Chu Lin gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulged, and even the corners of his mouth were bleeding due to excessive force. Under his crazy mobilization, the genetic energy in Chu Lin's body pushed the two genes to gradually merge. This situation lasted for nearly a quarter of an hour, even though Chu Lin had a strong mental strength and a strong will. At this time, his eyes were full of bloodshot, his body was covered with sweat, and he seemed to have been fished out of the water. Finally it worked. Chu Lin sighed deeply, and Irin seemed to have collapsed and lay directly on the bed, gasping for air. This crime is really not something a human can bear. Fortunately, it finally succeeded. The two major atavistic genes of the Mad Lion and the Red Dragon were successfully fused together under Chulin's promotion. The genes after the fusion are no longer the same as before, but have generated a brand new genetic talent. Genetic talent, Red Blood Mad Dragon, incomplete fusion gene, completeness 19%. This is Chulin's third gene chain. Although it has not been perfected yet, the name alone shows the extraordinariness of this gene chain. After all, it is a fusion of two high-level atavistic genes, so the quality must not be too bad. After the fusion was completed, Chulin rested in the hotel for a long time before he recovered. After changing into a spare set of clothes, Chulin walked down from upstairs, ordered some food casually, and left the hotel after eating and drinking. But Chulin did not go to the Crazy Lion family, but changed direction and went to the other end of the road. Chulin's pace was not slow, and he soon passed a few streets and came to a very rough building. This building was built very simply and the workmanship was not exquisite, but the materials used in the building were very luxurious. The walls of serpentine marble, the roof of wolf blood bricks, and even the stepping stones placed at the door were the rare black soil agate among the stones. However, this building has no beauty at all, it is completely piled up with money, and it is almost missing a sign of wealthy on the wall. This is the mercenary guild of the Roaring Tribe, which can be said to be a gathering place for many warriors who fight against mutant monsters. Of course, mercenaries make their living by hunting mutant monsters and obtaining beast cores. They live on the edge of a knife, with a high risk factor, and the rewards are usually very generous. Chulin is now at the door of the mercenary guild, watching for a moment, and then walked in. The space in the mercenary guild is very large, a bit like the large cafeteria in Chulin's previous life school. Even if there are 200 or 300 people sitting, it is more than enough. At this time, there are not many people, and there are less than a quarter of the seats in the hall. In the hall, there are several young women wearing simple and sexy clothes walking between the tables. They are the waiters of the mercenary guild and also one of the characteristics here. As long as someone takes a fancy to them and gives enough beast cores as a reward, they can take any of them to the room inside the mercenary guild to do some unspeakable things. Chulin's entry did not attract many people's attention, but a few people near the door looked up and glanced at him after hearing the sound. When he came to the counter, a female waiter smiled and greeted him immediately. "Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" The waitress smiled sweetly, came to Chulin, and spoke to him very softly. The waitress was dressed a little simply, but Chulin's eyes did not shift at all, looking into her eyes. With a slight smile, he asked, "Excuse me, are bounty missions posted here?" Generally speaking, in addition to hunting monsters to obtain beast cores, mercenaries will also take on some bounty missions appropriately to increase their external income. Of course, these missions have different levels of difficulty, and not everyone can take them. When the waitress heard Chulin actually asking about the mission, she couldn't help but look at him more. Chulin was wearing the gorgeous clothes of the Crazy Lion family at this time, and he was clean and tidy, not like a mercenary at all. "Are you a mercenary, sir?" the waitress asked curiously. They have been in the mercenary guild for a long time, and they have seen all kinds of people, and they have already trained their eyes to be sharp. Just by looking at them, they can judge the identity of the person through some details. At first, when they saw Chulin's white and clean face, and the clothes on his body that were obviously valuable, they thought that this young man came to the mercenary guild to have fun. After all, most mercenaries have been fighting for years to make a living, and they have a faint murderous aura on them, so their image will not be so neat. First time. Chulin was stunned for a moment, and smiled awkwardly. He really didn't know what procedures were required for mercenaries to accept tasks. "Then sir, you haven't registered mercenary information yet, right? If you want to accept the mission, you must register mercenary information and pass the mercenary level test," the waitress said with a smile, but she was quite disdainful. From this look, it seems that merchants or rich children from the family are just out to sign up as mercenaries for fun, to gain some qualifications, or to show off. But if you try to seduce him, it seems like a good choice to get some benefits from this stupid rich boy. After all, children from rich families are much more generous than those mercenaries. Thinking of this, the waitress slowly approached Chulin and whispered in his ear. "Sir, please follow me. I will take you to register mercenary information." The waitress breathed orchid into Chulin's ear, and her body fragrance mixed with special perfume surrounded Chulin. Chulin nodded, without even turning his eyes, and followed the waitress towards the back of the mercenary guild. The waitress's charming figure twisted gently in front of Chulin, with an indescribable charm. Coupled with her slim figure and the auxiliary scent of perfume, the waitress believed that this rich young man would also fall in love with her. under one's own pomegranate skirt. But the waitress didn't notice that all her flirting was completely tactful. Chu Lin's mind was not on the beauty in front of him at all. Chu Lin still didn't know the specific power of the red-blooded dragon gene that had just been successfully integrated, so Chu Lin needed a battle to verify it. That's why Chu Lin came to the mercenary guild. By accepting tasks and going out to fight mutant monsters, Chu Lin could fully understand the information about the red-blooded dragon's genes during the battle. Soon they came to a large, empty room in the mercenary guild. Although it is not as exaggerated as the hall, it is still a large venue that can accommodate nearly dozens of people. The number of people in this room has become much rarer, and it is more like a training gym. The room was full of wooden figures, fighting rings, punch training and other training supplies and venues, and there were several figures sweating on these training instruments. It's a bit like the gym where Chu Lin was in his previous life, but there everyone was there for the purpose of exercising, but here, judging from how ruthless these mercenaries were during training, they probably all had the purpose of killing with one strike. And train like crazy. Look, it's Guan Fei, the leader of the wild mercenary group. He actually came to train today? Really, Guan Fei is the most powerful senior warrior in the wild mercenary group. I heard that he once defeated an awakened person with one gene chain with his bare hands. Being able to defeat the awakened one with the power of a mortal, he is simply a role model for many mercenaries. Wow, this muscle, this strength, I can do it. When passing by a training platform, Chu Lin saw a group of men and women surrounding him. They all looked at the figures on the training platform and let out a series of low shouts. Out of curiosity, Chu Lin turned his head and looked over. I saw a shirtless young man on the training platform. He was punching, elbowing, and kneeling against the equipment on the training platform, and carrying out crazy attacks. The values on the instrument were beating crazily, and the alarms were sounding one after another. In just 10 seconds, the damage value on the test instrument had reached the SSS level. This is the upper limit of what the training equipment can withstand. At this point, a burst of cheers suddenly erupted under the training platform, and everyone was shocked by the combat power of the mercenary named Guan Fei. Is the wild mercenary group very powerful? When Chu Lin saw this, he couldn't help but ask. As soon as these words came out, the waitress who was leading the way stopped moving and turned around to look at Chu Lin in surprise. He gently covered his mouth with his little hand, as if he didn't know that the wild mercenary group was a very strange thing. Sir, don't you even know about the wild mercenary group? The waitress said something incredulously, and then explained to Chu Lin. The wild mercenary group is the most powerful team in the Roaring Tribe besides the guards of the three major families. Lord Guan Fei is the leader of the wild mercenary group, and he has contacts with all three major families. The strength is also comparable to that of an awakened being in a mortal body. After listening to what the waitress said, Chu Lin was a little uninterested. It seemed that he was just a high-level warrior. Those who could defeat the awakened ones were probably some weak awakened ones. In Chu Lin's eyes, they had no value at all. Chu Lin thought he had met a master and could learn from each other and try his third gene chain. Keep walking, there's nothing to see. Chu Lin said lightly. It seemed that if he wanted to test his new gene chain, he could only test it through mutant monsters in the wild. But at this moment, Guan Fei jumped down from the training platform, casually took the towel brought by others, looked in the direction of Chu Lin and the waitress, and shouted, "Hey, come and stay with me." As the words fell, everyone's eyes suddenly focused on the waitress in front of Chu Lin. There were all kinds of looks like jealousy, wind, and pity thrown at me. The waitress' body felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She suddenly froze and started to tremble slightly. Master Guan Fei actually called a maid? It seems that his strong physical strength needs to be vented. I really don't know whether to say she is lucky or unlucky. Master Guan Fei is very generous, but the process, a little cruel. People whispered with gloating, as if they knew the habits of Master Guan Fei very well. Master Guan Fei, I am busy serving guests, I wonder if I can. The waitress turned her head and spoke tremblingly, with a hint of crying in her tone, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. Don't talk nonsense, come here quickly. Do you want me to find you in person? Guan Fei's eyes were cold, he was now stained with a raging fire in his body, and he needed to find someone to vent as soon as possible. And Chu Lin and the waitress happened to enter the room at this time, so Guan Fei simply took the opportunity. The waitress' body trembled slightly, but the other party was the leader of the powerful wild mercenary group, so she could only bite the bullet and step towards Guan Fei. Seeing the waitress's actions, Guan Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and satisfaction appeared in his eyes. He likes this kind of obedient and well-behaved. At this moment, Chu Lin grabbed the waitress's wrist, forcing her to stop and turn around in surprise. I'm so sorry, brother. I'm in a hurry to register my mercenary information. You can find her later. Chu Lin raised his head, looked at Guan Fei, and said lightly. The words were very polite, but the tone was not polite at all. As soon as these words came out, not only the waitress who was stopped was stunned, but also the group of people surrounding Guan Fei were stunned, and even Guan Fei himself was stunned. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the inconspicuous Chu Lin. After a moment of silence, the people surrounding Guan Fei suddenly burst into mocking laughter. Is this kid a fool? He actually asked Lord Guan Fei to wait? Where did this fool come from? Doesn't he know Lord Guan Fei? It's true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Those who dare to go against Lord Guan Fei in the mercenary guild have yet to speak out. The people's mocking words contained deep sarcasm and gloating. When they saw that Chu Lin's thin body could not withstand Guan Fei's punch, after all, Guan Fei was the top one even among senior warriors. It is an existence comparable to the awakened one. For such a boy to actually speak to Lord Guan Fei like this is tantamount to seeking death in the eyes of everyone. Okay, very good. Guan Fei slowly walked towards Chu Lin and the waitress. His tone was very cold, with a hint of murderous intent. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like that. Chu Lin's eyes were calm, looking at Guan Fei's figure without the slightest hint of fear. Arriving in front of Chu Lin, Guan Fei's aura seemed to have reached its peak. He grabbed the waitress and tried to snatch her away from Chu Lin, not caring whether it would hurt her. Give you a chance, get out. Guan Fei shouted coldly, his body full of anger. Just when Guan Fei's palm was about to catch the waitress, a palm suddenly grabbed his wrist. Chu Lin's palm grabbed Guan Fei's palm like an iron pincer, making him unable to move no matter how hard he tried. Master Guan Fei, please calm down. I will take this master to finish the work and come to you right away. When the waitress saw the friction between Guan Fei and Chu Lin, she was so frightened that her face turned pale. She quickly came between them and said pleadingly, Snap! Guan Fei slapped the waitress directly on the face, sending her whole body flying away, showing how strong the force was. Shameless, seeking death. Guan Fei shouted angrily and kicked the waitress again. This kick was so fast and urgent that it even produced a whistling sound in the air. If this kick were to hit the waitress, she would probably be kicked to death due to her fragile body. Chu Lin originally didn't want to be troublesome, but when he saw Guan Fei being so arrogant, he couldn't help it. Bang! Chu Lin punched out. With a muffled sound, Guan Fei flew out like a shot put and fell heavily to the ground. It's nothing to look for excitement. Chu Lin snorted secretly and helped the waitress up from the ground. One side of the waitress's face was already swollen, and her face was still full of panic. She pulled Chu Lin and said, Sir, please leave quickly. You have offended Lord Guan Fei. If you don't leave, it will be too late. The waitress's voice was full of anxiety. What about you? Chu Lin said instead. This question stopped the waitress. Yes, Chu Lin can leave if she offends Guan Fei. She relies on the mercenary guild to survive. If she offends Guan Fei here, there will basically be no good outcome. The waitress's eyes were full of despair. Thinking of what would happen if she offended Guan Fei, she even wanted to die. So I'd better take care of the trouble for you. Chu Lin sighed softly and said helplessly. The waitress was stunned for a moment and looked at Chu Lin in confusion. Chu Lin turned around and walked in the direction of Guan Fei. At this time, Guan Fei also climbed up from the ground with the help of everyone. He clutched his chest, his eyes were gloomy, and he said with murderous intent, If you dare to take action against me, your demise is doomed. If you dare to sneak attack Master Guan Fei, go to the ring and educate him. There are always people who like to test themselves crazily on the verge of death, fearing that they may not even be able to save their lives. A group of thugs around Guan Fei also spoke harshly. In their eyes, Guan Fei was beaten away just now because of Chu Lin's sneak attack. Chu Lin indeed didn't use much strength because he was afraid that if he accidentally used too much force, he would punch Guan Fei to death. But Chu Lin decided now to beat him half to death first, otherwise the other party would generally not be able to listen to what he said. Guan Fei jumped onto the ring first and stretched his muscles. There was a crackling sound between the bones, which was very intimidating. The atmosphere below suddenly became heated. Chu Lin was silent and slowly walked onto the ring. Just when Guan Fei was about to let Chu Lin know the terrible consequences of offending him, Chu Lin suddenly turned around and turned his back to Guan Fei. This strange movement made Guan Fei slightly stunned. What is he going to do? Maybe he knew he was finished and gave up on treatment. Does he want to test it first to see how terrifying the strength gap between him and Lord Guanfei is? Everyone was a little confused when they saw Chu Lin's actions. Without saying a word, Chu Lin punched the testing equipment behind him. However, everyone completely scorned this. You must know that the highest level of this testing instrument is SSS level. Guanfei's attack strength has reached the highest level. Even if Chu Lin tests again, it can't exceed the SSS level. Under the disdainful eyes of the crowd, Chu Lin's fist hit the test instrument. Boom! The test instrument did not show any test values or sound an alarm, but exploded on the spot. The fragments of the test instrument flew like a meteor shower, and the entire area was completely covered with smoke from the explosion. When the dust settled and everyone looked again, the huge test instrument had completely disappeared, and Chu Lin stood on the ring with a blank expression. Are you sure you want to fight me? Chu Lin said lightly. The people standing under the ring ready to watch the show opened their mouths wide and looked at Chu Lin in disbelief. This is the top test instrument. Even Guanfei, who is comparable to the Awakener, can only reach the SSS level. And this one is even more direct. One punch blew up the instrument that specifically tests the attack strength. Guanfei looked at the test instrument that was blown up by a punch, his throat rolled with difficulty, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He seemed to have foreseen that if he really fought with the inconspicuous young man in front of him, his head would probably end up like the test instrument. Who are you? Guanfei asked with a gloomy look and a solemn tone. This was also the question of everyone present, including the waitress who was completely dumbfounded on the spot. Chu Lin is so powerful, why has no one ever seen him? This was also a question for everyone present, including the waitress who was completely dumbfounded on the spot. Chu Lin is so powerful, why has no one ever seen him before? Just when everyone was stunned, the mercenary guild heard the explosion, and several figures suddenly came to the training room. The leader was a middle-aged man with gray hair, followed by two guards wearing mechanical light armor. Director's son, someone shouted. This person was the director in charge of all matters of the mercenary guild. He heard the explosion and rushed over with his people. What happened? Manager's son glanced around and landed on the test equipment damaged by the explosion. His eyes suddenly widened a bit and he asked in shock. Director's son originally thought that something happened to damage the equipment in the training room. Although it was indeed the case, the equipment that was damaged this time was the most durable testing equipment among all the equipment. This made Director's son a little dumbfounded. At the beginning, this testing instrument withstood the attack of the awakened one without being damaged. It can be said to be a veritable steel-plate instrument. Now that he saw that this instrument was damaged, Director's son couldn't even believe it. Could it be that there is already someone among the mercenaries whose attack strength exceeds that of the awakened one? So Manager's son focused on the two people on the ring. The first person he targeted was Guanfei. The name of the wild mercenary group was well known in the mercenary guild. Guanfei's strong personal strength has also made him the most famous senior warrior in the mercenary guild. His attack strength is comparable to that of the awakened, and he has some hope of blowing up the test equipment. But when Director's son's eyes turned to the figure standing opposite Guanfei, his whole figure was severely shaken. Director's son of the mercenary guild is here, this guy is in trouble. Master Guanfei doesn't even need to take action, Director's son can get rid of this person. Humph, it happened that the instrument malfunctioned and he destroyed it. I don't know if he is lucky or unlucky. When everyone saw Manager's son walking towards Chu Lin with two powerful guards, they immediately began to whisper. There was also a sneer in his eyes when he looked at Chu Lin. Although Guanfei is the best among the mercenaries, in the mercenary guild, Director's son is the real person in charge. Here Guanfei also has to show courtesy to him. Everyone was preparing to see how Chu Lin would face Supervisor's son's attack. Here, if you dare to go against Director's son, I am afraid that you will attract the attention of the entire mercenary guild. The consequences of offending the mercenary guild are no less miserable than offending the three major families of the Roaring Tribe. Manager's son came to Chu Lin and stared at him for a few breaths. In full view of everyone, Manager's son suddenly dwarfed and bowed deeply to Chu Lin. My Excellency, Sun Kueisheng, welcomes Master Chu Lin to visit. Manager's son said in a very respectful tone. Even the two guards behind Supervisor's son knelt down on one knee in front of Chu Lin when they saw Supervisor's son giving this great gift. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire room solidified. Even the breathing and heartbeat could be heard clearly. You know me? Chu Lin raised his eyelids in surprise and asked casually. I was fortunate enough to be present during the gladiator competition and witnessed the majestic appearance of Lord Chulin. Manager Sun's eyes were a little excited and he replied respectfully. Manager Sun's blood boiled a little when he thought of how Chulin used 2 gene chains to kill the super powerful awakened person with 5 gene chains that day. Now that such a big shot has come to the mercenary guild he manages, how can Manager Sun not be surprised? Chulin? Who is he? How can he make Director Sun so respectful? Gladiator competition? Could this person be the awakened one? Even the awakened ones won't be like this, right? The mercenary guild also had mercenaries at the awakened level. There were various speculations. Although they had heard of the gladiator competition, with their level, they were naturally unable to enter it, and they had no idea who Chulin was. But Director Sun knew that this was enough. Just because these people don't know, doesn't mean Guan Fei doesn't know either. Although Guan Fei was not present at the time, as the leader of the wild mercenary group, Guan Fei was still very well informed. Hearing the name Chulin, Guan Fei's heart trembled violently, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his hands and feet were cold. Chulin's name has spread like a plague throughout the Roaring Tribe in the past few days, even though most people don't know what Chulin looks like. But it did not prevent Chulin's great achievements in the gladiator competition from being spread. With the strength of 2 gene chains, he killed the awakened ones of 5 gene chains, and finally defeated Lu Shang, the young leader of the Qilong family, with a single punch with a seriously injured body. What's more, Chulin is a contestant of the Crazy Lion family, and potentially the future son-in-law of the Crazy Lion family. With such strength and background, it is no exaggeration to say that he has soared into the sky in the Roaring Tribe. If the young man in front of me is Chulin, Guan Fei simply couldn't imagine that the person he was provoking was actually Chulin. Plop. Guan Fei knelt down instantly. Lord Chulin, I have blind eyes but cannot see Mount Tai. You, Lord, have a lot of them, please let me go. Guan Fei, who was still arrogant before, was now full of panic and his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. Even though the wild mercenary group is known as the largest mercenary group in the Roaring Tribe, and even though Guan Fei is known to have combat power comparable to that of an awakened person. But when facing the real big shots from the Crazy Lion family, Guan Fei's strength and background still seemed so insignificant. Guan Fei's kneeling shocked everyone in the audience, and their hearts were like the sky falling and the earth splitting. In their hearts, Lord Guan Fei is like an invincible existence, and he can be comparable to an awakened person with his mortal body. But at this time, he knelt down to the young man named Chulin in front of him. What is this person's identity? Even Lord Guan Fei is so terrified. Thinking of their previous sneers at Chulin, everyone's faces showed panic. When Director Sun saw Guan Fei's appearance, he naturally understood what happened. He fixed his eyes and came to Guan Fei. Did you offend Lord Chulin too? You blind thing! Manager Sun kicked out and hit Guan Fei's chest hard. Guan Fei spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew down from the ring and fell heavily to the ground. It can be seen that the power of this kick is not bad, and he used real strength. Lord Chulin, how do you think this man should be dealt with? Manager Sun asked Chulin. Chulin looked at him meaningfully, which made Manager Sun feel a little scared. Forget it. Manager Sun has done this, what else can Chulin do? Anyway, Guan Fei is no threat to him at all, even if he wants to take revenge, he has no chance at all. The two are not from the same world. When Chulin walked towards the waitress again, the waitress was a little panicked, and her body could not help but dodge back half a step. Aren't you going to take me to register the mercenary information? Let's go. Chulin said lightly without any action. Manager Sun saved Guan Fei's life, and Chulin also told Manager Sun in this way that he was protecting this waitress. Of course, it was not that Chulin wanted to do anything to her, but her affairs were caused by Chulin, so Chulin naturally could not let it go. When the waitress heard what Chulin said, she immediately showed a flattered expression on her face. Chulin is an awakener of the Crazy Lion family, with a noble status and powerful strength. Being able to lead the way for Lord Chulin is simply a symbol of honor. The waitress was surprised and nodded excitedly. Amid the astonished and envious eyes of everyone, the waitress took Chulin into the room. After the two disappeared, Director Sun's eyes moved slightly, and he turned to a guard and said, I want all the information of the waitress, and watch her, don't let anyone touch her. The guard understood, nodded, and immediately walked out of the room. Under the guidance of the waitress, Chulin came to a room dedicated to registration. After quickly handling the mercenary information for Chulin, the waitress was slightly calmer, and looked at Chulin with strange eyes. Lord Chulin, why do you want to register as a mercenary? It is still relatively rare for awakened people to register as mercenaries. The waitress finally couldn't help her curiosity and asked. Chu Lin turned his head to look at her and replied casually. Play. The waitress seemed quite speechless for this answer, but it was reasonable. Otherwise, an awakened person with a prominent status and powerful strength, came to register mercenary information, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Even in the 11 Roaring tribe, the awakened ones are far from being rich enough to become mercenaries and hunt mutant monsters for a living. Although most of the tasks of mercenaries and awakened ones are the same, they all need to kill mutant monsters. However, awakened ones are usually recruited by large forces to take charge of exploration, transportation, trade and other teams, and then take action when they encounter mutant monsters. The focus is on protecting ordinary people, and there is no need to take the initiative to find monsters. Mercenaries are different. Their main source of income is to hunt monsters to obtain beast cores. Even if monsters don't come to them, they have to take the initiative to find monsters. Although mercenaries earn much more than ordinary people, they are definitely the most dangerous profession with the highest casualty rate among all professions. As an awakened one, there are so many businessmen, families, and forces that have extended olive branches, so naturally they will not do the extremely dangerous mercenary profession anymore. Chu Lin came here to register the mercenary information, probably for fun. However, the waitress did not expect Chu Lin to say it so directly. This answer made the waitress not know what to say for a while, so she could only smile awkwardly and then took Chu Lin to the task release column. The task release column is the main way for mercenaries or mercenary groups to accept tasks, and new tasks will be posted on it every day. Similarly, tasks are divided into different levels according to the difficulty level. Mercenaries and mercenary groups will accept tasks according to their own strength. Some tasks will also set requirements for mercenaries to accept. After all, mercenaries are also divided into levels. Chu Lin is naturally needless to say. As an awakener, he is a mercenary of the highest level as soon as he registers his mercenary information. After all, even Guan Fei, the highest combat power among the mercenaries, is completely vulnerable in front of Chu Lin. The task release column is in another separate hall. Unlike the main hall of the Mercenary Guild, although there are not many people here, everyone is concentrated in front of a huge screen that covers an entire wall. The main hall of the Mercenary Guild is a place for rest and entertainment, so this is the real core part of the Mercenary Guild. All handover tasks and resource trading will be carried out in the side hall where tasks are posted. Golden Turtle Merchants, Escort and Transport Materials task, requires 5 level mercenaries and 10 level mercenaries, generous rewards, safe routes, mercenary groups are preferred. Anonymous, team up to hunt black soil worms, requires level or above mercenary partners. Endless Mercenary Group, find the broken wing flower task, recruit team members. Various information slowly scrolled on the huge screen for all the mercenaries present to select. The level of the task was marked behind each task. Of course, most tasks require mercenaries of level or above. Level mercenaries are basically no different from ordinary militias, with very limited combat power, and can only serve as a foil in transportation tasks. Chu Lin, led by the waitress, came to an operating table. Lord Chu Lin, here you can directly query all the task information so far, you can search directly here. The waitress introduced the function of the operating table to Chu Lin. Help me find the most difficult task now. Chu Lin said casually. The waitress was slightly stunned, and then she started to check. Soon, a task information was displayed on the console. Get the Dragon Eye of the Shadow Fury Dragon. The task difficulty is SSS level, and requires an awakened person with more than 2 gene chains. The waitress was quite surprised when she saw this highest level task. She had been in the Mercenary Guild for so long, but she had never noticed that there was such a difficult task. Not only was the task the most difficult SSS level, but the requirements for accepting the task were also very high, even exaggerated to the point that only awakeners could accept it. And it required the strength of 2 gene chains to accept it. Such a task appeared in the task release column of the Mercenary Guild. How could anyone accept it? Okay, this is it. Chu Lin glanced at it and said casually. Post a message to me to recruit a team to guide the Shadow Dragon. Just lead them to the place, and the reward is 100 beast cores. The waitress couldn't help but take a breath when she heard Chu Lin's words. 100 beast cores. This is not a small number, and ordinary tasks can't reach this level at all. In theory, the auxiliary work of SS level tasks is indeed worthy of this price, but at least they have to follow and enter the dangerous area to do the logistics work. Chu Lin only asked the guide to take him to the territory of the Shadow Dragon, which was not too high a request. After all, any mercenary stationed in the Roaring Tribe for many years could do it. Lord Chu Lin, the area where the Shadow Dragon is located is one of the restricted areas near the Roaring Tribe. The elite awakeners of the three major families dare not enter it easily. The waitress hesitated for a while, and finally persuaded her through gritted teeth. I heard that the awakened people of the three gene chains were buried in it. Even the patriarchs of the three major families were a little afraid and ordered that the children of the family are not allowed to enter it. Please consider it carefully. The waitress had a worried look in her eyes. After Chu Lin rescued her from Guan Fei, the waitress's attitude towards Chu Lin completely changed. Her life was saved by Chu Lin. That old guy Yi Tianya can't control me, so it doesn't matter. Chu Lin curled his lips and said unceremoniously. On the surface, Chu Lin agreed to become the son-in-law of the Quanxer family, but he had no intention of staying for a long time. Chu Lin was very disdainful of Yi Tianya, an old guy who threatened and lured him. His strength is still a little lacking now. When Chu Lin improves his third-day Red Moon Mad Dragon fusion gene, even Yi Tianya won't be able to do anything to him. The reason why I chose the task of Shadow Raging Dragon is that this task has the highest risk factor. It was because the Red Moon Mad Dragon gene, judging from the name, had no connection with subdragon monsters, so Chu Lin gave priority to this task. After all, although the genes of the Red Dragon family are red dragons, they are still a kind of subsaurus. To put it bluntly, they are just a kind of big lizard. It would not be easy for Chu Lin to perfect the genes of the Scarlet Moon Mad Dragon. When the waitress heard this, she quickly put her index finger on her lips to signal Chu Lin to lower her voice. At the same time, she looked around nervously. In the Roaring Tribe, it is taboo to call the heads of the three major families by their names. After all, the patriarchs of the three major families are also the top beings in the Roaring Tribe. Even if Chu Lin is from the Mad Lion family, it would be a bit disrespectful to call the patriarch of the Mad Lion family by his first name. However, seeing Chu Lin's resolute attitude, the waitress had nothing to say. After all, she was just a servant. With Master Chu Lin's strong strength, he should be able to return safely. The waitress thought to herself. After the recruitment task was released, a team quickly contacted him. An easy task like this would usually be snatched up by the mercenaries who saw it as soon as it was released. After all, there is no need to fight or protect, you only need to lead the way and you can get a generous reward of 100 beast cores. If some less dangerous mutated monsters can be hunted on the road, the harvest from this trip may be able to give the entire mercenary team a comfortable vacation. After the waitress clearly handed over the information to the mercenary team, she briefly reported the information to Chu Lin, bowed slightly and said, "Sir Chu Lin, it is an honor to serve you. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." The waitress' tone could be heard to be slightly trembling, but she still tried to calm down as she spoke. Etc. When the waitress turned around to leave, Chu Lin suddenly asked, "May I have your name?" The waitress was slightly startled. For women like them who seek to survive in the mercenary guild, almost no one will ask them their names. They are usually called by their code names. Now Chu Lin actually asked her name. This made the waitress's mood swings suddenly obvious. Chu Lin didn't think there was any problem. The waitress had been serving him for so long, so she should know her name. "Sir, my name is Lan Yu." The waitress did not turn around, but turned her back to Chu Lin and spoke softly. "I took note of it." Chu Lin said something, then turned and left. Now the guide mercenary team is preparing resources for this trip in the backyard of the mercenary guild, and everything is waiting for Chu Lin to arrive. Arriving at the backyard of the mercenary guild, Chu Lin saw that in addition to a few people from the mercenary team, there were actually several figures in the backyard. Of course, it is understandable that there are other people in such a large backyard, but after seeing the figure clearly, Chu Lin's expression suddenly became very strange. Several people in the backyard were wearing golden leather armor, and there was also a slim figure in a golden military uniform. It was Princess Evian and several elite warriors from the Mad Lion family. The mercenary guild they didn't know when they arrived was already waiting for Chu Lin here. It was no surprise that Chu Lin was discovered by the Quanxer family. His whereabouts when he left the Crazy Lion Clan had no intention of hiding it from the Crazy Lion Clan. But what Chu Lin didn't expect was how Princess Evian would come here in person. "Evian? Why are you here?" Chu Lin showed an awkward smile on his face and said to Evian, "You don't want me to come?" Evian's face clearly had the word unhappy written on it, and he looked at Chu Lin with a resentful look. Evian's eyes made Chu Lin feel a little scared, as if she was an abandoned harem, which made Chu Lin feel a deep sense of guilt inexplicably. The place I'm going to is very dangerous, so naturally I don't want you to come. Chu Lin turned his eyes and said seriously. Hearing Chu Lin say this, Evian's expression softened a little. It's okay. Father agreed to let me come. I have the ability to protect myself and won't hold you back. Evian said calmly. Since Evian mentioned this, Chu Lin naturally had nothing to say to refute, so he simply left it to her. The mercenary team, who originally thought they had found a big bargain, were all panicked when they saw that everyone from the Mad Lion family had actually arrived. This is one of the 3 major families of the Roaring Tribe. Each elite warrior in the Crazy Lion family is much stronger than them. You will not be deprived of your rewards, so lead the way. A warrior from the Crazy Lion family came to the mercenary team with a strong sense of pride in his tone. The Crazy Lion family won the first place in this gladiator competition, and the warriors of the Crazy Lion family seem to be walking with a breeze. As the princess of the Crazy Lion family, she naturally cannot travel in a simple way. A light armored vehicle with a golden Crazy Lion head and a very grand and luxurious appearance slowly drove out of the Roaring Tribe. You must know that the living space of human beings has been drastically reduced under the oppression of mutant monsters. Now most of the transportation tools are pulled by domesticated monsters. Energy-powered armored vehicles like this are very rare. After all, while armored vehicles are safe, they also consume a lot of energy, which is not something that ordinary forces can use for a long time. Even for a huge force like the Crazy Lion family, the number of times energy-powered armored vehicles are used is very rare. However, on this day, the people of the Roaring Tribe once again saw an armored vehicle roaring like a roaring army. The armored vehicle slowly drove out of the gate of the Roaring Tribe. The people around could not help but hide to the sides of the road when they saw the dazzling gold, revealing a very wide road. Seeing this scene, even the mercenaries of the mercenary team who served as guides could not help but straighten their backs. Although there is a feeling of being fake and powerful, this scene of everyone retreating really satisfies their vanity. The space in the light armored vehicle is not large, but it is more than enough for 2 people. But the only drawback of this light armored vehicle is that the air inside is a bit stuffy. Chu Lin didn't feel any discomfort, but Evian, who was sitting opposite him, had a slightly red face and a slightly squirmed expression. Evian, are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Chu Lin asked a little strangely when he saw Evian's appearance. It was okay not to ask, but when asked, the blush on Evian's face seemed to be even worse, and he gave Chu Lin a fierce look. Chu Lin was suddenly confused. It's too hot in the car. I need to change my clothes. You close your eyes. Evian finally said, giving Chu Lin a severe warning. You are not allowed to open your eyes and peek, or my eyes will be dug out. However, the red-faced Evian's coquettish look is really not a deterrent. When Chu Lin heard this, he looked at Evian with a smile, and the teasing meaning in his eyes was quite obvious. What are you looking at? Evian said frantically. Close your eyes. You can just change it, there's nothing to see. Chu Lin rolled his eyes and said unceremoniously. Evian didn't react at first, but after he realized it, he was so angry that he almost rushed over to fight Chu Lin. Finally, under Evian's persistent pursuit, Chu Lin finally closed his eyes. Following a rustling sound, a faint fragrance spread to Chu Lin's nose. The nether wolf gene not only made Chu Lin's speed, explosive power, and eyes stronger, but also enhanced his sense of smell. This fragrance is unique to Evian. It actually made Chu Lin's heart beat a little faster. A long time. I'm done changing, you can open your eyes. Evian said softly. Chu Lin immediately opened his eyes. At this time, Evian was no longer wrapped in a tight military uniform, but had changed into a slightly thinner outfit, which completely outlined her slim figure. The hair that was originally hanging down was also tied up by Evian and tied into a round bun on the head. The white arms and calves were exposed to the air. Evian's legs were connected to the instrument and his head was slightly lowered. The whole person looked very dignified and well-behaved. These 2 completely different temperaments are reflected in Evian at the same time, but they don't make people feel anything wrong. Instead, they have a strange temptation. Chu Lin finally suppressed the inexplicable restlessness in his heart and took a good look at Evian. This dress suits you very well. It's very beautiful. Chu Lin praised sincerely. Ha, as you put it, stinky gangster. Evian's face was red and she murmured in a low voice. Chu Lin was speechless for a moment. Even if he complimented you casually, he would be regarded as a gangster. Do you have to let me say that you are extremely ugly? After thinking about it, Chu Lin pretended not to hear the murmur and sat upright. The atmosphere in the car seemed a little awkward for a while. But at this moment, the armored car suddenly paused slightly, shaking both Chu Lin and Evian. Chu Lin opened the door to check the situation.
What happened? Evian asked.
We have left the territory of the Howling tribe, and now we should be entering the edge of the Howling forest. Chu Lin said. Before this, Chu Lin had done some basic homework and knew some places in and around the Roaring tribe. The Roaring tribe is in a level camp, with several level camps scattered around. But the most extensive area is the deep forest to the west of the Roaring tribe. Although the mutated monsters on the ground are powerful, they have probably been explored by people, and there are complete standards for how to deal with them.
But the unknown is the scariest thing.
Although most of the monsters on the ground have been detected, few people know about the situation in the Howling forest. Even though the Howling tribe has existed for such a long time, their exploration of the Howling forest is only on the periphery.
The number of mutated monsters in the Howling forest is much more diverse than the mutated monsters on the surface.
In particular, most of the Howling forest is composed of a special kind of tree called ghost tree. This kind of tree is very hard, invulnerable to water and fire, and cannot be forged, making it very difficult. When the breeze blows at night, the branches and leaves of the ghost tree mix together and rub together, making bursts of sounds like crying and screaming, which is very scary. Even if they knew that the sound was caused by the friction between ghost branches and leaves, no one would still want to stay in the Howling forest at night. The sound sounded like a ghost crying and howling in the tree, hence the names of the ghost tree and the Howling forest. Even when the mercenaries of the Roaring tribe go out to hunt mutant monsters to obtain beast cores, they try to avoid choosing the Howling forest. After all, there were once awakened people who walked into the Howling forest and disappeared without a trace. There seemed to be a huge and terrifying creature deep in the forest. Even the patriarchs of the three major families of the Roaring tribe have listed the Howling forest as a restricted area, prohibiting their children from entering without authorization. The elites of the three major families did not dare to set foot easily, and ordinary mercenaries did not have the courage.
So the Howling forest is not far from the Roaring tribe, but the development of this large forest is very shallow.
Basically, they know nothing about the situation in the Howling forest. It is just rumored that there is a powerful mutant monster shadow dragon somewhere in the Howling forest. In fact, this is just a rumor, and no one has ever really seen the appearance of Shadow Dragon. It is also possible that all those who have seen Shadow Dragon have died, resulting in the Roaring tribe only having its legend, but no one has ever seen its figure.
Howling forest? You are actually going to the Howling forest?
Hearing Chu Lin's words, Iyun's eyes widened immediately, and he asked again in some surprise.
Well, what's wrong? Chu Lin asked strangely. Are you crazy? Do you know what kind of mutant monsters are in the Howling forest? Iyun's face was solemn and his tone was very grim. Just because you don't know, you go in. Do you know what's inside? Chu Lin asked back, and at the same time, he was curious. Does the Crazy Lion family have any inside information about this Howling forest? Think about it, as the three major families that control the Roaring tribe, how could they let such a large forest lie under their noses without exploring it? No matter what kind of resources, mutant monsters, materials, etc. are there, as long as they can be used, they can make their family stronger. For such a resource breakthrough that can even break the three-legged situation, how could the three ambitious families be indifferent? They will definitely compete to send people to explore. However, unexpectedly, the three major families unanimously listed the Howling forest as a forbidden area and prohibited their children from entering it. They must have discovered something strange in the Howling forest. As the young princess of the Mad Lion family, it is not surprising that Evian knows some secrets. The reason why the Howling forest is listed as a forbidden area is because my father told me that there are terrifying monsters in the Howling forest that can destroy the entire Howling tribe, and no one is allowed to enter it. Iyun's expression was a little timid, and it was obvious that Tianya must have left some shadows when he told her. Have you seen what that scary monster looks like? Chu Lin said a little funny. Evian was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Then you're afraid of a ball. Chu Lin rolled his eyes, not worried at all. All scary monsters are just tricks to scare children. In front of the scary monster, Chu Lin, you don't have to obediently offer your genes. The more terrifying the mutant monster Chu Lin was, the more excited he became. I can't go in. My father will scold me if he finds out.
Evian said timidly. Then when we get to the entrance of the Howling forest, you guys wait for me at the entrance, and I'll go in by myself. Chu Lin suggested very simply. It took him a month to enter the underground secret realm, but the damage to the metal claw caused Chu Lin to lose the same powerful trump card. In just 1 month, it was impossible for Chu Lin to make any breakthrough progress in other aspects. If he wants to be confident enough to suppress the powerful awakeners from other rebel tribes, Chu Lin's only way at present is the third gene chain that has just been integrated. After completing the third gene chain, Chu Lin's strength will be greatly improved again. Only by letting the third gene chain play its role can Chu Lin have enough confidence to ensure the benefits from the underground secret realm. Don't forget, he will also bring a small towing oil bottle with him when the time comes. The light armored vehicle still drives very smoothly on the rugged sandy and dirt roads, and the occasional slight bumps will not be noticed at all. After all, Chu Lin and Yun are both awakened ones. Even though they are not very old, their physiques are far superior to ordinary people. Even the physical fitness of these mercenaries who have been fighting mutant monsters all year round is not necessarily better than the two of them. The awakened have transcended the realm of mortals. After walking for about another hour and a day's journey, they finally reached the edge of the howling forest. Here, the light armored vehicle slowly stopped, and the mercenaries and the warriors of the Mad Lion family also stopped. The roads in the howling forest are rugged and the gaps between the trees are small, making it impossible for a light armored vehicle to enter.
If you want to enter the howling forest, you can only enter on foot.
Chu Lin walked out of the light armored vehicle and looked up at the tall trees blocking the sky and sun in front of him, feeling quite emotional. Then Evian also put on his military uniform and followed Chu Lin down.
Chu Lin, why do you have to enter the howling forest? Evian frowned and asked in confusion. What do you want? Can't the Mad Lion family give it to you? Chu Lin felt even more emotional when he heard what Evian said. In the past, Chu Lin had imagined that one day he would be taken care of by a rich woman, but he didn't expect that it would come true now. But now Chu Lin no longer had the lazy mood he had at the beginning. In this world full of crises, Chu Lin must constantly improve his strength in order to survive in such a bizarre world. Chu Lin Liao didn't think that he could always guarantee his own safety and the safety of those around him and the Quanxer family. There is no law and order in this world.
If you want to ensure your own safety, you can only have excellent strength. Actually, it was for the sake of our family that I came to the howling forest. Chu Lin slowly raised his head and said seriously.
There is a terrifying existence hidden in the howling forest that can threaten the entire roaring tribe. It will not always be at peace with us. What if one day it comes out of the howling forest? Ah?
Evian's little face panicked, showing a nervous look. So I must first find out what exactly exists in the howling forest. Otherwise, there is a being living next to our house that may destroy us at any time.
How can we feel at ease?
Chu Lin stood with his hands behind his hands, his hair flying in the breeze.
The whole person looked aloof and independent, and his outline seemed much blurred. This moment moved the simple-minded Evian deeply.
Chu Lin was doing this for the entire Mad Lion family and the entire roaring tribe to prepare for a rainy day. Such a noble act can be called a hero without any exaggeration.
Chu Lin, Evian breathed softly.
Chu Lin secretly glanced at Iyun and saw that the other person was fooled by his nonsense, with admiring eyes and a sense of pride in his heart.
Now she should go back obediently and won't stop me anymore, right?
Chu Lin thought to himself.
I have decided, I want to go in with you. A look of determination appeared on Evian's face, and he said resolutely.
After hearing this, Chu Lin almost stumbled and fell to the ground.
The howling forest was originally a restricted area for the three major families. If that old guy from Yishianya knew that I abducted his daughter into the restricted area, he wouldn't fight me for it? No, Iyun, you have to stay in the family, I can go in alone. Chu Lin really didn't want to bring a burden into such a dangerous place.
Chu Lin has the ability to protect himself, but he may not be able to protect Iyun. No, you are already a member of my crazy lion family, I can't let you take risks alone.
Iyun's face flushed, clenched her fists, and said excitedly.
Chu Lin wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt that his words seemed to have a counterproductive effect. In the end, Iyun followed Chu Lin and the others into the howling forest. It was not because Iyun persuaded Chu Lin, but because Iyun took out the crazy lion family inheritance armor from the light armored vehicle. Chu Lin immediately guessed that this might be arranged by the old foxy Tianya again.
Otherwise, with Iyun's reaction ability, it is unlikely that he would have blocked Chu Lin before he went out. With the crazy lion family inheritance armor, Iyun's safety should not be a problem.
During the gladiator competition, Chu Lin activated the heritage armor and accidentally discovered a secret. Even when Tianya asked, he did not reveal any clues. So Chu Lin was sure that the heritage armor was enough to protect Iyun's safety. It is not that you have the blood of the Mad Lion family to activate the heritage armor. As long as you have the Mad Lion gene, you can communicate with the armor and burst out with powerful power. That's because this heritage armor is alive. The mercenary team led Chulin and Iyun into the Howling Forest. Originally, the warriors of the Mad Lion family were also going to follow. But Evian ordered them to wait in the Howling Forest guarding the armored vehicle. Whoever dares to disobey the princess's order, even if he is frightened, can only obediently guard it in the forest. Woo, woo, while everyone was walking, there was a faint sound of weeping and resentment in the forest, just like the sound of a woman crying coming from all directions. When Evian heard this inexplicable sound, he felt very nervous. Even though he was wearing heritage armor, his little hands were tightly grasping the corners of Chulin's clothes. This pitiful and lovable look made Chulin smile secretly in his heart. Unexpectedly, as an awakened person, Evian is actually afraid of such a misty voice. Probably aware of Evian's state, the captain of the mercenary team turned around and comforted him with a smile. Princess Evian, don't worry, this is just the sound made by the ghost tree rubbing against each other, just get used to it. The mercenary team specializes in hunting some mutant monsters or collecting some useful materials on the edge of the Howling Forest. They have been accustomed to the environment here after dealing with the Howling Forest for many years. After the mercenary captain said this, Evian relaxed a little, and the tension was not as strong as before. But she still held on to Chulin's clothes tightly, as if holding Chulin like this could give her a sense of security. Isn't this ghost tree of any value? Chulin came to a ghost tree, felt the material of the ghost tree with his palm, and asked. Nowadays, people are very scarce in terms of resources and energy. Logically speaking, they should do everything they can to make use of all items that can be used as resources. There is such a large area of Howling Forest near the Roaring Tribe, why not make use of the ghost trees here? Of course, Chulin also wondered whether the three major families in the Howling Tribe were afraid that destroying the ghost tree in the Howling Forest would attract the attention of some terrifying existence in the Howling Forest. But judging from the hints Etienne has given so far, they are not afraid of some terrifying mutated monster in the Howling Forest, but someone else. Otherwise, Etienne would not let Evian come with Chulin, let alone bring the inherited armor of the Mad Lion family to Evian. Etienne definitely wants to take advantage of Chulin's action to find out what kind of mysterious existence exists in the Howling Forest. Back to Master Chulin, these ghost trees are not unusable, but they are too troublesome to use. The utilization rate of both materials and fuel materials is very low, so the profits provided by these ghost trees are very low. Basically, no one wants to waste time trying to do anything with these things. The captain of the mercenary team gave Chulin a rough explanation. Chulin nodded slightly, somewhat agreeing. The mercenary team is worthy of being active members who have been in the Howling Forest all year round. They took out huge instruments that were half a man tall that Chulin had never seen before, and opened up a path in the Howling Forest where there are almost no normal roads. Slightly narrow road. Overcoming thorns and thorns, moving forward at a hesitant pace. Without the leadership of this mercenary team, although Chulin was not afraid of this difficult road, he would easily get lost. Under the leadership of the mercenary team, Chulin and others advanced in an orderly manner on the route. During this period, they will naturally encounter a little trouble, such as the appearance of some mutated monsters that are not too strong, or some obstacles blocking their way. However, these small troubles are not troubles at all in the mercenary team with Awakeners. As Evian stayed in the Howling Forest for a long time, he seemed to have gradually become accustomed to the sounds and environment here. He even cooperated with the mercenary team to kill two mutated monsters, the spiny pig. This kind of monster is not difficult to kill, but it is thick and flexible. It will take a lot of effort for the mercenary team to deal with this kind of spiny pig. Evian couldn't stand it, so he activated the Mad Lion gene and kicked the monster, blocking the way to death. The powerful genetic power makes all the mercenaries in the team envious. I don't know how long I walked in the forest. It was getting late and the visibility was already very low. The captain of the mercenary team came over and reported to Chulin and Evian before setting up camp. Spending the night in the Howling Forest is a common occurrence for the mercenaries who have been here all year round. They travel through the Howling Forest all the time. After nightfall, even people like them want to travel at night in the Howling Forest. Very difficult. If they are not forced to do so, the mercenaries will choose to find a place to spend the night and wait until conditions are better the next day before setting off. Lord Chulin, Princess Iyun, I have wronged you too. Currently there is only one large tent. The captain of the mercenary team said slightly anxiously. We can only make do with the two of you in a tent for one night.
It's okay, it's just a one-night stay. When Evian heard the words of the mercenary captain, his face turned slightly red, but he waved his hand and said. Evian's reaction seemed to confirm something invisibly. There was a strange look in the mercenary captain's eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Evian showed no resistance to living in the same camp as Chu Lin, which showed that the little princess had already defaulted to Chu Lin as her future husband. This made Chu Lin feel a little dizzy. I'm the only one who feels wronged, Chu Lin sighed lightly, thinking inwardly. If it weren't for Iyun, Chu Lin might have asked the mercenary team to take him forward at night and quickly reach their destination. But since Iyun was also here, Chu Lin could only take care of this noble little princess first. At night, everyone only ate some simple compressed dry food to fill their stomachs. After all, in a place like the Howling Forest where mutant monsters are rampant, it is a very unwise choice to start a fire. Mutated monsters are not like ordinary beasts and are afraid of flames. The bright flames will only make them more excited to gather towards the light source. Iyun was not very interested in this compressed food, which was far worse than the sumptuous breakfast prepared by the crazy lion family. However, Iyun did not expect Chu Lin to come to the Howling Forest, so he did not bring any supplies, and just followed with light equipment. Chu Lin felt very funny when he saw Iyun frowning and chewing the compressed food with a look of disgust. Originally a noble lady from the crazy lion family, she was now chewing on a kind of compressed food that only low-ranking mercenaries would eat. Chu Lin didn't feel anything about this, and even thought that the compressed food here tasted better than the compressed biscuits in his previous life. After nightfall, the light in the Howling Forest became even dimmer. It was almost pitch dark. Under this visibility, even the mercenaries who have been active in the Howling Forest for many years dared not move easily. In the largest tent, Chu Lin and Iyun lay side by side, far apart, almost touching the edge of the tent. Even so, their heartbeats were still a little disordered. Iyun was very nervous. Although she was just lying in a tent, this was her first time sleeping in the same room with a man. It was impossible to say that she was not nervous. Even Iyun's mind had begun to think wildly. Similarly, Chu Lin's mood was not too calm. Just kidding, Chu Lin was a very masculine and healthy young man. Now there was a beautiful little princess lying next to him, how could Chu Lin calm down? In this atmosphere, the breathing of the two even began to fluctuate. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the woods around their camp. This movement was so subtle that even the experienced night mercenaries didn't notice it. But Chu Lin was keenly aware of it, and the advantage of the nether wolf gene at night was fully utilized. It's not just the night vision, but Chu Lin can immediately detect any slight movement. So Chu Lin sat up suddenly. This sudden movement scared Iyun, who was already nervous. She had been thinking about it before. What should she do if Chu Lin made any move at night? Although Chu Lin was already the son-in-law of the crazy lion family, he was only missing an engagement ceremony to become Iyun's fiancé. But Iyun was still a little nervous and afraid about this kind of thing. Now that Chu Lin had made such a big move, Iyun's heart was clenched, and she sat up, hugged her upper body with her arms, and whispered vigilantly. What are you doing? Don't come over. Should Chu Lin signaled Iyun not to make any sound, his face slightly solemn. Because the unusual movement he heard was not some mutant monster attacking at night. Chu Lin heard a human voice. However, Princess Iyun did not understand, and thought Chu Lin was going to do something unspeakable, and even did not let her make a sound. It was simply a beastly act. Chu Lin, don't go too far. Iyun shouted nervously, and had already prepared a defensive posture. Chu Lin glanced at Iyun with a look of looking at an idiot, and the whole person quickly rushed out of the tent. At the same time that Chu Lin rushed out of the tent, an attack also occurred in the camp where the mercenary team was located. One after another, silenced crossbow arrows shot into the tent silently in the night of the Howling Forest, covering the entire camp like a rainstorm. For a while, screams came one after another in the camp of the mercenary team. Of course, more people died silently under these silenced crossbow arrows. The terrain in the Howling Forest is complex, with branches and leaves of trees intertwined. Ordinary long-range weapons can only exert limited power in this forest. However, this kind of crossbow arrow, which has a short range but powerful power, is very suitable for this kind of terrain. The opponent was obviously well prepared. From preparation to attack, there was basically no sound. If it were not for the keen insight of Chu Lin's nether wolf gene, it might not be until the opponent's crossbow arrow shot in front of him that he could sense the danger coming. There are a lot of crossbow arrows, and it can be preliminarily judged that they are continuous mechanical crossbows. Although such crossbow arrows are convenient and fast, their penetration is not too strong. Generally, such crossbow arrows must be used with potions that enhance damage to exert a strong effect.
The mercenaries who were hit by the crossbow arrows rushed to rescue them, but there was no danger of life for a while, but the unlucky guys who were shot in the vitals died on the spot.
Before the crossbow arrows shot to Chu Lin's tent, a faint light appeared in Chu Lin's eyes.
The trajectory of the crossbow arrows that broke through the air suddenly became clear in Chu Lin's eyes. Chu Lin hooked a wooden stick at his feet with his foot, and swung out the basic stick technique horizontally, creating a gust of wind, and shot down all the incoming crossbow arrows. With the bonus of the nether wolf gene and the proficient basic stick technique, this level of attack is simply a piece of cake for Chu Lin. With a sound of metal collision, Chu Lin quickly shot down all the crossbow arrows one by one. Chu Lin's eyes focused, and when he saw the figure swaying in the woods, he no longer hesitated. His figure turned into a vague shadow in the night and instantly rushed into the woods. At this time, Iyun, who was late to react, finally reacted. She didn't care about the embarrassment just now. After putting on the inheritance armor, she also ran out of the tent. But she didn't have the gene that Chu Lin's nether wolf gene could move freely at night. After Iyun came out, she didn't see Chu Lin's figure, and she was not stupid enough to call Chu Lin loudly, but rushed to the chaotic mercenaries. Chu Lin's strength is higher than Iyun's, so Iyun naturally doesn't worry about Chu Lin. After all, using a crossbow to sneak attack first is enough to prove that their enemy is not that strong, otherwise they can just crush them directly without using such despicable means. You know, even if it is a sneak attack, it takes advantage of the crossbow in the forest to launch a sneak attack. An attack of this intensity is dangerous and fatal to ordinary mercenaries, but for the awakened, it is no different from a useless harassment.
Enemy attack. Hurry up and set up the fine steel shields, everyone find a place to hide. Did you see who the other party is? The mercenary team fell into chaos. However, they are also people who have been wandering in the howling forest for many years. Although they have fought with others less frequently, they are experienced in dealing with attacks from various mutant monsters. Under the command of the captain of the mercenary team, 2 fine steel shields that are as tall as 1.5 adults were erected. These shields were originally prepared to deal with the impact of large mutant monsters, and their defensive capabilities are extremely strong. Now they can also play a very strong defensive effect against these thin crossbows. After quickly stabilizing their position, the captain of the mercenary team was about to send someone to check on Chu Lin and Iyun, when he saw Iyun coming here wearing a simple style of armor. "Princess Iyun, it's dangerous here, please go back to the tent first." The captain of the mercenary team was so nervous when he saw Iyun actually ran to the place where the 2 sides were fighting, and said hurriedly, "It's okay, these villains can't hurt me, what's the situation now?" Iyun was quite confident. As the princess of the crazy lion family, even if she only had 1 gene chain, she was still a warrior who was not afraid of danger. Chu Lin's figure shuttled rapidly in the woods, and the crossbow arrows flew past him, but it did not affect his speed at all. The night vision provided by the nether wolf gene allowed Chu Lin to clearly determine his route. Soon Chu Lin saw a group of people attacking them in the woods. These people wore uniform crimson combat uniforms, lurking in the woods and blending into the night. Even the most experienced mercenaries might not be able to guess their location. Everyone had a strange animal mask on their face and a cloak on their body, covering their figure completely. At the same time, they held a mechanical crossbow made of fine steel in their hands and continuously released crossbow arrows. Chu Lin rushed towards the nearest enemy without saying a word. He punched out, smashing the man and the crossbow together. The opponent did not even scream, only a muffled bang sound, and fell down silently. Chu Lin killed 1 person, did not stop, and continued to rush to the next target. Chu Lin was extremely fast, and basically killed the opponent before he could react. It was not until Chu Lin came to the 7th person that his tracks were finally exposed. "Who is it?" the man with the beast mask exclaimed, and the mechanical crossbow in his hand was instantly aimed at Chu Lin, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Several crossbow arrows burst out at close range and shot at Chu Lin's face. There was a slight strange color on the arrowhead of the crossbow arrow, which was obviously coated with some unknown medicine to increase the lethality of the crossbow arrow. At such a close distance, even if Chu Lin was very fast, he could not dodge it. It must be said that this person's reaction was quite fast. Since he couldn't dodge, Chu Lin simply didn't plan to dodge it. Several crossbow arrows shot in front of him, and Chu Lin reached out to grab them directly. The attacker who fired the crossbow arrow saw Chu Lin actually using his hand to catch his crossbow arrow, and a trace of cold ridicule flashed in his eyes. This crossbow arrow is made of fine steel, and has strong penetrating power at close range.
Not to mention a human palm, even a thin steel plate can be pierced. Moreover, the crossbow arrow is coated with a drug that increases toxicity. As long as it can pierce the skin, the person hit by the arrow will soon lose his combat effectiveness. However, seeing that these crossbow arrows are about to pierce Chu Lin's palm is bulging with blue veins, with distinct joints, and his palm is clenched, directly grasping all the crossbow arrows in his hand. Click! After a crisp sound, several high-speed crossbow arrows shot in succession were caught and broken by Chu Lin's hand. Not to mention piercing his palm, not even a little skin was scratched. Seeing the incredible scene, the attacker's exposed eyes showed a touch of shock. It seems that he does not believe that the scene he saw with his own eyes is real. This is a fine steel crossbow arrow. How could someone catch a fine steel crossbow arrow with extremely strong short-range penetration with his palm and bend it directly with brute force? However, the attackers soon thought of a possibility. After all, there is a power beyond mortals in this world. Awakener! You are an awakener! The attacker shouted out immediately, with a look of fear in his tone, and at the same time alerted the attackers in other directions. It's too late to know. A trace of bloodthirstiness flashed in Chu Lin's eyes, and his palm immediately covered the man's vision. Hearing the exclamation of their companions, all the attackers immediately looked towards Chu Lin. Although they were the active attackers and prepared, they obviously did not expect that there were awakeners on the mercenary team, and they counterattacked so quickly. In such a night, it was impossible to determine Chu Lin's exact location for a while, and they could only estimate a range based on the shouts of their companions. After hearing the exclamation, several attackers near this side immediately formed a fan-shaped encirclement. It must be said that the organization and discipline of this group of attackers is more than one level stronger than that of the mercenary team. Even if they don't have the advantage of equipment and sneak attacks, they will probably beat the mercenary team in a heated confrontation. But unfortunately, they met Chu Lin. No matter what the reason, Chu Lin has been targeted by them and even threatened Chu Lin. Chu Lin will no longer hold back. There is a saying, kindness to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. The other party wants to kill him directly. Chu Lin will not be stupid enough to hold on to some saintly heart, or persuade them to put down their butcher knives and become Buddhas on the spot. Just keep one alive to ask questions. The rest. Chu Lin looked at the attackers who kept approaching him, his eyes slowly swept over, and he said to himself, just kill them all. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Lin rushed out like a night bat. Under the background of the night, they could not catch any trace of Chu Lin at all. TSK. A flash of cold light passed by, and an attacker felt his neck go cold, and then blood spurted out, and life quickly drained from his body. Chu Lin's figure kept shuttling back and forth, and attackers kept falling down. The most terrifying thing was not the powerful and invincible enemy, but that they were almost slaughtered before they could even see the enemy clearly. Even the well-trained attackers couldn't help but panic, and they fired their steel crossbows randomly, and the flying steel crossbow arrows accidentally shot at their own people. The screams in the forest were one after another, even drowning out the mercenary team. It's Chu Lin. The mercenary team immediately felt the pressure reduced. Iyun raised her slender eyebrows slightly and said in a rather light tone. Iyun had seen Chu Lin's strength, so when she encountered the enemy attack, Iyun was not panicked. As long as Chu Lin was here, there would be no problem and they could ensure their safety. But Iyun really didn't expect that Chu Lin could launch such an effective counterattack under such harsh conditions. After all, as an awakener, she could hardly see where the enemy was in the night of the howling forest, which meant that she had the will but not the strength. Iyun was a little unhappy because she had powerful genetic power but didn't use it. However, at this time, the attackers' attack coverage gradually weakened, and there were bursts of shouting in the forest, which seemed very chaotic. Iyun saw the opportunity. Wearing the ancient heritage armor, the genetic energy burst out, and the whole person rushed directly from the mercenary camp to the forest like a little sun at night. At this time, the attackers were in a state of chaos. Even if they noticed Iyun's obvious presence, they had no time to care. Seeing Iyun, a woman, was so brave, although she was an awakener and stronger than all the mercenaries present, it still aroused the mercenaries' bloodiness. In the sudden attack just now, the mercenary team also suffered many casualties, and they were particularly angry at this time. After seeing Iyun rushing out, the captain of the mercenary team also shouted loudly, "Counter-attack!" Hearing this order, the mercenaries of the mercenary team also roared wildly, picked up their most convenient weapons, and rushed into the forest closely behind Iyun. The attackers' camp arrangement had long been disrupted by Chu Lin, and Chu Lin's shuttle in the forest to find the target brought great psychological pressure to the attackers. In addition, Ian activated the Mad Lion gene and rushed in front, and the few fine steel crossbows could not cause any obstacles to Ian, who had activated the gene.
Ian didn't even need to do it herself.
When these fine steel crossbows approached Ian, they would be directly bounced off by the powerful genetic energy in her body. The group of mercenaries following Ian were also full of fighting spirit and rushed into the forest. The attackers were directly stunned by this powerful offensive. They didn't expect that such a small-scale mercenary team actually had two awakeners. Chu Lin, who was always elusive, was enough to make the entire attacker team exhausted, and now there was another awakener. What shocked the attackers even more was that the bright glow and surging genetic energy emanating from Iyun were obvious.
Crazy Lion Gene. It's the Crazy Lion family. Retreat! Go! The Crazy Lion family is coming.
The attackers shouted in panic, and then the whole team began to retreat, throwing away their armor. It might be more appropriate to describe it as fleeing. Every attacker seemed to have seen a ghost after hearing about the Crazy Lion family, running desperately in the forest, and some attackers even threw away their equipment, the fine steel crossbow. Iyun, who originally thought that there would be some resistance, was stunned.
These people looked well trained. Why did they lose their composure when they heard about the Crazy Lion family?
However, Ian had no time to think about these questions. He rushed to the back of an attacker and punched him to the ground, then chased the next fleeing target. Before the attacker knocked down by Ian could get up, he was caught by the mercenaries behind him. On Chu Lin's side, his figure shuttled through the forest very quickly, came behind a figure with a different style of ghost mask, hit his figure, and followed cautiously. In the dark night, only Chu Lin could see the difference between the ghost masks worn by these attackers with the help of the Netherwolf gene. Moreover, this person was agile, even on the way of escape. He was the fastest one, completely leaving the others behind. Chu Lin even felt a trace of genetic fluctuation from him, but Chu Lin could be sure that this person was just an ordinary warrior, not an awakened one. Maybe this person was carrying some special items carrying genetic energy, so Chu Lin also kept a watchful eye. This person quickly left the people behind him and walked through the forest alone, as if he was very familiar with this place, without stopping. Chu Lin followed this person all the time, turning around in the forest, passing many hidden paths, and finally came to a huge ghost tree. This person finally stopped, looked around, and after confirming that no one was following him, he squatted in front of the thick ghost tree, peeled off the layers of leaves under the thick trunk, and found a narrow hole that could barely accommodate one person. This person slowly got in, buried the traces on the hole with leaves, and disappeared. He didn't know that all these hidden actions were visible to Chu Lin squatting on the high branches. Chu Lin didn't rush to find out the situation, but just made a mark on the tree, recorded the route, and turned back. Now Iyun and the mercenaries are still chasing the fleeing attackers.
Even if there are no powerful characters among the remaining attackers, Iyun's strength is enough to deal with them.
Chu Lin still decided to return to the camp first. After everything is settled, come and find out. About half an hour later, everyone gathered again in the open space of the mercenary team's camp. A total of 7 captured attackers were tied tightly with ropes, and their gray and dusty appearance made people feel a little weird.
Originally, it was a one-sided situation.
Just because of the existence of 2 awakened people, the mercenary team turned defeat into victory and completely defeated the attackers in one fell swoop. "Sir, all the enemies caught alive are here," the captain of the mercenary team reported with a gloomy look. Although the loss of the sneak attack was not heavy, several mercenaries were accidentally shot in the vitals by the fine steel crossbow arrows and died. The size of the mercenary team was not too big to begin with, and now they have lost several people at once. As the leader of the team, the mercenary captain was naturally in a very bad mood.
"Leave it to you, Captain. I will give you some extra beast cores for this loss."
Chu Lin was not interested in this and said casually, "The leader of this attack has already run away, and these minions can't get any useful information.
It's better to have a good sleep than to waste that time."
After saying that, Chu Lin walked towards the tent on his own and prepared to rest. This is a palm that suddenly grabbed Chu Lin's wrist, and the soft skin rubbed against Chu Lin's palm slightly, producing a pleasant touch.
"Chu Lin, don't you want to know who attacked us?" Iyun frowned slightly.
It was hard for her to imagine that Chu Lin had no interest in why these people attacked, or that he had no patience.
"No, I just want to sleep now."
Chu Lin rolled his eyes, grabbed Iyun's wrist with his backhand, and dragged her away from the camp.
"Captain, I leave it to you. Just tell me what information you find out." Before leaving, Chu Lin waved to the mercenary captain.
Iyun struggled for a while but couldn't get rid of Chu Lin's palm.
With a red face, he could only follow this guy back to the door of their tent. What are you doing? After Chu Lin let go, Iyun scolded unhappily. Rest early, I'll take you to a good place tomorrow. Chu Lin's mouth curled slightly, thinking back to the ghost tree where he had followed the captain of the attackers, and there was another cave underground, and he had already made a plan in his mind. What good place? Iyun was immediately excited when he heard this. Even Chu Lin said it was a good place, so it must be right. Sleep with me and I'll tell you. Chu Lin smiled and teased in a very provocative way. The next day, the captain of the mercenary team asked Chu Lin and Evian to take a day off. After all, they experienced a battle last night, and they didn't get much rest all night after that. Although mercenaries have more combat experience than ordinary people, they are still first-rate. After a night of fighting and a sleepless night, the efficiency of the mercenary team's march can be imagined even if they set out energetically today. Chu Lin agreed happily. It just so happened that he was going to take Evian to explore the hidden entrance today and see what was going on in the Howling Forest. When setting out, Chu Lin asked Evian to put on the inherited armor of the Quancher family. There were no unknown dangers in this industry, and Chu Lin wanted to ensure Evian's safety first. Chu Lin followed the path based on his memory from last night, and soon brought Evian to the very obvious thick ghost tree. Is there anything strange here? Evian couldn't help but ask when he saw Chu Lin stopped. You will know if you come with me. Chu Lin shrugged, went to the ghost tree, and peeled away the thick leaves, revealing a hole hidden under the roots of the tree that could only accommodate one person. Evian's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the hole. There are obvious signs of movement in the soil here, indicating that people passed here not long ago. How did you find out? Evian asked subconsciously. Chu Lin rolled his eyes and ignored the little princess who had so many questions. He came to the entrance of the cave and waved to Evian. Seeing this, Evian quickly ran over and looked down. However, the entrance to the cave was so dark that not even light could shine in, and nothing could be seen at all. Nothing? Evian asked doubtfully, but before he finished speaking, he felt a light kick on his buttocks. Evian immediately fell headlong. Chu Lin! A voice of shock and anger suddenly came from the entrance of the cave, extending downwards along the entrance of the cave until it disappeared. Tsk, it seems this hole is quite deep. Chu Lin smashed his mouth, and then jumped down from the hole after Evian. The corridor is very long. Chu Lin Hua estimated that the length of the corridor must be at least 20 meters. After coming out of the corridor, there is an empty hall below. There are piles of huge boxes sealed with tarpaulins accumulated in the hall. The boxes are piled up together, making the entire hall look like a maze. Evian looked up at the vast hall, feeling a little dazed for a moment. Chu Lin was also slightly shocked. Under the Howling Forest, there is such a large space. It must have taken a lot of resources to build this scene. What's even more incredible is that no one in the Roaring Tribe knew about such a big project in the Howling Forest. What is this place? Evian stared blankly at the mechanical-like ceiling of the hall, which was more than 10 meters high, with a strange look flashing in his eyes. There is such a place in the Howling Forest. I always feel that my father may know something. Don't worry about where this place is. Chu Lin glanced around, pulled Iyun behind him with one hand, and said in a slightly solemn tone, "Take care of yourself first." At this time, Evian came back to his senses and discovered that a group of attackers wearing grimace masks and dark cloaks had gathered around the two of them. What they now have in their hands is no longer the fine steel repeating crossbows they used when they attacked the mercenary camp, but a mechanical heavy crossbow that can only be lifted by one person with two hands. The mechanical heavy crossbow has to reinstall the crossbow every time it fires, and the firing efficiency is very low. However, the power of this heavy crossbow is something that even the awakened ones dare not underestimate. You must know that this kind of mechanical heavy crossbow can shoot directly through stainless steel shields. There are now 6 or 7 mechanical heavy crossbows aimed at Chu Lin and Evian. Chu Lin is confident that he can use his own speed to dodge the heavy crossbows, but Evian has no choice. It's really hard work for these two guests to come all the way. How about staying for a cup of tea? A voice came from behind the attackers. Hearing this voice, the attackers gave way to a passage one after another, and a figure slowly appeared in front of Chu Lin and Evian. The owner of this voice was a man, about 30 years old, wearing a dark red robe, and his body shape could not be clearly seen. Chu Lin didn't know this person, and neither did Evian, but judging from his outfit and the familiar genetic energy fluctuations on this person, they could guess his identity. Are you from the Red Dragon family? Evian asked straight to the point. There are not many awakened people in the Roaring Tribe,
and the style of the crimson robe this person wears is exactly the same as that of the Red Dragon family except that there are no marks on it. The identity of this person was immediately blurted out. The little princess of the Mad Lion family is quite smart, but unfortunately sometimes being too smart is not a good thing. The man did not deny Evian's guess, but looked at Chulin and Evian with a smile and said, "The three major families have banned each other. No one is allowed to set foot in the Howling Forest. Your Qilong family has secretly established such a huge underground base here. What's the shocking conspiracy?" The Howling Forest was listed as a forbidden area by the three major families. Although the mercenaries of the Roaring Tribe were not prohibited from entering it, the people of the three major families were prohibited from entering it. The awakened person of the Red Dragon family not only appeared here, but also built such a huge base under the Howling Forest. The Crazy Lion family did not detect any movement. This kind of action that was not noticed by the gods and ghosts was the most terrifying point. This is not something you can know. The clan leader has set a long-term plan for this place for as long as 12 years. It just so happens that the plan will be completed soon. Princess Iyun is fortunate to see the success of this great plan before she dies. It is really a great honor. The expression on the awakened face of the Red Dragon family began to slowly look a little crazy and ferocious. But anyone can feel his excitement. I have stayed in this dark underground base for several years just to witness the success of this crazy plan. Do you know how ambitious the Patriarch's goal is? He wants to take the Shadow Dragon in the Howling Forest for himself. This behemoth that is enough to destroy the Roaring Tribe will soon be incorporated into the command of our Red Dragon family. What mad lion? What fierce tiger? They will all crawl at the feet of the Red Dragon family and bow down to them. Even Princess Iyun, you will become the exclusive delicacy of the young master of the Red Dragon family. A bunch of lunatics. Iyun frowned and scolded, staring at the awakened person of the Red Dragon family. As the princess of the Mad Lion family, when had Evian ever been so insulted? This person actually dared to say such arrogant words that were no less than provoking the dignity of the Mad Lion family, which indeed shows that the Qilong family has the confidence to compete with the two major families. Otherwise, the Qilong family would definitely not dare to break the balance at will. Evian has never seen this awakened person before. It is obvious that this person was secretly arranged by the Qilong family and will basically not be exposed to everyone's sight. However, the Qilong family has gone so crazy. Fortunately, Chulin broke the ban and took Evian to the Howling Forest and discovered this place. Otherwise, everyone in the Roaring Tribe might have been kept in the dark. I will go back and tell my father that your Red Dragon family will face the true wrath of the Mad Lion family. Evian gritted his teeth and shouted. Ha ha ha, innocent little girl, do you think you can get out of here just by yourself? The awakened member of the Qilong family laughed wildly, and then his eyes fell on Iyun, with a lustful light flashing in his eyes, and he slowly walked towards Chulin and the other two. A little guy with only one gene chain dares to run around. Anyway, the Mad Lion family will cease to exist after the plan is successful. Why don't you follow me now, and I can guarantee your future survival. Evian's face turned red with anger at these words. If Chulin hadn't been holding her back, Evian would have rushed out long ago. I don't know if you can guarantee her survival. Just when the awakened member of the Qilong family was about to arrive in front of Evian, Chulin took a step forward and directly blocked his steps. But now you'd better worry about your own survival. Chulin said lightly, with a hint of murderous intention in his tone, and looked at the awakened ones of the Qilong family with cold eyes. Only then did the awakened members of the Qilong family pay attention to the young man who looked like a guard in front of Evian. They looked at him casually and did not notice any genetic fluctuations in Chulin's body. Who do you think you are? Get out! The awakened person of the Qilong family focused his eyes and slapped him away. This slap stimulated some genetic energy. If it really hit Chulin's face, even if his neck was not cut off directly, he would be beaten to lose his fighting ability. Of course, this is only based on the situation that Chulin is just an ordinary guard. Is Chulin an ordinary guard? No. So Chulin had no intention of dodging, and lightly blocked it with his arm. Instead, he used the strength of the awakened member of the Qilong family to slap him back. Snap! A clear crisp sound echoed throughout the hall, and the awakened member of the Qilong family felt as if his face had been hit hard by a huge oncoming iron plate. A huge force hit his face directly, catching him off guard and causing him to lose his balance and fly up. With the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, the hall of the underground base fell into dead silence. Although these attackers all wore ghostface masks, judging from the extremely shocked expressions on their exposed eyes, it was clear that they were greatly shaken in their hearts. All the attackers looked at the awakened member of the Red Dragon family, their leader, who was slapped by Chu Lin and fell to the ground.
This is a genuine awakened one.
Not only is he very powerful, but he also holds an important position in the Qilong family. Otherwise, he would not be able to hold the important position of leader of the base.
However, he was slapped away by a seemingly weak intruder?
When the attackers looked at Chu Lin, there was obviously a trace of fear in their eyes. Needless to say, the strength of a person who can slap an awakened person away is like a nightmare to them.
Chu Lin, beat him to death.
Evian was behind Chu Lin, clenching her pink fists and cheering Chu Lin on.
This result is not surprising to Evian at all.
Even the awakened ones with 5 gene chains can be killed.
Chu Lin's strength has completely puzzled Evian. It seems that Chu Lin is just an awakened person with 2 gene chains and not very powerful.
However, Chu Lin's terrifying strange strength and incomprehensible genetic energy have long given him the power to defeat the awakened ones with 3 gene chains and challenge the 4 gene chains.
The leapfrog challenge itself is a very rare thing among the awakened ones.
Even the talented children trained by the 3 major families, with the support of family resources and matching genetic equipment and weapons, can barely cross a genetic chain to challenge some ordinary awakened people. And Chu Lin used 2 gene chains to kill the awakened ones with 5 gene chains. Even with the use of genetic equipment and weapons, he definitely created a miracle. The genetic fluctuations emanating from the awakened member of the Red Dragon family in front of him are only 3 gene chains, and they cannot reach the level of 4 gene chains. In front of Chu Lin, he was a stinky younger brother.
You're looking for death.
The awakened person of the Red Dragon family got up from the ground. One side of his face was swollen, and his entire face was slightly distorted by extreme anger. The genetic energy on his body suddenly exploded, and tiny dark red scales appeared on his whole body, as if covered with a layer of blood-colored armor. His whole body was like a human-shaped cannonball, rushing towards Chu Lin.
This is exactly what the Red Dragon gene inspires.
As one of the top atavistic genes, the Red Dragon gene will cause obvious scales to appear on the body of the awakener after being activated, which can greatly increase the physical strength of the awakener.
This person's charge was very fierce. The steel floor under his feet was vibrating and buzzing while he was running, and there was a sound of breaking through the air beside him.
So Chu Lin threw a gene extractor over very simply, adding a little completeness to his bloodthirsty dragon gene. At the same time, Chu Lin kicked hard, leaving a deep footprint on the steel floor, and rushed towards the awakener who had activated the Red Dragon gene without fear.
Both of them were extremely fast, just like 2 huge velociraptors sprinting against each other and colliding fiercely.
Even so, Chu Lin still did not intend to activate the gene energy. In the face of such a fierce attack, but chose to use pure physical strength to fight against the awakener who had activated the Red Dragon gene.
Boom!
The 2 bodies collided fiercely, making a dull sound like 2 heavy metal blocks colliding with each other, and even formed a layer of faint ripples in the air.
Some attackers with weaker constitutions were shocked and felt short of breath.
They could not help but retreat repeatedly, with a trace of pain in their eyes.
Facing the awakener who activated the Red Dragon gene.
Even with his physical body, Chu Lin still did not lose the upper hand. After the violent collision, the awakener of the Red Dragon family felt a violent force coming, and his body involuntarily retreated backwards. After retreating more than 10 steps, the awakener of the Red Dragon family barely stopped. The awakener of the Red Dragon family was shocked by the Red Dragon gene, which barely resisted this huge force. The eyes looking at Chu Lin also became a little horrified. He has 3 perfect gene chains, and the 4th gene chain will be gradually perfected in a short time. Even in the Red Dragon family, he is a mainstay. The Red Dragon gene is one of the top atavistic genes that does not belong to the Mad Lion and the Tiger, and it is also one of the best in blessing the Awakener's power. In this state, he collided with the kid of the Mad Lion family in front of him, but he was not as strong as the other party.
Who are you? When did the Mad Lion family produce such a master?
The Awakener of the Red Dragon family looked solemnly and stared at Chu Lin with a very ferocious expression. Before, he thought Chu Lin was just an ordinary family guard protecting Princess Ian, but from the current situation, Chu Lin's identity is obviously not that simple. No matter how powerful the Mad Lion family is, it is impossible to use the master who can suppress the awakened people of 3 gene chains as a guard. This is too much of a waste of talent resources. The awakened people of the Red Dragon family could not stop their bodies from retreating after this collision. On the other hand, Chu Lin's body was like an ancient pine tree, and he was still motionless even with such a violent collision. How powerful is this guy? Ian saw that the awakened people of the Red Dragon family were pushed back by Chu Lin, and a doubt popped up in her mind while she was a little excited. It seems that since Ian met Chu Lin, she has never seen Chu Lin lose in a strength competition. You don't deserve to know. Chu Lin said casually, stepped on the sole of his foot, and rushed towards the awakened person of the Red Dragon family again. You are going too far. Look at my genetic skills. The awakener of the Red Dragon family was really angry. He was a highly respected person in the Red Dragon family. When had he ever been insulted like this? So he roared wildly, bent his 5 fingers, and the genetic energy on his hand surged, grabbing Chu Lin. Red Dragon Bite. The genetic energy condensed in his hand faintly condensed into a bloody mouth, swallowing Chu Lin in one gulp. Chu Lin's mouth curled up slightly, without any intention of dodging. Go straight to Huanglong. Chu Lin still had no genetic energy burst, and this boxing method was also a very common basic boxing method. Basic boxing method? You are too arrogant. The Red Dragon Bite of the Lord is extremely powerful. This man's arm is in danger. The attackers who were watching on the side saw Chu Lin's ordinary punch without any fancy, and they all laughed at him with disdain. No matter how powerful Chu Lin was, he was not able to withstand a single blow in the face of the awakened person's genetic skills. Boom! The two men's fists clasped together fiercely, and the Red Dragon Bite transformed by genetic energy completely swallowed Chu Lin's entire arm. Chu Lin's arm was about to be bitten off by the Red Dragon Bite. A burst of genetic energy suddenly burst out from Chu Lin's arm. This sudden energy burst had no signs or precursors, and no one had expected it. Bang! With a muffled sound, the arm of the Red Dragon family awakener burst directly, and blood flew. The Red Dragon Bite, which was just so aggressive, was directly annihilated and scattered in the air when Chu Lin burst out genetic energy. Ah! The Red Dragon family awakener let out a shrill scream, and the severe pain from his arm twisted his nerves. Overwhelming! Chu Lin took advantage of the victory and followed up with a palm, which instantly hit the opponent's chest. Puff! The Red Dragon family awakener felt that his internal organs were shaken, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person flew out directly. The attackers saw their boss, the awakeners of the 3 gene chains, were beaten to vomit blood and were seriously injured, and they panicked. At that moment, someone couldn't hold back and pulled the trigger directly, and the armor-piercing heavy crossbow arrow flew out from the mechanical heavy crossbow. The attackers fired the armor-piercing heavy crossbow arrows in their hands, and the thick, sharp and penetrating crossbow arrows shot at Chu Lin from all sides at an extremely fast speed. Cover your ears! Chu Lin shouted in a deep voice, and the muscles between his chest and abdomen swelled, and a gene wave came from his body. Ian didn't react to what Chu Lin was going to do for a while, but out of trust in Chu Lin, Ian immediately covered his ears tightly. Netherworld Roar! Roar! A roar like the roar of an ancient giant beast broke out from Chu Lin's mouth. These waves of sound waves have strong penetrating power, and a storm surged around Chu Lin, even causing ripples in the air. The armor-piercing heavy crossbow arrows shot at Chu Lin from all directions lost their power under the violent storm. They had no stamina before they even touched Chu Lin's body and fell to the ground. The attackers who fired the armor-piercing heavy crossbow arrows could not resist the roar that pierced their souls. The attackers covered their ears in pain, their minds were in a trance, and the screams were endless. This is the only gene skill that Chu Lin can actively release at present, and it is a very rare spiritual gene skill. Even if you have a strong body, without a strong spirit, you will still be severely injured by Chu Lin's nether roar. The attackers are not awakened, and there is no way to improve their mental power. This nether roar almost makes all of them lose their combat effectiveness. Some of the attackers have blood oozing from their masks. It is obvious that they can't bear Chu Lin's nether roar and are bleeding from all 7 orifices. Although Iyun covered his ears at the beginning after Chu Lin's reminder, the penetration of the nether roar was too strong. Even Iyun was dizzy and dazed. After dealing with the attackers who were in the way, Chu Lin pulled up the Red Dragon family awakener who had basically lost his combat effectiveness from the ground. I think you should be happy to have a good talk with us now. Chu Lin raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth and said to this person. To build such a huge base under the Howling Forest, I believe your Red Dragon family must have a very grand plan. Why don't you tell us and share it with us? The awakened one of the Red Dragon family was unconscious, but after hearing Chu Lin's words, he was also very alert and even wanted to struggle. So Chu Lin slapped him a few more times without hesitation. This man wanted to kill him at first, but Chu Lin would not pity such a person. Under Chu Lin's very tactful method, The awakened member of the Red Dragon family who was beaten beyond recognition and almost looked like a pig's head was finally influenced by Chu Lin's fists and slaps. This person's name is Lu Chao, and he is a reserve elder of the Qilong family. He was sent by the Red Dragon family to carry out a mission in the Howling Forest. When the mission is completed, he will be successfully promoted to a true elder of the Red Dragon family. As for what kind of secret mission it is. After Lu Chao finished speaking, Chu Lin and Evian were silent for a while before digesting everything Lu Chao said just now. There is a very weird rumor in the mercenary guild. That is the king of the Howling Forest, the Shadow Dragon. This huge mutated monster is rumored to be extremely powerful. Even the patriarchs of the three major families and three powerful men with 5 gene chains may not be absolutely sure to kill it. The Shadow Dragon can easily destroy the entire roaring horde. In the Howling Forest, he is in the position of king, without any natural enemies. Of course, this is just a rumor among the mercenaries, and no one has really seen what the Shadow Dragon looks like. Because the mercenaries only operate on the outer edges of the Howling Forest, no one dares to go deep into the Howling Forest to check the specific situation. Just kidding, the awakened people of 3 gene chains were buried in the Howling Forest. How could ordinary mercenaries dare to enter it? Wouldn't that be asking for death? So Shadow Dragon has always been a rumor. But Lu Chao just said that the Shadow Dragon really existed, and the plan made by the Qilong family in the Howling Forest was related to the Shadow Dragon. Although the Red Dragon gene is only a sub-dragon gene, it still has a trace of the blood power of the Dragon clan. Using the special properties of the gene, the Shadow Dragon can be slowly controlled through formations. Lu Chao said weakly. The original intention of establishing this base is to prepare for the control of the Shadow Fury Dragon. After controlling the Shadow Fury Dragon, let alone the 3 equal families, even the 2 major families, the Crazy Lion and the Tiger, cannot resist it at all. The rise of the Shadow Dragon and the Red Dragon family. Where is the Shadow Dragon? Chu Lin asked thoughtfully. What do you want to do? It's too late. The Shadow Dragon's control plan has reached the final step. Now the Shadow Dragon is in a dormant state, and you can't do anything. There was a hint of ridicule in Lu Chao's tone. The Qilong family had been preparing for the Shadow Dragon control plan for several years. For this reason, in order not to expose the Red Dragon family's plan in the Howling Forest, they even took the risk to surround and kill an awakened person with 3 gene chains who accidentally entered the base. So Lu Chao received another slap on his head, which was already as bruised and swollen as a pig's head. Stop talking nonsense, where is the Shadow Dragon? Chu Lin said in a bad tone. Lu Chao was frightened by Chu Lin's beating, so he whimpered and told Chu Lin the location of the Shadow Dragon. Chu Lin, let's go back to the family first and tell our father about this. When Evian heard what Lu Chao said, he felt a little uneasy and persuaded. It's too late, now we have to rely on ourselves. Chu Lin said casually. But there was a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. A dormant Shadow Fury Dragon was a golden opportunity to enhance the Red Blood Dragon's fusion genes. How could Chu Lin give it up in vain? Whether it was to wake up the Shadow Raging Dragon, or to inform Etienne of the news. Chu Lin's chance of getting in touch with the Shadow Fury Dragon in person is probably very small. Although his strength is good, he is still a little unable to make it to the entrance hall in front of the real awakened person of the 5 gene chains. If you miss this opportunity and want to perfect the red-blooded dragon gene, you don't know how long it will take. So even if the risk is very high, Chu Lin must go. Find wealth in danger. Evian saw that she could not convince Chu Lin, and there was nothing she could do. She would never let her leave alone and go back. They have all followed Chu Lin here, so naturally they cannot turn back easily. After taking care of Lu Chao, Chu Lin took Evian along the route Lu Chao said. The attackers surrounding the 2 of them in the hall were basically all the armed forces of the entire base. Every obstacle the 2 encountered along the way was easily solved by Chu Lin. About 10 minutes later, Chu Lin and Evian arrived in front of a huge mechanical protective door. After easily disposing of the guards here, Chu Lin pressed the button, and the huge mechanical protective door, which was more than 10 meters high, roared and slowly opened. The protective door had just opened, and a cold black air spread out from the crack in the door. Ha! What a strong genetic energy fluctuation. Chu Lin instantly felt the genetic energy in this black energy. This was a kind of genetic energy that he had never seen before. It was full of gray, evil, and disgusting atmosphere. Let's go in and take a look. Chu Lin narrowed his eyes and was very cautious. His whole body tensed up and he cautiously entered the protective door. The black air in the protective door was even more permeable,
and the black air almost filled the entire space. The cold and humid atmosphere made Evian couldn't help but take a few steps closer to Chulin. It felt like entering a cold and lonely cemetery, without a trace of life. A dark light flashed in Chulin's eyes, and through the layers of black air, Chulin saw a huge monster. This creature was lying on the ground, and its body length was roughly estimated to be more than 10 meters long. It was full of holes similar to volcanic caves, and it was these holes that constantly spewed out bursts of black air. The stone-like appearance was very hard at first glance, and its defensibility was extremely strong. The whole body of the creature was dark gray, and the head was a huge triangular head. It was indeed somewhat the same as Chulin's guess. It was more like a huge weird lizard than a dragon. This was also a sub-dragon mutant monster. However, it was obvious that this monster was stronger than all the monsters Chulin had seen so far in terms of size, strength, and level. The pressure brought by the huge body gave people an inexplicable fear. Eon finally saw the full picture of the creature in front of her, and couldn't help but widen her eyes and showed a very shocked expression. Although her perception was not as sharp as Chulin's, she could also feel the pressure from the huge creature in front of her. Obviously, the level and strength of this creature have exceeded Eun's cognition. Gene extraction. Chulin did not hesitate any longer and directly used gene extraction on the shadow dragon. A gene force poured into Chulin's body, and the degree of perfection of the red blood dragon's genes immediately fluctuated. Chulin was very lucky. He successfully extracted it as soon as he came up, and the perfection of the red-blooded dragon gene increased a lot. You must know that when he extracted the awakened ones of the red dragon family, the perfection of the red blood mad dragon gene increased very little. Probably because the purity of the red dragon gene is too weak. This was also the case when Chulin extracted Yuan Liang's sandwolf gene. If the genetic talent is not pure, the extraction efficiency will be very low. On the contrary, when Chulin extracted the genes from the two mutant monsters, the bloodthirsty ant and the shadow dragon, the perfection of his own genes increased very quickly. It seems that only by having more contact with powerful mutant monsters can my strength grow faster. Chulin thought to himself. The gene extraction action is non-stop, and the energy previously stored is being consumed rapidly. But even so, the progress of Chulin's red blood dragon gene is still very slow. After all, Chulin does not have enough intermediate energy, and now he can only rely on low-level gene extraction. This success rate can be said to be quite touching. If Chulin continues at this pace, he may use up all his energy and may not be able to perfect the red-blooded dragon gene. I have to think of a way. Chulin frowned slightly, looking at the huge creature in front of him that could still bring great pressure to people even if he fell into a deep sleep. An idea flashed in his mind, and an idea that even he himself found very terrifying suddenly came to mind. The success rate of simple low-level gene extraction is really low. But there is a way to greatly increase the success rate of gene extraction, and that is to obtain the blood of the shadow dragon. Even if it's a human being, it's still a human being, and getting blood will always make people feel a little strange. Even if Chulin doesn't care about other people's opinions, it will hinder some of Chulin's normal actions in the future, and more importantly, it may expose Chulin's biggest secret. This is somewhat of a loss. But there is nothing to obtain the blood of mutant monsters. The blood of many mutant monsters is a very common raw material. The stronger the mutant monster is, the more precious the blood becomes. For example, although the blood of bloodthirsty ants is not valuable, it can also be used as a raw material to brew a low-quality drink. It is also the most affordable drink among mercenaries. Some of the blood of more advanced mutated monsters can be used to make some genetic medicines or be used in some genetic weapons. Chulin's gene extraction ability is limited. The more advanced the gene, the lower the chance of extraction. Although the shadow raging dragon is in a sleeping state, Chulin can still feel the huge pressure it brings. With the blessing of the nether wolf gene, this pressure is clearly transmitted to Chulin's feelings. I didn't expect this shadow dragon to really exist. I don't know what kind of strength it is. Is it really as terrifying as the rumor that it can easily destroy the roaring tribe? It is said that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Evian became bolder when he saw that the shadow dragon was in a sleeping state and there was no movement. Evian took 2 steps closer, carefully observed the shadow dragon with wide eyes, and said to himself, "Whether it's that scary or not, we'll find out if we try it." As if answering Evian's question, Chulin said lightly, and then slowly walked to the side of Shadow Fury Dragon. The black energy produced from the Shadow Fury Dragon seemed to have its own consciousness. Sensing Chulin's approach, they swept towards him one after another.
This black energy was more like a disembodied octopus, stretching out many tentacles, trying to wrap around Chu Lin's body. Chu Lin, be careful. When Evian saw that this black energy could actually act on its own, he couldn't help but let out a light reminder. But Evian suddenly realized that what Chu Lin just said seemed to be an attempt to attack the shadow dragon. Evian's eyes were fixed on Chu Lin. I saw the black energy spreading from the shadow dragon's body, surrounding Chu Lin, but he didn't dare to approach him. Chu Lin now seemed to be a piece of light walking in the darkness. Wherever he went, the black energy dissipated, leaving a circular open space. It was as if this black energy was afraid of Chu Lin. Evian, who discovered this phenomenon, was a little confused. After all, she didn't even feel a trace of genetic energy fluctuations. Chu Lin didn't inspire any genetic talent, but he was able to prevent these black spirits from getting close. This is a bit too magical. Chu Lin walked to the side of the Shadow Fury Dragon and looked at the thick skin on the Shadow Fury Dragon. Chu Lin reached out and touched the skin of the Shadow Dragon. It feels hard, as if you were touching a rock. This is enough to prove that the Shadow Dragon is far more powerful than all the mutant monsters Chu Lin has seen so far. Chu Lin, what are you going to do? When Evian saw Chu Lin's actions, his mood that had just finally calmed down suddenly became tense again, and he said with fear. Chu Lin did not respond at this time, and his eyes were focused on the Shadow Fury Dragon. Then Chu Lin's eyes flickered with dark light, and he found a weak point in the skin of the Shadow Dragon. Gene energy is slowly activated from within the body. Chu Lin clenched his fists, clasped his feet tightly on the ground, squatted with his legs, and exerted force on his waist. Break! Chu Lin shouted, mobilized all his strength, condensed the genetic energy on a point on his fist, and hit the weak spot on the skin of the Shadow Dragon fiercely. Ah! Iyun saw Chu Lin's action and screamed immediately. Puff! The fist carrying strong genetic energy and huge power hit the skin of the Shadow Dragon fiercely. Chu Lin's strength may not be resisted by even a strong man with 5 gene chains without using genetic energy, let alone the weak spot on the skin. This punch hit, even the skin as hard as rock was smashed to pieces, and dark red blood sprayed out from the part hit by Chu Lin instantly. This time, even the skin of the Shadow Dragon was broken, which would definitely stimulate the sleeping Shadow Dragon. Iyun's eyes showed fear, and he covered his cheeks in despair, and he didn't even dare to look at the scene in front of him. However, it is not known whether it is because the Red Dragon family is too well prepared or because the Shadow Dragon is too strong. Even though Chu Lin broke its skin with a punch, the Shadow Dragon showed no signs of waking up, and didn't even make any other noise. Chu Lin frowned slightly. It seemed that waking up the Shadow Dragon was not as easy as he imagined. However, his goal was achieved, and not waking up the Shadow Dragon made it easier for Chu Lin to extract the Shadow Dragon's genes. So Chu Lin didn't say anything and directly lay on the wound of the Shadow Dragon, swallowing the blood that came out. Compared with the huge body of the Shadow Dragon, the small wound is probably like a mosquito bite to humans. If you don't pay attention, you can't even feel it. Iyun saw that Chu Lin was so bold and cursed inwardly. What a madman! Otherwise, which normal person would risk waking up the Shadow Dragon and even threatening the entire roaring tribe just to drink a little blood? In Iyun's eyes, Chu Lin's behavior was no different from a madman, too dangerous. As the blood of the Shadow Dragon continued to flow into his mouth, a burning feeling like fire rushed from Chu Lin's throat straight down to his chest and abdomen. It was like a ball of fire burning in Chu Lin's body. Chu Lin showed pain on his face, but there was a hint of ecstasy in his eyes. After he drank the blood of the Shadow Dragon, the third red blood dragon's gene perfection was growing rapidly at a very objective speed. 20%, 22%, 25%. If compared with the simple extraction of genes, this speed is simply a world of difference. It's like turning on an accelerator. 36%, 39%. Originally, with the strong body and recovery ability of a mutant monster of the Shadow Dragon's level, the wound that Chu Lin broke with all his strength should heal quickly. But Chu Lin is now like a tarsal ulcer, clinging to the wound of the Shadow Dragon and constantly devouring its blood. In addition, the black air on the Shadow Dragon seems to be extremely afraid of Chu Lin. Even if Chu Lin is devouring blood, it can only surround him and dare not move forward. 57%, 61%. The progress of gene perfection is rising rapidly. Chu Lin's skin all over his body exudes a faint red color, and it seems that a very pure energy is constantly swimming in Chu Lin's body. But too many lice will bite people. Chu Lin stayed at the wound of the Shadow Dragon for several minutes, drinking a lot of blood. The continuous loss of blood finally made the sleeping Shadow Dragon move a little, and the huge dragon head in the shape of an inverted triangle was shaking slightly. Suddenly, there was a harsh friction sound, and a thick black smoke spurted out of the shadow dragon's nostrils, crackling in the air. The smoke alone has a strong corrosiveness, which is enough to show that the strength of the shadow dragon is indeed very fearful. Princess Ian was so scared that her face turned pale, and her whole body seemed to be frozen. She dared not move at all. She could only tremble slightly with her legs, standing there silently watching Chu Lin continue to devour greedily. 84%, 87%, 89%. Seeing that the progress was about to be completed, the shadow dragon seemed to feel that his power was being stolen by a thief. The eyes that were originally tightly closed suddenly opened, and the eyes like lanterns slowly moved, and saw Chu Lin lying beside him and Iyun standing not far away with a stiff body. Roar! A roar from ancient times burst out from the mouth of the shadow dragon, and the thick black gas swept out with a huge storm. The entire underground base seemed to be rumbling and shaking because of this roar, and the explosions continued. A violent hurricane also rose around the shadow dragon and rushed to the surroundings. Iyun was already in a state of stiffness, and this gust of wind swept her out directly. Chu Lin did not mean to retreat at all. At this time, the degree of gene perfection had reached more than 90%. If Chu Lin was given less than a minute, he could perfect the third gene chain, the red blood dragon gene. So Chu Lin simply grabbed the shadow dragon's skin with both hands, sticking to his skin like a leech, and no matter how strong the wind was, it could not blow him away. Seeing that the ants were still on his body, the shadow dragon stood up instantly. His huge body was like a hill, filling up the room where he was imprisoned. The high-level mutant monster shadow dragon was not like the low-level monster like the bloodthirsty ants. Except for being stronger and having evolved some other abilities, it was basically not much different from ordinary beasts. The shadow dragon already had basic intelligence. The strong and advanced genes allowed the shadow dragon to have powerful power and also open up the intelligence like humans. This was the most terrifying part. If the shadow dragon only had power, it would not threaten the roaring tribe with 3 major families. The key was that the shadow dragon's intelligence was not inferior to that of humans. The position where Chu Lin lay on it was considered. Although the shadow dragon woke up, Chu Lin was lying in a blind spot. The shadow dragon could see Chu Lin, but due to the limitations of his size and body structure, he could not catch Chu Lin directly. The shadow dragon also tried to drive Chu Lin away by releasing a large amount of black gas containing genetic energy. However, Chu Lin was carrying an unknown item with some special properties. A large amount of black gas surrounded Chu Lin, but it could not get close to Chu Lin. As Chu Lin's third gene chain was about to be completed, the shadow dragon seemed to feel a breath emanating from Chu Lin that made him a little afraid. A trace of ferocity appeared in his huge eyes. His feet left deep footprints on the steel floor of the room and crashed into the nearest steel wall in the room. This clearly showed the intelligence of the shadow dragon. Although it couldn't reach Chu Lin, it wanted to use the powerful impact force to directly squeeze the small insects hanging on it to death. Boom! The shadow dragon slammed into the steel wall fiercely, causing the extremely hard wall to dent and break. The underground base built by the Red Dragon family at a huge cost was as fragile as a paper shell in front of the huge power of the shadow dragon. Such a huge force directly hit Chu Lin's body. Even if Chu Lin's strength was also good, it was impossible to compare with a behemoth like the shadow dragon, not to mention that Chu Lin's body was far less powerful than his strength. Puff! Chu Lin's body was broken by the impact, and his skin sprayed blood as if it was severely injured, and several bones were broken on the spot. With a puff, Chu Lin fell directly from the shadow dragon's body and fell heavily to the ground. The angry shadow dragon saw that the annoying ant hanging on its body finally fell off, and immediately bit Chu Lin. With the bloody mouth of the angry shadow dragon, it could swallow Chu Lin directly. There was no need to chew. But when the angry shadow dragon was about to bite Chu Lin, it suddenly seemed to sense something and its movements suddenly stopped. At this time, Chu Lin's eyes were emitting a frightening scarlet light, and his whole body exuded an extremely violent aura. The red-blooded dragon gene is 100% complete. Granted skill, Mad Dragon Killing Fist. Granted skills, Dragon Power. Under Chu Lin's desperate efforts, he finally perfected all the genes of the red-blooded dragon before the shadow dragon knocked him off his body. Once the red-blooded dragon's genes were perfected, it directly showed its uniqueness and power. Let's not talk about the huge increase in attributes brought to Chu Lin after the completion of the red blood crazy dragon gene. The complete gene chain alone gave Chu Lin 2 skills at once, which is enough to prove that the red blood crazy dragon gene is definitely top-notch. Gene. Even the top genes such as Red Dragon, Tiger, and Crazy Lion did not endow two genetic skills. After the red-blooded Crazy Dragon gene was perfected, it was endowed with two genetic skills. This was something Chu Lin had never heard of at all. Even if it spreads, it will definitely be shocking news. At this time, Chu Lin used his body to resist the violent force of the Shadow Dragon, and was hit hard against the steel wall. Several bones seemed to be broken. The terrifying power contained in such a huge body of the Shadow Raging Dragon far exceeds the powerful blow of an awakened person with 5 genetic chains. When Chu Lin resisted Yuan Liang's genetic skills, his physical body had never suffered such a huge blow. Trauma. However, Chu Lin immediately used the Dragon Power skill given by the Red Blood Dragon gene. A vast and violent coercion surged crazily from Chu Lin's body, and bloodthirsty red light erupted in Chu Lin's eyes. The fierce and majestic momentum made Shadow Fury Dragon feel a little palpitated, and the inherent fear in his body made Shadow Fury Dragon dare not do anything to Chu Lin. The Shadow Dragon couldn't figure out why an ant's body exuded such an aura that made him feel scared. This kind of fear is not something that its own will can resist. It is a kind of fear that comes from the blood and has been completely imprinted into the bone marrow and soul. Roll! Chu Lin shouted loudly. The sound was like thunder in the 9 heavens, and the fear in the eyes of the Shadow Dragon could no longer be concealed. Roar! The Shadow Dragon roared at Chu Lin, but there was not much threat in it. It was more like a demonstrative roar when it encountered an enemy it could not fight. Boom! The huge soles of the Shadow Raging Dragon stepped on the stainless steel floor, but did not step on Chu Lin, but slowly took a step back. It's scared. After roaring a few times, the Shadow Fury Dragon got farther and farther away from Chu Lin. Finally, after reaching a safe enough distance, the Shadow Fury Dragon turned around and ran away. Even Evian, who was slowly getting up at the door, didn't even take a second look. He didn't have any nostalgia for this place and left without looking back. It wasn't until the Shadow Dragon had left this place for a long time that Evian nervously came to Chu Lin's side. Seeing that his body was full of wounds and bleeding, a very nervous look appeared on his face. Chu Lin, are you okay? Evian came to Chu Lin's side and helped Chu Lin up. It's okay, this beast is quite powerful. Chu Lin wiped the blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth because his internal organs were hit, and smiled awkwardly. Why do you want to wake up the Shadow Dragon? Do you know what the consequences will be? Evian scolded. After the Shadow Raging Dragon woke up, the fierce aura on his body even made Evian tremble. She had never seen such a powerful creature. Such a violent mutant monster escaped from this cage-like underground base, and it was unknown what kind of storm it would cause. The roaring tribe closest to the howling forest would definitely be implicated. It might even be like the rumors among mercenaries. The Shadow Dragon will directly destroy the entire roaring tribe. The entire roaring tribe was in ruins, and the power of the Shadow Dragon was definitely not something that a 5-gene chain awakener could withstand. Do you think your father doesn't know? Chu Lin looked at Evian's somewhat angry and desperate look, couldn't help but sneered and said to her. How could the Red Dragon family conceal such a huge project to build an underground base in the Wailing Forest so perfectly that the other 2 major families wouldn't get the slightest hint of it? When Evian heard Chu Lin's words, he was slightly stunned and wanted to refute. But what's the matter? You underestimate your father's old fox. Otherwise, why would he reveal my whereabouts to you and why he would let you wear the inheritance armor? All of this has a purpose. Evian's confused look looked a little cute, and Chu Lin couldn't help but scratch the bridge of her nose and continued. Besides, the 3 major families of the Roaring Tribe have existed for such a long time, and even you may have only seen the tip of the iceberg with their rich heritage. Just one Red Dragon family can establish a base, customize a plan, and bring about the rumored destruction of the Roaring Tribe. With the tribe's Shadow Dragon imprisoned, will the other 2 families have no hidden cards at all? After Chu Lin's analysis, Evian suddenly showed a look of enlightenment. The feeling of despair that I had just been reminded of was suddenly much better. While the 3 major families restrict each other, they also cooperate with each other. The strength of each family is constantly increasing. The Roaring Tribe has existed for such a long time on a land where mutated monsters are rampant, and it is impossible to do so without any strength. Even if there is really no trump card, the 3 clan leaders of the 3 major families with 5 gene chains can definitely resist the Shadow Dragon and keep the Roaring Tribe peaceful. The rumor that the Shadow Dragon can destroy the Roaring Tribe is just a rumor spread by some mercenaries who don't know the reason. Of course, there may be the Red Dragon family who are behind the scenes to make their own plans go smoothly in the Howling Forest. It is not a huge loss to wake up the shadow dragon and release it. On the contrary, if the shadow dragon continues to stay here, it will be controlled by the red dragon family with secret techniques, which is the most troublesome thing. Chu Lin took the healing gene medicine from Iyun's hand, swallowed it, and explained lightly. The red dragon family plus a shadow dragon, this combination is enough to destroy the roaring tribe. By then, the roaring tribe may be renamed the red dragon tribe, and you will have to spend a good night with the young master of the red dragon family. Although his words were rough, Chu Lin's ridicule still made Iyun blush and stare. If Chu Lin was not seriously injured, Iyun's fist would have been raised long ago. What should we do now? Iyun calmed down, stared at Chu Lin, and asked. Sweep, such a big base, it would be a waste if we don't take it. Chu Lin's eyes were burning. The mercenaries who were resting and recuperating in the howling forest were on alert. Without Iyun and Chu Lin, the two awakened ones, in the team, they became more cautious. Although they were the team escorting the two. After the sneak attack last night, the mercenaries were extremely tense, and even now they have not eased much. Several compatriots died in the sneak attack last night. Some were slightly injured, but the fine steel crossbow arrows were coated with poison, and the mercenaries hit by the crossbow arrows were basically unable to move today. Boss, what do you think the two awakened adults went to do? They are not familiar with the terrain of the howling forest, right? A mercenary on duty asked casually when he had nothing to do. The captain of the mercenaries shook his head and said he didn't know. It is true that the two awakened ones are powerful, but what can they do in this completely unfamiliar forest? They can't get lost while walking, right? The captain of the mercenary team was also very confused, especially because these two awakeners were not ordinary awakeners. Both of them were from a prominent family, the awakeners from the Crazy Lion family, one of the three major families of the Roaring Tribe. A man and a woman, what can they do? Do you need to think about it? A mercenary joked casually. This remark immediately attracted a burst of laughter from other mercenaries, which made the mercenaries' nervous hearts relax a little. Shut up, the hearing of awakeners is much stronger than that of ordinary people. These two are awakeners from the Crazy Lion family. If they hear you, do you want to die? The captain of the mercenary team frowned slightly when he heard this, and immediately scolded. The mercenary touched his head and kept silent. In their eyes, the awakeners of the Crazy Lion family are a symbol of an unattainable and noble status. Mercenaries like them will definitely pay a very heavy price if they are heard, even if they make a verbal joke, let alone touch it. However, just when the mercenaries were somewhat silent, a long and faint roar came from the depths of the howling forest. The sound was a little low and mixed with the mixed sounds of the ghost trees. But these mercenaries have been making a living in the howling forest for many years, dealing with mutant monsters every day, so their hearing is naturally very sharp. Many of them heard this roar. Boss, it seems that there is a monster's sound? A mercenary said uncertainly. I heard it, everyone is alert and ready for battle. The captain of the mercenary team shouted decisively, picked up the weapons in his hands, and began to arrange. I hope it's not a powerful monster. The two awakened masters haven't come back yet. The captain of the mercenary team commanded the mercenaries to build temporary fortifications, but his brows were tightly furrowed, and he prayed secretly in his heart. After a while, when the mercenaries had built all the fortifications, they breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little safe. A low sound of footsteps was heard again in the howling forest. Dong, dong, dong. The sound was like a slowly beating drum. As the footsteps became clearer, each muffled sound seemed to hit the mercenaries' hearts, making them feel a little stuffy. The captain of the mercenary team suddenly had a very ominous premonition. Finally, when this huge monster appeared in their sight, every mercenary who saw the full appearance of this mutant monster was stunned. The weapons in their hands fell to the ground. They were deeply shocked and could not raise the thought of resistance. The huge body, fierce momentum, and ferocious face. Dark. Shadow Angry Dragon, the weapon in the hands of the captain of the mercenary team also fell to the ground involuntarily, and he even had slurred words and felt a little dizzy. Although he had never seen what a real Shadow Angry Dragon looked like. But after fighting in the howling forest for so long, he had never seen such a fierce monster, and he couldn't even raise the thought of resistance. Just the fact that it walked over step by step with heavy steps, carrying a majestic pressure, was enough to make people lose confidence on the spot. The captain of the mercenary team was almost certain that this mutant monster that had never been seen before was the shadow dragon that was constantly circulating among the mercenaries. The shadow dragon slowly came to the camp where the mercenary team was located. Under its pressure, the mercenaries didn't even have the courage to escape. Everyone's eyes were full of despair, staring straight at the giant monster in front of them that they had never seen before. Roar the shadow dragon slowly opened its bloody roar, raised its neck, and let out a long roar that shook the sky. The roar resounded throughout the howling forest, suppressing the friction sound of the ghost tree, and scaring away countless mutant birds living in the howling forest. It was as if the king of the howling forest was swearing its sovereignty. The Roaring Tribe. Although the howling forest is quite far from the Roaring Tribe, as the closest restricted area to the Roaring Tribe has never stopped observing the howling forest over the years. At this time, the person on duty on the Roaring Tribe's monitoring tower heard a slight movement and immediately jumped up to look in the direction of the howling forest through the monitoring telescope. A large group of mutant birds were seen fleeing from the howling forest like frightened birds. What happened in the howling forest? The man on duty frowned slightly and continued to watch. He was originally going to continue to observe the situation in the howling forest, but the flight path of the birds that flew out of the howling forest made him a little concerned. After a period of chaotic circling in the sky above the howling forest, these mutant birds actually reweaved into a team in the air and flew towards the Roaring Tribe. What? The man on duty repeatedly confirmed the flight path of the mutant birds and was shocked. You know, there are no ordinary beasts and birds in the world now, and the mutated birds are as fierce as ordinary mutant monsters. If this group of mutant birds rushes into the Roaring Tribe without any defense, the chaos and losses caused can be imagined. Thinking of this, the man on duty suddenly looked panicked and quickly sounded the alarm. The long-lost strange alarm sounded in the entire Roaring Tribe. When everyone in the Roaring Tribe heard this sound, they were slightly stunned, with a trace of confusion on their faces. They didn't know what this alarm sound meant. Until a broadcast sounded throughout the Roaring Tribe, and it also hit everyone's heart hard. The Beast Tide is coming. Beast Tide is the general name for the large-scale activities against mutant monsters after various mutant monsters were produced in the era of spiritual recovery. Every time an animal tide occurs, the human side always suffers losses of various sizes. So when everyone in the Roaring Tribe heard the word Beast Tide, their heads went buzzing. The Roaring Tribe stands on the ground. It has existed for who knows how many years. It has naturally experienced the baptism of the Beast Tide. However, the Beast Tide has not appeared for a long time, and its sudden appearance at this moment made the people in the Roaring Tribe a little overwhelmed and panicked. But no one was too nervous, because the Roaring Tribe was an 11 tribe after all. There were 3 major families and their patriarchs, and 3 awakened people with 5 gene chains. It would be difficult for a normal Beast Tide to break through the Roaring Tribe's defense. Not very realistic. What? A tide of beasts? There is a tide of beasts. Isn't it possible? Now is not the time for mutated monsters to be active, right? It doesn't matter if it's true or not, just wait for death. Be prepared first. The people in the Roaring Tribe started running one after another. Although they were a little flustered, they did not appear to be too chaotic and violent. They were running in an orderly manner. Around the walls of the Roaring Tribe, the warriors of the Roaring Tribe ran quickly and gathered together in groups. The captains of each team led them to organize a defensive array. In the howling forest, in addition to the first batch of mutated birds rushing from the sky, there were also bursts of riots in the forest, and some chaotic shadows could be vaguely seen running in the howling forest. After a riot, violent mutant monsters rushed out of the howling forest. The scale of this Beast Tide is obviously larger than the previous Beast Tide. Soon the first batch of mutant birds had reached the sky above the Roaring Tribe. The specially trained warriors of the Roaring Tribe had prepared their mechanical heavy crossbows early. After the mutant birds entered the shooting range, they did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Sharp armor-piercing heavy crossbow arrows were shot out from the walls of the Roaring Tribe like a meteor shower. Even the physically strong mutant birds could not withstand this level of attack. But the reason why mutated birds can make people fearful is not simply because of their strong physique and fierce strength after mutation. It's because these mutated birds already have preliminary intelligence, although they are not as smart as humans like other advanced mutated monsters. But it is more than enough to deal with ordinary people's attacks. I saw this large group of mutated birds of various types, huddled tightly together under the fierce firestorm of armor-piercing heavy arrows, forming a dark mass, like a dark cloud. Although this cannot withstand the power of armor-piercing heavy crossbow arrows, it is enough to minimize the damage. Each of the mutated birds wrapped in the outermost periphery would have to be stabbed with 4 or 5 armor-piercing heavy crossbow arrows before it would die and fall from the sky. They gather in groups and huddle together like this. The first round of volley fired by the Roaring Tribe warriors only shot down a circle of mutated birds on the periphery.
Compared to the huge number of mutated birds, this loss is almost negligible and has no overall impact.
What? How is this possible? When the warriors of the Roaring Tribe saw such a scene, their eyes showed incredible expressions. You must know that although the mutant birds are somewhat intelligent, they are of different races, so it is difficult to form such a tacit cooperation. At this time, the performance of the mutated birds flying in the sky completely exceeded their understanding of mutated birds. This group of mutated birds is like. It seemed as if someone was controlling them behind the scenes, which made people feel a sense of panic. The behavior of these beasts is too weird. I have experienced 2 beast tides, and I have never seen anything like this before. On the wall of the Roaring Tribe, a captain leading the warriors of the Roaring Tribe looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes dull, and he murmured to himself. The mutated birds with teamwork did not lose much in number under the shooting of the Roaring Tribe warriors. The remaining mutated birds that were approaching the Roaring Tribe were like a black cloud with a terrifying atmosphere. There is quite a frightening feeling of dark clouds are pressing down on the city and are about to destroy it. Get ready, raise your shield. There was a chorus of low shouts coming from the city wall. The warriors of the Roaring Tribe put away the mechanical heavy crossbows in their hands, picked up the prepared steel shields from the ground behind them, and raised them above their heads. This kind of stainless steel shield is different from the shields used by mercenaries on the market. It is a specially customized product for the Roaring Tribe. Not only is it very light in weight, but its defensive performance and material are also very solid.
Common sharp weapons cannot have any impact on this shield.
Even in the face of ferocious attacks from mutated birds, this shield can still have a certain degree of resistance.
Wow!
The moment the stainless steel shield was raised above his head, it made a crisp sound. The shield reflected a bright light, and even the dark clouds composed of mutated birds could not dim the shield at all. As the mutated birds approached, bursts of strange screams came from the heads of many roaring tribal warriors. The mutant birds huddled together and swooped down. Their sharp claws were like blades, cutting hard on the stainless steel shield. Hee. The fine steel shield made a sharp sound that made people's teeth ache, and sparks flew all over the shield, which was enough to show the sharpness of the claws of the mutant bird. If it grabbed a person, it might even penetrate the bones directly. The powerful impact force oppressed the warriors of the Roaring Tribe. They tried their best and could hardly raise their heads.
Hold on!
On the wall, the captains of each team kept shouting. There were constant deaths and injuries of the warriors of the Roaring Tribe due to the attacks of the mutant birds. With the huge power of the mutant birds, swooping down from the air, even the battle-hardened warriors of the Roaring Tribe could hardly resist. However, the attacks of these mutant birds showed a kind of discipline, without any signs of disorder.
Wave after wave attacked the defense line formed by the warriors of the Roaring Tribe.
Although they had undergone long-term training, they were ordinary people after all, and could only resist the mutant birds for a while. These mutant birds are not low-level mutant monsters like the bloodthirsty ants, which can be dealt with by a low-level warrior. Moreover, these mutant birds are now behaving very strangely, and have become organized and disciplined. This is the biggest threat to the warriors of the Roaring Tribe. Just when the warriors of the Roaring Tribe were about to give up and the tribal wall was about to be broken by these mutant birds, another group of elite warriors wearing family uniforms of different colors arrived. These people were the elites of the three major families, the Red Dragon, the Tiger, and the Wild Lion, who came to support the team. Each team also had an awakener. With the reinforcement of these people, the situation suddenly improved. As elite warriors of the three major families, although there were not many of them, each of them was at least at the level of a mid-level warrior. Equipped with the elite equipment of the three major families, there was also an awakener leading the team. Even the orderly attack of the mutant birds suddenly became futile. For a time, any mutant bird that dared to rush down suffered heavy casualties. Waves of gene energy overactivity broke out in various places on the wall. The energy burst out by an awakener was even stronger than that of an elite team of the family. It can even be said that all the elite warriors of the family were just to cooperate with the awakeners in combat. This shows the extraordinary role of the awakened in fighting against mutant monsters. Oh no, there are mutant monsters rushing in from the howling forest. What? We can't handle these mutant birds, and there are mutant monsters coming. If this goes on, even if there are awakened adults, they can't resist it at all. What should we do? A long black dragon surged out from the direction of the howling forest again. These were the mutant monsters running out of the howling forest.
These mutant monsters lined up in a long line, like a black steel army.
Looking from a distance, there was a kind of heart-shaking momentum. Seeing these countless mutant monsters constantly heading towards the Roaring Tribe warriors who were holding onto the wall showed a trace of despair in their eyes. With the support of the awakened and elite warriors of the three major families, they could defend against the attack of the mutant birds. Now with such a group of mutant monsters rushing in, it is basically impossible to defend the wall. Contact the patriarchs of the three major families immediately and ask them to summon the nearby Flevel camps to come to reinforce. A Roaring Tribe guard captain screamed, his eyes red, staring at the mighty beasts, his whole body trembling slightly. As a veteran who has experienced several beast tides, he has never seen such a large and strange beast tide. The scale of this beast tide far exceeds any previous beast tide, and the Roaring Tribe's troops alone may not be able to support it. In fact, seeing the Black Beast tide composed of mutant monsters, most of the Roaring Tribe warriors have despaired in their hearts. Even if there are Flevel camps coming to support, they may not be able to resist.
Just when everyone was somewhat desperate, a figure radiated golden light, illuminating the entire city wall.
There was a golden shadow of a lion on this person, emitting an unparalleled domineering aura.
It's the patriarch of the crazy lion family. Patriarch Etienne, we are saved. Yuxianya looked at the mutant birds that kept attacking the wall of the Roaring Tribe.
They were not only orderly, but also fearless. The abnormal scene of these mutant birds made Etienne frown slightly. Why are these beasts so weird? With doubts in his heart, Etienne's body instantly burst out with a strong genetic energy fluctuation, and a faint roar of a mad lion resounded in the air.
Crazy lion explosion fist.
Yuxianya punched the mutant birds that were planning to dive in the sky, and a fist shadow composed of golden energy suddenly blasted out.
Bang!
The fist shadow composed of golden energy hit these mutant birds fiercely, and the huge genetic energy exploded. The powerful mutant birds that made the Roaring Tribe warriors exhausted exploded into a ball of blood mist under this violent fist shadow. The blood flew down, like a bloody rain.
Seeing these troublesome beasts being easily killed by Etienne, many warriors of the Roaring Tribe cheered.
Long live the crazy lion family!
Long live Chief Etienne! Too strong!
With Etienne sitting on the wall, these mutant birds could not cause such an effective attack even if they swooped down. Etienne casually threw out a fist shadow composed of golden energy, killing the mutant birds on the spot without any effort. The powerful strength of the 5 gene chains can be seen. Soon, under Etienne's killing, the number of mutant birds flying in the sky decreased sharply. After a while, there were only less than half left, so these mutant birds finally stopped attacking, circled in the air for a few times, and flew away.
The first wave of the beast tide was finally blocked by Etienne's powerful strength.
But don't forget that this is only the first wave. The mutant birds in the sky are indeed agile and terrifying, but the threat they can pose to the Roaring Tribe is still within the controllable range. The large group of mutant monsters rushing towards the Roaring Tribe on the ground are the real main force of this beast tide. Even with Etienne, a powerful awakener with 5 gene chains, it is still impossible to stop this large number of mutant monsters. It is true that the awakeners with 5 gene chains are powerful, and they can even protect themselves in the beast tide. No mutant monster can pose any threat to the awakeners with 5 gene chains.
But the Roaring Tribe didn't have such ability.
Even if Etienne blocked some of the mutant monsters' charge, the rest was still beyond the ability of ordinary warriors like them to resist.
Old lion! What's going on?
At this time, another figure in white clothes jumped onto the wall like a civet cat. This person had silver hair, an old face, and was dressed in a flowing white robe.
The whole person seemed to be immersed in white.
This figure also exuded a very restrained violent aura, and the genetic energy fluctuations on his body were obvious, even not weaker than the genetic energy fluctuations on Etienne.
It's the patriarch of the tiger family. The patriarchs of the 2 major families have gathered. Now we can almost stop the beast tide. 2 powerful awakeners with 5 gene chains. Today I actually met them all at once.
When everyone saw this white figure appear, they couldn't help but let out a series of low exclamations and whispered. You have to know that the patriarchs of such a big family, such a distinguished person, usually don't show up casually. If you want to see them, you can only take advantage of the gladiator competition every 3 years, when the patriarchs of the 3 major families will gather together at the same time. It is basically impossible to see them at other times. This beast tide is a bit strange, and there may be some changes in the Howling Forest. Yuxianya didn't even turn his head, looking towards the direction of the Howling Forest, with a hint of worry in his tone.
The fire core of the flame-tail python. The sharp teeth of the heavenly collapsed tiger. The eyes of a black leopard. Strength-enhancing potions, psychotropic potions, genetic potions. In the underground base of the howling forest, because the shadow dragon broke free, all the people who were loyal to the red dragon family in the underground base saw that things were out of control and fled here one after another. After all, no one knows whether the shadow dragon will come back. With the support of Evian, Shu Lin swaggered around the entire underground base. The huge underground base had become riddled with holes after the shadow dragon passed by. No matter how tough the walls were, they couldn't withstand the destruction caused by the behemoth venting its anger. After wandering for a long time, Shu Lin and Evian came to the treasure house where items were stored in the underground base. Although there are not many things in the treasure house of the underground base, they are much rarer than the dazzling array of items that Shu Lin saw in the Quancher family's treasure house before. But fortunately, the underground base is built in the howling forest. Even if it is made from local materials, there are not a few high-quality materials here. So many precious medicines are actually stored here? Not to mention the materials, Shu Lin was slightly startled when he saw the various potions contained in the glass vessels. There are also a lot of potions in the Crazy Lion family's treasure house, but after all, they are the property of the Crazy Lion family, one of the three major families. Shu Lin was slightly surprised that this mere underground base established in the howling forest actually contains so many potions. Indeed, it is a bit too unusual for one base to store so many precious medicines. Evian also raised his little face, his eyes swept over the glassware one by one, his mouth opened slightly. Obviously he was also a little surprised. More than just an anomaly. Shu Lin thought to himself, came in front of these potions, broke the glassware directly, and pocketed these potions one after another. If I'm not wrong, in addition to mainly targeting the shadow dragon, this place should also be a training base. Shu Lin said while putting medicine in his pocket. The Wailing Forest is a place where mutant monsters are rampant. The concentration of monsters is higher than anywhere else outside. It is undoubtedly very suitable as a training base. You mean, when Iyun heard what Shu Lin said, he was slightly stunned, and then showed a thoughtful expression, with a glimmer of light in his eyes, as if he had guessed something. The Red Dragon family's warrior training base, or to be more exaggerated, they might even want to train awakened ones, but the conditions for awakened ones are too harsh, so they haven't been able to train them yet. Although Shu Lin was physically injured, with the strong recovery ability of his tenacious life, there was no problem with normal movements, not to mention recovery. Within a moment, Shu Lin put all the potions in his arms, turned to Evian, and then walked towards the materials area. Ever since the fused metal beast claw was destroyed in a battle in the arena, Shu Lin had been feeling resentful and had always wanted to fuse another suitable genetic weapon. A truly good genetic weapon can not only enhance the power of the user, but also provide additional skills, giving the user a qualitative leap in strength. Although the skills carried on genetic weapons may be far inferior to real genetic skills in terms of function and power, having one more skill may give you one more trump card at some point. No awakened person would despise his own genetic skills. Just like the previous Metal Beast Claw, it also carries a Gene Beam Cannon skill, which can convert genetic energy into a beam cannon and fire it out. For an awakened person like Shu Lin who currently has no long-range attack methods, the genetic beam cannon carried on it can very well make up for Shu Lin's weakness of having to fight in close combat. What are you doing standing still? Come here and help get it. These materials are very precious. Shu Lin's hands were already filled with items, and they were almost too full to hold. Seeing Evian still standing there blankly, he called out softly. Even if the items stored in the treasure house of this underground base are relatively rare, it is not something that two people can take. After all, it is all the savings of a huge underground base. It is obviously very unrealistic for just two people to take them all. Things. Shu Lin, why don't you throw away these materials? No matter how precious the materials are, they are completely useless without a gene converter. Just take away the potion. Soon Evian's hands were so full that he couldn't hold anything anymore, so Evian frowned slightly and suggested to Shu Lin. Gene converters are a very magical profession. They can combine various materials removed from mutated monsters to create powerful genetic weapons, and also extract and refine various genetic potions that enhance the strength of awakened people. Only with the existence of these gene converters can materials from various mutated monsters be turned into valuables. The preciousness of materials is all based on having a genetic converter. Without the existence of a genetic converter, even if you have rare and sky-high-priced materials that cannot be used effectively, it will still be nothing.
Therefore, in comparison, these potions that have been refined and can be used at any time to steadily increase the strength of the awakened are the items that should be taken away first.
Evian has considered it very comprehensively, and its ideas are basically error-free.
After all, rare professions like gene converters are too rare.
Even the most junior gene converters will be welcomed in level cities. E-level tribes have no attraction or competitiveness for gene converters at all. Unless there is some special mission, you will basically not see such a rare existence as a genetic converter in an E-level tribe.
Even though there was an endless supply of mutated monster materials at the Roaring Tribe's annual trading fair, there was still no genetic converter appearing. Of course, there may be some genetic converters who conceal their identities and do not reveal themselves.
Hearing what Evian said, Chu Lin glanced at her.
The gene fusion function possessed by Chu Lin is much more reliable than any genetic transmutation master. With the fusion function, he himself is an extremely excellent gene converter. In his hands, the rare materials on these mutated monsters are much higher than the gold-breaking potions that increase limited strength.
It's impossible for me to give up on that.
What's the difference between being a greedy person and being a salty fish? Chu Lin curled his lips, put the materials in his hands on the ground, and then put all the potions in front of him.
Since you can't take it away, just wipe it out on the spot.
Chu Lin said, opened a tube of medicine and poured it into his mouth.
Chu Lin? Iyun saw Chu Lin's actions and was deeply shocked by his insatiable spirit of not giving up any rare items.
He stared at Chu Lin with wide eyes and drank a tube of medicine in an instant.
Pa, it's so hard to drink.
Chu Lin spat, feeling a stream of genetic energy flowing into his body through his throat, and his whole body immediately began to heat up.
You will have to waste time to stabilize digestion after drinking the potion now. It will probably take half a month for you to finish drinking all these potions.
Iyun rolled his eyes when he saw Chu Lin's appearance, and complained speechlessly. Generally, after an awakener uses a certain potion, there will generally be a 1 to 3 day stable digestion process, and depending on the individual's physical constitution, no type of genetic potion can be used in the next period of time, otherwise different genetic energies may conflict in the body, causing very serious consequences. Even if Chu Lin's physique is strong and he can quickly stabilize the genetic energy in the school beauty gene potion, it is impossible for him to drink all the potions in such a short time, right? So Iyun was not interested in Chu Lin's words just now about eliminating all of them, because this is simply impossible to achieve. However, just when Iyun thought that Chu Lin was going to stabilize the genetic energy in his body, he saw him pick up another tube of potion.
Ha! Chu Lin, what are you doing?
Iyun was slightly stunned, and when he saw Chu Lin's actions, his eyes were fixed on his palm.
I just said, eliminate all of them.
Chu Lin showed Iyun a confident smile, and immediately opened the second tube of potion and poured it into his stomach in 2 gulps.
You are crazy!
Iyun exclaimed, and the precious item in his hand fell to the ground because of surprise. Even if it is the same type of gene potion, the gene converter will refine different types of gene potions according to different materials when refining. For example, 2 strength-enhancing potions made from materials from power-type mutant monsters. It looks like the 2 strength-enhancing potions are the same, both of the same type.
But the genetic energy contained in them is completely different.
The conflict between different genetic energies is like 2 awakened people exerting all their strength to collide with each other.
This powerful explosive collision will take place in Chu Lin's body. Just think about what will happen to Chu Lin in a while.
There is a high probability that he will be directly blown up by the violent conflicting genetic energy in his body. Even if he doesn't burst, the backlash of the conflict is enough to blow Chu Lin's internal organs to pieces.
It is almost impossible to survive.
The genetic energy that was originally drunk was relatively calm, but when the 2 different genetic energies touched each other, they immediately stirred and surged wildly in Chu Lin's body. Chu Lin groaned, his face flushed a little, as if he was enduring great pain.
Chu Lin, how are you? Iyun hurried to Chu Lin's side and asked nervously.
However, the pain and blush on Chu Lin's face only lasted for a moment, and then quickly receded like the tide.
It's a piece of cake, another cup.
Chu Lin curled his lips, and while speaking carelessly, he picked up another tube of medicine and poured it into his mouth without saying a word. This shocked Iyun, who pointed at Chu Lin for a long time without saying a complete sentence.
Do you think this is wine? Drink it.
Iyun, who was already in a state of turmoil, watched Chu Lin pour the 3rd tube of gene medicine into his mouth as if he was drinking wine, and was completely dumbfounded.
Chu Lin's actions have completely exceeded Iyun's cognition of gene medicine and awakeners. It's like someone told you that the earth is square and put the evidence in front of you. This is completely beyond Iyun's cognition and has never seen it before.
At the same time, different genetic energies in Chu Lin's body collided with each other.
But in Chu Lin's lower abdomen, a cyclone appeared inexplicably.
This cyclone is like a black hole, generating endless absorption. The intertwined and violent genetic energy in Chu Lin's body seemed to have found an outlet, rushing towards the cyclone.
A large number of different genetic energies were absorbed into the cyclone without any problems.
This cyclone is like a bottomless deep hole, absorbing a large amount of genetic energy without rejection, and no accidents will occur due to the conflict between different genetic energies. The cyclone absorbs very quickly, and the genetic energy will not flow in Chu Lin's body for a long time before it will be swallowed up by the cyclone. So Chu Lin kept grabbing various different genetic medicines on the ground, like a senior-old drunkard, and kept pouring them into his mouth.
Gulp gulp.
The precious and rare genetic medicine made Chu Lin feel like drinking draft beer. In just over 10 minutes, the genetic medicines, which were not too many on the ground, had been consumed by Chu Lin.
It was really as Chu Lin said, all the genetic medicines were destroyed.
Iyun was completely frozen watching Chu Lin's shocking action, staring blankly at Chu Lin drinking up all the genetic medicines one by one, leaving the valuable container on the ground.
Empty.
After all the genetic energy was absorbed by the cyclone, Chu Lin lay on the ground with his face bare. Burp after a long burp, Chu Lin patted his stomach with a sense of satisfaction. In fact, most of these genetic energies were not absorbed into his body, but were absorbed by the cyclone. However, Chu Lin still felt full after drinking so many genetic medicines.
What kind of monster are you?
Iyun was brought back to his senses by this exaggerated burp, and looked at Chu Lin with a look of astonishment, asking incredulously.
There are so many different kinds of genetic medicines, at least a dozen kinds of genetic energy intertwined together.
Let alone an awakener, even if the shadow dragon drank these medicines, I am afraid that his body would be blown to pieces and die. And Chu Lin drank all the genetic medicines one by one, and he was like nothing happened. Alas, even if we remove the genetic medicine, we still can't take away everything. Chu Lin ignored Iyun's complaints and looked at the precious materials on the ground, feeling reluctant. So he quickly picked out a few materials that were not so functional and said to Iyun, who was sitting on the ground and doubting his life,
"Look, I'll make you a genetic weapon."
Iyun heard Chu Lin brazenly say that he wanted to make a genetic weapon. He immediately rolled his eyes, showing a look of disbelief on his face, and he was almost engraved with the 3 big words "I don't believe it" on his face.
Genetic weapons can only be made by gene transformers.
Moreover, the success rate of ordinary gene transformers in making genetic weapons is very touching, and they must consume a large amount of genetic materials every time.
So a real genetic weapon is worth 1,000 gold. A most basic genetic transformer, even his father Etienne, the noble patriarch of the crazy lion family, also treats him as a guest of honor.
Even some so-called genetic weapons that can enhance the combat effectiveness of awakened people that appear in the trading market are just conventional weapons made by basic amplification methods.
Real genetic weapons have genetic skills. Although the number of genetic skills cannot represent the absolute strength of an awakened person, it will definitely directly affect the combat effectiveness of the awakened person. One more genetic skill can increase the chance of winning in battle. Therefore, genetic weapons that truly carry genetic skills are basically not seen even in the Roaring Tribe. Except for the occasional genetic weapons in the 3 major families, they are not seen in other awakened people in the Roaring Tribe and on the market. Now Chu Lin told Iyun that he wanted to make genetic weapons. Isn't this a joke on her? Chu Lin did not stop because of Iyun's doubts.
Instead, he took out the genetic materials that were not very functional and slowly left the place.
"I'm going to start making genetic weapons. Don't come over to peek,"
Chu Lin said casually. Iyun curled her lips and completely ignored what Chu Lin said.
Iyun didn't believe that Chu Lin could make it.
Not to mention peeking, even if Chu Lin invited her to go over and see, Iyun would not go over to see. Chu Lin walked to a corner, put the materials in his hand neatly, and silently chose to merge in his heart. In an instant, the materials in front of Chu Lin turned into colorful light balls intertwined together and began to merge on their own. Last time, the metal beast claw was successfully fused and the gene weapon was successfully made. It was because Chu Lin was fusing gene materials for the first time to make gene weapons, and the metal beast claw was fused from a mechanical arm that was originally a semi-finished gene weapon. With the semi-finished foundation, the metal beast claw seemed to be very easy to fuse. Now, what was in front of Chu Lin was a group of scattered gene materials.
It was not so easy to fuse them together. The success rate was very unbearable.
Sure enough, after dozens of seconds of fusion, Shu Lin got the result of fusion failure. However, after the fusion failed, all the materials did not disappear, but formed a very strange colloid, and the color was also very mixed, just like a piece of five-color stone.
Huh? What is this?
Shu Lin was slightly stunned, and then he figured out this unidentified object through the panel. This is the mat after the failure of fusion of gene materials, which is the essence left after the failure of fusion of the previous gene materials. If this mat is put into the fusion again, the success rate will increase. Shu Lin felt very curious, he had never seen such a thing before. So Shu Lin came to the ground full of genetic materials again, stretched out his hand and scratched a pile of materials.
Where are the genetic weapons you made? Could they be invisible? Iyun saw Chu Lin coming over with empty hands, and couldn't help but sneered and teased Chu Lin.
Don't worry, making genetic weapons is a job of excellence, I need enough time. Chu Lin said casually, completely ignoring Iyun's words with a hint of sarcasm. Coming to the corner, Chu Lin started to fuse again. However, although the fusion time lasted a little longer this time, up to a few minutes, it still did not succeed. The fusion failed, but the essence of the genetic material left, the so-called mat, has become more transparent at this time, and it is obvious that it feels a little different than before.
It feels like one more time is almost enough. This is a bit like a bottom-line mechanism.
Shu Lin muttered to himself, came to the genetic materials again, and carefully selected several genetic materials that were very rare and functional.
Ian looked at Chu Lin's actions, wanting to say something but stopping herself. She was actually a little worried about Chu Lin.
After all, normally, drinking so many different kinds of genetic medicines. Different genetic energies conflict with each other in the body, just like swallowing a bomb that could explode at any time. But Chu Lin is like nothing happened now. Those genetic medicines he drank are like boiled water, and have no effect on Chu Lin. Ian didn't know that the mysterious cyclone in Chu Lin's body had slowly settled and turned into a strange black sphere that settled in his lower abdomen. Chu Lin himself could feel that this black sphere contained amazing genetic energy.
Chu Lin didn't know what was going on. He started to drink the second tube of genetic medicine. Different genetic energies conflicted in his body.
Chu Lin felt that he should only be able to withstand two different genetic medicines at the same time.
After all, the conflict between different genetic energies is no joke.
Even his strong body can only withstand the conflict between two genetic energies in the body, and it takes a long time to digest. But the appearance of this mysterious cyclone absorbed all the conflicting and violent genetic energies into it. Although Chu Lin didn't know how this mysterious cyclone appeared, he could feel that this cyclone should come from his body and it was not a threat to him. After confirming that the mysterious cyclone could absorb the conflicting and violent genetic energy, Chu Lin completely let go and drank the genetic potion without any scruples.
After these different genetic potions were absorbed by the mysterious cyclone, they returned to calm without any signs of making trouble.
On the contrary, after absorbing the energy of the genetic potion, the mysterious cyclone slowly calmed down from active to silent, just like sleeping after a full meal. During this process, Chu Lin's body also took the opportunity to absorb a lot of genetic energy. At this time, his injuries still looked miserable on the surface. But under the recovery of genetic energy, Chu Lin's combat effectiveness has recovered by at least 80%. Of course, the little genetic medicine energy he absorbed was nothing compared to that of the black sphere. Chu Lin came to the corner for the third time and started the fusion process. The essence mat extracted after two fusions contained very pure genetic energy. The fluctuations emitted during the fusion made Chu Lin feel a little surprised.
It feels like something extraordinary is about to be fused.
Chu Lin muttered to himself, feeling the constantly hazy light ball in front of him, his face became a little solemn. Perhaps it was because these genetic materials were obtained without any effort, so Chu Lin didn't feel anything when he merged them. You should know that basically none of the items stored in this underground base are released to the market. Although they are not priceless, they are definitely something that most people can only look at but cannot afford. Only a big family like the Red Dragon family has established an underground base in the Howling Forest and has been operating for several years to accumulate so many precious genetic drugs and genetic materials. Such rare genetic materials, the amount of fusion once is enough for an awakener of a gene chain to work hard for a year to accumulate wealth.
Chu Lin merged 3 times in a row.
He himself had no idea what the concept of the genetic material that was fused 3 times was. Ian seemed to feel a hint of unusual genetic fluctuations on the side, and his eyes subconsciously looked in the direction of the genetic energy fluctuations. Seeing that it was the direction where Chu Lin was, he pouted his mouth immediately, thinking that this bad guy must have deliberately created genetic energy fluctuations to seduce my curiosity.
I won't be fooled.
Iyun shouted in his heart, snorted coldly, hugged his hands, and showed a disdainful expression on his face. The light ball kept wriggling and changing in front of Chu Lin's eyes, just like a ball of shiny plasticine. The fusion progress was also rising little by little in front of Chu Lin's eyes. As the fusion progress increased, Chu Lin also took a deep breath, held his breath and concentrated, and even dared not breathe. After a long time, fusion was successful. Please choose the style of genetic weapon you like. Chu Lin suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, stretched out his hand, and carefully put his mental power into the light ball that was floating and swaying in the air. The first idea that came to Chu Lin's mind was to fuse a stick. He had mastered the basic stick technique very well. At that time, he was able to resist the wolf claw attack of Yuan Liang, who had 5 gene chains, with the diamond stick. If he got a long stick with genetic weapons, combined with the basic stick technique and the strong defensive performance of the stick, he might have the confidence to resist the impact of the Shadow Dragon. However, Chu Lin thought again that he already had the gene skill of Tenacious Life. Although it was not an active skill, Chu Lin felt that this Tenacious Life was the most cost-effective gene skill on him. If it weren't for the Tenacious Life skill, Chu Lin would have died many times. Tenacious Life helped Chu Lin overcome difficulties several times. The strongest defense is to take the initiative to attack. Kill the enemy first, and your life will not be threatened. Chu Lin thought secretly and gave up the idea of fusing a stick. Instead, he chose a weapon form that was somewhat similar to a stick, but more advantageous in terms of offense. Spear. Spear. The moves that the stick can use can be done by the spear. And the moves that the stick cannot use can also be done by the spear. After making up his mind, Chu Lin used his mental power to control the light ball in front of him that was full of genetic energy fluctuations, and slowly stretched it. When the genetic weapon was fused for the first time, because it already had a semi-finished mechanical arm, Chu Lin could not control the heaviest finished product. Now the genetic weapon that is simply fused with genetic materials is a blank, without any foundation or precedent. But Chu Lin encountered another problem in the process of stretching and solidification. Probably after 3 fusions, even if a lot of dregs were refined, there were still a lot of remaining essences of genetic materials. If you want to condense into a long spear, it is a bit too long, and it is more like the heavy lance used by ancient cavalry. It is too long and heavy, and can only be used as a charging weapon on horseback. It is very inconvenient for individuals to use. Chu Lin pondered for a while, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he immediately thought of a better way. I saw that at the tip of the spear, the light ball condensed and some subtle changes occurred. Is it too much material to condense into a spear? Then just change it into a Fang Tian Hua Ji. Fierce patterns slowly emerged on the entire genetic weapon, with dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, and unparalleled momentum. The flying dragon coiled around the halberd shaft, and the dragon mouth spewed out, and the halberd blade like flames stabbed out from 3 directions, forming a dangerous trident. It was like a divine dragon spewing flames, burning everything it touched. The 5-color luster on the light ball slowly dimmed, and in front of Chu Lin's eyes, it condensed into a domineering halberd that was 2 meters long. As soon as the halberd was completed, it immediately emitted a buzzing sound like a dragon's roar, which made people tremble. Iyun was also attracted by the movement here, and his eyes turned over immediately. When seeing the long halberd tightly held in Chu Lin's hand, Iyun's bright eyes widened to the extreme, as if they might fall out at any time. Her cherry-red mouth opened into an O shape, and shock appeared in her eyes. She stared at the halberd in Chu Lin's hand, as if she had seen a ghost. From the fluctuations of genetic energy emanating from the halberd, it was obvious that this was not an ordinary halberd. Although she was reluctant to admit it, Iyun was almost certain that this was a real genetic weapon. It was not the kind of junk that was slightly amplified by genetic materials and then taken out and said to be a genetic weapon at the trading market. This strong fluctuation of genetic energy had clearly proved that this halberd was indeed a real genetic weapon. Iyun slowly raised her little hand and pointed at the halberd in Chu Lin's hand, and she couldn't speak clearly. Flying dragon in the sky, laughing at the sky. Chu Lin admired the completely formed halberd in his hand, nodded with great satisfaction, shouted loudly, and waved it immediately. The halberd turned in Chu Lin's hand, passing through the air and making bursts of low dragon roars. Good halberd, I'll call you the flying dragon halberd. Chu Lin was very excited, and shouted loudly, looking at Iyun with a meaningful smile on his face. How is it? Do you believe that I am a gene transformer now? Making genetic weapons is a piece of cake. Iyun was still dumbfounded, staring at the flying dragon halberd in Chu Lin's hand, and completely ignored what Chu Lin said. How is this possible? Even though Iyun had felt the waves of genetic energy coming from the halberd in Chu Lin's hand, she still didn't believe that it was a genetic weapon. She had also seen the process of genetic transformers making genetic weapons. The production process was not only very long but also very cumbersome. One wrong step would not only destroy all the raw materials used to make genetic weapons, but there might even be a risk of backlash. The reason why genetic transformers are so popular is that they can make genetic weapons and refine genetic medicines, and the difficulty is very high. It is not that any awakener can imitate them after knowing the method. You should know that the process of making genetic weapons by other genetic transformers usually takes several days or even a month, and the mental power consumed in this process is unbearable even for awakeners. Few genetic transformers can make genetic weapons continuously. Making a genetic weapon consumes a lot of mental power of the genetic transformer, and it takes a long time to recover the mental power. Chu Lin only took a few minutes? Or more than 10 minutes? How could he make a genetic weapon in such a short time? Moreover, Chu Lin did not look tired like the gene transformers Iyun had seen after making gene weapons. He was full of energy. This meant that although the war halberd had gene energy fluctuations, it was not necessarily a gene weapon. Or perhaps Chu Lin had discovered this gene weapon a long time ago and was just playing tricks on Iyun. Iyun could still forgive the first one, but if it was the second one? I don't believe this is a gene weapon. Genetic weapons will carry a skill. Show me how to prove it. Iyun snorted and said to Chu Lin. I don't know if Iyun's provocation worked, or if Chu Lin intended to show Iyun the skills of the flying dragon war halberd. Then you have to watch carefully. Chu Lin's mouth curled up slightly, without any sign of retreat, holding the flying dragon war halberd with both hands and waving it in the air. Swish! The flying dragon war halberd passed through the air, and a very obvious ripple spread out from the air, showing the sharpness of the war halberd. If this halberd were to hit a mutant monster or a human, the lethality would certainly be shocking. But this is only the sharpness of the halberd itself. In addition, there is another skill in the flying dragon halberd. The reason why genetic weapons can be called genetic weapons is because the weapons carry a powerful skill comparable to genetic skills. I saw the flying dragon halberd waving with both hands, leaving a trail of halberd shadows in the air. Flying dragon in the sky! Chu Lin suddenly shouted, and the genetic energy in his body surged and poured into the flying dragon halberd. The flying dragon halberd was filled with genetic energy, and the whole body began to turn red, like a red flying dragon soaring in the air. Swish! As a faint dragon roar resounded in the air, a red and burning edge shot out from the flying dragon halberd and blasted straight to the ground in the distance. Boom! The red and burning edge slammed into the steel floor of the underground base, making a huge explosion. As the floor trembled, sparks flew where the sharp edge hit, as if a small meteorite fell from the sky and hit there. The skills carried by the flying dragon war halberd are somewhat similar to the previous metal beast claws, but the momentum and power released are completely different. This style flying dragon again in the sky is mixed with the scorching fire element gene energy, which greatly increases the power of the skill. It is precisely because of the genetic materials that Chu Lin added when fusing the war halberd. Although a lot of materials were wasted, and it failed twice, and the genetic weapon was successfully fused after consuming 2 mats. But seeing the power of the skills at this time, Chu Lin felt that it was worth it. Even he felt very satisfied with this power, which was many times stronger than the genetic beam cannon on the metal beast claws. Looking at Iyun, she had completely covered her mouth and stared at the huge hole that Chu Lin had blasted on the floor with a flying dragon in the sky. You have to know that this is not the howling forest. The ground is all mud, and a little force can create a very exaggerated effect. The underground base built by the Red Dragon family here is all made of fine steel. It is specially built to besiege the existence of the level of Shadow Dragon. Although these buildings made of fine steel did not play any role in blocking the Shadow Dragon, they are also very solid. Ordinary mutant monsters have no way to deal with them. Such a hard fine steel floor was actually blasted into a huge hole by Chu Lin. When the smoke dissipated a little, Iyun walked forward tentatively to observe. On the fine steel floor, a gap as big as a door panel appeared. The surroundings of the gap showed a charred color. The scorching high temperature even melted the high temperature resistant fine steel directly. It can be imagined how rich the fire element contained in that attack was. The power is so terrifying. Iyun was shocked and didn't know what to say. The power of this skill was even far greater than the real genetic weapons she had seen. The genetic weapon in Chu Lin's hand, the flying dragon battle halberd. Ian guessed that it was no longer an ordinary genetic weapon, and it might be even higher in the subdivided level. Where did you get it from? Ian carefully looked at the flying dragon halberd in Chu Lin's hand, with a hint of shock in his eyes, and asked with a slightly solemn look. Ian's words made Chu Lin slightly stunned, and then he answered truthfully. Didn't I tell you that I just made this flying dragon halberd? Chu Lin, I know you have a lot of secrets, and I don't want to ask in detail. After all, everyone has secrets. Ian saw that Chu Lin was still talking casually, and said with a stern look and a solemn tone. But you must explain this flying dragon halberd to me clearly. If you took it from the base, it means that the Red Dragon family may have recruited a gene converter. A gene converter, even the lowest level one, can arm at least a team of awakened people by himself. In the Roaring Tribe, the three major families are evenly matched. Although there are wins and losses, the overall situation is not much different. The combat power of the awakened people in each family is not much different. The strength of the three families is not far apart, which is the prerequisite for maintaining the stability of the Roaring Tribe. If the strength of a family suddenly increases, and the other two families may not be able to suppress it together, then the stable environment and situation of the Roaring Tribe may change immediately in an instant. A genetic converter doesn't seem to be anything special, he just knows how to refine genetic potions and make genetic weapons. The strength of the gene converters is not necessarily that powerful. Maybe with the same strength, a gene converter with one gene chain may not even be able to beat Evian. The profession of gene converter is not scary when it exists alone. If the gene converter enters the power of the awakened, then the threat generated by the gene converter will be discovered and exerted. Even a low-level gene converter can at least create genetic weapons and refine genetic potions. Neither genetic weapons nor genetic agents seem to have any substantial impact. But once these things that can slightly amplify the awakened ones themselves reach a large scale, it's a completely different matter. It's like a war between two primitive tribes. One primitive tribe is still wearing sticks and wearing weeds, while the opposite primitive tribe has put on armor and picked up spears. If every awakened person in the Red Dragon family is fully armed, one person's strength growth may be seen to be very limited. However, all awakenings have slightly increased their strength, which adds up to a quantitative change leading to a qualitative change. Evian is very smart, and he can think of many things just from a genetic weapon, the flying dragon halberd. Evian can't wait to return to the Roaring Tribe and report everything that happened in the past 2 days. Seeing Evian's eager look, Chu Lin was stunned for a moment, and then after understanding what Evian meant, he couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing? When Ian saw that Chu Lin didn't show any signs of being anxious at all, but was still laughing, his anger suddenly stopped coming out. He asked with his eyes widened. You think too much. Now the Shadow Fury Dragon's base that they spent many years building and besieging has been ruined by us. The Shadow Fury Dragon has also escaped. The Red Dragon family must be in chaos now. Chu Lin said with a bit of a wry smile. What's more, I really refined this flying dragon halberd myself. If you don't believe it, how about I use the remaining materials to refine another genetic weapon for you? Chu Lin said it very seriously, without any intention of joking, which made Evian stunned for a moment. Evian's gaze at Chu Lin changed several times, and his expression became weird. He didn't know what was going on in his head. But obviously Evian already believed what Chu Lin said. If nothing else, the ease with which Chu Lin wielded the flying dragon halberd just now was definitely not something that could be shown by coming into contact with an unfamiliar genetic weapon. But Chu Lin is actually a genetic converter. This news is really difficult for Evian to digest and cannot be believed at all. She had only been with Chu Lin for a few days, and she felt surprised more often than she had been accustomed to since she was a child. Chu Lin always shows an incredible side. However, Evian now has no idea of letting Chu Lin make genetic weapons for her. She is now eager to return to the Roaring Tribe. You have finished drinking the genetic potion, and you have also wasted half of the genetic material. We can take away the rest. It's time to leave now. Evian said to Chu Lin, and began to pack up the rare genetic materials on the ground, preparing to leave this place. Although Evian is the little princess who is the daughter of the Quencher family, one of the three major families of the Roaring Tribe, she does not have that annoying princess disease at all, but has the well-behaved and dignified appearance of a lady. Chu Lin looked at Evian for a while, responded, and was about to leave. They have almost visited this base, and the most precious essence in the treasure house has now been looted by them. When the two were preparing to leave the underground base and leave the Howling Forest. The Roaring Tribe on the other side is suffering a huge disaster, but they are completely unaware of it. The source of this disaster was caused by them. Countless swarms of mutated monsters, as dark as the ocean tide, kept charging toward the roaring tribe. In front of the wall of the roaring tribe, 3 brilliant lights, 1 white, 1 gold, and 1 red, stood in front of the wall. The 3 rays of light are like 3 lanterns at night, so bright. The mutant monster that rushed towards the 3 rays of light without hesitation. They were not afraid of the huge genetic energy fluctuations coming from these 3 figures, and rushed forward as if they were not afraid of death. These 3 rays of light are naturally none other than the roaring tribe, representing the top combat power of the 3 major families, the patriarchs of the 3 major families. In front of the wall, the incoming mutant monsters were attracted by the 3 rays of light, which reduced a lot of pressure on the wall of the roaring tribe and prevented the wall from missing this huge and weird beast tide. The mutated birds at the beginning caught the roaring tribe off guard. Now, hordes of mutated monsters are pouring into the roaring tribe. Some even wondered whether all the mutated monsters in the roaring tribe had rushed out. Damn it, why are there so many of these beasts, all rushing to commit mass suicide in front of me? How weird. In front of the wall, in the white light, an old man in white cursed and shouted. He kept moving his hands and killed the mutated monsters that were biting him with one palm. This old man is the patriarch of the tiger family, a powerful awakener with 5 perfect gene chains. Although the mutant monsters from the howling forest are extremely ferocious and numerous, the huge number seems to be useless in the face of the absolute strength gap. How powerful are the awakeners with 5 gene chains? These mutant monsters are very terrifying among ordinary mercenaries and are extremely difficult to kill. But in front of a figure of the level of the tiger family patriarch, they are no different from ants. No matter how many, what kind, and how ferocious they are nothing more than a slap. It's really weird. The howling forest and the roaring tribe have always kept to themselves. Even the mercenaries are only active on the periphery. Why are these mutant monsters completely against their own instincts and wishes and launched a suicidal attack on our roaring tribe? Yushianya was also very puzzled and couldn't figure it out for a while. But the source must exist in the howling forest, there is no doubt about it. It's just a big beast tide, the 2 clan leaders don't need to worry too much. In a red light not far away, a figure wrapped in a crimson cloak said in a low voice. Yushianya and the clan leader of the tiger family looked at it at the same time, and a strange color flashed in their eyes. In fact, as the patriarchs of the 2 major families of the roaring tribe, both the Mad Lion family and the Fierce Tiger family, although they don't know what the Red Dragon family is up to, at least they have some understanding of the Red Dragon family's movements. There are bans issued by the 3 major families in the howling forest. People from the 3 major families dare not go deep into it openly, and no one dares to break this rule first. But the exploration of the howling forest in secret has never stopped. This huge interest in the howling forest can even change the entire pattern of the roaring tribe. Under such circumstances, as the 3 major families that control the roaring tribe and check and balance each other, how could they give up the howling forest, a place that is completely closed, just because of a superficial ban? Naturally, the Mad Lion family and the Fierce Tiger family will privately arrange for people in the family to pretend to be mercenaries to enter the howling forest to explore, so as to understand the situation in the howling forest. But what they didn't know was that the Red Dragon family had already taken the lead and had established sufficient advantages in the howling forest. The hands of the Wild Lion family and the Tiger family had no chance to penetrate. Although it was unknown how the Red Dragon family had developed in the howling forest, it was possible to guess that the Red Dragon family had already established a foothold in the howling forest. So when the Red Dragon family leader talked about the beast tide, the 2 family leaders cast strange eyes at the same time. Maybe this beast tide was caused by you, old guy, who knows what you did in there, and you still have the nerve to speak so shamelessly here. The 2 family leaders cursed in their hearts. But some things are known to everyone, and they still can't be put on the table to talk about it. So the Red Dragon Patriarch is confident in resisting this beast tide? Does he know what kind of unusual movement has occurred in the howling forest? Etienne smiled faintly at the Red Dragon Patriarch, and said in a rather young tone. Hearing Etienne's slightly sarcastic tone, the Red Dragon chieftain was also a shameless person. He did not show any emotion and replied calmly. I don't know what happened in the howling forest, but there are 2 chieftains here. Can't the 3 of us resist this small beast tide? If we tell others, won't the residents of the roaring tribe laugh at us? This sentence directly pulled the 3 people on the same front, making it seem like they were fighting side by side, as close as a family. Stop talking nonsense. This beast tide came strangely and there are so many of them.
Let's be more rigorous and try to give the wall more resistance to reduce their burden.
The tiger chieftain frowned, and the genetic energy in his body fluctuated greatly. He shouted, "Don't hold back anymore, show some skills." Suddenly, a white shadow of the king of the forest emerged from the top of the tiger family. Even in the huge beast tide, this ferocious white tiger was majestic and domineering. With a slight movement, it easily tore the mutant monsters that rushed by. This is the transformation that only the 5-gene chain atavistic awakeners can perform. To deal with these ordinary mutant monsters, the tiger leader naturally does not need to completely transform to enhance his own strength, as that would consume a huge amount of genetic energy. He just stimulated some characteristics of the atavistic genes to make his attacks more powerful, and there was no need to transform to such a serious extent. Even so, the tiger leader's whole body was shrouded in a layer of huge white tiger phantom, and every punch, kick, and claw was full of fierce power. Going upstream in the tide of mutant monsters, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, rushing forward, unstoppable. Seeing that the tiger leader did not hold back, the red dragon leader and the mad lion leader naturally could not fall behind. Both of them stimulated the characteristics of their own atavistic genes. With the violent fluctuations of genetic energy, a golden mad lion and a red subdragon emerged from their bodies in an instant, covering their figures. One dragon, one tiger, and one lion. The three giant phantoms ruthlessly trampled and crushed the beast tide rushing towards the roaring tribe, just like building another wall outside the roaring tribe, reducing too much pressure on the warriors on the wall. There were even gaps. It can be seen how powerful the high-level awakeners are. Just 3 powerful awakeners with 5 gene chains can almost stop the beast tide. You know, they haven't burst out with all their strength yet. As the patriarchs of the 3 major families, they have super strength. Naturally, they can't go all out and play all their trump cards just to deal with a small beast tide. Even so, the powerful fighting power of the 3 patriarchs still inspired the warriors of the roaring tribe who were holding on to the wall. The 3 clan leaders are too strong. The beast tide was blocked by the 3 of them. The 3 clan leaders acted at the same time to protect the safety of the roaring tribe. How can we not do our best? Kill. Is this the powerful power of the high-level awakeners? Too terrifying. There were bursts of exclamations and shouts on the wall. Seeing that the beast tide that was originally desperate was basically blocked by the 3 clan leaders working together. Whether it was the reinforcements of the 3 major families or the warriors of the roaring tribe who held on to the wall, they all had a burning desire to fight. The morale was high for a while. Although the beast tide still seemed endless and there was no end in sight. But with the morale rising, and 3 powerful awakeners with 5 gene chains in the front, the mutant monsters basically could no longer pose any threat to the wall. Some awakeners with good strength actually jumped down from the wall, directly out of the roaring tribe, and killed into the group of mutant monsters, extremely brave. The panic and impact caused by the sudden beast tide on the people of the roaring tribe were completely controlled under the suppression of the 3 high-level awakeners. But just when everyone thought that this beast tide should be under their control, or stopped from further raging. Roar! An ancient and long roar came from the howling forest, resounding through the sky. Even at such a long distance, everyone can still hear it very clearly, as if it is surrounded by their ears. Judging from the anger and violent emotions in this roar, the owner of this roar must be someone who was not easy to deal with. After this roar came out, not only the warriors on the wall of the roaring tribe were slightly stunned. The movements of the 3 clan leaders who were at the forefront of the resistance against the beast tide also paused at the same time, and they all became dazed for a short time. What's that sound? The tiger clan leader frowned, feeling that the matter was not simple, and a look of worry appeared on his face. As the leader of the tiger family, he also possesses the powerful strength of 5 gene chains. The leader of the tiger clan can be said to be one of the top people in the roaring tribe. But when he heard this roar, the tiger clan leader's state of mind, which had not fluctuated at all in the face of the huge beast tide, actually started to tremble for a long time. The pressure from this roar actually made the leader of the tiger clan feel a little depressed. What kind of mutated monster could make such a roar? Etienne also frowned, he had never heard such a roar. This roar came from so far away in the howling forest, and it actually carried a huge pressure and violent aura. Let Etienne also feel a little pressure. Look at the leader of the Red Dragon clan again. Although his face was obscured by the cloak, the shock in his heart could be clearly felt from his slightly stiff body. Is there really something terrifying in the howling forest? Why did a beast wave suddenly break out today? If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Mad Lion clan leader Etienne took a deep breath and said with a deep drink. At the same time, the worry in his heart became heavier because he knew that Chu Lin and his baby daughter Evian had entered the Howling Forest. But just today, the Howling Forest, which had been motionless in the past, suddenly erupted in such a strange movement. The last shocking roar of the beast made even him, a powerful awakener with 5 gene chains, feel a little panicked in his heart. It is impossible for Yi Tianya to believe that Chu Lin and Iyun have nothing to do with the sudden outbreak of the beast tide. What he is most worried about now is what did the two find in the Howling Forest? Why did it cause such a big commotion? Before Evian set off, Yi Tianya also specifically warned Evian. If something happens in the Howling Forest, don't rush into danger, return quickly and report the problem to him. None of the warriors sent by the Mad Lion family to investigate the situation in the Howling Forest could successfully bring back news, and they all disappeared quietly. If they want to send awakened people who have the ability to protect themselves, the other two families are keeping a close eye on them. Even among the 3 major families, there are not many awakened ones. If one awakened person is sent out at random, the other 2 families will soon notice it. Therefore, Yi Tianya has no way to let go of his hands and feet to explore what kind of secrets exist in the Howling Forest. To what extent the other 2 major families have developed the Howling Forest? Although Yi Tianya can understand and infer vague general situations through the family's information network, there is very little confirmed information. Finally, I don't know whether God opened his eyes or Yi Tianya was just lucky, but an awakener kid picked up randomly from Evian's stall market, that is, Chu Lin, was able to play such a huge role. Not only was he snatched the top spot in the gladiator competition from a powerful awakening of 5 gene chains when everyone, including him, was not optimistic about it. It also inspired the Mad Lion family's inherited armor that he thought was useless. Even now, Yi Tianya still doesn't understand how this kid inspired the inherited armor. Now Chu Lin ran to the Howling Forest by himself, and such a weird beast wave happened the next day. Yi Tianya wouldn't believe it at all if he said he had nothing to do with Chu Lin. What on earth did this kid do in the Howling Forest? But until now, Yi Tianya seems to regret a little, letting Evian follow Chu Lin into the Howling Forest. I wonder if it was a wrong decision. The concerns of the heads of the 3 major families did not last long. Because when a huge figure emerged from the Howling Forest and ran towards the roaring tribe at an extremely fast speed, their concerns had turned into consternation. The black horny skin is like a rock, and there are countless holes on the skin that are spraying black smoke. This huge figure seemed clumsy, but it ran very quickly, running rampant among the beasts. The mutated monsters that stood in front of it were either flattened by a kick or knocked away. Even the huge beast force cannot affect the pace of this huge mutant monster at all. This is, the leader of the tiger clan stared with eyes like copper bells, staring at the mutated monster that was rushing toward them. Even his words became intermittent. You can imagine the surprise in his heart. The only thing that can make a strong man with 5 gene chains lose his temper like this is the monster in front of him that makes people involuntarily panic. This is a strange mutant monster that almost everyone has never seen. It is more than twice the size of the largest mutant monster they have ever seen. The huge brute force displayed by the huge body as it runs makes people tremble. Stop! Shadow Raging Dragon! Yi Tianya shouted loudly, and all the hairs on his body stood up in shock. Although I have never seen what the real shadow dragon looks like, it may just be a rumor circulating among mercenaries. Yi Tianya still couldn't help shouting. It's not that he was just yelling in a panic. The behemoth charging towards them with a violent momentum was obviously very similar to the rumored shadow dragon that could single-handedly bring devastating disaster to the entire roaring tribe. Got it. So much so that Yi Tianya blurted it out without thinking. Hearing Yi Tianya's voice, the weapons in the hands of the roaring tribe warriors on the back wall almost fell to the ground in shock. The rumor of the shadow dragon first spread in the mercenary guild, and slowly spread to the entire roaring tribe. However, there is a ban from the 3 major families, except for mercenaries who rely on dealing with mutant monsters and some profit-seeking businessmen. Ordinary people and even warriors in the roaring tribe have no intersection with the Howling Forest. Since they have never seen the shadow dragon, they have never heard of any accidents in the Howling Forest. Everyone naturally thinks that the shadow dragon is just a rumor. Otherwise, if there is such a terrifying disaster-level mutant monster so close to the Howling Forest, even if it is the level roaring tribe, who dares to live there for a long time? Impossible. How could it come out? The patriarch of the Red Dragon family made a hysterical sound at this time. He stared at the ugly and ferocious mutant monster in a daze, and there seemed to be a trace of desperate anger in his tone. Under such a tense situation, the Tiger Clan leader in Yi Tianya did not notice the abnormality of the Red Dragon Clan leader for a while, but stared at the shadow-angry dragon approaching them quickly, and their hearts were shocked. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful beast. Let's join forces to fight him. The tiger clan leader had a very bad temper. After being shocked, he ignited a fierce fighting spirit. He roared and the genetic energy in his body surged wildly. Although the shadow dragon was majestic and its huge body carried waves of frightening pressure. However, after the initial shock and astonishment when they saw the shadow dragon, the patriarchs of the three major families, after all, were the leaders of the big families, and they quickly recovered their minds. Facing this fierce behemoth, it was estimated that it would be difficult to resist with the strength of 5 gene chains. But there was not only one awakener with 5 gene chains present, but all the patriarchs of the 3 major families of the Roaring Tribe were present. Almost the top combat power of the Roaring Tribe was here. If the 3 of them joined hands, they would not be too afraid even of the powerful Shadow Dragon. Hearing the words of the Tiger Patriarch, Etienne, and the Red Dragon Patriarch's eyes moved slightly, looked at each other, and saw hints in each other's eyes. Although the 3 of them are now on the same front, they have different interests after all, and it is impossible to join forces with all their strength. However, facing the powerful Shadow Dragon, it was impossible for the 3 clan leaders not to join forces. No one could resist the attack of the Shadow Dragon alone. Roar the Shadow Dragon seemed to feel the threat of the 3 awakened humans in front of it, opened its bloody mouth and let out a low roar. A thick black smoke spurted out of its mouth, like a long dragon of smoke, and blasted towards the 3 of them. Before the smoke arrived, a pungent smell came first, making people dizzy. The smoke also contained this strong genetic energy fluctuation, which seemed to have no offensiveness, but the power was definitely not bad. Etienne and the other 2 felt a pressure, and their faces became slightly solemn. Don't hold back, transform. Seeing this, the Tiger Clan leader had a black king character faintly appearing on his forehead, his muscles bulged, his palms grew white long hair like steel needles, and his 5 fingers turned into sharp claws. The 3 of them were awakened people who had been in the 5 gene chains for a long time, so it naturally didn't take long for them to transform, which was completely different from Yuan Liang who had spent dozens of seconds to transform in the arena before. From this point, we can see the gap between the strength of Yuan Liang and the patriarchs of the 3 major families. As the patriarch of a large family in the Roaring Tribe, it is naturally impossible for any villain to challenge him. Even if Chu Lin did not defeat Yuan Liang, although he was also an awakened person with 5 gene chains, with Yuan Liang's strength, it would be difficult for him to escape from the hands of the patriarchs of the 3 major families. Almost within 2 or 3 breaths, the Tiger Patriarch had completed his transformation. His face was twisted and ferocious, like a forest king who was choosing people to eat. The whole person was half tiger human, and his body and size were more than twice as tall as a little giant. Although compared with the huge shadow-angry dragon, the size of the Tiger Patriarch still seemed a little clumsy, but it was no longer as different as before. It looks like he has the strength to fight. When the tiger leader finished his transformation, Etienne and the Red Dragon leader were not far behind. With 2 earth-shaking roars, the figures of Etienne and the Red Dragon leader began to change. Unlike the tiger leader, after the Red Dragon leader transformed, the dark red cloak on his body seemed to be chopped by a sharp blade and turned into pieces of blood-red cloth that fell down, revealing his true appearance. Red scales appeared on the Red Dragon leader's body. The scales were sharp and reflected the cold light. There were also strange lines on the Red Dragon leader's face that made him look unrecognizable and difficult to see his face clearly. After the Red Dragon leader completed his transformation, he brought waves of frosty white air from his mouth and nose when he breathed. The rich genetic energy on his body made people feel like a real subdragon standing there, faintly emitting waves of powerful deterrence. Humph, a guy who pretends to be a ghost. Etienne glanced at the Red Dragon leader. The people of the Red Dragon family not only wear red cloaks when they are active, making them look like thieves, but now that they have taken off their cloaks, their faces are covered with circles of ghostly symbols, and it is impossible to tell what they originally look like. This sneaky style made Etienne very unhappy, and he had long wanted to beat up the old man, the Red Dragon clan chief. As Etienne roared, long golden brown hair began to grow on his body, and a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes. As his muscles swelled, circles of golden energy composed of genetic energy also floated on his body to cover himself. Although his figure was not as strong as the Tiger Clan chief, nor did he have the mysterious and fierce deterrence of the Red Dragon Clan chief, he completely overshadowed the 2 in terms of momentum. At this moment, Etienne stood in the walled beast tide of the Roaring Tribe like a small golden sun, very dazzling, and it was impossible not to notice him. The black smoke ejected by the Shadow Dragon quickly rushed in front of the 3 people. The tiger chief roared, and the huge tiger claws tore directly at the long dragon formed by the smoke without any fancy moves. Swish! The sharp tiger claws easily tore the smoke apart in an instant. The tiger chief jumped up first, like a white crane spreading its wings, and grabbed the ugly and huge head of the shadow dragon. This claw directly broke the air, leaving a short black gap in the air. Beast, kneel down! The tiger chief shouted angrily. The shadow dragon turned his gaze to the high-jumping figure of the tiger chieftain. He was very angry that a mere human awakener dared to provoke him. He shook his head and threw it at the tiger chieftain like a huge iron ball. Bang! After a dull sound, the tiger chieftain's figure was like a football kicked by a big foot, and was thrown directly into the air. His sturdy figure was very eye-catching. With the strength of the tiger chieftain after his transformation, he was actually knocked into the sky by the shadow dragon with a shake of his head. Seeing this scene, the warriors huddled in the roaring tribe were stunned, and a very incredible look appeared in their eyes. This is the tiger chieftain, one of the top strong men of the three major families of the roaring tribe. How is it possible? The tiger chieftain was knocked away. What kind of monster is this? Even the tiger chieftain can't withstand its attack. The tiger chieftain is known as the strongest man in the roaring tribe. He can't withstand the attack of this monster. What should we do? The people in the roaring tribe were panicked, and low exclamations continued to spread among the crowd. In the hearts of the people in the roaring tribe, the chiefs of the three major families have always been the existence they worship like gods. However, now their god was knocked into the air by a huge unknown monster. How could the people in the roaring tribe not panic? However, this did not cause the confidence of the people in the roaring tribe to collapse. Their eyes were immediately attracted by two figures, one red and one gold. The tiger chief was knocked into the air, and the shadow dragon was also in a state of old strength and new strength. Etienne and the red dragon chief were both awakened people who had experienced hundreds of battles and were very rich in practical experience. They naturally saw this flaw, so they chose to attack at the same time. The two attacked at the same time, so the power was naturally needless to say. The bloody dragon claws of the red dragon chief and Etienne's golden fist were released at the same time, and they hit the head of the shadow dragon fiercely. After all, the skin of the shadow dragon was as hard as rock, and even if it was hit on the body, it would probably not have any effect. Therefore, Etienne and Chief Crimson Dragon wisely chose to attack the head of Shadow Dragon. Bang! The violent genetic energy of the two people hit Shadow Dragon's head at the same time, making a loud bang. These were two powerful men from the roaring tribe attacking at the same time. Even a behemoth like Shadow Dragon couldn't resist for a while, and its huge body retreated a few steps. These few steps trampled to death several mutant monsters that couldn't dodge in time. Seeing Shadow Dragon's figure retreated by the combined attack of the two chiefs, a thunderous cheer suddenly came from the wall of the roaring tribe. Child Crimson Dragon is mighty. A mere beast dares to invade my roaring tribe. Child Crimson Lion is arrogant and domineering, kill this big monster. The cheers continued to rise, as if Shadow Dragon had been destroyed. They are just ordinary warriors who can resist the attack of mutant monsters with sophisticated equipment and well-trained formations. But when facing a powerful monster like Shadow Fury Dragon that can destroy the entire tribe, no matter how many ordinary warriors there are, they can't play any role at all. Only high-level awakeners can fight against it. In other words, the lives and property of these warriors and even everyone in the roaring tribe are entrusted to Etienne and the other three. So when they saw Shadow Fury Dragon being beaten back by the joint attack of the two clan leaders, their mood was even more turbulent than Etienne and the other three who fought in person. Shadow Fury Dragon was hit by the two people and was a little dazed. After retreating repeatedly, he stabilized his body, shook his head like a human being, raised his head, and instantly locked his fierce eyes on the two culprits who had just attacked him. This beast is really a bit weird. Seeing this scene, Etienne muttered, and golden energy floated around him. It's mine. The red dragon leader licked his lips with his tongue, his eyes revealing a resolute look, and he spoke word by word. The red dragon leader exuded a bloodthirsty aura, and before Etienne could react, he flashed and rushed up again. Psycho! Etienne rolled his eyes and sneered at the red dragon leader's behavior. The shadow angry dragon suffered a loss once, and he dared not take the attacks of these human awakeners lightly again. Seeing the red dragon leader coming, the shadow angry dragon seemed to have some intention of dodging. But at the moment of approaching the shadow angry dragon, the genetic aura emanating from the red dragon leader was clearly detected by the shadow angry dragon. The shadow angry dragon's eyes suddenly stared at the red dragon leader, facing the Red Dragon leader's bombardment without dodging or avoiding, and also tore with one claw. The Shadow Angry Dragon's huge claws were enough to cover the Red Dragon leader. The Red Dragon leader saw that the Shadow Angry Dragon was staring at him, and his fierce eyes were full of rage. He was a little flustered. Bang! The Red Dragon leader collided Hedon with the claws of the Shadow Angry Dragon, following the footsteps of the Tiger leader. But at that time, the Tiger leader flew into the sky, and this time it was the Red Dragon leader who was slapped to the ground by the Shadow Angry Dragon. The body of the Red Dragon leader slammed into the ground, making a muffled sound and leaving a deep pit on the ground. It was too difficult for a leader to face the Shadow Angry Dragon alone. However, the attack of the Shadow Angry Dragon could only cause very limited damage to the atavistic awakeners of the 5 gene chains after the transformation. The Shadow Angry Dragon seemed to have a grudge against the Red Dragon leader, and raised his huge claws and stepped on the Red Dragon leader. With the weight of the Shadow Dragon, even if there is no genetic energy, the pure power of this kick is enough to kill the Red Dragon Chief. If he hits it, I am afraid that even the dragon scale armor on the Red Dragon Chief's body will be crushed. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky, roaring loudly, and the huge figure hit the top of the Shadow Dragon's head. Bang! The Shadow Dragon's head was hit low, and the whole body was shaken. Beast, taste the power of my tiger claws. The white figure shouted, and the huge tiger claws tore the head of the Shadow Dragon fiercely. Who else could it be but the Tiger Chief, who was directly knocked into the sky by the Shadow Dragon's head? However, the eyes were a weak part that the Shadow Dragon protected very well. The Tiger Chieftain wanted to attack the eyes but failed, so he had to turn to hit the top of his head. Roar! The Shadow Dragon felt the pain, roared, and fell to the ground. If the Tiger Chieftain did not evacuate in time, he would probably be seriously injured. Although the head-shaking collision just now did not hurt the Tiger Chieftain, it also caused a slight vibration in his internal organs, which was very uncomfortable. Now seeing that the Shadow Dragon actually came up with another ruthless move, even a powerful awakener like the Tiger Chieftain would not dare to fight a monster Hedon. Damn, you dead beast, you are so cruel. Seeing this, the Tiger Chieftain cursed angrily, kicked his feet and jumped off the head of the Shadow Dragon. Because of the unexpected aerial attack by the Tiger Chief, the Red Dragon Chief had enough buffer time. He swung his sharp scales and casually chopped off several mutant monsters running around him, and retreated from the front of the Shadow Dragon. This beast's intelligence is definitely not inferior to that of humans. It's a tricky guy. Etenya looked at the Shadow Dragon's actions just now, his eyes looked very serious, and his tone was very solemn. Just now, whether it was the continuous counterattack of the Red Dragon Chief or the Hedon attack to force the Tiger Chief back, it showed that the Shadow Dragon's intelligence was very developed, and it was not inferior to humans at all. Possessing the powerful physique of a mutant monster, and the intelligence of a human. The three people realized the seriousness of the matter and fell into silence. Don't hold back, let's join forces and kill it with the strongest genetic skills. The Tiger leader, who was like a little giant, saw that the Shadow Dragon was so difficult to deal with and had a completely different intelligence from that of humans. His eyes revealed a little solemnity, and he proposed to the other two leaders. The strength of the Shadow Dragon was so great that even they could only suppress it if the three of them joined forces and tried their best. In addition, the physique of ordinary mutant monsters is much stronger than that of awakened people of the same level. The strength of the Shadow Dragon is so strong that it is the highest level mutant monster they have ever fought. The Shadow Dragon is much stronger than the three leaders in terms of physique and recovery. If they continue to drag it out and fight for a long time, they will definitely not be able to outlast the Shadow Dragon. The best way is for the three of them to join forces and use their strongest genetic skills to kill the Shadow Dragon here. Even if it is severely injured and sent back to the Howling Forest, it is a good ending, at least it can solve the current crisis. The method is not only simple, but also very effective. But the problem is, if a powerful awakener like them with 5 gene chains releases the gene skills carried by the most powerful 5th gene chain, it will not only consume a huge amount of gene energy, but also expose their own trump cards. Usually, a complete gene chain will only carry 1 gene skill. Therefore, the number of gene skills has become a very important criterion for measuring the combat effectiveness of awakeners. The more gene chains there are, the more powerful the gene skills will be. The gene skills carried by the 5th gene chain must be very powerful and belong to the trump cards of the 3 patriarchs themselves. Since it is a trump card, it naturally cannot be shown to others easily, and can only be thrown out at the most critical moment. Even in the Roaring Tribe, basically no family patriarch has ever used the gene skills of the 5th gene chain. Because with their strength, they basically don't need to use the gene skills of the fifth gene chain. The patriarchs of the three major families now seem to be standing on the same front, but they are also wary of each other. What if the gene energy is consumed too much after using the gene skills of the fifth gene chain, and someone with ulterior motives attacks them? Even if everything goes well this time, the strongest gene skills as a trump card shown in front of the other two will definitely be used by others to study and formulate targeted methods. Even though the Tiger Patriarch took the lead in proposing, neither Etienne nor the Red Dragon Patriarch responded.
It's just a mutant monster. Isn't it a bit of a big deal to use the strongest gene skills? Etienne said lightly.
In fact, he also understood the powerful strength of the Shadow Angry Dragon. Even if the three of them joined forces to use the strongest gene skills, they might not be able to kill it in one fell swoop. Because of the mutual fear between the three, the Shadow Angry Dragon had completely recovered at this time, and roared at the three people, rushing over with huge claws. The Shadow Dragon could also feel that the three people in front of him could pose a certain threat to him if they joined hands, so the Shadow Dragon rushed over directly. Especially the familiar aura on the Red Dragon clan leader made the Shadow Dragon look even more violent. Seeing the Shadow Dragon coming back with such a fierce momentum, and looking at the unfriendly look of the Comer, the three people had to treat it seriously. After all, this was the Shadow Dragon. The Red Dragon clan leader's eyes with scarlet triangular pupils fell coldly on the Shadow Dragon, and without any nonsense, he waved his palm, and the genetic energy on his body surged.
Red Dragon Flame Explosion.
A fire dragon gathered in front of him as the Red Dragon clan leaders waved their palms, and rushed towards the Shadow Dragon. The Tiger clan leader raised his eyes, twitched his nose twice, and frowned slightly. Then he crossed his tiger claws on his chest, raised his feet slightly, and then stepped suddenly. His body suddenly changed from static to swift. A white shadow was like lightning. Under the gaze of everyone, he quickly crossed with the Shadow Dragon.
Tiger Breaking Palm.
The two clan leaders with 5 gene chains used their gene skills. Although they were not the most powerful gene skills of the 5th gene chain, their power should not be underestimated.
As the clan leader of the Crazy Lion family, how could Etienne fall behind these two people?
A fist shadow composed of golden energy came out violently.
Bang, bang.
Several lights and shadows intersected, and the figure of the Shadow Dragon suddenly stopped for a moment. The huge and violent body was like being hit hard, and the body trembled violently, but it did not retreat like before. The Shadow Dragon actually withstood the joint attack of the 3 clan leaders using gene skills at the same time.
How is this possible?
The originally calm mood suddenly became suspended again. A trace of horror appeared in the eyes of the 3 clan leaders, and they glanced at the behemoth that was hit by the 3 people's joint use of genetic skills. Under such a heavy blow, even the Shadow Dragon could not be unscathed. Even if it was not the strongest genetic skill of the 5th gene chain, the 3 powerful Awakeners' genetic skills would be enough to stop the Shadow Dragon. However, when the 3 people felt a little horrified, they unexpectedly discovered that there seemed to be some strange changes in the Shadow Dragon. After seeing it clearly, the 3 people took a breath of cold air at the same time. I saw that the Shadow Dragon was covered with a layer of light black smoke at some point. There were waves of genetic energy in these smokes, which attached to the skin of the Shadow Dragon, like an invisible armor, making the Shadow Dragon's defensibility even better. It was the coverage of these black smoke just now, and the Shadow Dragon's skin itself was as hard as rock. When the 3 patriarchs joined forces to perform genetic skills, they did not hurt the Shadow Dragon. It took only a few seconds from the confrontation between the 2 sides to the Shadow Dragon resisting 3 different genetic skills without any injury. And it was during these few seconds that the 3 patriarchs were shocked to discover a fact that made them panic. That is, the Shadow Dragon actually learned to use skills during the battle with them. Although it was just a simple skill, it was like a bolt from the blue for the patriarchs of the 3 major families.
When the high-level mutant monsters are as smart as humans, can humans really return to the ground to fight for their own land?
This terrifying mutant monster with the ability to learn made the 3 people's faces look extremely ugly.
This guy must be eliminated as soon as possible. Etienne couldn't help but muttered in a lost voice, staring at the intelligent Shadow Dragon with a look of astonishment. We can't hold back anymore. This one's voice is too scary. I've never seen such a weird mutant monster.
The Tiger Chief, who was standing closest to the Shadow Dragon, looked up and stared at the Shadow Dragon. He slowly retreated, carefully not to attract its attention, and came to the other 2 chiefs, saying worriedly,
"It's like a human soul lives in the body of the mutant monster. The Tiger Chief is right. We can't hold back anymore, otherwise we will be in danger."
Hearing the tiger chief's sullen words, Etienne, the chief of the crazy lion family, one of the three major families of the roaring tribe, also said in agreement. After the two said this, the red dragon chief also came back to his senses from his astonishment, turned his eyes, glanced at the two, and said, "Then show your trump card." This trump card naturally refers to the genetic skills of each of their 5th gene chains, which are also the most powerful genetic skills in them. Seeing the three human awakeners gathered together, staring at him intently, the huge lantern-like eyes of the shadow-angry dragon showed a bloodthirsty meaning, opened his mouth and trembled twice, as if provoking the three people. "Let's do it together," the tiger tribe leader said, and the genetic fluctuations on his body began to become violent. Yushianya and the red dragon tribe leader naturally did not hold back, and their genetic energy was active. Under such an unfavorable situation, they could no longer hide their secrets. Probably feeling the changing genetic energy and momentum of the three people, the shadow-angry dragon's eyes were cold, but he did not rush directly at the three people, but his actions revealed a bit of fear and a faint sinisterness. Obviously, even if the genetic skills used by the three people just now did not really hit the shadow-angry dragon, he did not dare to rush up easily. Both sides were in a stalemate. After a long time, the patience of both sides seemed to have reached its limit. "Do it!" the tiger leader shouted, and a huge white tiger phantom burst out from his body in an instant, carrying overwhelming genetic energy and blasting towards the shadow dragon. "Tiger Tyrant!" At the same time, a huge red dragon phantom suddenly rose from the body of the red dragon leader, howling to the sky and rushing towards the shadow dragon. "Red Dragon Lord!" The golden aura floating on Etienne's body finally formed a mighty and domineering golden army, running like thunder. "Mad Lion Emperor!" The three clan leaders played their trump cards one after another. Although the genetic skills are somewhat similar, the genetic energy and skill power contained in them are completely different. This is the full-strength attack of three extraordinary awakeners with 5 gene chains. The momentum is magnificent, and even the beast tide is scattered and fled because of this violent genetic energy fluctuation that seems to be able to erase everything. Is this the strength of the three clan leaders? This gene energy fluctuation is so terrifying. It will definitely wipe out this mutant monster in one fell swoop. The awakeners of 5 gene chains are so powerful. On the wall of the roaring tribe, some awakeners from the three major families felt the gene energy outside the wall that seemed to be enough to destroy the world, and they were all shocked. Even the warriors of the general roaring tribe could not withstand the pressure brought by this violent gene energy. They squatted on the ground and relied on the wall to stabilize their bodies. Roar! The shadow-angry dragon felt deeply threatened. Facing the three giant beasts formed by gene energy, he roared like a demonstration. The black air on the shadow-angry dragon also expanded layer by layer, and soon formed a thick black cloud that wrapped its whole body, and then rushed towards the three giant beasts fiercely. Boom! The 4 giant beasts collided with each other. After a roaring explosion that seemed to be able to drill through the earth, a storm instantly rose from the collision area of the 4 giant beasts and spread fiercely around. The sky wailed and the earth trembled. The three clan leaders were also unable to withstand this violent explosion, and they were a little weak because they had just consumed a lot of genetic energy. So the three retreated one after another and used genetic energy to protect themselves. The beast tide was swept away by this storm like ants moving house, and they were swept away one after another. The black mass of mutant monsters were instantly cleared and turned into black shadows in the storm, flying all over the sky. When the genetic energy exploded and set off a storm, the people in the roaring tribe were obviously panicked. Although they could not clearly understand how terrifying the genetic energy contained in it was. But even the powerful mutant monsters that they had struggled to fight were directly blown away like ants. How could ordinary people like them withstand such power? The walls of the roaring tribe suddenly fell into panic. It's time for the awakened ones to go. An awakened one standing on the wall saw the storm sweeping towards the roaring tribe at an extremely fast speed, and immediately shouted. All the awakened ones on the wall of the roaring tribe stood in a row, their genetic energy fluctuated, and shields formed by genetic energy were propped up on the wall. Genetic skills of 5 gene chains. That was completely different from the usual small fights of low-level awakeners. The genetic skills carried by the 5th gene chain of the atavistic gene must be genetic skills closely related to the atavistic gene itself. The 3 giant phantoms of the roaring tiger, red dragon, and mad lion have already explained everything. If there is no shield formed by genetic energy, ordinary people or warriors will find it difficult to resist this storm even if they have sophisticated equipment. Therefore, all the awakeners of the Roaring Tribe exerted their full strength to support the genetic energy shield as if they were facing a great enemy to resist this swift genetic energy storm.
This is no less than fighting a mutant monster that is even stronger than itself. Boom!
The genetic energy storm generated at the center of the explosion collided with the genetic energy shield supported by the awakeners, and a huge impact force hit the invisible but indestructible genetic energy shield fiercely.
Every awakener's face flushed and he held on tightly.
If the genetic shield is destroyed by this genetic energy storm, the Roaring Tribe will be invaded by a storm comparable to a natural disaster. The genetic energy shield was shaking and shaky in the invasion of the genetic energy storm. It was unknown how long it took, and some awakened people even fainted on the ground due to the exhaustion of genetic energy. They finally survived this storm when the genetic energy shield was about to collapse. After the gene energy storm raged, the awakened people and warriors on the wall of the Roaring Tribe breathed a sigh of relief as if they had survived a disaster. The awakened people of the three major 5 gene chains joined forces to use their most powerful gene skills to attack the Shadow Dragon, and the storm generated almost destroyed the Roaring Tribe. The powerful power of both sides made everyone in the Roaring Tribe feel excited. Everyone's eyes gradually fell on the position where the 3 major patriarchs and the Shadow Dragon fought, staring at the center of the explosion. The huge power generated by the joint attack of the 3 major patriarchs not only generated a gene energy storm that was enough to threaten the Roaring Tribe, but also the explosion power generated almost cleared the Black Beast Tide. With such power, even a powerful mutant monster like the Shadow Dragon would be hard to resist. However, just when everyone thought that the crisis of the Roaring Tribe was about to pass, roar! Suddenly, with a roar full of bloodthirstiness and rage, a black beam of light broke through the smoke and dust that enveloped the entire venue. A huge figure rushed out of the smoke with a series of thunder-like sounds.
How is it possible? The Shadow Dragon is not dead yet. It seems to have become more powerful than before. This beast is coming.
Seeing the huge figure of the Shadow Dragon, all the awakened people and warriors on the wall of the Roaring Tribe couldn't help but exclaimed. As the patriarchs of the 3 major families of the Roaring Tribe, the 3 people joined forces to use the strongest genetic skills, but they didn't kill this huge mutant monster.
It's more like angering him. Even the 3 patriarchs couldn't kill the powerful mutant monster together. What else can the Roaring Tribe do to resist this behemoth? Despair appeared on everyone's faces.
Facing the fierce Shadow Dragon, the 3 clan leaders were unable to stop him.
The remaining low-level awakeners and ordinary warriors did not even have the ability to survive in the Beast Tide. Don't panic, it has been severely damaged. This is just the last gasp of a dying horse.
At this moment, the Red Dragon Clan leader stepped forward and came to the wall.
He looked at the Red Dragon Clan leader and said confidently, "Red Dragon Clan leader, do you know anything about this Shadow Dragon?"
Etienne narrowed his eyes, looked at the Red Dragon Clan leader's movements, and asked lightly. Although the gene skills of the 5th gene chain have been released, as the clan leaders of the 3 major families, it is naturally impossible for them to have only this trump card. Even if the 3 of them joined forces to attack and did not cause any effective damage to the Shadow Dragon, there was still no panic in their hearts. Even if the Shadow Dragon really couldn't resist, as long as their strength did not decline, they would be heroes everywhere. At this time, the holes on the skin of the Shadow Angry Dragon's body were gushing out bursts of black smoke, and the whole body was like a huge boiler, emitting strong genetic energy fluctuations. If it weren't for the reminder of the Red Dragon Clan leader, anyone would feel that the Shadow Angry Dragon at this time was even stronger than before.
This strong genetic energy fluctuation was even stronger than the 3 clan leaders combined. How could the Shadow Angry Dragon look like a weak period in this state?
However, since the Red Dragon Clan leader has stood up and spoken, the other 2 clan leaders will naturally not stop him. The Red Dragon Clan leader's actions are obviously ready to resist the impact of the Shadow Angry Dragon with his own strength. As the distance between the Shadow Angry Dragon and the Roaring Tribe's wall quickly shortened, everyone held their breath, and even the 2 big figures, Etienne and the Tiger Clan leader, looked a little solemn, with their muscles tensed, ready to retreat at any time. A strange color flashed in the eyes of the Red Dragon Clan leader, bit the tip of his tongue, and brewed a mouthful of blood in his mouth. At the same time, he flipped his palm, and a blood-colored jade ring appeared in his wide palm. This blood-colored jade ring emitted waves of genetic energy fluctuations, which was obviously not as simple as an ordinary object. It was most likely a genetic weapon.
The action of the Red Dragon Chief made Etienne and the Tiger Chief a little alert.
You know, although the 2 of them also have exclusive genetic weapons, that is also one of their trump cards. Real genetic weapons carry genetic skills, and the genetic skills on genetic weapons are of various types, and the strength is also large and small. If a genetic weapon carries special genetic skills and is hidden, it can play an unexpected role at a critical moment. However, the Red Dragon Chief took out the genetic weapon as a trump card at this time.
This unusual action immediately attracted the attention of the Liangda chief next to him. Ha!
Etienne stared at the blood-colored jade ring in the Red Dragon Chief's hand, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. But Etienne didn't rashly go up to stop the Red Dragon Chief. After all, it seemed that he had some means to stop the Shadow Dragon. When the Shadow Angry Dragon was about to arrive in front of the three of them, the Red Dragon Chief raised his hand and threw the blood-colored jade ring into the air, and at the same time, he opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of blood essence, which just sprayed on the blood-colored jade ring. The blood-colored jade ring soaked in blood essence seemed to be activated, and immediately expanded and turned into a huge blood-colored net. The area of this large net even covered the huge Shadow Angry Dragon, and directly enveloped the Shadow Angry Dragon. This blood-colored net also emits waves of genetic energy fluctuations. After being infused with genetic energy and blood by the Red Dragon Chief, it appears to be very tough. Swish! The net immediately enveloped the Shadow Dragon, and the black smoke on the Shadow Dragon's body suddenly intertwined violently with the red net. It made waves of chi-chi sounds. The net enveloped the Shadow Dragon's body. Even though the genetic energy on the Shadow Dragon's body surged, there seemed to be a factor in the blood-colored net that could restrain the Shadow Dragon. A mutant monster as strong as the Shadow Dragon could not break free for a while. The Shadow Dragon roared, and the black smoke on its body gushed out crazily, but it was of no use to the blood-colored net.
Interesting.
The Tiger Chief also narrowed his eyes, watching the terrifying huge mutant monster being controlled so easily. Children of the Red Dragon Clan, if you have such a targeted weapon, you should have taken it out earlier, and we wouldn't have to spend so much effort. Children of the Tiger Clan said with a hint of meaning.
Ha, Chief of the Tiger Clan, you are joking.
This blood-colored jade ring has always been my personal genetic weapon.
Now that I see that the Roaring Tribe has set a trap, I naturally can't hide it.
Children of the Red Dragon Clan said with a fake smile.
Chief of the Crimson Dragon is mighty. Ha, now our Roaring Tribe is saved. The Red Dragon Clan Chief's action is indeed extraordinary.
To even trap such a large mutated monster, what level of strength has the leader of the Red Dragon reached? Seeing that the upcoming crisis was easily resolved by the leader of the Red Dragon Clan, bursts of cheers erupted from the walls of the Roaring Tribe. Whether they were awakened people or ordinary warriors, they all looked at the leader of the Red Dragon Clan with great admiration. Although the three clan leaders joined forces to attack, it severely consumed the strength of the Shadow Fury Dragon. But the blood-colored net released by the Crimson Dragon Clan leader and covering the Shadow Raging Dragon is the key to finally resolving the crisis. The big blood-colored net shrank tighter and tighter, and the huge body of the Shadow Dragon seemed very clumsy at this time, unable to break free at all. The Shadow Raging Dragon let out bursts of roars, staring at the Crimson Dragon Clan leader with angry eyes. The leader of the Tiger Clan and Etienne were very surprised and became more and more suspicious.
Mutated monsters like the Shadow Dragon have considerable intelligence.
Their intelligence is on par with humans, and they also have a very cunning side. Feeling that the strength of the three chiefs is enough to threaten themselves, this cunning mutated monster with considerable intelligence would normally choose to retreat temporarily. And this angry Shadow Dragon actually charged over without mercy, and its several actions were obviously aimed at the Crimson Dragon Clan leader. It's like there is great hatred between the Crimson Dragon Clan leader and the Shadow Fury Dragon. This discovery further illustrates what kind of secrets the Red Dragon family must have in the Howling Forest. And it's related to the Shadow Dragon. Ever since the Shadow Fury Dragon was surrounded by the bloody net, the orderly beast tide began to become chaotic. Some of the mutated monsters in the beast tide even showed signs of escaping. As the saying goes, everyone flies when disaster strikes. The boss of the mutated monsters, the Shadow Dragon, was trapped under the joint efforts of the human awakeners. Naturally, there was no need for them to continue fighting. Although these mutated monsters that form the beast tide are slightly lower in level, their intelligence is not high, otherwise they would not be resisted by well-trained ordinary warriors. But their instincts as beasts are still there. After the Shadow Dragon fell, although it still had some resistance, its control over the beast tide was no longer that strong. The tide of mutant beasts was leaderless, and some powerful mutant monsters took the opportunity to break free from the control of the Shadow Dragon. Facing the roaring tribe with powerful awakeners, the beastly instincts of these mutated monsters left them with no desire to continue attacking. Then the beast tide began to gradually dissipate. Large numbers of mutated monsters began to flee crazily, running back into the howling forest. Chief of the Tiger Clan, Chief of the Wild Lion Clan, please help me subdue this beast. The corners of the Red Dragon Clan chief's lips were slightly raised, a very satisfied sneer appeared on his face, and he said to the two clan chiefs beside him, "This beast has no ability to resist anymore. Does the leader of the Red Dragon Clan still need us?" The leader of the Tiger Clan snorted, showing his displeasure. This shadow-raging dragon was clearly a joint attack by the three of them, but now the Red Dragon Clan chief alone takes the credit. Such a thankless thing. How could this make the leader of the Tiger Clan happy? You must know that although the leader of the Tiger Clan does not care too much about reputation, but solving a powerful problem for the Roaring Tribe can not only increase the reputation of an individual, but also the reputation of the entire family. Family honor is much more important than personal honor. Just letting the leader of the Qilong clan take all the credit will immediately increase the reputation of the Qilong family. By then, under the butterfly effect, the lobster-eating family will have advantages over the other two families in all aspects. It seems like the leader of the Red Dragon Clan should be an old acquaintance with this guy. You two can just reminisce about old times alone, so there's no need to bring us with you. Etienne felt unhappy when he saw the appearance of the leader of the Qilong clan, and curled his lips slightly and said. At the same time, this was also a step of testing. After a series of clues connected together, Etienne can basically be 90% certain what kind of plan the leader of the Red Dragon must have developed in the Howling Forest. Regarding the development of the Howling Forest, the Qilong family is ahead of everyone. The Howling Forest, which had been peaceful for many years, suddenly experienced such a huge change. Etienne suspected that it might be related to Chulin and Iyun, and after the Shadow Fury Dragon came out, it almost ran towards the leader of the Red Dragon Clan. Etienne basically guessed what happened. The two clan leaders are probably too exhausted from the battle just now. Let's go back to the tribe and have a good rest. Let me, the Red Dragon Clan, take over the rest. The Red Dragon Clan leader's tone was slightly low. While he was speaking, the awakened members of the Red Dragon Clan jumped down from the wall and came to the side of the Red Dragon Clan leader. Set up the red blood locking dragon formation to restrain this beast. The leader of the Red Dragon Clan gave an order, and he brought several powerful awakeners from the Red Dragon family to the Shadow Fury Dragon. Several awakened people came around the body of the Shadow Fury Dragon, which was trapped and unable to move. The genetic energy on its body floated and connected with each other, forming a special formation. Of course, with the strength of a few low-level awakeners, even if the Shadow Dragon was trapped, they could not cause any effective damage to the Shadow Dragon. But don't forget that there is a strong man with 5 gene chains here. The Red Dragon Patriarch stepped lightly and jumped immediately. His body came lightly to the head of the Shadow Dragon. The huge eyes of the Shadow Dragon stared at the Red Dragon Patriarch. Even if he was trapped, he made a series of low calls from his mouth, full of aggression. "Oomph, evil beast." The Red Dragon Patriarch cursed and stepped hard on the head of the Shadow Dragon. This kick used full strength. With the blessing of the Red Dragon gene, even the Shadow Dragon was stepped on by the huge force and his head sank. Start the formation. Seeing that the time was ripe, the Red Dragon Patriarch gave an order and cut his finger, forcing out a stream of blood. After hearing the order, the other awakened people of the Red Dragon family also cut their fingers and forced out a stream of blood. This blood is not ordinary blood, but blood that contains rich genetic energy. The genes of the Red Dragon family are inherited from the mutant monsters of the subdragon species, which are somewhat similar to the subdragons such as the Shadow Angry Dragon. This red blood-locking dragon formation is also a formation used to capture and besiege subdragon mutant monsters, and it has a miraculous effect on subdragon mutant monsters. With a burst of red light, a circle of red curtain slowly rose beside the Shadow Angry Dragon, gradually immersing the huge body of the Shadow Angry Dragon. At this moment, a rumbling and dull sound came from a distance, attracting everyone's attention. The rumbling sound was not loud, and it was not outstanding among the roars of the fleeing mutant monsters and various chaotic sounds, but it attracted everyone's attention. Because this sound was not the cry of a mutant monster, but the sound of a mechanical gear slowly rolling with a steel body. At the edge of the Howling Forest, a golden light armored vehicle was shining brightly, and the body slowly drove out of the Howling Forest. Although the distance was far, Etienne could see the light armored vehicle clearly at once with his eyesight. He could finally put down his heart that had been hanging, because this light armored vehicle was the light armored vehicle that his crazy lion family set out in. Chu Lin and Yun entered the howling forest in this car. However, this light armored vehicle could not move forward after entering the howling forest for a short distance, so it could only stop immediately at the outer gate of the howling forest. A large number of mutant monsters rushed out of the howling forest under the control of the shadow dragon, but the light armored vehicle that was parked at the outer gate of the howling forest escaped. At this time, Chu Lin and Yun were sitting in the seat of this light armored vehicle. Chu Lin was still covered with dried blood, but his injuries had almost recovered, and the broken bones were basically healed under the super strong recovery ability of the tough life. The small storage compartment of the light armored vehicle was basically filled with the genetic materials brought out by Chu Lin and Yun. There were even some genetic materials that could not be placed and could only be placed in the passenger compartment, and Yun was simply used as a footrest. Chu Lin didn't care. If this behavior was seen by other people, I'm afraid they would be heartbroken. These genetic materials are not ordinary genetic materials, although not every genetic material is very precious. But these genetic materials are all underground bases established by the Red Dragon family. It took a long time to accumulate so many fine genetic materials in the Howling Forest. It can be said that if the genetic materials here are auctioned at the Roaring Tribe's trading market, they will definitely make a lot of money. However, now these fine genetic materials representing a lot of beast cores are actually trampled underfoot like waste. When the two came out, the beast tide had completely collapsed, and a large number of mutant monsters continued to flee madly into the Howling Forest. In the opposite direction of the light armored vehicle, many mutant monsters rushed towards the light armored vehicle in a hurry. The defense performance of the light armored vehicle is good, and the occasional collision may not have any impact on it, but for a beast tide of this scale, the light armored vehicle may not be able to withstand it. Lord Chu Lin, Lord Princess, be careful, there are a large number of mutant monsters ahead. There may be a collision. An elite warrior of the Crazy Lion family saw a large number of mutant monsters fleeing in panic, and his heart sank. He tightly controlled the light armored vehicle to prepare for the collision of the mutant monsters. However, the number of these mutant monsters is really too large, even the elite warriors of the Crazy Lion family are a little panicked. Don't worry, keep going. A word suddenly came out from the carriage, the voice was calm and powerful, and it sounded very reassuring. After hearing this, the elite warriors of the Crazy Lion family calmed down their panic in a strange way, as if the people in the carriage were full of absolute trust. So the light armored vehicle did not stop at all, the wheels rolled, and continued to move forward. Isn't that the chariot of the Crazy Lion family? How could it appear there? It's over. That's the road where the beast tide is retreating. This chariot may be directly hit and overturned by the mutant monsters, and it will be trampled to death. I remember that it was Princess Evian of the Crazy Lion family who left the Roaring Tribe in a chariot. Could it be that Princess Evian was sitting in this chariot? When the warriors on the wall of the Roaring Tribe saw that the light armored vehicle was about to contact the fleeing monster group, they were all surprised and sighed. Some awakened people also widened their eyes. Although they are awakened and have the ability to kill mutant monsters alone, they can only avoid the sharp edge if they face so many mutant monsters fleeing in panic. After all, when mutant monsters are fleeing in a hurry, they don't care what is blocking them. What's more, there are so many monsters fleeing now, comparable to a beast tide. No matter how strong they are, they dare not confront a group of mutant monsters hidden. Etienne narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene, and felt a little worried. But in this situation, it would be too late to rescue them even now. However, when the fleeing mutant monsters were about to meet the light armored vehicle, a strange scene suddenly appeared. The mutant monsters that were originally rushing towards the light armored vehicle suddenly changed their direction. And there were more than one. The entire scattered beast tide rushed to the front of the light armored vehicle as if an invisible big hand directly separated these mutant monsters. In the dense beast tide, a huge open space was directly vacated. The mutant monsters all avoided the light armored vehicle, as if there was something on the light armored vehicle that scared them. Even if they collided with other monsters, no monster dared to approach the light armored vehicle. This, could it be, the elite warrior of the Crazy Lion family driving in front of the armored vehicle saw this magical scene, his eyes widened, and his face showed a very incredible expression. He has been in the Roaring Tribe for so many years, and even experienced the beast tide of mutant monsters, but he has never seen such a magical scene. Thinking of the words that came out of the car before, this elite warrior of the Crazy Lion family has gradually guessed the real owner. The warriors facing the beast tide were shocked, and the warriors on the wall of the Roaring Tribe looked even more spectacular from a distance.
How could this happen? It's amazing. Who is in this car? Why are these mutant monsters circling around?
Only things that can make these mutant monsters feel fear instinctively will make them have such actions.
The people sitting in this car must be extraordinary.
The people on the wall of the roaring tribe were shocked and began to discuss in whispers.
Most people's attention was deeply attracted by the scene in front of the light armored vehicle.
Many eyes were staring at the boat that was drifting in the ocean of many mutant monsters like a small boat. It seemed extremely dangerous, but in fact it was safe and sound.
Chu Lin's body emitted waves of genetic energy, and an invisible power burst out from his body.
It is the genetic skill carried by Chu Lin's third perfect gene chain.
Long Wei.
Chu Lin's third gene chain is the red blood crazy dragon gene, which is a fusion gene derived from the fusion of the advanced atavistic gene crazy lion gene and the red dragon gene. Chu Lin could clearly feel that the red blood dragon gene was much more powerful than the red dragon gene and the mad lion gene.
Just carrying two genetic skills is enough to see how extraordinary this new fusion gene is.
You must know that so far, Chu Lin has not heard anyone say that a complete gene chain can carry two genetic skills.
In everyone's knowledge, a complete genetic chain only has one genetic skill.
Chu Lin did not intend to tell anyone else about this matter, not even Evian.
First, this unheard of phenomenon appeared in Chu Lin.
If others knew about it, it might cause unnecessary trouble.
Second, with one more genetic skill, Chu Lin has one more trump card in the battle. As we all know, the number of genetic skills is directly related to the combat effectiveness of the awakened person.
Chu Lin now has the strength of 3 gene chains, but possesses 4 gene skills. Although the tough life does not provide Chu Lin with any offensive capabilities, it can also give Chu Lin a very strong recovery ability in battle.
In addition, Chu Lin's newly fused genetic weapon Flying Dragon Halberd also carries a genetic skill. Chu Lin now has 5 genetic skills.
If the current Chu Lin were to fight Yuan Liang again, Chu Lin would definitely be confident that he could kill him with his own strength. Chu Lin risked his life to obtain the genetic integrity from the Shadow Fury Dragon and perfected the Red Blood Dragon's genes. The dragon power skills acquired can even intimidate the Shadow Dragon.
Let the Shadow Dragon feel the pressure, and finally gave up attacking Chu Lin. The power of the dragon can make even the raging Shadow Dragon fear, not to mention the pressure on other low-level mutated monsters.
And when Chu Lin uses Long Wei, although there will be genetic energy fluctuations in his body, it consumes more mental power.
Using mental power will not have any impact on others. Chu Lin can freely control the objects and targets displayed by Long Wei. Otherwise, Chu Lin would use the power of the dragon, and before these mutated monsters could feel the power of the dragon and retreat one after another, the elite warriors of Evian and the Mad Lion family would have been shocked by Chu Lin's power of the dragon. With the presence of Long Wei, these low-level mutant monsters naturally dare not offend. This is the instinctive fear that exists in the blood of mutated monsters. The light armored vehicle did not stop on the road for a moment, just like a sharp razor, cutting a hole through the beast hide. We demolished the Red Dragon family's underground base and let the Shadow Fury Dragon escape. Will we cause trouble if we go back? Evian looked at Chu Lin and said worriedly.
When searching the underground base, Evian was very excited and showed no mercy at all.
Now that he was about to return to the Roaring Tribe, Evian began to worry again, making Chu Lin smile bitterly. Why didn't you think of this when you were searching for supplies and materials before?
Chu Lin complained secretly in his heart, but still comforted him.
Don't panic, your father is not a vegetarian. What do the Qilong family dare to do to you?
Chu Lin said lightly, then stretched out his hand and flicked Evian's forehead lightly. The 3 major families have a common prohibition. If the Qilong family dares to cause trouble, we will make it public about their establishment of an underground base in the Howling Forest. Whether others believe it or not, it will be enough to bring huge trouble to their family.
Do you still have the intention to come to us at that time?
Evian covered his forehead and suddenly realized what he said when he heard Chu Lin's words. She herself violated the ban and followed Chu Lin into the Howling Forest, so she was still a little worried about this matter. But after Chu Lin said this and told the Qilong family about establishing an underground base in the Howling Forest, it is estimated that everyone's eyes and attention will be on the Howling Forest.
Who would care about her and Chu Lin entering the Howling Forest without permission? When you go back, don't forget what you promised me. Make me a genetic weapon. Iyun seemed to suddenly remember something.
A pair of huge eyes flickered at Chu Lin, his mouth pursed, and he said with a soft hum. After seeing the power of Flying Dragon in the sky displayed by the Flying Dragon War Halberd, Evian was convinced that the Flying Dragon Halberd was indeed a genuine genetic weapon, but Evian still doubted whether Chulin really had the strength to make a genetic weapon. So Evian decided to ask Chulin to make a genetic weapon for himself to see the effect. If genetic weapons can really be produced, Evian believes that he is a genetic converter. After all, gene converter is a very rare profession that only exists in rumors. Even if you want to see one in the level Roaring Tribe, it is very difficult. Chulin is just a low-level awakener from Enflevel Camp. Just by shining brightly in the gladiator competition and winning an impossible game, he also inspired the Mad Lion family's inherited armor. Just these things make people feel a little incredible. Now Chulin actually said that he is still a genetic converter, which is too unbelievable. Even though Chulin had already taken out a flying dragon halberd gene weapon, Ian still didn't dare to believe it, unless Chulin made another gene weapon for him. Of course, these are all things after returning to the Roaring Tribe. They now need to rush back to the Roaring Tribe and the Mad Lion family as soon as possible to report the situation in the Howling Forest to their father. Chulin also returned with a full load on this trip. Although there are some risks, it is safe after all. The third Red Blood Mad Dragon gene chain is completely perfected and brings 2 gene skills to Chulin. Moreover, the use of gene materials to fuse and produce the gene weapon Flying Dragon Halberd also improves his strength invisibly. With these as the basis of his own strength, Chulin has enough confidence in the trip to the secret realm in a month. Now even if the genius children of the Tiger family and the Red Dragon family also have 3 gene chains, Chulin does not take them seriously at all. Now it is estimated that only awakeners as strong as Etienne can bring a certain amount of pressure to Chulin. With such strength, it would be no problem to protect Iyun's safety after entering the secret realm, not to mention that it was a sure thing. Now Chulin was thinking about what kind of genetic weapon he should make for Iyun. The light armored vehicle cut through the scattered beast tide, opened a huge gap in it, and slowly drove towards the Roaring Tribe. Seeing this, Etienne didn't care about the Red Dragon family's group of people performing some strange rituals on the Shadow Angry Dragon. As soon as his feet stepped on the ground, his body was light and floated towards the light armored vehicle. His precious daughter was on the armored vehicle, and Etienne couldn't wait to check on Iyun. Although the inheritance armor of the Mad Lion family had been put on Iyun, the only one who could really activate the inheritance armor was Chulin. The unactivated inheritance armor on Iyun was just an ordinary armor with very strong defensive performance, and it couldn't exert any power at all. The light armored vehicle didn't seem to be fast from a distance, but it was moving very fast. In addition, Etienne kept leaping towards the light armored vehicle, and the two soon collided. Master! The elite warrior of the Crazy Lion clan who was driving the car was stunned for a moment when he saw Etienne appear in front of him, and then he saluted hurriedly. Etienne nodded, came to the car and opened the door. The moment he opened the door, Etienne felt a very terrifying pressure coming towards him. It was like a real subdragon appeared in front of him, baring its fangs and claws at him, and the huge aura emanating from his body even made him dare not breathe. However, this pressure only lasted for a moment and disappeared immediately. It seemed that it had never appeared, making Etienne wonder if he had consumed too much genetic energy when fighting the Shadow Angry Dragon just now, causing him to have a slight hallucination. But when Etienne opened the car door and saw Chulin and Iyun, his eyes fell on Chulin, and his pupils shrank suddenly. If the aura on Chulin before could be called flamboyant, he could clearly feel the aura coming from Chulin like a sharp blade. Although Chulin looked very aggressive, he was also very easy to control. At least one could roughly judge his strength level from his aura. But now Chulin's aura was restrained, and he was very calm, and basically no movement could be felt. It was like a sharp blade put into a scabbard, making it difficult to see how fast and sharp the blade was, and whether it could pose a threat to oneself. Compared with the previous aggressiveness, Chulin with such a restrained aura made people feel more daunted. It seems that this kid's strength has increased dramatically during this trip to the Howling Forest. Etienne soon realized that Chulin's strength had changed a few days ago. After his aura was restrained, even Etienne could not see through Chulin. From the time he just met Chulin to now, Chulin's strength growth rate in such a short period of time was so fast that even Etienne, the patriarch of the 3 major families, felt a little terrified. This speed of strength growth is too shocking. Even Etienne has never seen an awakener whose strength grows so fast. If Chulin is really compared, the genius children of the other 2 families may not be worth mentioning. Father, why are you here? Iyun couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw Etienne appear in front of her, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Then Iyun remembered what she and Chulin found in the Howling Forest. Her expression suddenly became solemn and she said to Etienne,
Father, we found an underground base built by the Red Dragon family in the Howling Forest. They also imprisoned the Shadow Angry Dragon and prepared to control it. As soon as Ian finished speaking, Etienne's face changed drastically. What? There is such a thing? Etienne shouted in a low voice, and didn't care to say anything to Chulin and Ian. He immediately turned around and ran towards the wall of the Roaring Tribe at a very fast speed. There, the Red Dragon Chief was leading a group of awakened people from the Red Dragon family to perform a strange and bizarre formation. At first, Etienne thought they were going to set up some kind of seal to trap the Shadow Dragon, and then discuss how to distribute this powerful high-level mutant monster. The value of a living high-level mutant monster is many times higher than the value of a pile of rare genetic materials. But after Iyun said this, Etienne's mind immediately connected. Since the Red Dragon family secretly built such a huge underground base in the Howling Forest and imprisoned the Shadow Dragon, it means that they have long known the information of the Shadow Dragon. No wonder this intelligent high-level mutant monster would attack the three of them at all costs. It turns out that the target of the Shadow Dragon has never been Etienne and the Tiger Clan leader. The Shadow Dragon came for the Red Dragon Clan leader. The two of them are completely for the Red Dragon Clan leader. The Red Blood Dragon locking formation that the Red Dragon Clan leader has set up is probably a preparation to control the Shadow Angry Dragon while it is weak. Anyway, no one else knows what the specific function of this formation is, and they all think that the Red Dragon Clan leader set up the formation to prevent the Shadow Angry Dragon from doing evil again. This guy is so bold. Yuxianya's forehead veins bulged, and he gritted his teeth and said hatefully. He thought that the three families had explored and developed the Howling Forest to a similar degree. He did not expect that the Red Dragon family had already gone far ahead of the other two families, and even ambitiously wanted to control the king of the entire Howling Forest. Once the Shadow Dragon was controlled by the Red Dragon family, even if the Mad Lion family and the Tiger family joined forces, it would be difficult to stop the Red Dragon family, which had such a terrifying mutant monster. When this plan appeared in Etienne's mind, he even broke out in a cold sweat. It seems that he still underestimated the ambition and ability of the Red Dragon Chief. Just as Etienne was desperately rushing towards the Roaring Tribe, suddenly a long howl like a whale came from the front of the Roaring Tribe wall. There was a kind of unwillingness and despair in the roar, and at the same time, the roar was like a heavy hammer hitting Etienne's heart. It's over. Etienne's mood sank, and a heavy expression appeared on his face. Ah, it's done. My Red Dragon family will be unstoppable today. A hysterical laugh came from the direction of the Roaring Tribe. The figure of the Red Dragon Chief was slowly dragged up by a huge figure and appeared in everyone's sight. Ah! How did this mutant monster stand up again? Didn't the Red Dragon Clan leader trap him? What are you afraid of? With the presence of the three clan leaders, if they can knock this beast down once, they can knock him down a second time. You'd better look carefully. This Shadow Angry Dragon seems to be following the orders of the Red Dragon Clan leader. No one would have thought that the trapped Shadow Angry Dragon would stand up after the Red Dragon Clan leader set up the Red Blood Dragon locking formation. The people on the wall of the Roaring Tribe exclaimed in surprise, and they felt a little stunned when they saw the Red Dragon Clan leader standing on the top of the Shadow Angry Dragon. Should the Red Dragon Clan leader seal the Shadow Angry Dragon if he didn't die? Why did the Shadow Angry Dragon break free from his restraints and stand up again under his arrangement? But no one noticed that a hint of scarlet light appeared faintly in the Shadow Angry Dragon's huge eyes. Children of the Red Dragon Clan, what do you mean by this? When the Tiger Clan saw that the Red Dragon Clan actually let go of the Shadow Dragon, he immediately shouted, his eyes wide open, staring at the Red Dragon Clan. But he was also a little afraid in his heart, because the Shadow Dragon under the feet of the Red Dragon Clan was standing quietly like an obedient pet, staring down at him with the Red Dragon Clan. Although the pressure from the Shadow Dragon to the Tiger Clan was not as obvious as before, and it no longer had the fierceness just now. But after all, it was a high-level mutant monster. If it was a unknown, none of the patriarchs of the three major families would be able to subdue this beast. Ha, Tiger Clan leader, have you caught too many mice? Can't you see it like this? The Red Dragon Clan leader's face, which was covered with mysterious lines, showed a deep mockery. He looked down at the Tiger Clan leader and said to him unceremoniously. This was obviously a mockery of the Tiger Clan leader being a sick cat. What did you say? How could the Tiger Chieftain, with his irritable temper, bear such insults? His face flushed with anger, and he stared at the Red Dragon Chieftain, with his genetic energy surging. It was obvious that they could fight at any time if they disagreed.
Seeing the confrontation between the two chieftains, the warriors on the wall of the roaring tribe could not help but cast a surprised look at the red dragon chieftain. The three chieftains were all in parallel, and they were wary of each other on weekdays, but they were quite friendly on the surface. Just like when the three people faced the attack of the shadow dragon before, the three of them put down their guard against each other and used the genetic skills carried by their fifth gene chain at the same time. They used them to jointly bombard the shadow dragon, blocking this powerful and terrifying high-level mutant monster outside the wall of the roaring tribe. Now the red dragon chieftain actually mocked the tiger chieftain as a sick cat in public. Whether from a personal or family perspective, the tiger chieftain could not bear this. The shadow angry dragon is now under my control. Although it is a little weak, there is no one in the roaring tribe who can match me. The red dragon chieftain ignored the tiger chieftain's impotent rage, and his arrogance was exposed. His eyes swept over everyone on the wall of the roaring tribe with ferocious and greedy eyes. I declare that the roaring tribe is no longer called the roaring tribe, and the flag of my red dragon family must be erected on the walls. As soon as the red dragon chieftain finished speaking, all the warriors on the wall of the roaring tribe and the other two families and awakened people from different places were stunned. Everyone's eyes were focused on the huge monster that was constantly spewing black gas and smoke under the red dragon chieftain's feet. This mutant monster was so powerful that even an awakened person with 5 gene chains dared not stop it. How could it be controlled by the red dragon chieftain? The red dragon chief was originally one of the 3 major families in the roaring tribe, and his strength was at the top of the roaring tribe. Now that he can control this fierce shadow dragon, in the entire roaring tribe, even if the tiger and lion families are added together, they can't compete with the female fire dragon family. I didn't expect you to be so despicable and take advantage of the trust of everyone in the roaring tribe. The tiger chief blushed and rebuked. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that as the representative of the reckless man in the roaring tribe. The tiger chief, who has always been extremely brave, faced the red dragon chief and the shadow dragon, a behemoth. He was scared. The swollen gene energy fluctuations all over his body slowly subsided, and even if the anger on his face was strong, he had no intention of taking action at all. At this moment, a red figure jumped down from the wall of the roaring tribe and came to the side of the shadow dragon. Father, congratulations on your great plan finally succeeding. The figure knelt on one knee and gave a joyful congratulation. It was the young master of the red dragon family who had taken advantage of Chu Lin in the gladiator competition, but was still severely injured by Chu Lin's punch and directly left the field, bringing shame to the red dragon family. Father, our red dragon family has unified the roaring tribe. On this great day, I have 2 small requests that I hope you can satisfy. The young master of the red dragon family said to the red dragon clan leader in a somewhat unfriendly tone. First, I want to kill Chu Lin with my own hands, so that my mind can be clear and prepare for the impact of the 4 gene chains. The young master of the red dragon family said murderously. Humph, it's just a small stink bug, and it's worth your concern. Okay. The red dragon clan leader sneered disdainfully and said casually. Second, I want to marry Princess Iyun of the crazy lion family. She is the most beautiful woman recognized in the roaring tribe. If I marry her home, it will not be considered an insult to my red dragon family. The young master of the red dragon family said arrogantly with his eyes full of desire. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my son. I agree. I don't think that old man Etienne dares to complain. The red dragon clan leader laughed wildly and shouted. At this time, Etienne also came to the roaring tribe. Hearing the words of the young master of the red dragon family and the red dragon clan leader, his face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything after all. But at this time, a voice came with a long and ancient meaning. Bullshit, have you asked me, your father? The voice was not loud, but it sounded in everyone's ears like a huge bell, shaking people's eardrums. As soon as this voice came out, everyone's expression was immediately stagnant. Now that the red dragon clan leader controls the shadow angry dragon, he is almost unrivaled in the entire roaring tribe. Even the 2 big figures, the tiger clan leader and the wild lion clan leader, could only remain silent in the face of the red dragon clan leader's humiliation and arrogance, and dared not have any intention of resisting. Could the owner of this voice be more powerful than the patriarchs of the 3 major families? This voice, the face of the young master of the red dragon clan changed, and he looked back at a light armored vehicle that was slowly driving towards this side. Chu Lin. The young master of the red dragon family was quite familiar with this flamboyant yet steady voice. It was the owner of this voice who defeated him with 1 punch in the gladiator competition, making him lose face and even making the entire red dragon family lose face. For this, he was punished by his father when he returned home. So when the young master of the Red Dragon family heard this voice again, he immediately recognized the owner of this voice. The voice came from the slowly moving light armored vehicle, which made everyone present stunned and showed a very surprised look on their faces. Even Etienne opened his mouth wide, with a trace of panic in his eyes. Even as a 5 chain, he could only swallow his anger temporarily when facing the Red Dragon clan chief who controlled the Shadow Angry Dragon, and did not dare to express any thoughts at all. Unexpectedly, Chu Lin dared to curse directly and called himself the father of the Red Dragon clan chief. Isn't this impatient to live? The people on the wall of the Roaring Tribe also widened their eyes and looked at the light armored vehicle with awe. At the same time, they felt an immense respect for the owner of the voice. You must know that the Red Dragon Patriarch controls the Shadow Angry Dragon. The two together can be said to be invincible in the entire Roaring Tribe. Even the two powerful awakeners of the 5 chains, the Mad Lion Patriarch and the Tiger Patriarch, did not dare to refute under the pressure of the Red Dragon Patriarch. Now there is actually someone who dares to openly challenge the Red Dragon Patriarch who has already gained a great advantage? The young master of the Red Dragon family saw that the light armored vehicle slowly stopped in front of them, and a trace of bloodthirstiness appeared in his eyes. Now that the Red Dragon Patriarch controls the Shadow Angry Dragon and controls the overall situation of the Roaring Tribe, he, as the young master of the Red Dragon family, naturally has to get back the place with his own hands under such an advantage. He wants to defeat Chu Lin in public and return all the shame he brought to himself. So the young master of the Red Dragon family walked towards the light armored vehicle step by step. Chu Lin! The young master of the Red Dragon family roared, his tone was low and full of resentment. Come here and die. The door of the light armored vehicle opened, and a figure walked down from it. The figure was slender and agile, with a handsome face full of vitality, and a cynical look behind him, but there was a hint of determination. Who else could it be but Chu Lin? The moment he saw this figure, the face of the young master of the Red Dragon family suddenly became gloomy. Chu Lin carried a long war halberd behind him, and his body was straight. But after getting off the light armored vehicle, his eyes swept over the young master of the Red Dragon family not far away in front of him, without any pause, and moved his eyes to the Red Dragon clan leader standing on the head of the Shadow Angry Dragon. Old thief Qilong, you wanna touch my Ian, have you asked me? Chu Lin stretched his hand behind him, and the flying dragon war halberd danced across the sky. Chu Lin casually cut out a few gunflowers in the air, and several sounds of breaking through the air were heard. The flying dragon war halberd stretched straight in Chu Lin's hand, pointing directly at the Red Dragon chief standing on the head of the Shadow Angry Dragon. Such obvious provocation and insults made the Red Dragon chief's eyes narrow slightly, and his eyes fell on Chu Lin, and he was actually a little surprised. Because he felt that Chu Lin's aura had become completely different from that in the gladiator arena before. At that time, Chu Lin was like a scorching little sun, showing his light and heat energy without reservation, which made people feel a little dazzling, and at the same time, they would also feel the energy of Chu Lin. Although the energy that erupted from Chu Lin did make people look up to him, it was incredible to kill Yuan Liang, who had 5 chains, with the strength of 2 chains. But at that time, at least we could figure out where Chu Lin's limit was. Even though Yuan Liang had the ability to kill 5 chains, the patriarchs of the 3 major families with strong foundations only sighed at Chu Lin's strength and talent, and did not regard Chu Lin as their opponent, not even as a future opponent. After all, he was just a low-level awakener with 2 chains. Even if Chu Lin's talent was strong and his strength improved rapidly, it would be difficult for him to threaten the status of the patriarchs of the 3 major families in a short period of time. When he really reached that time, the strength of the patriarchs of the 3 major families might not be the same. So the Red Dragon Patriarch only looked up to Chu Lin and did not really care about Chu Lin. He did not know how fast Chu Lin's strength was growing, but Yi Tianya knew it. Chu Lin temporarily lived in the Crazy Lion family. Whether Chu Lin was recruited from the beginning or Chu Lin followed Elder Yi Cheng to learn basic stick techniques, Yi Tianya saw the improvement of Chu Lin's strength. However, before the gladiator competition, although Chu Lin showed strong talent, everyone thought Chu Lin was just a low-level awakener with 1 chain. Even Hong Moli, who came from the same place, thought Chu Lin only had 1 complete chain. After all, Chu Lin had only been awakened for a short time, and no matter how strong his talent was, it would not be possible to make any big changes in such a short time. But later, Chu Lin's performance in the gladiator competition was really amazing. Chu Lin not only had 2 complete chains, but also had a sonic gene skill similar to mental attack. With the strength of 2 gene chains, he activated the inherited armor of the crazy lion family and killed Yuan Liang, who had 5 gene chains, in one fell swoop. After the gladiator competition, Chu Lin showed amazing recovery ability again, and was ready to use the mercenary guild to enter the Howling Forest alone for training. Etienne didn't know what Chu Lin had gained in the Howling Forest, but judging from Chu Lin's current state and the feeling he gave him, Chu Lin's strength might have been greatly improved again. Etienne no longer regarded Chu Lin as a junior. He believed that Chu Lin must have the strong strength to threaten the status of the patriarchs of the 3 major families. The Red Dragon Patriarch felt the pressure on Chu Lin and finally looked at Chu Lin, a young low-level awakener, carefully. "How dare you talk to your father like this? If you don't kneel down and apologize, I can still leave you a whole body." The young master of the Red Dragon family saw that Chu Lin had ignored him and provoked his father. His face flushed immediately, as if he had suffered a great humiliation, and he said viciously. As soon as the words fell, the young master of the Red Dragon family stepped forward, and his figure suddenly rushed out, shooting towards Chu Lin. "Go to hell!" At this moment, Chu Lin's eyes did not move, and he looked at the Red Dragon Patriarch quietly, with a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. Not good. The leader of the Red Dragon clan's heart suddenly jumped, and an ominous premonition arose. The dangerous smile on the corner of Chu Lin's mouth actually made the leader of the Red Dragon tribe feel a hint of threat. "Shanger, be careful!" The leader of the Red Dragon clan shouted, but he could no longer stop the young master of the Red Dragon clan from rushing towards Chu Lin. "The humiliation I suffered during the gladiator competition will be returned to you today." The young master of the Red Dragon clan's eyes were red at this time, and he was already a bit hysterical. He could not hear the warning of the clan chief of the Red Dragon coming from behind him. He had a ferocious expression on his face, and his arms were covered with a layer of dark red scales. Violent genetic energy fluctuations came from his body, and he dug his claws into Chu Lin's chest. The first move was a killing move. He was going to take out Chu Lin's heart directly. Noisy! Chu Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his arm, and the flying dragon halberd faced the direction of the young master of the Qilong family. "Roll!" Chu Lin shouted loudly, holding a halberd, and struck down the fierce figure that rushed towards him without hesitation. The genetic energy on the flying dragon's halberd surged, exuding a burst of radiant light, and a fierce meaning was born. "What? This is a genetic weapon." It wasn't until he felt the energy fluctuations of the flying dragon halberd in Chu Lin's hand that the young master of the Qilong family, who had been overwhelmed by anger, came back to his senses and looked at Chu Lin's hand with a horrified look at the sharp aura of the halberd. Genetic weapons are such rare things that even he, the young leader of the Red Dragon clan, has never owned. Only his father, the leader of the Red Dragon clan, has a blood-colored jade ring specifically for capturing the Shadow Fury Dragon. The young master of the Qilong family never expected that Chu Lin would have a genetic weapon in his hand. "You dare, thief!" The leader of the Red Dragon clan also saw the genetic weapon flying dragon halberd in his hand, felt the energy fluctuations emanating from the flying dragon halberd, and roared a threat. "Why don't you dare?" Chu Lin sneered, and the flying dragon halberd suddenly struck the figure of the young master of the Qilong family. "No!" The young master of the Red Dragon family felt this violent energy that he could not match and wailed. The voice is full of unwillingness, despair, resentment, regret. However, it is too late. Laugh. After a crisp sound, a round human head flew away from the body of the young master of the Qilong family and rolled a long distance away. With the muffled sound of the body falling to the ground, the whole place fell into silence. No one could have imagined that the young master of the Red Dragon family would be beheaded by Chu Lin with a single blow. As one of the most talented young awakened people in the Roaring Tribe, the young master of the Red Dragon family would die like this? Hiss. After regaining consciousness, there were gasps from the crowd. The look they looked at Chu Lin had changed from awe to fear. Even with the identity of the young master of the Qilong family, Chu Lin did not hesitate to kill him with a single blow. Chu Lin's figure left a deep and indelible impression in the hearts of everyone in the Roaring Tribe. Even the leader of the Tiger clan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air to clear his somewhat confused mind. The eyes looking at Chu Lin also became solemn. The leader of the Tiger clan will no longer regard Chu Lin as a backer or a low-level awakener. The courage and strength shown by Chu Lin are enough to make the Tiger Patriarch, one of the 3 patriarchs of the 3 major families, a truly equal figure. This is the little monster that has always emerged. This kind of courage, the leader of the Tiger clan secretly thought. It is said among the Roaring Tribe that the leader of the Tiger clan has the most violent temper, and he is also a hero who dares to fight. But when facing the Crimson Dragon clan chief who controlled the Shadow Fury Dragon, the Tiger clan chief was still intimidated. Not only did he not have the courage to face the Crimson Dragon clan chief and the Shadow Fury Dragon personally, it was also impossible for him to implicate his own family. What the leader of the Tiger clan failed to do, he let a young awakened person do it. If Chu Lin was just verbally provoking and insulting, he might be able to save his life for the sake of the crazy Lion clan leader. But Chu Lin reached out and killed the only talented young master of the Qilong family. This grudge can be regarded as irreconcilable, and there is no possibility of relaxation at all. As for Yi Tianya, he was completely stunned. My mind goes blank. Strictly speaking, Chu Lin is a member of their Quanxer family. Basically everyone in the Roaring Tribe knows that Chu Lin is the Kwasasan-in-law of his Mad Lion family. During the gladiator competition, Chu Lin's name resounded throughout the Roaring Tribe. Now Chu Lin directly killed the young master of the Qilong family with a single blow. There is basically no room for relaxation for the Red Dragon family and the Crazy Lion family. The entire body of the Red Dragon clan leader erupted with astonishing genetic energy fluctuations, and a Red Dragon phantom condensed on his body, showing its teeth and claws with overwhelming power. Death! The Crimson Dragon clan chief roared wildly, and the Shadow Fury Dragon at his feet seemed to be infected by the Crimson Dragon clan chief's emotions and became very angry, rushing towards Chu Lin's direction. This is over, Master Chu Lin has no chance of surviving. I have angered the leader of the Red Dragon clan. He is a powerful awakener of 5 gene chains. No one can stop the Shadow Fury Dragon alone, let alone the Crimson Dragon clan leader with 5 gene chains. When everyone saw this scene, they all exclaimed. Everyone believed that Chu Lin would definitely die. Not to mention that no one person can withstand the combination of the Shadow Raging Dragon and the Red Dragon clan chief. Even the Tiger clan chief and the Crazy Lion clan chief may not be able to withstand it together. However, just when the Shadow Furious Dragon rumbled towards Chu Lin with its huge claws, a strange color suddenly appeared in Chu Lin's eyes, and a vast, ancient, and huge aura burst out from his body. The Shadow Raging Dragon felt this familiar aura, and its rapid speed suddenly slowed down. There was also a hint of struggle and fear in his eyes that were controlled and dull. However, the already extremely angry clan leader of the Red Dragon did not feel the abnormal state of the Shadow Fury Dragon at his feet. The Shadow Dragon slowed down, and Chu Lin didn't have the patience to wait for it. Red Dragon, old dog, I'm here to kill you. Chu Lin shouted loudly, held the flying dragon halberd, kicked the ground with the soles of his feet, lifted up his gorgeous clothes, revealing the simple golden armor inside, and rushed towards the direction of the Shadow Fury Dragon and the Crimson Dragon clan leader. This is the inherited armor of the Mad Lion family. Evian gave this inherited armor to Chu Lin as early as in the light armored vehicle. There's something wrong with the Shadow Dragon's condition. Etienne was keenly aware of this and thought to himself, turning to look at the leader of the Tiger clan not far away. The two people's eyes collided, obviously having the same idea. This made the Shadow Fury Dragon seem to be out of control, and there was a hint of panic in its eyes. This is exactly the pressure Chu Lin exerted on the Shadow Fury Dragon. The powerful dragon skills carried by his third red-blooded dragon gene can bring great pressure to the mutated monsters. Even huge mutated monsters as powerful as the Shadow Fury Dragon still cannot ignore this pressure. Of course, Longwei skills are not only effective against mutated monsters, but are more effective against mutated monsters. When this powerful pressure burst out from Chu Lin's body, even the Crimson Dragon clan leader standing on the Shadow Fury Dragon was slightly startled. But after all, he was a powerful awakener of 5 gene chains, and Chu Lin's dragon power was not aimed at the leader of the Red Dragon clan, so he was stunned for a moment and then came back to his senses. But in a tense battle, the battle situation may change drastically even in a moment. A chill arose in the heart of the leader of the Red Dragon clan, and there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Although Chu Linzi showed great strength in the gladiator competition, in the end he was just a low-level awakener with 2 gene chains. Although he killed Yuan Liang, who had the strength of 5 gene chains, he only managed to do so by relying on genetic weapons and the strange armor on his body. The leader of the Red Dragon clan has never taken Chu Lin seriously. After all, even if he killed Yuan Liang, who had the strength of 5 gene chains, the strength Chu Lin showed could not threaten the leaders of their 3 major families. Status. You must know that although Yuan Liang has the same strength of 5 gene chains as the patriarchs of the 3 major families, he is not the slightest bit different from the 3 patriarchs in terms of background. If he can show his true fighting power, among the 3 patriarchs, any one of them can ravage Yuan Liang at will. But now it was only a few days after the gladiator competition.
When he met Chu Lin again, the leader of the Red Dragon clan could already sense a dangerous aura from Chu Lin's body. Chu Lin can actually threaten him now. How could this discovery not surprise the leader of the Red Dragon clan? At the same time as he was frightened and angry, there was also a chill in the heart of the leader of the Red Dragon clan. This guy's growth and strength is too terrifying. If I wait for a while, maybe he will actually have the strength to threaten me, but I must nip him in the cradle. The leader of the Red Dragon clan secretly thought in his heart, and the genetic energy in his body fluctuated violently, and he punched Chu Lin. The genetic energy instantly burst out from the fist of the Red Dragon clan leader, forming a dragon-shaped shadow of red light and shadow and crashing towards Chu Lin. The genetic energy contained in this punch can even form a shadow alone. One can imagine how powerful it is hidden in it. The leader of the Qilong clan was so angry that he wanted to kill Chu Lin with one punch. However, Chu Lin had no intention of retreating. He held the flying dragon halberd tightly in his hand and waved his arm. Genetic energy was poured into it crazily. The flying dragon halberd emitted bursts of gleaming light, facing the red dragon-shaped shadow. Cut it over. The flying dragon is in the sky. Chu Lin roared wildly, with a ferocious expression on his face, and used all his strength to strike out with the halberd. A crescent-like wave of genetic energy shot out from the flying dragon halberd and collided with the red dragon-shaped shadow. Break! Chu Lin shouted loudly and struck with another halberd. Boom! As the genetic energy violently intertwined, a loud explosion occurred in the air. In a puff of smoke, Chu Lin cut through the thick smoke with a halberd and rushed towards the leader of the Red Dragon clan. What? The leader of the Red Dragon clan's eyes widened and he exclaimed, with a hint of disbelief in his tone. Although his punch was not an attack in which the leader of the Red Dragon clan devoted all his wealth, it was still a full blow. Even the awakened ones with 4 gene chains could hardly resist his angry blow. However, Chu Lin was able to remain unscathed. Not only was he unscathed, but the crescent-shaped genetic energy light wave that burst out from the halberd in Chu Lin's hand was no less powerful than the punch he just punched. If someone had told the Red Dragon clan chief before that an awakened person with 2 genetic chains could withstand your full blow, the Crimson Dragon clan chief would have slapped him away. As the head of the Red Dragon family, one of the 3 major families of the Roaring Tribe, if even an awakened person with 2 gene chains can withstand his full blow, then what is his status? However, now a scene that no one could believe except what they saw with their own eyes appeared in front of him. With just one genetic weapon, the halberd, Chu Lin was able to defeat the full-strength punch of the leader of the Red Dragon clan. Seeing this scene, even Yi Tianya and the Tiger clan leader, who were a little impatient next to them, were shocked. Neither of them expected Chu Lin to be so brave. The power of the genetic skills exerted by the genetic weapon halberd in Chu Lin's hand can even be offset by the full blow of the Red Dragon clan leader. Is this something that an awakened person with only 2 gene chains can do? Old Red Dragon dog, take your life! Chu Lin shouted loudly, jumped up, and rushed towards the Crimson Dragon clan leader who was standing on the head of the Shadow Raging Dragon. He swung the flying dragon halberd and struck the Crimson Dragon clan leader on the head. Arrogant, with the power of genetic weapons, do you really think that this loser can compete with me? The leader of the Red Dragon clan roared angrily and struck out with a hand knife. Red Dragon Destruction Slash. A broad red blade slashed out from the hand of the Red Dragon chieftain, fiercely slashing towards Chu Lin's face. This is the powerful gene skill carried by the 4th gene chain of the Red Dragon chieftain. The blade contains the energy of the Red Dragon gene, which is very violent, as if it is going to tear everything apart. The gene skill of the Red Dragon chieftain is so domineering, boy, be careful. The Tiger chieftain felt the violent blade that crushed the air, and was a little daunted, and reminded Chu Lin. Yi Tianya and the Tiger chieftain were both watching. Without absolute certainty, the 2 old foxes would never act rashly. Even so, when Yi Tianya saw Chu Lin about to face the blade containing violent gene energy hidden, he couldn't help but worry about Chu Lin. After all, Chu Lin is currently considered a member of their crazy lion family, and Chu Lin is about to get engaged to Iyun. If something happens, the loss of the crazy lion family will not be light. Domineering? Chu Lin's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. I'll show you what domineering is. The flying dragon war halberd in Chu Lin's hand flew out directly, and he threw it directly towards the red blade light containing violent genetic energy. While throwing the flying dragon war halberd, Chu Lin clenched his 5 fingers tightly, and a black cyclone rose slowly from his lower abdomen, and a pure genetic energy gushed out from it. These pure genetic energy are the various genetic energy potions that Chu Lin drank unscrupulously when he was in the underground base in the Howling Forest. Different types of genetic energy can completely burst an awakened person alive.
When Evian saw Chu Lin drinking so many different types of genetic energy potions, she thought Chu Lin was going to die. But Chu Lin had nothing to do and was still alive and kicking.
This was all thanks to the mysterious cyclone that appeared in Chu Lin's lower abdomen.
This cyclone absorbed all different types of genetic energy without having any impact on Chu Lin. Now when Chu Lin needs a lot of genetic energy, this cyclone can actually spit out the genetic energy it absorbed before. Moreover, the gene energy fed back by the spit is pure and single, and will not cause any trouble to Chu Lin. As Chu Lin mobilized, the genetic energy in Chu Lin's body circulated crazily and gathered on his fist. The mysterious cyclone continuously spewed out genetic energy, which was also accepted by Chu Lin unceremoniously and condensed one after another.
Bang!
The flying dragon halberd thrown by Chu Lin collided with the sword light issued by the leader of the Red Dragon clan, and was directly bounced away.
Although the Red Dragon clan chief's genetic skill Red Dragon Destruction Slash is very violent.
But the flying dragon halberd is a real genetic weapon, and its toughness is very strong.
Even if it is bounced away, it will not be damaged at all.
This also caused the violent red sword light to no longer have any hindrance and attacked Chu Lin crazily. Seeing that the sword light was about to hit Chu Lin, the sharp edge caused the violent sword light to cut Chu Lin's skin before it even touched him.
What's wrong with him? Why can't he resist? Is it possible that in the face of the overbearing genetic skills of the Red Dragon Patriarch, you have chosen to give up? You even threw away the weapons in your hands.
Lord Chu Lin is already very strong, but he is facing the Crimson Dragon Clan chief, one of the 3 chiefs.
He is completely powerless.
On the wall of the Roaring Tribe, everyone sighed as they looked at Chu Lin, who was about to be drowned by the sword light. They really hope that Chu Lin can win, but the gap between the two sides is really too big, and there is no hope at all.
Crazy Dragon Killing Fist. At the critical moment,
Chu Lin, who had a restrained aura, finally burst out with an extremely violent genetic energy. Chu Lin condensed an unknown amount of genetic energy in his hand, and punched out the red sword light that was so close at hand without hesitation. This Mad Dragon Killing Fist is exactly one of the 2 genetic skills carried by the genes of Chu Lin's 3rd red-blooded Mad Dragon. After Chu Lin perfected the 3rd gene chain, he never had time to use it. Now we are fighting against the Crimson Dragon Clan leader, just in time to test its power. Chu Lin believed that this crazy Dragon Killing Fist was only stronger than the genetic skills issued by the Red Dragon Clan leader.
Another genetic skill.
What kind of strength does this kid have?
When the leader of the Tiger Clan saw that Chu Lin had created another genetic skill, he was so shocked that the white beard on his mouth almost blew off, and he asked Etienne on the side. Etienne was also shocked and smiled bitterly, his expression very helpless. Because he didn't know when Chu Lin had such a genetic skill. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Etienne's mind, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He stared at Chu Lin, feeling the genetic energy fluctuations in his body. Is it possible, 3 gene chains?
Etienne whispered, then realized why he felt like he couldn't see through Chu Lin. Because this kid Chu Lin has perfected the 3rd gene chain after returning from the Howling Forest.
What? The 3rd gene chain?
The leader of the Tiger Clan opened his eyes wide when he heard Etienne's words.
He looked into Etienne's eyes in disbelief to make sure that he was not exaggerating.
In the gladiator competition, Chu Lin was still an awakened person with only 2 days of gene chain. How come in just a few days, Chu Lin has already perfected the 3rd gene chain? It is impossible to hide his strength.
In the gladiator competition, Chu Lin was almost ruined by Yuan Liang's violent genetic skills.
If it weren't for the crazy lion family's inherited armor, I'm afraid Chu Lin would have died here long ago. If there were any extra cards, Chu Lin would definitely have used them at that time. This shows that Chu Lin only perfected the 3rd day gene chain after the gladiator competition, thus gaining new genetic skills.
Chu Lin's talent is the strongest I have ever seen. I never noticed it before.
I think he has a chance to restrain the leader of the Red Dragon Clan.
The 2 of us are waiting for the opportunity.
Etienne said to the Tiger Clan leader in a very solemn tone. The leader of the Tiger Clan was also a man who made prompt decisions and nodded in agreement. An extremely violent genetic energy that seemed to tear the air into pieces attached to Chu Lin's fist and hit the Red Dragon Chief's red sword light hard.
Boom!
2 violent genetic energies collided fiercely, intertwining violently in front of Chu Lin. The Mad Dragon Killing Fist contained a fierce power, which instantly broke through the Red Dragon Clan leader's Red Dragon Killing Slash. Compared with the Red Dragon Destruction Slash, Chu Lin's Mad Dragon Destruction Fist is undoubtedly more domineering and violent. How is that possible? The leader of the Red Dragon clan saw the shock in his eyes when he saw that his genetic skills defeated him almost immediately. Red Dragon Destruction Slash is the genetic skill carried by his fourth gene chain. It can be said that it is the strongest genetic skill of the Red Dragon clan leader except for the genetic skills on the fifth gene chain. Why is his genetic skill so vulnerable in front of Chu Lin? What a domineering genetic skill! Etienne couldn't help but blurt out when he saw this scene. The Red Dragon clan leader is an awakener as powerful as him. He can be on par with Etienne in terms of strength and status. But at this time, he was suppressed by an awakener with 3 gene chains in the battle. If this scene is told out, no one will believe it, but it did happen in front of him. The violent genetic energy contained in Chu Lin's genetic skills is much more powerful than the genetic skills of the Red Dragon clan leader. This is all thanks to the mysterious cyclone in his body. If it weren't for the mysterious cyclone that spewed out a lot of pure genetic energy, Chu Lin's own genetic energy reserves alone would hardly achieve such a strong effect. The fist shadow that made a sound like a dragon roar in the air smashed the red blade light and rushed towards the Red Dragon clan leader. Chu Lin followed closely behind, with bloodthirsty light in his eyes, full of fighting spirit, leaving no chance for the Red Dragon clan leader to breathe. Looking for death. The Red Dragon clan leader shouted and stomped hard on the shadow angry dragon under his feet. The shadow angry dragon roared in pain. The Red Dragon clan leader is not alone now. With the existence of the shadow angry dragon, he is invincible. After all, the leader of the Red Dragon clan devoted all the manpower and material resources of the Red Dragon family to this powerful shadow dragon. Now that he controls the shadow dragon, he will naturally be invincible. Even the patriarchs of the 2 major families, the Mad Lion and the Fierce Tiger, could not defeat the shadow dragon together. Even the 3 of them could barely suppress the shadow dragon if they joined forces. It is enough to show how powerful the shadow dragon is. Although the shadow fury dragon withstood the joint attack of the 3 of them, its current strength is not at its peak. But with the presence of the Crimson Dragon clan leader, he can control the actions of the shadow raging dragon. With the 2 of them together, even if they are at the top of the roaring tribe, they are unlikely to encounter any opponents. If I let you grow up, it would really be a big worry. Unfortunately, today is your burial day. The leader of the Red Dragon clan looked at Chu Lin, who was charging towards him with violent genetic energy, with a slightly ferocious look on his face, and a strong murderous intention in his eyes. The speed of Chu Lin's growth made the Qilong clan leader feel quite frightened. His progress was so fast that even a big shot like the Qilong clan leader found it unbelievable. However, based on Chu Lin's current strength, it is still not enough to pose a threat to an awakened person with 5 gene chains who has a profound foundation. Perhaps Chu Lin's dormant strength will soon be enough to threaten him, but now that Chu Lin has been exposed, the leader of the Qilong clan will definitely not leave behind such a hidden danger that can threaten his future dominance. What's more, even his son was beheaded by Chu Lin with a halberd. There was already sworn hatred between the leader of the Qilong clan and Chu Lin. That's a lot of nonsense, just accept your death. Chu Lin shouted violently, and the violent genetic energy mixed with the mad dragon killing fist made bursts of sounds like dragon roars in the air, and he blasted towards the leader of the Red Dragon clan. Do you think you are the only one with genetic weapons? The leader of the Red Dragon clan narrowed his eyes and flipped his palm, and the blood-colored jade ring used to trap the shadow raging dragon appeared in his hand again. However, this time the leader of the Red Dragon clan did not use the blood-colored jade ring to transform a large net to target Chu Lin. Instead, he passed his palm over the blood-colored jade ring, and a slender white bone blade appeared in his hand. At this time, everyone was slightly surprised to discover that the blood-colored jade ring in the hands of the leader of the Red Dragon clan did not only have the effect of trapping enemies, but was actually a genetic weapon that could store items. The leader of the Red Dragon clan actually took out the Red Dragon bone blade. It seems that this boy Chu Lin really poses some threat to him. When the leader of the Tiger clan saw this scene, he was even more eager to move, and said with a very dangerous light in his eyes. As the patriarchs of 3 major families, the 3 of them have a rich family heritage. No matter how precious the genetic weapons are, it is not unusual for them to have 1 or 2 genetic weapons with their status. However, due to the special nature of genetic weapons, the patriarchs of the 3 major families will not easily reveal their genetic weapons to others until the critical moment. After all, genetic skills may be roughly judged based on one's own genetic talent, but no one can guess the special genetic skills carried by genetic weapons. Now, in order to deal with Chu Lin's attack, the leader of the Red Dragon clan even took out the Crimson Dragon Boneblade, which had not been seen for a long time, which had to make the other two chiefs a little surprised. The Red Dragon Boneblade is an inherited item of the Red Dragon family. It is very precious. It not only has the significance of inheriting the spirit, but also is an extremely powerful genetic weapon. Just like the inherited armor of the Mad Lion family. The white Boneblade was crystal clear. It was held tightly in the hand of the Red Dragon clan leader. A cold light flashed through the Boneblade, and waves of cold breath rose up from the Boneblade. It made people feel that there was a heart-stopping feeling on the Boneblade. Chill. If you can feel the cold breath on the Boneblade, you can understand that this Boneblade is definitely an extraordinary thing and possesses very powerful power. You actually forced out the Crimson Dragon clan leader's Crimson Dragon Boneblade? Etienne saw the sharp Boneblade held by the Red Dragon clan leader, and his eyes flashed slightly. It was obvious that he had the same idea as the Tiger clan leader. As the family patriarchs, the two of them are naturally very keen in controlling the situation. It is said that those who know the current affairs are heroes. Etienne and the leader of the Tiger clan are undoubtedly heroes. What the two of them are most afraid of now is the angry Shadow Dragon at the feet of the Crimson Dragon clan leader. If Chu Lin's strength can make the Crimson Dragon clan leader even more embarrassed, the two of them will definitely stand by Chu Lin without hesitation. Launched a surprise attack on the leader of the Red Dragon clan. Of course, if Chu Lin cannot show enough strength to convince the two of them, then the two of them will stand aside and focus on protecting their families. The important responsibility for the continuation of the family lies with the clan leaders. Even if they have a brave fighting spirit, conditions do not allow them to do so when it comes to the family and many people of the same clan. Dragon Bone Thrust. The leader of the Red Dragon clan swung the Boneblade in his hand. The Boneblade, which was originally only as long as a small arm, suddenly expanded and stretched, attacking Chu Lin. As it stretched, the sharp barbs on the Boneblade grew a bit larger, like sharp blades. If it were scraped by this Boneblade, even the bones would be instantly necrotic. Insidious weapons are exactly what kind of people use what kind of weapons. Chu Lin sneered, but he had no intention of retreating. His fist, which was condensed with violent genetic energy, smashed the retractable Boneblade without hesitation. Chi-chi-chi. The sound of the violent interweaving of genetic energy made people feel nauseous, but Chu Lin's crazy dragon-killing fist was in a stalemate with the Red Dragon Boneblade. How strong has Lord Chu Lin been? He can actually stalemate with the genetic weapon of the Red Dragon clan leader with his fists. How strong is his body to withstand such a violent impact of genetic energy? Lord Chu Lin killed a powerful awakener with 5 gene chains in the gladiator competition before. Is history going to repeat itself now? The people in the Roaring Tribe saw that the battle between Chu Lin and the Red Dragon clan leader was in a stalemate, and they all exclaimed. The strength that Chu Lin burst out at this time really surprised everyone. In a heated confrontation, almost no one in the Roaring Tribe could suppress the Red Dragon clan leader, except for the two clan leaders, the Crazy Lion and the Tiger. But now Chu Lin has done it. Doesn't this mean that Chu Lin's strength has reached a level that can be compared with the patriarchs of the 3 major families? Etienne and the Tiger clan leader looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. It can be seen that both of them are eager to help Chu Lin, especially Etienne, who can hardly suppress the throbbing in his heart. Chu Lin was nominally a member of their Quancher family. However, what makes them afraid to take action is that apart from the behemoth Shadow Fury Dragon that the Crimson Dragon clan leader can control, as the clan leader of the Crimson Dragon clan, it is naturally impossible for the Crimson Dragon clan leader to only have this means. It would be a bit difficult if the leader of the Red Dragon clan had other trump cards to guard against them. Bang! The violent genetic energy exploded directly between Chu Lin and the Qilong clan leader, and the violent airflow burst out, but it did not blow the two figures away. For Chu Lin's figure rushed out of the smoke and kicked the leader of the Red Dragon clan. However, this kick no longer carries any genetic energy, but pure physical power. Bang bang! Huge force bombarded the body of the Crimson Dragon clan leader, causing him to take 2 steps back involuntarily. However, after the Crimson Dragon clan leader activated the Crimson Dragon gene, the scales on his body were very hard, like fine iron armor half attached to his body, forming a strong layer of protection. Pure physical strength alone would certainly not be able to cause any substantial harm to the Red Dragon clan chief. However, Chu Lin actually defeated the leader of the Red Dragon clan, making everyone present involuntarily take a breath of cold air, sighing that Chu Lin's strength could actually hurt the leader of the Red Dragon clan. Court death. The leader of the Red Dragon clan roared, and the red dragon bone blade in his hand changed direction as flexibly as a spiritual snake, and swept towards Chulin. The sharp barbs drew a bright white mark in the air and roared towards him. But at this time, Chulin also took the flying dragon halberd that fell aside with one hand, and slashed hard at the bone blade that swept over. When a sound like gold and iron clashing suddenly resounded. Although the Red Dragon clan chief's red dragon bone blade was flexible, Chulin's physical strength was by no means low. The two genetic weapons collided hard, but no one could do anything. No one. It is naturally impossible for the leader of the Crimson Dragon to use all his trump cards against a small awakened person with 3 gene chains. And Chulin had no intention of trying his best. He and the leader of the Qilong clan were waiting. The attitudes of the two people waiting on the sidelines. Tianya was the first to bear it no longer. Chulin was not only a member of his Quanxer family, but also the Suntobe-engaged fiancé of his precious daughter Yun. Tianya can also see that Evian actually has a good impression of Chulin. Therefore, whether Tianya is thinking about his family or his daughter, judging from the strength that Chulin has shown so far, Chulin is worthy of Tianya's gamble. So Tianya moved. A burst of genetic energy filled with golden aura suddenly burst out from Tianya's body and enveloped him, forming a golden shadow of a mad lion, exuding bursts of pressure. Lion explosion. With a loud shout, Tianya jumped up and punched the leader of the Red Dragon clan. However, at this moment, the leader of the Tiger clan who was still next to Tianya also moved leisurely. His figure surged, grabbed Tianya's ankle, pulled him down from midair, and threw him to the ground. On the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, Tianya directly smashed a big hole in the ground, which shows how much power the Tiger clan leader used this time. Fortunately, Tianya was not unprepared. He was on guard the moment the leader of the Tiger clan made a move. Although Tianya didn't know that the leader of the Tiger clan was preparing to attack him, he thought that he was preparing to put the chips on Chulin just like him. Keeping a guard up was just a subconscious preparation made by Tianya as the patriarch of the Mad Lion family with so many years of combat experience. After all, exposing one's back to an awakened person whose strength is comparable to one's own, and one does not know whether one is an enemy or a friend, is a very dangerous matter in itself. Sure enough, this move allowed Tianya to escape disaster. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Tianya's mouth. He looked at the Tiger clan leader whose figure had changed in shock and shouted lowly. Hey, crazy lion brother, don't blame me. You have your choice, and I have mine. We just take sides. The leader of the Tiger clan said with a smile, without any trace of guilt. This young boy is a member of your Mad Lion family. He is so talented. Naturally, you have to help him. But I am more optimistic about the Crimson Dragon clan leader who has rich heritage. Just a Shadow Fury Dragon is enough to dominate the entire Roaring tribe. Oh, how can a young kid have a chance of winning? The leader of the Tiger clan spoke eloquently. Are you willing to be a dog for the leader of the Red Dragon clan? Tianya stood up from the big hole and mocked unceremoniously. Otherwise, you want me to be your dog? It's really ridiculous. Profit comes first, and you still tell me all these things. The leader of the Tiger clan sneered, stopped talking nonsense, waved his thick, downy arm, and hit him with a hammer-like punch. His task only needs to stop Tianya, and there is no need to fight to the death with Tianya. The real winner will depend on the battle between Chulin and the leader of the Qilong clan. However, as soon as the two of them took action, it was immediately clear where they stood. The sudden fight between Tianya and the Tiger chieftain made the warriors of the Roaring tribe dumbfounded. They didn't understand why. Why did the two chieftains who were fighting side by side suddenly start fighting each other? However, more people still focused their attention on the head of the Shadow Dragon. The fight between Chulin and the Red Dragon chieftain was the most concerned point. The Red Dragon chieftain was no longer polite. The reason why he felt a little restrained during the fight was because he was worried that these two old guys would take advantage of him. Boy, you can actually make the Wild Lion chieftain bet on you. You are quite capable, but it's a pity that it ends here. A terrifying grin appeared on the face of the Red Dragon chieftain, which was full of mysterious lines. He stomped on the head of the Shadow Dragon, and the Shadow Dragon roared and prepared to take action under the control of the Red Dragon chieftain. Really? I don't think so. The corners of Chulin's mouth slightly raised, and an inexplicable arc appeared, and a huge and terrifying pressure burst out from his body. The Dragon Might gene skill from the third Red Blood Mad Dragon gene chain made Chulin explode to the extreme at this time. The deep fear from the bloodline pressed on the head of the Shadow Angry Dragon. Even though the Shadow Angry Dragon was controlled by the Red Dragon Clan leader at this time, he still did not dare to disobey this pressure and slowly lay on the ground, motionless. Haha, the power of the red-blooded dragon exploded without reservation, and the power from the momentum easily swept away the wind pressure. Amid the howling of the strong wind, everyone from the Qilong family and the fierce tiger family forced their eyes open to stare at the radiant figure. At the same time, the members of the Red Dragon family felt a little more at ease. The patriarch was stabbed in the back, and now the hope of the Red Dragon family has to be supported by an outsider. The Shadow Raging Dragon was pinned to the ground by the power of the Red Dragon, and he let out an unconscious whimper. He looked like a domestic cat that had been abused by his owner, although he was beginning to gain wisdom. But Longwei's fear engraved in his bones is a misfortune that all subdragon species cannot avoid. The Shadow Raging Dragon stopped tossing around, and the low-level awakened warriors and ordinary non-awakened warriors also had a chance to breathe. Many people popped their heads up and looked around. Evian, the crazy lion lady who was hiding in the light-armored car, carefully popped her head out. She was just a low-level awakener with only one gene chain. She did not have a complete gene chain. During the melee between the heads of the three tribes in Chulin, in the process, it was not something that a little lion like her could participate in. 5 rays of light on the field covered the sky, and Evian saw the peerlessly independent Chulin at a glance. So handsome. Evian couldn't help but be stunned, the corners of his lips raised slightly, and then he looked towards the other rays of light. There are dozens and hundreds of awakened ones, but there are only 5 powerful men with 5 gene chains who capture everyone's attention and steal everyone's attention. The Deep Gold Red Dragon Clan leader, the Bright Silver Tiger Clan leader, the Gold Red and Bohemian Chulin, the Dark Red Big Shadow Fury Dragon, and the Crazy Lion Clan leader Etienne, who was half squatting on the ground and stabbed in the back. Evian couldn't help shouting, "Dad!" The Mad Lion Elder next to Evian was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. He quickly tore Evian away from the lookout port of the armored vehicle. The battlefield became a mess. If something went wrong with the Mad Lion Lady, how should he explain to the clan leader in Chulin? The battlefield was in chaos. The Roaring Tribe was now falling apart. Everyone was worried and had their own plans. The cry of a little woman did not attract anyone's attention. Only The leader of the Tiger Clan narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he heard something interesting, and glanced at Etienne not far in front of him. The leader of the Tiger Clan snorted, "Interesting, it seems to be related to this old guy, let me find out." The leader of the Qilong clan felt his heart beat wildly as he looked at Chulin's increasingly concentrated aura. That aura was so familiar to him, so similar to their family's red dragon genes, but yet a little different? The Crimson Dragon Clan leader was somewhat resistant to the fact that the other party's genes were higher than the Crimson Dragon's genes. How is this possible? The leader of the Red Dragon Clan has a rough understanding of some of the causes and consequences, and also knows that his secret base has been turned upside down by Chulin, but with only some information and genetic resources, can anyone really develop a genetic chain? Just in less than a day. Even if the integrity of the gene chain is low, it is too sensational. No. Now that there is such a deep hatred, it is too late to say anything. This guy must be eliminated. Zhou Tianxiao, the leader of the Red Dragon Clan, shouted in the distance, "Now the Roaring Tribe is bound to win." As long as Chulin is eliminated, the Quancher family will not have anything to worry about. I promise you today that as long as Chulin is eliminated, the new Roaring Tribe will be ours. Let you be my deputy and you will never break your promise. The leader of the Tiger Clan decided for a moment that this position of deputy of the tribe was enough. There is more than one deputy, but no matter how low the status is, he will still sit in the 3rd or 4th position in the Roaring Tribe. This is very practical. If the leader of the Red Dragon Clan takes over everything and talks nonsense with empty promises, then you should be wary. Okay. Today we have defeated the Chulin and Qilong families. From now on, I, Zhou Tianxiao, will follow my eldest brother. Clank. Zhou Tianxiao popped out a pair of tiger claws from both hands. These claws were not genetic weapons, but they were high-density metal weapons obtained from the Central Institute of Genetics. Through certain genetic enhancements, their power should not be underestimated, but they were too powerful compared to the genetic weapons. It is easily damaged, so Zhou Tianxiao keeps it in his possession. That's nice. Chulin snorted coldly, "I want to see if you have this strength." The flying dragon is in the sky. Chulin shot up into the sky like a beam of light, pointing directly at the Crimson Dragon Clan leader standing above the Shadow Dragon. The flying dragon halberd's light is cold and the dragon-shaped energy is superimposed on it, which is the power bonus brought by the Red Dragon gene. They both have dragon genes, and when they are combined, they seem to complement each other and double their power. The raging shadow dragon crawled on the ground, unable to move at all. The leader of the Red Dragon clan was horrified. When Chu Lin didn't use this suspected Red Dragon gene, he still couldn't defeat the enemy. Now that Chu Lin was so aggressive and he didn't have the help of the Shadow Fury Dragon, he didn't dare to hold back at all. Xiao Tianxiao. Hurry! The leader of the Red Dragon clan roared in despair, and his body transformed into the Lord of the Red Dragon without hesitation. At the same time, the bone blade was overloaded and exploded with genetic energy. A dragon-shaped spike suddenly unsheathed and stabbed Chu Lin. Tiger Tyrant. The tiger breaks the killing palm. At this moment of life and death, how could Xiao Tianxiao dare to hold back, trying his best to squeeze out the genetic energy from all over his body, just hoping that the two of them would join forces and pin Chu Lin to death. The golden dragon claws and silver tiger palms struck at Chu Lin at the same time. For a moment, the two colors of gold and silver complemented each other. The entire sky was occupied by these two colors, and even the scorching sun hanging high in the sky seemed dimmed by 3 points. Boom! The energy exploded, and smoke and dust swept around wantonly. Etienne coughed up blood while staring at Chu Lin, who was alone in the center of the explosion. Phew, how can I be compared with an old man like me by a young man? Etienne struggled to hold the battle flag, and with a low roar of a lion, his body suddenly rushed out. Lion explosion. It's a killing move once you take action. Chu Lin waved his halberd and gave way wherever the halberd tip hit. Even the violent genetic energy was easily pierced by the flying dragon halberd. The scorching energy burned every inch of Chu Lin's body, and the inheritance armor absorbed most of this violent energy. Thanks to Chu Lin's surge in cultivation, with the support of 3 high-quality gene chains, and the undigested drug genes in his body, Chu Lin swallowed the combined attack of the two clan leaders, Red Dragon and Fierce Tiger. With a dark red light blooming in his eyes, Chu Lin stabbed the Tiger clan leader closest to him with a halberd. Die! No! The leader of the Fierce Tiger clan has a cleft eye and repays injustice. He didn't expect that Etienne was so seriously injured that he would attack him despite his unstable foundation. This old guy. No need for cultivation. You're crazy. The leader of the Tiger clan had blood gushing from his 7 orifices, his bloody eyes opened, and he looked at Etienne fiercely. He received a Lion King explosion from Etienne behind him, and was hit by Chu Lin's flying dragon in the sky in front of him. They were attacked from both sides. Even if he could survive afterwards, the genetic chain would be broken, and he didn't know what he would be able to survive afterwards. Leave a few layers of skill behind. Red Dragon Flame Explosion. Seeing that the momentum was not right, the leader of the Red Dragon clan struck Chu Lin with all his strength. Bang! Chu Lin had no time to pay attention and took the blow solidly. I felt as if my chest had been hit hard by a sledgehammer, and my throat felt sweet. Chu Lin quickly swallowed the blood. Fortunately, the inheritance armor blocked this blow. If the inheritance armor hadn't blocked at least 60% of the genetic energy for Chu Lin, I'm afraid Chu Lin would have been seriously injured like the two clan leaders, Mad Lion and Fierce Tiger. With a bang, the 3 people's skills exploded and they retreated. Everyone only saw the surge of energy and did not see the situation clearly at all. Only the leader of the Qilong clan is sitting firmly on the Dao Yutai. The leader of the Red Dragon clan knew that he was defeated by Chu Lin. After 3 consecutive fights, he already knew very well that this Chu Lin was truly gifted. With only 3 gene chains, he could easily defeat a few of them. This was only what he and the others had accumulated. 10 years of hard work and nearly 100 years of accumulated resources. If this allows Chu Lin to grow up, that would be great. I'm afraid this Chu Lin is not much different from some geniuses in the Central District, right? No. It should be a little worse. The leader of the Red Dragon clan frowned. When he was young, he went to the Central District to work for big shots. Geniuses there were everywhere, and a person with Chu Lin's qualifications could only get into the middle and lower levels. The Qilong clan chief's guess was entirely based on the existing information. He didn't know that Chu Lin had such powerful weapons as gene extraction and fusion. Chu Lin, with his golden fingers, had unlimited possibilities. The power of Chu Lin's red dragon dissipated, and the shadow raging dragon regained its consciousness slightly and slowly retreated little by little. The leader of the Crimson Dragon clan stood on top of the shadow raging dragon. He didn't care about the beast under his feet. He just stood quietly, not knowing what to think. Ugh! The leader of the Tiger clan wanted to forcefully suppress the restless energy in his body, but instead he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body fell softly and his face was as golden as paper. Ha ha, ha. Just when Xiao Tianxiao fell, Etienne's legs gave way and he fell to the ground. He was already seriously injured, and with the forced activation of genetic energy, his injuries were compounded. The leader of the Tiger clan guessed right. Even if Etienne could escape from this battle alive today, he would lose 70% of his physical strength. Etienne could feel a sharp pain like tearing all over his body, and even the blood he spat out was darker red than black. This was the rupture reaction of the body after the gene chain was broken. If he couldn't get timely treatment, let alone fight, he would be uncomfortable lying on the hospital bed. Compared with these two people, Chu Lin was much better. He walked up to the leader of the Tiger clan and stepped on his wrist. Chu Lin sneered, "Originally, I wanted to spare your life when I saw you fighting against the beast tide, but now it seems that I have no choice but to spare you. Hee hee, hee hee. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit, there is nothing to say." The leader of the Tiger clan was breathing heavily and could not stop sweating. The words were strong, but I couldn't help but feel sad. I didn't expect that after fighting for half my life, I would die at the hands of a young boy. How sad. Click. Seeing that he looked unkind, Chu Lin stepped on the wrist of the Tiger clan leader and broke his wrist. The latter groaned and then kept wailing. Chu Lin was well aware of the dangers of ink marks, and he didn't bother to torture Qiu Tianxiao. He was just a little unhappy when he saw Qiu Tianxiao's expression of resignation. Just as he was about to step down and crush this big man respected by thousands of people, he heard a roar in his ears. "Chu Lin! Look who I have in my hand! Let my dad go!" Chu Lin raised his eyes and saw that the person shouting to him was Qiu Jinyu, the young master of the Tiger family, and in his hand was Evian who was kidnapped at some point. "Yi Yun?" Etienne's face suddenly turned pale. He did not change color even when he was attacked by the Tiger clan leader, was seriously injured and activated his genetic skills, and his future as a practitioner was bleak. When he saw Evian being held by Qiu Jinyu with a knife to his neck, his voice became trembling. Qiu Jinyu didn't even look at Etienne. An old man who abandoned his martial arts skills was not worthy of his attention. "Quickly, let my dad go and let's replace him one by one. Chu Lin! Save Yuner! Chu Lin! Don't listen to him!" The voices of Etienne and Ayun sounded one after another, followed by the roaring laughter of the leader of the Tiger clan. Chu Lin's expression remained unchanged and he looked at Qiu Jinyu calmly. "Who gives you the confidence to think you can blackmail me? Just based on your 3 gene chains?" Qiu Jinyu suddenly changed his expression, but he still managed to calm down. "Chu Lin, what nonsense are you talking about? You are a genius, but you only have 3 days of gene chain, not to mention you are injured. I don't believe you dare to kill someone." The leader of the Tiger clan gasped, "My son, you did a good job." The sound stopped suddenly. While Qiu Jinyu and Qiu Tianxiao were talking, Chu Lin suddenly crushed the head of the Tiger clan leader with his foot. Juice overflowed, and at the same time, he quickly slapped Qiu Jinyu with his palm. Not only the father and son of the Qiu family failed to react, but even Etienne and Evian were stunned for a moment. Apparently they didn't expect Chu Lin to take action as soon as he said it. Without the slightest hesitation, he struck decisively and cut through the mess quickly. Above the shadow angry dragon, the leader of the Red Dragon clan looked at the chaos below with a smile. He had a chance to save Qiu Tianxiao, but why should he save him? Not to mention related interests, without one tiger family to share the cake, the Qilong family will only live a better and more beautiful life. Not to mention the raging shadow dragon, which had been restless, became motionless for some time, like a huge rock sculpture. His expression was dull, and if it weren't for the occasional rise and fall of the shadow dragon's chest, others would have thought that this big guy was dead. On top of the shadow dragon, the red dragon chief was suspended in the air, and the red dragon bracelet was shining brightly, and the light was like moth dust, which was gradually sprinkled into the shadow dragon's brain. Originally, the red dragon chief did not intend to use this move, but he had to do so because of the situation. He could truly control the shadow dragon. He could exert the power of the shadow dragon to 100%. Once he succeeded, even the strong men with more than 5 gene chains could only avoid his edge. Anyway, from now on, there would be no more lion and tiger families in the Roaring Tribe. As long as the Red Dragon family swallowed up the Roaring Tribe, there would be enough resources to accumulate another Red Dragon ring in the future, and they could also set traps to capture other subdragon beasts. Of course, that was the business of the descendants of the Red Dragon family. Today, as long as they could kill everyone in front of them, the future would be promising. Boom! When the Red Dragon chief was silently holding back his big move, Chulin slapped Xiao Zhenyu with one palm, and his palm passed through his chest. Xiao Zhenyu stared with his eyes wide open. He didn't understand why he was so much worse than Chulin, even though they both had 3 gene chains. Was there still justice? Was there still law? Ah! Iyun watched Xiao Zhenyu fall down, and he threw himself into Chulin's arms like a frightened rabbit. She had never seen a living person being torn into pieces and bloody at such a close distance. The fragrant wind blew on her face, and the soft jade was in her arms. Feeling Iyun's trembling body, Chulin patted Iyun's little head gently. "It's okay, I'll take care of everything." Wu Iyun sniffed her nose. She was scared at that moment. She shouted, "Don't worry about me," but she was always afraid of the cold dagger stuck in front of her throat. Especially Chulin's swift and decisive palm, she thought she saw death. Chulin's comfort not only did not calm Iyun down, but made her tremble even more, which made Chulin think of the hamster he raised when he was a child. Every time he took it out of the cage to play with it, the hamster's body would tremble like Iyun. He. Hearing Chulin's laughter, Iyun was unhappy. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, am I very timid?" Iyun pursed her lips, feeling wronged for her ugly appearance. "Ah, it's okay." Chulin smiled and shook his head. He suddenly felt that the little princess of the crazy lion family seemed more lovely. Although her combat ability is very low, she has a golden finger for combat, and it is enough for Iyun to train a certain amount of genetic energy to protect herself. The Tiger clan chief and the young master of the Tiger family both died. So far, the Tiger family can be said to have been removed from the Roaring tribe. As for the elders and guests of the Tiger family, they can be recruited with a little resources, and the side branches of the Tiger family will soon be in hiding and scattered like birds and beasts without strength support. The Red Dragon clan chief on the top of the Shadow Dragon had no psychological fluctuations. He wished that the Tiger family would die completely. The only regret was that Chulin did not seem to consume much genetic energy. But it doesn't matter. No matter how strong you are, can you really be stronger than the Shadow Dragon in its heyday? This Shadow Dragon is an existence that suppresses the 3 tribes. Quick! Faster! The Red Dragon chief simply held the Red Dragon ring with both hands, desperately spreading the radiant dust on it. As a little bit of golden powder sank into the top of the Shadow Dragon's head, the dragon's eyes gradually regained their spirit. The Red Dragon chief miscalculated. Chulin was busy taking care of Iyun and neglected him. The tribesmen who were watching were shocked by the death of the arrogant Xiao Tianxiao. Some old guys in the tribe were also injured, but there was still one person who noticed the Red Dragon chief. "Chulin! Be careful of the Shadow Dragon." Ahem! Etienne was trembling with fear. He felt that there was something wrong with the Shadow Dragon. Since the Shadow Dragon was subdued by the Red Dragon chief, no one could defeat it. However, the Shadow Dragon was initially intelligent and was very dissatisfied with the restraint of the Red Dragon blood-locking formation. He worked but did not work hard. But now it was different. Etienne watched the Shadow Dragon's prestige soaring, and it was almost back to the posture of fighting against the 3 tribes' chiefs. How could it be possible? How did the Red Dragon Patriarch tame this beast? What kind of benefits can move this big guy? Chulin frowned. The Shadow Dragon should not be underestimated. With the strength of his 3 gene chains, he really has no confidence to defeat it. Originally, he thought that as long as the Red Dragon Patriarch was killed, the Shadow Dragon would naturally regain its sanity, and the opponent would not confront Chulin Hedon. But what is the situation now? Could it be? Chulin's face was gloomy. This Red Dragon blood-locking formation must have more dangerous uses. He was careless. "Patriarch, you take Iyun away." Chulin's body soared into the air, and the long halberd in his hand swung violently, and a crescent-shaped energy shot out. Iron lock across the river. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Red Dragon Patriarch is unable to split himself, and now is the best time to defeat the Red Dragon Patriarch and the Shadow Dragon. Red Dragon Patriarch, die! The crescent energy arrived in a blink of an eye. Chulin's iron lock across the river was no longer a stick technique that ordinary warriors practiced day and night. This was a war halberd technique that he infused with countless genetic energy. It was faster than the flying dragon in the sky. It was hundreds of times stronger than ordinary moves. Boom boom, the genetic energy exploded, and countless eyes stared at the figure above the giant dragon's head. They wished their eyes had perspective so that they could see clearly whether the Red Dragon clan leader was dead or alive under the smoke and dust. The clan leader is still alive. A Red Dragon elder laughed. Not only was the Red Dragon clan leader still alive, but Chu Lin's iron lock across the river did not hit him at all. The shadow angry dragon tilted his head slightly, and the genetic energy exploded beside his ear. If it was normal, if something hit his ear, the shadow angry dragon would have roared and raged, but the shadow angry dragon in front of him did stand quietly in place. His eyes were as bright as light but without any spirit. Qilong clan leader controlled the shadow dragon? Complete control, how is this possible? Has the shadow dragon's wisdom been wiped out? The shadow dragon was weak before, why did it return to its prime? The crazy lion family was talking about it, and everyone could see the fear in the eyes of others, a kind of fear that the sky was falling. The violent posture of the shadow dragon has not yet dissipated from their hearts, and the crazy lion family will also be expelled from the family? What are you panicking about? Itanya gritted his teeth and said, quick, take Iyun and retreat. Master, then you, a crazy lion elder looked hesitant, he seemed to have thought of something. Itanya responded dully, my old bones are still useful, Chu Lin can't die here. Dad! Iyun cried out after realizing it, don't leave me. Itanya looked at his good daughter quietly, I will come back alive. No more words, if you delay, something will happen. If Chu Lin dies, all the efforts he and the family have made today will be gone. Ha 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 ha. The red dragon chieftain laughed wildly. The feeling of strength was really addictive. He lifted the big guy under his feet. The hard touch of his toes made him feel very stable. Unfortunately, it was a disposable item. Forget it. Just enjoy it enough and avenge my son. Shadow angry dragon, crush them. Boom boom. Shadow angry dragon leaped up. Every step of the big guy, which was tens of meters high, made the earth tremble. A big footprint was left on the soft soil. The figures around him were running around. A slight touch would make him disabled. Roar! Shadow angry dragon roared to the sky. All the people in the place where the sound wave was involved had bleeding from their orifices. Members below the senior warriors fainted directly. The low-level awakeners of a gene chain also felt pain all over their bodies. That was because the gene chain collapsed. It was not a combat skill, but far better than a combat skill. The power of Shadow Angry Dragon's roar was so terrifying. Chu Lin was the first to be hit. His gene chain was different from others. The connection between RNA was closer. His strength was greater than that of the Red Dragon Chief. Even the Red Dragon Chief was fine, let alone Chu Lin. Every time Chu Lin aimed his halberd at the Red Dragon Chief, the Shadow Dragon would turn half of its body and hide the Red Dragon Chief on top of its head. Chu Lin snorted coldly and stared at the dragon skin that was like fine iron in black rock. I want to see how tough you are.